Shi Xiaobai could not help but laugh and shake his head. This tiny body actually hid a mountain of gold in it? If he were to return it 100-fold, how much was it? Shi Xiaobai grinned. If a country's wealth was insufficient, then all the world's wealth would be given to it. As Shi Xiaobai ate, the little white dog vomited. It went from gold to necklaces to weapons to treasured artifacts and various precious treasures. What the little white dog vomited could match the vault of a prominent family clans. And all of it ended up in Shi Xiaobai's stomach, allowing him to use the power of Tao Tai to convert it into nutrition that strengthened his body and anti-poison that cleansed the holy tree sin poison. Shi Xiaobai's black skin gradually faded away. It went from his collarbone to his neck, to his lips and finally to his nose's wing. Finally, his entire head was restored to its original color. As for the lower body, it went from below his navel to his lower abdomen and thighs. In the meantime, Shi Xiaobai had pulled his pants and taken a look. Even little Xiaobai had turned back to its original color, but it felt somewhat weird. But in short, Shi Xiaobai, who had his body invaded by the holy tree sin poison, had nearly experienced a full recovery. Up to that moment, only a tiny portion of his forearm and calves had not been fully restored. He was almost done with his treatment. However, the little white dog was done vomiting its treasures. Woof. The little white dog barked anxiously as it tried to regurgitate what it had eaten, but nothing came out. Even the richest vault could be depleted. The 10,000 years the thousand-eyed demon sovereign had used to accumulate its treasures, including treasures it had snatched from trial takers, had been completely finished by Shi Xiaobai. The little white dog vomited dryly a few times with eyes brimming with tears. Shi Xiaobai gave a consoling smile as he stroked the little white dog. He said, "It's enough. You have already done enough. Leave it to this king to think of a solution next." The little white dog looked up at Shi Xiaobai and realized that its owner's brows were relaxed. His eyes were brilliant and he exuded a refreshing exuberance. Immediately, it calmed down and gave a few fawning barks. It once again circled Shi Xiaobai in happiness. Shi Xiaobai had smiled warmly, pretending that everything was fine. However, he was smiling bitterly in his heart. With just a tiny portion of his forearm and calves not healed, it was a tiny bit short of a full recovery. But this tiny bit was a chasm. He had used the massage technique of God to temporarily freeze and abate the holy tree sin poison from triggering. Although most of his body had been cleansed of the poison, the moment the frozen holy tree sin poison in the tiny portion of his forearm and calves triggered again, it would instantly spread through his body, wasting all his efforts. A drop of poison and a body of poison was qualitatively the same. That was how terrifying the holy tree sin poison was. Therefore, he needed to cleanse the poison completely to be thoroughly saved. However, even the little white dog had vomited its entire treasure vault. With less than 2 minutes left, how was he to find the food needed to cleanse his forearms and calves? Shi Xiaobai quickly pondered over the matter. In order to not worry the little white dog, he did not show his worries on his face. Hum. Two clear sword hums suddenly resonated. Shi Xiaobai lowered his head in surprise and saw a black sword and a white sword appear automatically into his palm. They floated in mid-air and began to emit resonating sword hums. The two swords had some basic forms of intelligence. They were like newborns and were very intimate with Shi Xiaobai. They had even once been jealous of each other because of Shi Xiaobai. But now, they had suddenly appeared on their own initiative. Why did they do so? Shi Xiaobai had, in fact, a mysterious tacit understanding with the two swords. Upon hearing their humming, Shi Xiaobai roughly understood what they were trying to express. Shi Xiaobai suddenly had a drastic change in expression when he listened to them carefully. What? Eat the both of you. Shi Xiaobai's expression changed. The swords had issued anxious sword hums to express their desire for Shi Xiaobai to eat them. Impossible. Shi Xiaobai immediately rejected the thought and said solemnly, "Both of you are this king's swords. You are this king's partners, not this king's food. How could Shi Xiaobai eat the swords that had fought alongside him? Even if they were scrap metal, he would absolutely not eat them. Furthermore, the two swords had some nascent intelligence. It was only a matter of time before they gave birth to a sword spirit. They were no different from two newborn babies. Even if he had to cut his arms and legs off, Shi Xiaobai would not eat them. Shi Xiaobai drew a deep gasp and forced himself to calm down. He said gently to the two swords, "Don't worry. It's only a small problem. This king will resolve it very quickly." With the little white dog as a precedent, Shi Xiaobai knew he could not reveal his nervousness and frustrations or they would only end up worrying. Just like how parents who had worked arduously at work, they would feign normality no matter how exhausted they were when they reached home. It was to prevent their children from worrying. Shi Xiaobai grinned and said in high spirits, "Believe in this king." Shi Xiaobai lifted his hands, intending to keep the black and white swords. However, at that moment, the black and white swords suddenly issued a clear and resonating sword hum. It sounded like a tune of lofty mountains and flowing water that unfolded at a magnificent scale. The tune affirmed their decision. No! Just as Shi Xiaobai cried out, the black sword suddenly slashed at the white sword while the white sword abruptly cleaved at the black sword. A clang was heard. The black and white swords shattered simultaneously as the fragments of the sword scattered like black and white snowflakes. At that moment, it was as though the world only had two colors left: immaculate black and holy white. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, Overbearing Little Lowly. Chapter 517, Overbearing Little Lowly. Translator, Citalan Editor. With a clang, the black and white swords destroyed each other, turning into snowflakes that filled the sky. It was as though the world was only left with the constantly fluttering colors of immaculate black and holy white. Shi Xiaobai had underestimated the intentions of the black and white swords. Or it could be said that he underestimated their loyalty. He never expected the two swords to acutely sense the seriousness of the situation, nor did he expect that they would sacrifice themselves just to save him. Shi Xiaobai fell into a daze for a while as he looked at the black and white fragments on the ground. He felt a stifling weight on his chest as he gaped slightly, unable to utter a word. Something seemed stuck in his throat. He could neither swallow it down nor spit it out. He could endure pain, tolerate torment, but he could not accept others sacrificing themselves for him. That benevolent butcher who had said, "This year, when we visit the tombs, I will tell your grandpa that we will not slaughter pigs in the future." The black-haired teenager who had knocked him unconscious in the cupboard, picked up a rusty pig slaughtering knife and charged out the door but had never returned. That purple-haired pixie who was willing to rage, degenerating herself to become her most hated fallen pixie in order to save him. That blonde girl who carried him on her back while running across an entire world to the point of fainting yet never revealing a hint of exhaustion. That azure-dressed girl who was worried if he would feel sorry despite having her arms nearly ripped off because of his loss of control. They were like that. The little white dog floating beside him who had vomited all of its treasured collections. The black and white swords that had shattered themselves in order to save him. They were like that too. He could not tolerate such sacrifice. It was a sadness that a king could not bear. It was a tragedy that was unacceptable. Shi Xiaobai fell into a prolonged silence before finally sighing. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. He moved his weak body and stretched out his stiff arms to slowly pick up the black and white sword fragments. He gathered them into a pile and placed it in front of him. There will come a day when this king will restore the both of you. Shi Xiaobai gently caressed the black and white fragments. They had the feeling of black and white keys on a piano, but they could no longer emit clear sword hums like before. At that moment, they were completely silent as if they had turned into a pile of compost. Shi Xiaobai would not eat them even if they were truly dead, even if there was a minute left before the holy treason poison struck again. He would keep the black and white fragments and safeguard them. He would search for a way to assemble them once again in order to restore them to their former states. Humph. Suddenly, a somewhat childish but aloof grunt of a young girl was heard. Shi Xiaobai was slightly astonished as he felt a burning sensation on the back of his right hand. He looked down and saw the golden pattern suddenly light up. Dazzling golden light emitted in all directions like the blooming of a lotus. A golden blob of light suddenly floated out of the golden lotus, enshrouded by an inkling of a divine aura. The golden blob of light emitted a fragrant scent with the faint sounds of sword hums. A snow-white figure that was even whiter than the snow-white plains they were on slowly walked out of the blob of light. The figure was in the shape of a 6 or 7-year-old girl with delicate facial features that did not look human. It wore a princess gown that had no other colors except white. As for its skin, it was much whiter than the princess gown. However, it was white in a matte and smooth manner, like smooth, creamy jade. The waist-long hair was also snow-white in color. Other than its black eyebrows, pale golden pupils, and the nearly invisible nostrils and tiny pink cherry lips, there was no other color other than white. However, this whiteness was not monotone. There were hints of red in the whiteness, or it could be as white as snow, or as white as jade. It looked like a visual feast of whiteness. Shi Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Who else could the snow-white little loli that suddenly appeared out of the golden light be other than the little sword spirit that he named Little Black? The little sword spirit seldom appeared. She could only be summoned by vigorously prodding the golden pattern on the back of his hand, so why did she take the initiative to appear this time? But just as Shi Xiaobai opened his mouth to inquire, he saw the little sword spirit walk towards him the moment she landed on her feet. He immediately sensed something different. The soft and cute face that compelled people to reach out their hands to pinch no longer had the tinge of cuteness a little loli should have. She had a cold and angry expression, making her look like a furious teenage girl. The 6-year-old looks of a girl and the expression of a teenage girl looked completely alien. You are so foolish that this sword spirit can't bear watching it any further. Before Shi Xiaobai could speak a word, the little sword spirit had spoken. Her voice no longer sounded as childlike or cute. Instead, it was forbidding and clear, just like the sound of pearls dropping on a jade plate. Shi Xiaobai was left dumbfounded. The little sword spirit hurled a barrage of words as she walked. From the beginning, you were only supposed to drip a drop of blood to allow this sword spirit to recover her energy, but you managed to force this sword spirit into signing a slave contract. That can be put aside. At most, this sword spirit would just hide away, but you actually forced this sword spirit out, saying you wanted to learn swords. Fine, so what if you want to learn swords? What the heck was, the name Little Black is quite cute. This sword spirit hates the color black the most. Forget it about names. You are after all the master of this sword spirit's slave contract. This sword spirit complied with your twisted interests and planned on acting as a cute and naive loli before parting ways with you once this sword spirit recovers. The little sword spirit had a cold expression and she babbled on endlessly, as though it was venting all of her complaints at one go. She walked in front of the stunned Shi Xiaobai and stretched out her tiny hand to point at the pile of black and white fragments. She said coldly, "Why are you so dumb? Just for a pile of scrap metal? Do you want to die?" Shi Xiaobai's expression finally changed when he heard those words. He looked at the unfamiliar little loli in front of him and said solemnly, "They are this king's swords, not scrap metal, but..." The little loli grunted coldly and said, "What difference is a bunch of dead objects from scrap metal? Are you eating or not?" Shi Xiaobai said with a shake of his head, "This king will absolutely not eat them." The little sword spirit said with a glare, "Then revoke the slave contract you have on this sword spirit. If you want to die, don't pull this sword spirit along." Shi Xiaobai was stunned as he asked, "How?" The little sword spirit said with a scoff, "You use terms of a slave contract that this sword spirit had never heard before. How would this sword spirit know?" Shi Xiaobai fell silent and recalled to the moment he said the phrase to sign a contract with Lucifer's sword in the underworld. It was. Implode reality, pulverize thy spirit. By banishing this world, comply with the blood pact, thou art served the king, becoming this king's sword, the holy sword that slays demons, little black. Well, the incantation appeared, like it was made up on the spot. Although Shi Xiaobai did not find it strange that an incantation he made up would become a slave contract, he truly did not know how to revoke the contract. That was because he had never thought of voluntarily revoking pacts he made himself. Shi Xiaobai said with a dry smile, "This king does not know as well. But don't worry. This king will not die. It's just a tiny bit of poison. It can't kill this king." Shi Xiaobai naturally had a last resort he could use. Although he would need to pay a terrible price, it would not be as bad as being poisoned to death by the holy trees in poison. If not, whatever he said about restoring the black and white swords to their original states would be empty talk. The little sword spirit gave him a doubtful look and said with a grunt, "This sword spirit has already seen enough of your dumb ways. This pile of scrap, quickly eat them, or this sword spirit cannot be allayed." Shi Xiaobai said with a shake of his head, "This king will absolutely not eat them." The little sword spirit gritted her teeth and said, "If you aren't eating, think of a way to revoke the slave contract." Shi Xiaobai shook his head again and said, "This king has no way of revoking it, but..." The little sword spirit said angrily, "Then eat it quickly." Shi Xiaobai said affirmatively, "No." The little sword spirit glared at him and said, "Are you eating or not?" Shi Xiaobai glared back. "No. Not eating. Absolutely not eating." The two of them glared at each other with staunch viewpoints, but none of them planned on being reasonable with the other. Shi Xiaobai found the glaring lowly in front of him abominable. If not for his hands turning extremely stiff because of the holy trees in poison as if it was frozen in ice, he would have ravaged the tiny face of hers. The little sword spirit seemed to sense the evil thoughts from Shi Xiaobai's eyes. Immediately, she lost in the glaring war as she lowered her head. Shi Xiaobai smiled slightly. He knew that although the little sword spirit was using a selfish attitude, it stemmed from her worry of him doing something foolish. However, he found it slightly overboard for her to fake the act of a cute little lowly in the past. Shi Xiaobai gradually lifted his hand, prepared to attack her by ruffling her hair and tell her that he would not do something rash. Even if he didn't eat the black and white swords, he would absolutely not be poisoned to death. However, at that moment, the little sword spirit that had lowered her head suddenly rushed forward. Her feet landed on the sitting Shi Xiaobai's thighs as her petite body leaned onto Shi Xiaobai's chest. She lifted her fair hands up and suddenly reached for Shi Xiaobai's face. The speed of the little sword spirit was so fast that Shi Xiaobai did not react in time. With a cold grunt, the little sword spirit's hands were already pinching Shi Xiaobai's cheek. With a pull of extreme force, she forced Shi Xiaobai's mouth open. At the same time, the black and white fragments seemed to be attracted off the ground and hurtled straight for Shi Xiaobai's open mouth. "You'll eat even if you refuse to." The little sword spirit's eyes were squinted. Although she was in the shape of a 6-year-old lowly, her expression was overbearing like a mighty queen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518, Can you read more books? Chapter 518, Can you read more books? Translator, Cetalan Editor. The little sword spirit was extremely strong. She pinched Shi Xiaobai's cheeks and pulled it open forcefully while Shi Xiaobai was still reeling in shock. The black and white fragments that were gathered on the ground suddenly flew up into the air like soldiers that had received their orders. They charged into Shi Xiaobai's open mouth and went deep into his throat. Typically, Shi Xiaobai should not have been so easily attacked. However, the little sword spirit had not only been concealing her true personality by acting like a cute lowly, she was also hiding her strength. She was even stronger than Shi Xiaobai in his normal state. Furthermore, Shi Xiaobai was in a weakened state due to the holy tree sin poison, so he could not put up any resistance. Additionally, the sword spirit had planned the attack, so while taking advantage of Shi Xiaobai's shock, the black and white sword fragments had already arranged themselves and flown deep into his throat in a straight line at an astounding speed. In just seconds, there was not a single fragment left on the ground. The power of Tao Tai immediately began to digest the black and white fragments that had entered his throat, turning them to anti-poison. The remnant holy treason poison on Shi Xiaobai's forearms and calves immediately cleansed at a speed visible to the eyes. The sword spirit released her hand and smacked Shi Xiaobai in the chin, forcing him to close his jaw. Her strength was so large that it nearly left Shi Xiaobai's jaw dislocated. Did you need to force this sword spirit to be rough? The little sword spirit grunted coldly and rubbed her hands. Her eyes were narrowed into a slit and her expression was overbearing. She didn't look naive or cute like what her 6-year-old body demanded of her. Shi Xiaobai widened his eyes in disbelief. His expression changed drastically as he opened his mouth and tried to cough dryly. You! Shi Xiaobai genuflected on the ground, lowered his torso and tried his best to vomit, hoping to vomit the black and white fragments from his stomach. However, nothing came out of his gullet. He even reached his fingers deep into this mouth and tried to lodge his throat. His voice tore as he seemed to attempt to vomit his organs out, but all that came out was saliva. A waste of effort. The little sword spirit looked up slightly and glanced at Shi Xiaobai from the side. When she saw him vomit a pool of saliva, she frowned slightly and looked at him scornfully. Shi Xiaobai did not seem aware of it as he continued vomiting, but the power of Tao Tai had transformed his stomach. It was like a net that bound all the food that was swallowed. Even a drop of water wasn't spared, not to mention the black and white fragments. Drip! 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 Shi Xiaobai kept digging at his throat with his mouth opened wide. Only saliva dripped to the ground, making him look like a starving beast that had seen its prey. Drip! Suddenly, another kind of liquid rolled down the corner of his mouth and mixed with the saliva. It dripped to the ground and produced a splash that created ripples. The little sword spirit's expression changed slightly as she grunted coldly and said, "A man does not shed tears easily. What are you crying about?" Shi Xiaobai was in a prostrated position, so his expression could not be seen. However, the burning tears were streaming from his eyes, forming large beads that fell to the ground. Shi Xiaobai was tearing, but there was no sound of his crying, only the heart-wrenching sound of dry vomiting. The little sword spirit frowned and with an ugly expression, she said, "You don't cry in extreme pain. You don't cry when poisoned. You don't cry when facing a fatal situation, but now, you are crying for 2 junk swords. How dumb are you?" Shi Xiaobai stopped his dry vomiting after a long time. He said in a hoarse voice, "This king is too weak after all." Shi Xiaobai had his head lowered. He did not retort her, nor did he blame or reprimand her. Instead, his arms were limp and his head was lowered like an old withered tree. He was muttering to himself. If this king were stronger, just by a tiny bit. If this king can split apart the 9 revolutions transcendental tower with one strike, or punch the transcendent king's remnant soul into smithereens, or cleanse the holy treason poison with a thought. If, it's just an if after all. This king is too weak. Too weak. Too weak. Because this king is too weak, nothing could be protected. Because this king is too weak, this king isn't able to create an outcome where nothing is sacrificed. Because this king is too weak, these 2 swords could not even be saved. No, that's not right. It's this king's weakness that had caused their deaths. Shi Xiaobai clenched his fists as he blamed himself. He once again felt the importance of strength. Callie had once asked him, "Youth, do you desire power?" Back then, he did not deliberate on the question. He only felt that if strength could protect whatever he wanted to protect, then it would be something he desired. But in fact, he was only deliberately avoiding a more cruel and real answer. Without strength, he could not protect anything. He desired strength after all. And at that moment, this desire was immensely strong. you can still redeemable for being able to realize that you are too weak. The little sword spirit was not sparing with her words. She stared at Shi Xiaobai with squinted eyes for a few seconds before suddenly saying coldly, "But your foolishness is beyond redemption. Who told you that the two junk swords are dead?" What? Shi Xiaobai lifted his head in surprise and saw the little sword spirit open her hands. There were two pearl-sized crystalline blobs of light in her fair palms. One on the left and one on the right. They were black and white and they were still emitting a weak sword hum. The little sword spirit frowned and said, "These two junk swords have pretty good luck for them to have formed a sword spirit neonate. Although the sword is destroyed, the neonate still remains. This sword spirit has given them a bit of core chi to preserve their sentience. In the future, they just needed to be imbued into a sword to be restored. Aren't you ashamed of crying so badly?" The little sword spirit raised her head and scoffed as she moved her hands toward Shi Xiaobai. "Take it." Shi Xiaobai took over the black and white light blobs in a daze. Clear sword hums were immediately issued. There was an uplifted feeling coming from the weak blobs of light as the black and white blobs of light vibrated gently in Shi Xiaobai's palms. Shi Xiaobai's slightly red eyes gradually lit up. The black and white swords were still alive. Shi Xiaobai was left dumbfounded from the sudden change of tragedy to joy. "What this?" The little sword spirit's arms were crossed as she said with a glare, as this sword spirit said, "It's only junk metal. Yet you refused to eat it. You had to force the sword spirit to be rough. You even created a pool of saliva, tears, and snot. How dirty is that?" Shi Xiaobai's face turned red as he mumbled, "Why couldn't you explain it earlier?" "Humph. This sword spirit was completely infuriated by you." The little sword spirit pointed at Shi Xiaobai and reprimanded him, "It's alright not having some general knowledge, but to have a person who lacks it so much be this sword spirit's master. Do you know how much dread this sword spirit feels on a daily basis? A sword can be destroyed but the sentience cannot be destroyed. You lack even such general knowledge. How can you not be ashamed to say that you are a practitioner of swords? If not for this sword spirit, you will not only cause the death of the two junk swords sword spirit neonates, but you will also pay a terrible price for a pile of junk metal that isn't worth anything. How dumb are you? How can this sword spirit not be infuriated seeing this?" Shi Xiaobai gave an embarrassed smile. He could not deny that what the little sword spirit had said was very reasonable. He had nothing to offer in response. The little sword spirit clearly had a lot of grievances as she continued her barrage. "You are still young, so it's fine if you are weak. Although this sword spirit hopes that you can reach the psionic imperial realm as soon as possible so that you can allow this sword spirit to recover her core chi quickly, but this sword spirit will not do things like helping shoots grow by pulling them upward. So you just need to become stronger at your present pace. But can you develop your mind a bit more? Can you learn a bit more general knowledge and read more books? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 519, Congratulations Darling. Chapter 519, Congratulations Darling. Translator, Cetalan Editor. Shi Xiaobai gave the little sword spirit a thoughtful look. He knew that she had said those words to counsel him. She was afraid that his remorse of feeling weak and his thirst for strength would be distorted into a mental demon that would plague him. Although the little lowly had revealed her true personality, which was forceful, overbearing, and unkindly, whatever she said was for his own good. Good advice was typically harsh on the ears, but every word was worth their weight in gold. However, the thing about reading more books. Shi Xiaobai wavered slightly, but it was not an intense feeling. His mind was raging with the thoughts, cultivate, and more hard work cultivating. All this while, he had been using cogitation to replace his sleep, and he had undergone several battles, increasing his strength without him knowing it. However, he had always been passive in his cultivation. He had never systematically understood the psionic cultivation system. He had determined the pros and cons of everything with the king's intuition and found weakness through his true heretic king eyes. He knew very little about cultivation methods, making him completely unsure of ways to increase his strength for less effort. Furthermore, he did not even know what his strength was in the human world. Shi Xiaobai realized that there were too many things he did not know. He was determined to put in more effort and diligence once he left the land of trials. As for reading more books, he'll try his best. Shi Xiaobai looked down at the black and white blobs of light in his palms. The joy of regaining something he had lost rose up in his heart. The corners of his mouth could not help but suffuse a smile. He looked up at the little sword spirit and asked, "How can they be revived?" The little sword spirit rolled her eyes and gave an expression that people without general knowledge was terrifying. She said in a solemn voice, "Gather the materials needed to cast a sword. Find a sword casting master. During the sword casting, inject the sword spirit neonates into them and complete this spirit endowment. Remember to get a good sword casting master and try to get better materials. The 2 junk swords can't even be ranked as a divine weapon. To think they aren't embarrassed calling themselves Holy Radiance and Darkness Holy Sword? At least cast them into sword bodies that are on the level of being holy or do not take on such names. You might be shameless, but this sword spirit will feel embarrassed for you, The little lowly in front of Shi Xiaobai was the sword spirit of Lucifer's sword. Furthermore, Lucifer's sword was the Hero King's sword. The level and grade it was ranked among the top of all weapons in history. It was reasonable for her to despise the black and white swords and call them junk swords. From her point of view, the so-called holy swords were far from reaching the grade of holy. They were not worthy of the names Radiance and Darkness. Shi Xiaobai did not retort, nor did he plan on retorting. He only said with a serious nod, "This king will prepare them the best materials and find the most excellent sword-casting master." Shi Xiaobai carefully kept the black and white blobs of light into his palm. On the day the broken swords were recast, he was confident that they would live up to the names Radiance and Darkness. The little sword spirit sked and glanced at Shi Xiaobai. She said nonchalantly, "How's the poison?" She stole a glance at Shi Xiaobai before turning her head away, as though her proud expression said this sword spirit is just asking in passing. This sword spirit doesn't really care. "It's fine," replied Shi Xiaobai softly. The black and white swords had become the final life-saving straws. He had been cleansed of the remaining holy treason poison and he was now fine. Speaking of which, if not for his poison-resistant body, massage technique of God, and power of Tao Tai, there was no way of him surviving the holy treason poison. And what he needed to thank was the little white dog that had vomited out all of its treasures, the black and white sword that shattered themselves without consideration for anything, as well as the overbearing little sword spirit in front of him. If not for them, it would be very difficult for him to survive the calamity despite having 3 of the absolute choice's rewards. Shi Xiaobai was filled with gratitude as he gently ruffled the little white dog which was lying on his shoulder. He turned to look at the little sword spirit and said gently, "Thank you." The little sword spirit's fair face blushed slightly before the tint vanished. Tipping her head up, she grunted, "Humph, this sword spirit did not do it for you. It would have been very problematic if you were to die or be disabled. Remember, never do anything silly in the future. This sword spirit is only a spirit. It expends a great deal of core chi to take on a physical embodiment. Don't you think of getting this sword spirit to save you when you seek death yourself. Every move this sword spirit takes expends 100 years of accumulated core chi. This sword spirit would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. This sword spirit will absolutely not lend a helping hand." Humph. Shi Xiaobai faltered momentarily. Although he did not know what core chi the little sword spirit spoke of, he could sense that she thought very highly of core chi. She was stingy with it like it was a treasure she hoarded, yet she had expended her core chi to preserve the black and white sword spirit neonates. She had also expanded her core chi to take on a physical embodiment to teach him a ruthless lesson. "Thank you." Shi Xiaobai thanked her once again, but it was even more sincere and mushy. This sword spirit has already said it was for herself. The little sword spirit glared with her arms akimbo. Her nose bridge was slightly scrunched up, making her look very cute and adorable. The little sword spirit raised her head haughtily and was just about to denigrate Shi Xiaobai when her expression changed suddenly. She said, "That irritating woman is about to come on up. This sword spirit will be returning. Remember, don't do anything silly." The little sword spirit pointed at Shi Xiaobai and glared at him. Suddenly, she turned into a blob of golden light and with a whoosh, she flew into the golden pattern on the back of Shi Xiaobai's right hand. Shi Xiaobai faltered for a moment. Irritating woman? At that moment, in the snow-white desolate plains, an enchanting figure dressed in a colorful gown suddenly appeared. Her beauty was one that could topple nations and her figure could be said to be excellent. She produced lotuses with every step as she walked over. Who else could she be but the Infernal Queen? Shi Xiaobai looked at her coldly. The Infernal Queen had a coquettish smile on her lips, as though she was not aware that she had forcefully pushed Shi Xiaobai to the 9th level and had nearly killed him. Shi Xiaobai could not help but sneer. He was interested to see what other tricks she was up to. However, his expression changed, for he never expected the first few words that, other than still shamelessly calling him darling in an intimate manner, the Infernal Queen had something that caught him by surprise as she walked over. The Infernal Queen seemed radiant, as though she was immersing herself in a joyous occasion. She beamed as she said, "Congratulations, darling, for becoming the King of Transcendence." Shi Xiaobai was appalled as his expression changed. "What joke is that?" The Infernal Queen grinned and said, "How can I be joking with darling? Darling is now the only transcendent king in the past 15,000 years. Shi Xiaobai regained his calm as his gaze turned slightly cold. He questioned coldly, "This king has rejected the Transcendent King's heritage and has resisted the Holy Trees and Poison's backlash. You are probably disappointed that this king has neither turned into the Transcendent King nor died, aren't you? But why are you trying to deceive this king with such an incompetent lie?" The Infernal Queen chuckled and said, "It seems like darling will never believe in me again. However, I am not lying. If darling doesn't believe, he can check his chest for a tiny green nut." Shi Xiaobai frowned when he heard those words. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled his clothes open and looked down at his chest. He had never looked too carefully, but now, on careful observation, he realized that in the middle of his creamy white chest, there was a tiny green dot that resembled a mole. It was light green in color, nearly white. However, it still stood out in contrast with the white skin surrounding it. There was really a tiny green dot? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 520, Freedom or Annihilation. Chapter 520, Freedom or Annihilation. Translator, Cetalan Editor. The Infernal Queen said with a chuckle, "Darling, use your heart to sense the existence of the green dot and a green mountain will appear in your mind. Darling can attempt pushing the green mountain." Shi Xiaobai was alarmed. He knew that he could not allow her to lead him by the nose. However, he could not ignore the sudden appearance of the tiny green nut. After a moment of hesitation, he took a deep breath. He wanted to know what nefarious scheme the Infernal Queen was up to. Shi Xiaobai closed his thought in cogitation as he sensed the existence of the green dot with his mind. Indeed, as she had mentioned, he saw a mountain rise up from the ground. It was a green mountain that pierced through the clouds. How was he to push a mountain? Shi Xiaobai was somewhat puzzled, but as he instinctively pushed the bottom of the green mountain, it slowly began moving. It was simple to push it, but what unfolded in his mind was the shaking of the earth as the mountain moved. It gave Shi Xiaobai a fright. At that moment, the Infernal Queen suddenly said, "Darling, open your eyes and look at yourself." Shi Xiaobai opened his eyes and raised his arms. Immediately, he was dumbfounded. He saw that his not very muscular fair arms had turned green. His entire arm had thickened and muscles were bulging around his arm. There were veins that seemed to run through them like dragons as though they were rushing with power. Shi Xiaobai hurriedly looked elsewhere and discovered that every part of his body had turned green. He was suddenly a lot taller and his entire body had turned burly. His arms and legs were thick and he was covered in muscles. His pectoral muscles bulged out and they seemed to possess tremendous amounts of strength. Shi Xiaobai acutely sensed that his physical qualities had clearly been enhanced. With the power of Tao Tai, he had managed to clash with King Leonis with his powerful physique. However, with his present physical toughness, King Leonis was probably not his match. What the hell was going on? The Infernal Queen said in a timely fashion, "This is the Transcendental 9 Transformation's third transformation. I never expected Darling to be able to use the third transformation after having just fused with the Transcendence bloodline. You truly have astounding talent." Shi Xiaobai frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Why did this happen? Didn't the Transcendent King's heritage power clearly self-destruct?" Shi Xiaobai had innately sensed that the Infernal Queen was not lying. Having used the Transcendental Third Transformation, his mind had very quickly been infused with the relevant information of the Transcendental 9 Transformations. It was like a memory or heritage. Using the knowledge of the heritage, he removed the Transcendental 9 Transformations and immediately, he was restored to his original state. Shi Xiaobai drew a gasp of cold air. He had indeed gained control of the Transcendental 9 Transformations that was unique to the Transcendence in a baffling manner. However, he was still of human form. He did not become a green-skinned dwarf. What was going on? Shi Xiaobai asked, "Why is this king able to use the Transcendental 9 Transformations?" The Infernal Queen did not directly answer him as she said, "The Transcendence Holy Tree's heritage power had been split into hundreds of thousands of portions. They were bestowed on the Dia clan, giving rise to the Transcendents, Infernals, and Celestials. The so-called Transcendent King's heritage is after all just one portion of the many portions of the Transcendence Holy Tree's power. It's just that his heritage power is greater in quantity than other ordinary Transcendents." The Infernal Queen wiped away her coquettish smile and said seriously, "Darling had rejected the Transcendent King's heritage and suffered a backlash of the heritage power, causing the Holy Tree Sin Poison to erupt. But in fact, the Holy Tree Sin Poison is the cause of the illness that plagued the Infernals and Celestials. Back then the Daians had left the confines of the Transcendence Holy Tree. The Holy Tree Sin Poison could no longer be repressed, which resulted in a mutation. As for the heritage power's backlash, it is more direct and complete. Darling was likely to have been poisoned to death, but there was a tiny possibility of a mutation. After Darling was poisoned, his body had turned black. That was what was happening. It's just that Darling's mutation was closer to that of the mutation of the Infernals. Typically speaking, Darling's rejection of the Transcendent King's heritage only had two outcomes: death or mutation into an Infernal. But Darling ended up cleansing the Holy Tree Sin Poison. Shi Xiaobai asked with a frown, "So what if it's cleansed?" The Infernal Queen said with a chuckle, "Darling was able to cleanse the poison of the Holy Tree Sin Poison, but he was not able to cleanse the heritage of the Transcendence Holy Tree. Darling had only managed to cleanse the mutation determinant of the Transcendence Holy Tree's heritage." Oh, even the Transcendent King's heritage power was cleansed, so Darling's strength has not been enhanced qualitatively. Darling has effectively cleared all the negative side effects of the Transcendence heritage and inherited the purest Transcendence bloodline. Shi Xiaobai took a deep breath and said with raised brows, "Since this king has inherited the Transcendent bloodline, why is this king still in human form? Aren't the flaws in your lie too obvious?" The Infernal Queen chuckled to herself and said, "It's only normal that Darling does not believe me. However, the Transcendental 9 Transformations has already explained everything. As for why Darling did not become a Transcendent, that's simple. I had just mentioned that Darling has cleansed the Holy Tree Sin Poison and as a result, Darling has removed all the negative side effects of the Transcendence heritage. Darling has inherited the purest of the Transcendence bloodline. Note, it's the Transcendence bloodline and not the Transcendent bloodline. Shi Xiaobai frowned and asked, "What's the difference?" The Infernal Queen covered her mouth and said with a laugh, "The difference is huge. The Transcendence bloodline is the heritage bloodline of the Transcendence Holy Tree. As for the Transcendent bloodline, it is only one of the types of the Transcendence bloodline. Due to the mutation determinant of the Transcendence bloodline, it resulted in the mutation of Transcendence, Celestials, and Infernals. However, when a pure Transcendence bloodline is cleansed of the mutation determinant, the three bloodlines that lurk within would come to a balance and merge into one. Therefore, I had congratulated Darling in becoming the King of Transcendence. The King of Transcendence is not some transcendent king. Instead of saying it has been 15,000 years, it's better to say that Darling is the only person with the purest Transcendence bloodline since the appearance of the Transcendence Holy Tree. The Infernal Queen has praised the pure Transcendence bloodline to the skies, but Shi Xiaobai could not believe her one bit, for he knew that the Infernal Queen was a pathological liar. There was definitely something that she was hiding or fabricating. However, this did not affect Shi Xiaobai's intention of trying to make her talk to gain some clues. After all, there was information of value hidden in lies. Shi Xiaobai asked once again, "Since this king has inherited the Transcendence bloodline and is not a transcendent, infernal or celestial, and this king has managed to preserve his human bloodline, then, what is this king presently?" The Infernal Queen gave a coquettish smile and said two words lightly, "Bastard mixed blood." If not for the context, the two words were considered a slur. Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly. "Bastard mixed blood?" The Infernal Queen responded, "Darling now has 4 bloodlines of human, transcendent, infernal, and celestial simultaneously. The 3 other bloodlines other than your human bloodline form the Transcendence bloodline as a whole, but they are now in a stable fused state, so Darling looks human on the surface, but in fact, Darling has more than half his bloodline being of the Transcendence bloodline. Darling can use the Transcendental 9 transformations as evidence to allude to this fact. In fact, Darling hasn't fully grown in strength yet. In the future, when Darling becomes even stronger, even the devil transformation that all ruling infernal kings have, as well as the divine god descent that all ruling celestial kings have, can be used. What a bastard! Didn't that mean he had gained every benefit and been bestowed by all sorts of divine providence? Shi Xiaobai's mind was filled with doubts. He did not dare believe the Infernal Queen's words. He was certain that she was hiding something, because the Transcendence bloodline was definitely not such a simple matter. Everything could not be as perfect as the Infernal Queen insinuated. However, Shi Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief that he still looked human on the surface. At least, he did not need to be a green-skinned dwarf to be able to use the mysterious power of the Transcendental 9 transformations. Shi Xiaobai was still slightly happy over it. Shi Xiaobai looked up and glanced at the Infernal Queen and suddenly thought of something. He said with a frown, "Did you guess this from the beginning?" With that said, Shi Xiaobai had already discounted the possibility himself. If not for his poison resistance, massage technique of God, and power of Tao Tai, together with the help of the little white dog, black and white swords, and the little sword spirit, it was absolutely impossible for him to cleanse himself of the holy treason poison. And this secret was related to the absolute choice. It was impossible for the Infernal Queen to know of it. Indeed, the Infernal Queen had shaken her head and said, "How could I have guessed that Darling was able to cleanse the holy treason poison completely? This is something that none of the 3 historically strongest kings could do. However, I know that Darling would definitely not die even if he rejected the Transcendent King's heritage." Shi Xiaobai pricked his brows up and asked, "Why?" The Infernal Queen looked at Shi Xiaobai with a deeply thoughtful look and said with a chuckle, "A secret. It's because a goddess with divine powers was silently and submissively watching and protecting you. How could she watch you die without doing a thing?" The Infernal Queen looked up at the azure blue sky and seemed to see the purple-haired girl's azure blue eye. The infernal queen sighed as her coquettish expression suddenly turned stern. It was as though she turned from a coquettish woman to a pure and innocent virgin. She looked at Shi Xiaobai and said softly, "In this land of trials, there was never a rule that could limit me. It can also be said that I am the rules. Shi Xiaobai, I have lied to you not only once. If you have the time, you can guess how many times I have lied to you. It will probably be quite an interesting exercise. After today's farewell, we might not meet again. Although I hate you greatly because of particular reasons, I was very happy during the 10 days of playing chess with you." The infernal queen's sudden change left Shi Xiaobai surprised. However, he quickly realized that the solemn and respectful infernal queen in front of him could be her true personality. Shi Xiaobai sighed and asked, "Why did you keep targeting this king? And why do you hate this king?" The infernal queen gave a slight smile as she pointed her fingers to her sky. Her expression was that of loneliness, but her eyes looked firm. "For freedom, dot." With that said, a golden beam of light suddenly fell from the skies and enveloped Shi Xiaobai. "Goodbye." The infernal queen turned and no longer looked at Shi Xiaobai, who left with the golden light. She faced the endless snow-white plains and the boundless azure-blue sky. In an instant, Shi Xiaobai had left the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. A blob of light and a swath of darkness bloomed beside the infernal queen the moment Shi Xiaobai left. Freedom or annihilation? The infernal queen looked to the left and right, with each side being burning hot light or the icy cold darkness. She said with a wry smile, "Can I choose myself? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 521, 6 Mistakes. Chapter 521, 6 Mistakes. Translator, Cetalon Editor. It was rather interesting chatting with you. In the snow-white desolate plains, light and darkness bloomed. A black Gothic-style dress suddenly appeared. It was unknown if the purple-haired beauty came from the light or the darkness. The infernal queen chuckled and said, "I also found it interesting." Their so-called chat was divided into 2 parts. The first part was to expose the conspiracy, while the second part was a discussion on chastity. They were mostly at odds with each other, but it was a rather interesting matter to the two of them. It was none other than the fact that arguments and debates were things that only people on the same level or similar levels could do. Be it Callie or the infernal queen, there was just too few people like that. It was so few that they were accustomed to loneliness. The infernal queen was especially like so. Ever since she gained sentience, it could be said that the world she was in contact with was huge. There were 9 levels, but it could be as small as one could describe. It was only a tiny piece of land, a bunch of dead objects. Every month, there would be living people coming, a batch of rookies at the psionic mortal realm. Although there was no lack of geniuses, as an amalgamation of programs, she definitely had knowledge of the transcendental world's history. The geniuses she knew of the 3 races of the transcendental world were much more monstrous. After being accustomed to seeing billionaires, she naturally wouldn't be amazed by a few millionaires. Over the millennia, there was no lack of experts at the psionic imperial realm that attempted to break the spatial walls of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower to see what secrets lay hidden in the 8th and 9th levels. However, those that could truly penetrate the spatial storms and enter the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower without her being capable of ousting only numbered 2. One of them was a figure from millennia ago, while the other was Callie. The former had only entered to retrieve an item he had left behind in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower in his youth before hurriedly leaving. As for the latter, she had refused to leave unabashedly because of a boy. The infernal queen had used this point despite being full of fear and respect for Callie. Even though she did not mind or was even very willing to become friends with Callie. However, you made 6 mistakes. Callie sighed as the look in her eye revealed a wistful look. The infernal queen let out an unperturbed smile. "Only 6? Did I overcount or did you make a mistake?" Callie shook her head. I only counted the unforgivable mistakes. As for you, you did a total of 6 of them. The Infernal Queen pricked her brows up. Unforgivable mistakes? Can you tell me which are the 6? Callie hesitated for a moment before speaking. First, you used the god-slaughtering formation on Xiaobai, forcing him to use the power of corruption, evil seed of fury. The Infernal Queen said with a nod, I had indeed gone overboard on this matter. I have nothing to say about it. Then, what's the second one? Callie glanced at the Infernal Queen with a deadpan expression and said, Second, you used the forbidden authority of forceful expulsion on Donli, causing Xiaobai to nearly undergo a second corruption. Donli? The Infernal Queen frowned slightly. I have some impression of this name. It seems like it's the name of that hero king from 3,000 years ago? What has this got to do with Shi Xiaobai? And when did I use the forceful expulsion on Donli? Callie puckered her lips and said, that happened before the world lines changed. It's understandable that you do not remember it. However, not remembering it doesn't mean that it never happened. It was not simple for the time tree to expend its energy to make 2 different times on the same world line cross. Yet, you had destroyed it. The effects of this mistake far exceed your imagination. The Infernal Queen's expression changed slightly. Legends say that the world, time, and fate holy trees were destroyed by the original sin of calamity 10,000 years ago, and they had only left behind their heritage. According to what you are saying, I have unknowingly foiled the things the Inheritor of Time wanted to do? Callie hesitated for a moment before she said with a nod, not exactly correct, but you can understand it that way. The Infernal Queen chuckled. The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower was created by the Transcendence, so I can barely be considered a member of the Transcendence. To unknowingly foil the plans of the Inheritor of Time means it is heaven's will. It's my good luck. Callie said with a deep voice, but to me, it is unforgivable. The Infernal Queen wiped the smile off her face and said, all right, what about the third? Callie sighed and said, Third, on the matter of speechlessly, even if you couldn't tell the truth, you should know that it had nothing to do with Xiaobai. However, you exposed the matter and even deliberately made Xiaobai think that he had accidentally killed speechlessly himself. The Infernal Queen chuckled to herself and said, I just didn't want the blame to be pushed to Darling and for him to still be left in the dark. Callie narrowed her eyes slightly. You only wanted to watch a good show. The Infernal Queen blinked. I don't even know if I have the chance to watch it. After all, freedom or annihilation is a choice that belongs to you. I have no right at making the choice. Callie fell silent for a moment before suddenly saying, Fourth, you twisted the historical truth. Although Xiaobai might not have believed you, you had distorted the facts, changing the history of the Transcendental Era and the Human Era. It makes me who knows the truth extremely angry. The Infernal Queen grinned and said, Who can clearly state what's the truth in history? Based on the different opinions of historians, the same history can have countless forms of explanations. I only narrated the history as depicted by the Transcendence. If it's very different from the truth, it's not my fault but the fault of the historian. You are resorting to sophistry. Callie continued with a sneer. What you are talking about is clearly not history but a masturbatory novel written by a transcendent racist. The Infernal Queen blinked and said with a pitiful look, I'm innocent. Callie shook her head and did not pursue the matter. Instead, she squinted her eye and said, Fifth, you told Xiaobai a lie filled with malicious intentions at the end. It is impossible for human and transcendence bloodlines to coexist. There is only replacement and submission. The Infernal Queen lamented, I'm innocent. I only spoke of things I think is the truth. How can you call it a lie? Indeed, there only exists the 2 possibilities of replacement and submission, but the Transcendence heritage had failed. There is no chance of the Transcendence bloodline replacing the human bloodline. According to what I know, the Transcendence bloodline is superior to human bloodlines. It is impossible for it to submit to human bloodlines. Therefore, neither replacement or submission was possible. However, Darling had managed to maintain his human bloodline and merge the Transcendence bloodline. Other than coexistence, there is no other possibility. I only spoke of the guess in my heart. A sneer suffused on Callie's lips. Why is there a need to feign dumbness? I truly did not lie because I couldn't think of any other possibility. As the Infernal Queen said that, she suddenly exclaimed as though she was suddenly enlightened. She said loudly, "Ah, right. There's another possibility. How could it take me so long to think of it? If Darling's bloodline isn't of human stock but he has a bloodline that is superior to the Transcendence bloodline, then it's possible for it to be submission, but..." Callie watched the Infernal Queen's clumsy performance in a deadpan manner. She said coldly, "Although you had committed 6 unforgivable mistakes, you have betrayed the Transcendence by giving Xiaobai the Transcendence Holy Tree's heritage as a way of redeeming yourself, so I had not taken action. Instead, I gave you a chance to defend yourself. But it seems like there's no need for that." The Infernal Queen's expression changed slightly as she smiled dryly. "It's not that I do not want to be honest, but there are things I do not dare say aloud. I have indeed noticed that Darling isn't any ordinary person and that he might not be of human stock. That's because the human bloodline cannot withstand the Transcendent King's heritage so easily. According to some information, I had also roughly guessed of Darling's true identity. However, I did not dare say it aloud, so I can only feign dumbness." Callie pricked her brows up and asked, "Why not?" The Infernal Queen said with a laugh, "I'm afraid you would be angry after I said it out." Callie squinted her eye. "Feigning dumbness and acting is more infuriating." The Infernal Queen lowered her head slightly. "Then, shall I speak without any reservations?" Callie nodded. "Go ahead." A cunning smile flashed in the Infernal Queen's eyes as she suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes were bright like the stars as she asked in a soft voice, "Is Shi Xiaobai the reincarnator of the original sin of calamity or the inheritor of the fate tree, but..." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522, The Infernal Queen had long seen through everything. Chapter 522, The Infernal Queen had long seen through everything. Translator, Citalan Editor. Is Shi Xiaobai the reincarnator of the original sin of calamity or the inheritor of the fate tree? The Infernal Queen was bent on delivering shocking words. Her sudden oral delivery was like the exchange of blows among experts. It began with delicate probing before a killer move was suddenly used. It was like the burst of one's full internal energy as one was going for broke. Callie's pupil constricted slightly. Her composed expression revealed a slight change. However, she quickly calmed down. She knew that the Infernal Queen knew a lot, but she never expected to hear the 2 names from her mouth. The reincarnator of the original sin of calamity. The inheritor of the fate tree. The former was a mighty demonic king that could annihilate the world, while the latter was one of the 3 holy trees that shouldered the responsibility, just like Callie, to protect the world. It was definitely not a blind guess for the Infernal Queen to be able to link a boy at the psionic mortal realm with these 2 crucial figures. These figures could influence the world in a great, distinct manner. The Infernal Queen said with a chuckle, "The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is a land of trials, but it is also an information cocoon." The Transcendents had planned on opening the land of trials to various species so as to gather information. Through the information cocoon, every word of a trial taker who enters the land of trials will be recorded. Although I'm imprisoned in this boring prison, I was able to learn of things regarding the outside world from the human trial takers. It naturally includes the apocalyptic calamity that trouble humans the most. However, there is no general consensus regarding the original sin of calamity and the 7 deadly sins, and there are many theories. I have never figured out which is the true version, but if I didn't guess wrong, that tiny blacklit person is the legendary Gluttony, right? Callie puckered her lips slightly, but her expression did not change. She did not give a response. The infernal queen continued her monologue. Actually, this judgment was based on a word that appeared in your conversation with the tiny blacklit person, greed. 3,000 years ago, the thousand-eyed demon sovereign had fled with grievous injuries into the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. I had planned on chasing it out, but it produced a treasure that I could not reject. Furthermore, it was willing to replace the old and weakened third-level lord. Hence, it signed a perpetual slave contract with the trial's laws. Therefore, I allowed it to stay behind. But now, on careful thought, the appearance of the thousand-eyed demon sovereign happened just as the third apocalypse happened. Furthermore, it has a greedy personality, and together with you and the tiny blacklit person calling it greed, I made a bold assumption that the thousand-eyed demon sovereign is one of the 7 deadly sins, greed. The infernal queen seemed intent on proving her guesses, though hard evidence. Hence, she said it very meticulously and patiently. As for Callie, she was also listening patiently. She did not interrupt her midway. She only had a deadpan expression and looked at the infernal queen calmly. She did not comment on the infernal queen's deductions, nor did she stop her from continuing her analysis. The infernal queen naturally wouldn't stop there, as she continued. If the thousand-eyed demon sovereign is greed, then in addition to the mentioning of sire and how greed had been accused of betraying the sire by recognizing a human as master, it can be determined that the thousand-eyed demon sovereign is also one of the 7 deadly sins. Furthermore, the tiny blacklit person had devoured an entire ocean on the 6th level. Such a characteristic is overly prominent, so its identity is obvious. Without a doubt, it can only be gluttony. Callie sighed inwardly. The infernal queen was correct up to that point, and there was no problem in her logic or inference. As for the information the infernal queen had, it came from her exchange with the tiny blacklit person at the 7th level. Back then, she was completely focused on Shi Xiaobai, and she had forgotten to shield herself from the infernal queen's ears. The reason why the infernal queen had managed to guess so much was due to her negligence. As though she had sensed the minute changes in Callie's gaze, the infernal queen's eyes brightened. She continued softly, the tiny blacklit person is gluttony, and on the surface, it appeared as though it had detected greed's aura and infiltrated the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. However, that doesn't make sense, because there is a need to seal one's realm to the psionic mortal realm in order to enter, making it an extremely dangerous act. There was no reason for gluttony to take such a huge risk to find greed. It had to be something more urgent which forced it to act in such a manner, for example, discovering the reincarnator of the original sin of calamity. However, contrary to gluttony's expectations, you had chased after it. You probably have a feud with the original sin of calamity, or have the responsibility of killing the original sin, so you did not mind sealing yourself to enter the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. But when you reached the tower, you did not directly kill gluttony. Instead, you sealed it in the sea. I was initially riddled with questions before realizing you entered not in pursuit of gluttony, but you came to stop gluttony. You were stopping it from finding its king. You were preventing gluttony from approaching Darling. I saw through that and thus began to feel suspicious of Darling. Later on, gluttony seemed to be bent on killing greed that it had cursed as a betrayer without considering the consequences. The contempt it showed Darling nearly made me extinguish this suspicion, but after gluttony was killed by you, Darling suddenly had a great increase in appetite. Furthermore, he even began treating rocks as a delicacy. Such a characteristic is identical to gluttony's. With that, the truth is almost out. Why would the thousand-eyed demon sovereign recognize Darling as master? Why would gluttony foolishly infuriate you despite knowing it would die? Why did Darling suddenly have an additional characteristic of gluttony after gluttony died? An answer could explain away all the questions. That's because Darling is the reincarnator of the original sin of calamity. Gluttony could not resist you and was afraid that Darling's identity as the original sin of calamity's reincarnator would be exposed. Hence, it lambasted greed for being a traitor and pretended to show contempt for Darling. Furthermore, it angered you in order to die. All of this was to hide Darling's true identity. Did I say anything wrong? The Infernal Queen had finished her exposition in one breath, nearly without stopping. Callie had maintained silence until she said softly at that moment, contradiction. The Infernal Queen raised her eyebrows and asked, where's the contradiction? Callie calmly said, if your assumption is true, it means that gluttony had sought death in order to conceal the original sin of Calamity's reincarnator's identity. Then why didn't it realize that when it returned its willpower to its sire, its characteristics would appear? Instead, it would expose the original sin of Calamity reincarnator's identity? There is a contradiction here. The Infernal Queen squinted her eyes and said, I initially found it contradictory, but there was no reason for Darling's gluttony characteristic to appear out of thin air. Other than the return of gluttony, there is no other explanation. So, I believe that although it's a very tiny possibility, gluttony might have overlooked this simple level of logic. It was bent on concealing Darling's identity, but it never realized that its death would end up exposing Darling's identity due to the return of the characteristics. I believe that this is the only reasonable explanation. Callie said calmly, this is not the first time a strange ability that appears out of nowhere has appeared on Xiaobai. Although even I am unable to tell how he can suddenly have all of these mysterious abilities, it is not impossible for him to obtain an ability that has the characteristics of gluttony. Therefore, all of this is only a coincidence. A coincidence? The Infernal Queen chuckled and said, if you are willing to believe that gluttony would not make a contradictory error to believe that such a baffling correspondence is a coincidence, then I have nothing to say to that. However, I was, in fact, not 100% certain of my inference. That's because there is indeed a huge contradiction in my inference. Callie pricked her brows up and asked, what's the contradiction? The Infernal Queen looked at Callie thoughtfully and chuckled to herself. From my inference, you should hate the original sin of Calamity, and you have shouldered the responsibility of killing the original sin of Calamity. However, you did not take any action when Darling revealed characteristics of gluttony. You even continued to protect him silently. I find it hard to believe that your love is beyond redemption, with you willing to abandon your vendetta and responsibility. Hence, I found it extremely contradictory. If Darling is really the original sin of Calamity Reincarnator, how do you view him? And why would you continue protecting him up to now? I really couldn't figure it out. Callie maintained silence and did not respond. The Infernal Queen's eyes narrowed as she said, this contradiction made it impossible for me to be certain of my guess. The more I probed the matter, the more suspicious I became. Hence, just a moment ago, I had a second guess regarding Darling's identity. The second guess is that he is the inheritor of the Fate Tree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523, A Series of Operations 0 to 8. Chapter 523, A Series of Operations 0 to 8. Translator, Cetalan Editor. World, Time, and Fate. These three holy trees are divine items and have the powers of the heavens. They are existences on the same level as the Transcendence Holy Tree. The Transcendence Holy Tree's heritage power was split into hundreds of thousands of portions and then bestowed upon the Daya clan. And just this amount of heritage power was sufficient to create the Transcendence, Infernals, and Celestials. Furthermore, it gave the Transcendence the Transcendental 9 transformations, the Infernal King the Devil transformation, and the Celestial King the Divine God descent. Just one in a several hundred thousands of the Holy Tree's heritage power already contains such divine might. As for the World, Time, and Fate Holy Trees, they had only chosen one inheritor after they were destroyed. Their entire heritage power was bestowed onto one person. The amount of heaven-defying power that the inheritor would receive is something I cannot fathom. The Infernal Queen said softly, but just now, you mentioned Donley and said a particular sentence. It was not simple for the time tree to expend its energy to make two different times on the same world line cross. Furthermore, you said that I had forcefully expelled Donley before the world line changed, but I have no memory of that. Legends say that the time tree is the physical manifestation of the laws of time. Clearly, that is the power of the time tree. By crossing time from 3,000 years ago to present day, causing two different times to change at the same time, resulting in the world line to change. Such a fascinating matter can only be accomplished by the similarly fascinating laws of time. And upon careful consideration, Donley from 3,000 years ago is the strongest person in human history, and she was the only person in history to have severely injured the original sin of calamity. She was the king of heroes that had set up a faction which nearly finished the 7 deadly sins. Although she was regretfully defeated and killed by the original sin of calamity, her strength far exceeded that of humans. Therefore, I guess that the hero king, Donley, is the inheritor of the time tree. The Infernal Queen elaborated her analysis and finally came to the conclusion that Donley was the inheritor of time. She had no evidence to her guess, but her logic was sound and reasonable. Callie remained silent. She never expected the Infernal Queen to be so clever that just an accidental reveal of information was sufficient for her to gather all the scattered pieces of information to infer beyond what was available. Furthermore, it did not seem like she had reached her limit. The Infernal Queen's eyes were bright as she looked radiant and gorgeous. She seemed to feel joy from her inference as she continued analyzing. Since the world lines have changed, my memories were changed. However, yours were not affected, and did that allow you to easily determine the powers of the time tree? Furthermore, I was previously extremely suspicious over how you were able to easily repress the 9 revolutions Transcendental Tower's nomological power. Why were you able to move through the spatial barriers so easily, and why the light and darkness you emit prevent me from having any hopes of resistance? An answer could explain all these questions. It's because you are the inheritor of the world tree. The world tree and the time tree's inheritors are at the same level or the same type of existence. Hence, they are not affected by the laws of the world that are above the laws of time. Hence, you are not restricted by space and you can ignore spatial laws. As for the light and darkness, the reason why you are able to make me fear it so much is because they are part of the 4 main branches of the laws of the world, creation and annihilation laws. As the assessment program was created using simple and unskillful creation laws, you who possess annihilation laws can easily annihilate me, resulting in my innate fear. The Infernal Queen inferred to the next stage, and her inference was shockingly accurate. It left Callie momentarily unable to respond. She was indeed the inheritor of the world tree, and she was in control of the 4 laws of the world: creation, annihilation, restoration, and destruction. With a simple thought, she could create all sorts of things and summon meteors to crash from the sky. Annihilating a created object like the Infernal Queen was extremely simple. Callie fell into a prolonged silence before saying, "Your guesses are just hypotheses that aren't convincing at all." But the Infernal Queen's guesses were after all without evidence. It was just a shot in the dark. If any part of it was wrong, everything else would crumble. Darling once said that once an assumption is used, one has to be firm about one's assumption or every step along the way would be difficult. I believe my assumption and inference even if there is a lack of evidence, and how unconvincing it is. The Infernal Queen declared Shi Xiaobai's wise words. She was still rather impressed by the human boy, for he was able to tie so many games of chess with her. Furthermore, he had even won a round of aeroplane chess that was the greatest test of intelligence. His intelligence was redoubtable and his logic was usually very reasonable. Callie did not rebut her and instead nodded in approval. She obviously kept every wise word of Shi Xiaobai to heart. Although it was said by the Infernal Queen, the logic was Shi Xiaobai's, so it was definitely very reasonable. The Infernal Queen's eyes were squinted as she continued the topic by saying, Donley possessed the power of the time tree, so she was able to let time cross and result in the change of world lines. Due to the laws of balance, the changed world line would result in altering the relevant memories of others regarding the time tree inheritor. Hence, I have already forgotten the matter. And you, being the world tree's inheritor, you are in existence on the same level as Donley, so it can be explained if you are unaffected by it. However, why is Darling not affected as well? I remember that back when Darling woke up at the Infernal King chambers, he had inquired about Donley. He had also asked about there being 4 trial takers that had reached the 8th level in the past and about the Hero King. They were strange questions that left me baffled, but I didn't put too much thought on them. Now, on careful thought, it's because Darling had maintained his memories before the change in the world line. You mentioned that Donley was forcefully expelled by me, and because of the crossing in time, what I did at this node in time had interfered with the time node of 3,000 years ago. Donley, who should have reached the 8th level, did not go past the 7th level because of me. The laws of balance had changed the relevant memories in order to maintain the balance of the world line. However, Darling was unaffected. He still remembered the history of the Hero King reaching the 8th level before the change in world lines. Why is Darling not affected? Clearly, he is the same as you. He shares the same level of existence as the inheritor of time. My first guess is that the original sin of calamity reincarnator is likely on the same level as the inheritor of time, or it could even be a higher level of existence. However, there are too many contradictions in such a guess. The original sin of calamity is the murderer of the world tree, and since you are the inheritor of the world tree, you should have an irreconcilable vendetta with the original sin of calamity reincarnator, so how can you become lovers? I find it unbelievable if it's said that you couldn't tell his identity. Hence, I had a second guess: an existence on the same level as the time tree other than you, can only be the fate tree's inheritor, isn't it? And this guess perfectly answers a question in my heart: why have you been watching by the side and not taking any action until the final moment? At least, when Darling was inflicted with the holy tree sin poison, I believed that you would have directly saved him. After all, there was nothing holding you back in any way. However, you remained watching by the side till the end, even though he was experiencing pain, regret, guilt, and to the point of tearing. You never did anything. You once said that you and Darling are 2 trajectories that should never have crossed. If you were to be too tied to him, at the time when you are separated, Darling's fate would be distorted because of you. Therefore, you were satisfied by just watching him from afar. Back then, I believed that your love was great and submissive. But on careful thought, those words you said seemed to have a deeper meaning to them. At least, when Darling was inflicted with the holy tree sin poison, the aforementioned reasons were not sufficient for you to watch by the side. There had to be a deeper reason that forced you to ignore it until you had a reason compelling you to take action. From this reason, along with what you have said, I came to a conclusion: you cannot interfere with Darling's fate because his fate is not an ordinary fate. It's a fate that even the world can only watch from the side. And an existence on the same level as the time tree, and to have a fate that you can only watch from the side, the only thing that fulfills both points is the inheritor of the fate tree. The infernal queen looked gorgeous at that moment as her beaming smile resembled beautiful flowers. The reason why she had constantly embroiled herself with Shi Xiaobai was that she had questions buried deep in her heart. Now, she felt relieved having set out everything. The infernal queen chuckled and said, "If the inheritor of the fate tree is the only guess, then I wouldn't need to suffer such a headache." However, there is no way to explain gluttony's characteristic. Darling also does not seem to have powers that the fate tree should have, so I am unable to discern which of the 2 guesses is the correct one. I'm extremely curious about the answer to the question of Shi Xiaobai being the original sin of calamity reincarnator or the inheritor of the fate tree. I believe you should know the answer. Can you tell me? Callie remained silent for a long while as she hesitated before she said slowly, "I can tell you the answer, but the conversation will come to an end as I will annihilate you directly." Freedom or annihilation was the theme of the conversation, to begin with. The infernal queen had paid the price of betraying the transcendence and had given the transcendental heritage to Shi Xiaobai in order to gain the chance for this conversation. However, she knew too much and she was too curious. There was no reason for Callie to give her the possibility of freedom anymore. Curiosity killed the cat. However, the infernal queen was bent on seeking death as she chuckled. If a man in the morning hears the correct truth, he may die in the evening without regret. I'm willing to exchange my life for the answer. Callie was slightly surprised, for she did not expect the Infernal Queen's choice. Her expression changed several times before she finally sighed and said, "Alright, I'll tell you the answer." The Infernal Queen's eyes lit up like a blazing inferno as she impatiently asked, "Is Shi Xiaobai the original sin of calamity reincarnator or the inheritor of the fate tree?" Callie shook her head and said, "Neither of them." The Infernal Queen widened her eyes in disbelief. Neither of them? Could there be a third possibility? Were all her guesses wrong? No, it's impossible. But there was no reason for Callie to lie to a person that was about to die. What is the truth? The Infernal Queen asked through gritted teeth. What is his actual identity? Callie slowly opened her mouth. Xiaobai's true identity is... If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524, is it thrilling? Is it agonizing? Chapter 524, is it thrilling? Is it agonizing? Translator, Cetalan Editor. Xiaobai's true identity is, the King of Kings. Callie's expression turned solemn as she said in fervent excitement, "Be it the King of Humans, the King of Celestials, the King of Infernals, or the Kings of the Myriad Worlds, all of them have to prostrate before Xiaobai as subjects and loudly proclaim him sire. He created good and evil, ruling over the goodness and evilness of the myriad worlds. Because of his existence, the war between good and evil could come to a pause. As he trampled on the ambitions of the various kings, peace was ushered into the myriad worlds. Xiaobai addresses himself as this king, and from time immemorial to today, no one has the qualification to call themselves king." Callie's voice was filled with certainty and her expression was solemn. Even her fists were clenched tightly as she radiated excitement. She resembled a cute fan chasing an idol, and it was a look as serious as one could have. The Infernal Queen stared agape. She never expected Callie to suddenly act cute, and immediately cursed inwardly. The Infernal Queen was shocked speechless as Callie continued her monologue. "Well, Xiaobai has already taken off his crown and left his throne. He has been reincarnated as a human and has begun from zero. Although Xiaobai is currently weak, I believe that one day, he will return as king and mount the throne once again." Callie suddenly gave a bashful smile as though she had thought of something. She lowered her head slightly and, like a lotus afraid of the cold wind, she said gently, "If it needs more elaboration, Xiaobai also has another identity. That is, he is my, boyfriend." The purple-haired girl's abashed expression did not look like it was feigned. The seriousness and adoration in her eyes looked extremely genuine. The lofty goddess looked like a young girl who adored her boyfriend at that moment. Yet, she did not give any hints that it was an act of deceit. Her gentle-looking gaze and the faint smile on her lips all alluded to her true feelings. The Infernal Queen was left astounded and momentarily believed her. However, she very quickly gave herself a tight slap in her mind. Whoever believes that is a retard. Ignoring the absurd identity of being the King of Kings, it was already hard to accept the 8 Greater syndrome he had. What's more, the sentence sounded familiar. It had an intense feeling of déjà vu, as though those words were said directly from Shi Xiaobai's mouth. Those are lies. They are definitely lies. The Infernal Queen roared inwardly as her expression immediately turned somewhat ugly. She glared at Callie and suddenly snickered. "I understand now. You are just like me, you can't determine if Darling is the original sin of calamity reincarnator or the inheritor of the fate tree. You dread that the answer is the former, so you would rather avoid it and not think about it, placing all your hope on the latter. But why did you bother fabricating such a clumsy lie?" Callie blinked her eyes and said with a chuckle, "Original sin of calamity reincarnator? The inheritor of the fate tree? Compared to Xiaobai's identity as King of Kings, it's nothing worth mentioning. If you insist on appending those 2 identities onto him, it will only be belittling and insulting him. My boyfriend created good and evil. His hand holds on to black and white, while his heart is filled with light as he faces the darkness. The world revolves around him and time reverses because of him. Fate is conquered by him. In a casual joke or speech, the original sin of calamity will be annihilated. The infernal queen rolled her eyes when she heard Callie's reply. Even if beauty lies in the beholder, there was no need for you to brag in such a manner. Just as the infernal queen thought of jeering, she saw Callie suddenly glance at her with an extraordinarily cold gaze. It was a warning look filled with killing intent. The infernal queen's heart chilled as she felt an innate fear. She took a deep breath and said with a stiff expression, as long as you are happy. Darling is the king of kings. I believe it. Callie nodded in satisfaction, but she suddenly narrowed her eye and said, the sixth mistake. The infernal queen was alarmed. Only then did she recall that they were discussing the question of freedom or annihilation. Callie was listing down the 6 unforgivable mistakes she had committed. The first 5 had been mentioned and there was still a 6th mistake. The infernal queen hurriedly pricked up her ears. Callie smiled coldly and said, you kept addressing my boyfriend as darling. That displeases me greatly. The purple-haired girl had a mirthless grin as her eye was cold. She looked like a cold and gorgeous rose with thorns. The infernal queen knew that Callie wasn't joking. The pixie whose strength and stature allowed her to be deemed a goddess did not have the aloof air of a goddess. Instead, she was like an ordinary girl who was easily jealous. It was possible that the first 5 mistakes added up was less unforgivable than the 6th mistake. Since the infernal queen wanted to avoid the misfortune of being annihilated, the 6th mistake was the one that she needed to speak out in defense the most. However, the infernal queen seemed like she was courting death. She gave Callie a coquettish smile and said, I was just accustomed to addressing him in that manner. Furthermore, since darling is the king of kings, for me to call him darling, it's actually me getting off cheap, so what is there against it? Callie raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a sneer, you sure got off cheap in a righteous manner to call a girl's boyfriend darling in front of her? The infernal queen said with a chuckle, isn't it common for a man to have several wives and concubines? What's more, he's the king of kings. Even if he doesn't have a huge harem of 3,000 beauties, he would definitely establish quite a sizable harem. You should be accustomed to it. I was just helping you familiarize yourself with it. Callie sneered. Are you so bent on seeking death? Then why did you betray the Transcendence and give the Transcendent King's heritage, which is the final hope for the revival of the Transcendence, to Xiaobai as reparations? The infernal queen shook her head and said, what I wish for is to be exonerated. Be it annihilation or freedom, either is acceptable. However, I wish more for freedom as compared to annihilation. It can't be any better if you show mercy and spare my life on account of the transcendent heritage. Callie scoffed and said, if you had the mind to seek help, you should have begun acting in a proper manner and treated me as a guest. Wouldn't things be simpler? However, you had not only schemed to harm Xiaobai, you had also constantly attempted to infuriate me. Are you testing my patience, or do you not know that you are treading down the path of seeking death? The infernal queen said with a coquettish smile, neither of them. I only feel that doing so would be very interesting. Callie slightly faltered, interesting? The infernal queen nodded and suddenly said loudly, yes, interesting. Do you know what I hate the most as a program? It's not bugs, much less viruses, but monotony, dullness and cyclic processes that keep repeating. I'm so bored at that. To lead a life that repeats every month while executing the same missions until you and Darling came. You caught my interest, and I began scheming to harm Darling, to see him fall into danger time and time again, while he resolved each and every danger. I constantly probed your bottom line and attempted to infuriate you, but also controlled myself such that you would not be completely incensed. All of this is extremely interesting for me. Callie was astounded. She said in disbelief, so you did all of this all in seek of thrill? Thrill? The infernal queen pricked her brows up and said, this way of putting it seems apter. That's right. I was seeking thrills. The truth was finally revealed. Callie was rendered speechless as she fell silent. The Infernal Queen was a sentience born out of more than 10,000 years of accumulated laws of the assessment program. Her intelligence and emotional qualities were like those of humans. However, her emotional qualities were closer to that of an assessment program. Her concept of death was no different from the ceasing of a program. To her, life and death were not important. Her only goal was to exonerate herself from the monotonous program. And she had experienced new joys while pursuing her goals. It was also what she deemed interesting. In short, everything the Infernal Queen had done on the 7th floor could be explained in one line: she was using her life to seek thrills. Callie could not help but laugh. She shook her head, finding it both absurd and somewhat interesting. At least, compared to grave and grandiose schemes, she preferred such a simple act of seeking death. The Infernal Queen resembled the boy she liked. Callie said in a soft tone, "If I were to use my strength to destroy the nomological power of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, resulting in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's collapse, what is the chance of you surviving?" The Infernal Queen hesitated for a moment and said, 10%. You dared to take the risk with only 10%. You were indeed driven mad from boredom. Callie shook her head helplessly. You committed 6 unforgivable mistakes. I should have annihilated you directly, but you had used the Transcendence Heritage as reparation, so I should technically spare you. Let's do it this way. I'll reduce the chance of you surviving to 1% as a form of punishment. Callie squinted her eye and said with a smile, how about it? Is a 1% chance of survival thrilling? The Infernal Queen did not object. Instead, she said with a chuckle, yes, thrilling. Callie sighed. If you are able to survive the 1% chance, then I'll clean the slate. You will obtain your true freedom. True freedom. The Infernal Queen's eyes fell into a stupor. She lifted her head towards the sky and said gently, actually, back when you told me what chastity was, I was somewhat looking forward to it. If I gain freedom, would I meet a lover that I will be able to dedicate my chastity that I view as important as my life? When Callie heard that, she felt somewhat moved as she gently said, definitely, Dut. Forget it. Let's not change the chance. I'll let her have a go at 10%. If this were the past, she would not have hesitated. But now, she was not the same. A girl in love easily had her heart soften. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525, Shi Xiaobai, I want to bury your children. Chapter 525, Shi Xiaobai, I want to bury your children. Translator, Cetalan Editor. In a vast plain that could hold more than 10,000 people, there were golden lines crisscrossing on the ground which formed a profound golden nexus. This was the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's nexus located in Shanghai. It was also the only entrance and exit from the human world to the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. There was no one within the nexus, but there was a huge crowd of people outside the nexus that encircled it. The people were reporters, members of the public, members of the upper echelons of the various organizations, and a few famous professional heroes. They were of various identities, but they had a common goal: they were waiting for Shi Xiaobai to exit the tower. Students of this era would be given the choice of facing an examination to enter university or join an organization after their high school graduation. However, regardless of what they chose, in the first year of university or in the organization, they would enter a rookie phase that lasted a year. And before the rookie phase ended, 2 things had to be completed. First, at the end of the rookie's first year, they had to enter the Psionic Soul Sanctuary and compete with everyone at the Psionic Mortal Realm from every corner of the world to obtain psionic souls at the perfection of their Psionic Mortal Realm. They would end the long period of foundation laying at the Psionic Mortal Realm and break through to the Psionic Soul Realm. The accumulation of each individual will begin revealing differences in strength. Some would break through to the psionic might realm within a year, while there would be others who would never step past the psionic soul realm. The differences between geniuses and mere mortals were evident. It was also deemed the official beginning of the cruel path of cultivation. Second, hero organizations and universities with sufficient credentials would definitely organize a batch of rookies to participate in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Towers trials. The 9 Revolutions Transcendental World was one of the top 8 lands of trials in the world, and it was considered the milestone of the psionic mortal realm. Everyone could only enter it once in their lives, and their trial results would even be stored. It was considered one of the milestones in their cultivation path. There were even some schools and organizations which would use the results to distinguish the rookies. The treatment given to the rookies after the rookie phase would also begin to deviate from the results. And during this organization faction selection, the trial of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower had been pushed forward. It was a measure of the 1,000 elite rookies from the various organizations. Reaching the 3rd level was a pass. Reaching the 4th level was considered good. Reaching the 5th level was deemed excellent. Reaching the 6th level meant focused fostering of the rookie. Reaching the 7th level meant all the organizations would vie for the rookie. As for the 8th level, that was a miracle only 3 great figures in history had ever accomplished. If anyone could achieve it, it would no longer be as simple as deeming them as a genius or elite, but a monstrous genius that appears once in 3,000 years. People were fervent on such topics. Although geniuses at the psionic mortal realm still needed a long time of growth in order to become a psionic imperial realm hero that could benefit society, it did not stop people from anticipating or paying attention to such astounding rookies. It could be said that if one had the phrase 8th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower on one's accolades, the amount of accumulated popularity would make it much easier to become an idol hero that was the center of attention in the country. If the 8th level was as such, then what about the 9th level? Only 2 words: historical first. No matter what it is, once one attained the phrase historical first, it would not only be a celebration of that era, but it would even be eulogized by future generations. Furthermore, the historical first was a milestone in the psionic mortal realm. Whoever could accomplish a historical first was equivalent to attaining a particular limit of the psionic mortal realm. When people discuss the psionic mortal realm, rookies or trials, they would definitely think of and even mention the redoubtable historical first. Shi Xiaobai was such a historical first. Be it placing him on a pedestal or a form of veneration, the praises for Shi Xiaobai was already expressed beyond words. News of him had reached every corner of China and even internationally. There were people in the world that began discussing the Chinese boy who had created a historical first. The people gathered outside the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower nexus were waiting for the boy to exit. They wanted to witness the birth of the historical first and to see with their own eyes the psionic mortal realm rookie that had reached the top of the searching rankings. They wanted to know how awesome he was, or if he was grown with 3 heads and 6 arms. He had conquered 8 level lords. He had cleared the 9 levels of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. It was unprecedented, with no predecessors that could match him. The commoner fans were discussing fervently as they craned their necks in anticipation. The rookies were squeezed to the front, awaiting the moment to charge forward. The members of the upper echelons were weighing the pros and cons, while famous heroes appeared calm on the surface but were eager to take in a disciple. They were waiting. It was already dusk. The ailing sun was red like blood and the evening wind was slightly chilly. It was no longer as hot as it was at noon, but darkness would soon set in. It was unknown if what they were waiting for would come before the night ended. As it was unprecedented, no one knew how long Shi Xiaobai would spend on the 9th level. It might not even take an hour, or it might take another long 10 days. It was inestimable. People were either engaging in whispers, fervently discussing, or closing their eyes for a nap so as to kill time. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the circular disc in the middle of the nexus as it tore through the clouds. It lit up the evening sky, and like a pebble in the sky, golden light dispersed in every direction. "He's out!" someone exclaimed. "Shi Xiaobai is out." People could vaguely make out a boy's figure through the golden light. Who else was it but Shi Xiaobai? The din immediately came to a halt, as though it was the calm before a storm. The dozens of guards that were protecting the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's nexus drew a gasp simultaneously as their heads broke out in cold sweat. Their bodies began trembling. Wah! A hubbub suddenly resounded like an explosive thunder. It was as though the people who had regained their thoughts had seen a naked beauty. They charged toward the figure in the middle of the nexus. The barriers surrounding the nexus were instantly trampled as thousands of people charged like a frenzied horde. The dozens of guards gritted their teeth as their eyes closed. With a loud roar, they hurriedly squatted down while covering their heads. "Mommy! Anyone will die trying to block this stampede." Shi Xiaobai had stayed inside the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower for about 20 days. It was an exciting period that could be written into a novel. He had tiptoed about life and death a few times, and although he faced tribulations, he had overcome them one after another. The transformation in strength made him completely different from before. Now, with him returning to the human world, he was dumbfounded from the furor in front of him before he could have wistful thoughts how he had been cut off from the outside world. The inundating cheers and sound of footsteps surged like a tsunami through the human crowd. They were charging right at him from every direction. If not for the people charging at him looking like ordinary humans, Shi Xiaobai would have believed that he had returned to the array world. There was no other reason; they were as crazy as the monsters that filled the lands. However, even if they were human, Shi Xiaobai still felt his scalp tingle from seeing so many people rush at him simultaneously. Shi Xiaobai gulped a mouthful of saliva as his body turned tense. His mind was alert. Although he did not know why all these people had surrounded him and were unsure if they had antagonistic or nefarious intentions, he definitely would not show them mercy if any one of them dared to touch him. Shi Xiaobai's eyes squinted slightly and prostrated like a beast. He had experienced several life and death battles and had encountered the encirclement of a beast horde. He could face any danger in a composed manner. Shi Xiaobai was ready to act. The charging group of people crossed the golden nexus and roared in delight as they charged at Shi Xiaobai. The sounds were deafening and it was extremely chaotic. Shi Xiaobai did not manage to catch the sounds initially, but when they stepped into a range 100 meters away from him, Shi Xiaobai could vaguely make out the word Shi Xiaobai from their mouths. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai's tense nerves were relieved as his expression instantly turned odd. That was because he finally heard a sharp voice amid the hubbub. It was a scream from a girl he did not know. "Ah, ah, ah. Shi Xiaobai, I want to bury your children. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 526, Where is Speechless Li's House? Chapter 526, Where is Speechless Li's House? Translator, Citulan Editor. In this era, heroes were adored, especially celebrity heroes who had a bunch of passionate fans. Hence, it was not uncommon to see professional heroes being surrounded by a horde of commoners. However, they shouldered heavy responsibilities. They needed to rescue areas that had been struck by calamities, nab criminals, fight astral beasts and destroy calamity fiends. They even needed to fight on the front lines and protect the human world. If cases of encirclement resulted in a hero being injured or affected mentally, it was in a certain sense harming all of humanity. Therefore, there were strict restrictions on this matter. Fans could pursue their idols, but they could not be rabid. It was even part of a law people are not to enter a 5-meter radius when surrounding and watching a hero. If not, it would be deemed an act of violence. Not only was it punishable by law, the hero could also engage in self-defense. At that moment, the people rushing at Shi Xiaobai came to a sudden halt when they reached the 5-meter mark. The people behind did not dare shove and push, afraid they would violate the law or anger Shi Xiaobai. Seeing the crowd stop 5 meters away from him, Shi Xiaobai was slightly relieved. However, the feeling of being surrounded by all these people still made him feel discomfort. Shi Xiaobai asked with furrowed brows, "Why are all of you surrounding this king?" However, his voice was instantly drowned by the questions from the eager crowd. Shi Xiaobai, may I know how you managed to conquer 8-level lords? What sort of trial is there on the 8th level? Why did Overlord Ji Feng, Sword Immortal Su Taibai, and the Conquest King claim that no human can clear the 8th level? Yet, you managed to clear it? How did you manage to clear it? Shi Xiaobai, can you elaborate on your experiences on the 9th level? Perhaps, you can tell us some of the opportunities you encountered in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower? Hello, I'm a reporter from Donglin News Agency. I wonder if you can spare some time for a relevant interview. It will definitely not be a waste of your time. Please. Those were the bombardment of the reporters from the various news agencies. Shi Xiaobai, our Thor organization has always valued talent. If you are willing to join Thor, Thunder Emperor Zhang Qi is willing to guide you personally. Come to Poseidon. His Excellency Poseidon has said that there's a great chance of you becoming the next successor of the Poseidon Trident. Furthermore, he will definitely nurture you by giving you the most favorable resources. Don't listen to them. Shi Xiaobai, join Muses. There is no lack of talented and beautiful girls in Muses. There will bound to be someone you like. Well, if you like an older sister like me, it's not like I'll reject. Pooey. Don't think of robbing the cradle. Shi Xiaobai, if you were to join darkness, there will be no lack of opportunities to gain the favor of the sacred girl. There will also be a bunch of young girls willing to be chosen by you. Even the darkness destructive mantra will be directly taught to you. You have to know that the darkness destructive mantra is one of the top among the only 7 S-class cultivation techniques that China has. Those were the members of the organization's upper echelons trying their best to poach Shi Xiaobai. Ahem, I have been seeking defeat for decades and have never taken in a disciple before. You can be my only personal disciple. Shi Xiaobai, join Shaolin Temple. Reverend Miserisi is willing to take you in as a direct disciple, teaching you the Sinew Transformation Cannon, Diamond Demon Vanquishing Divine Technique, and Diamond Diana Lion Roar. But Shi Xiaobai, it is said that you are proficient in the way of the sword. I have been given the title of a sword ancestor. In a few days, I will be challenging the old god of swords, Jian Shilai, for the spot of god of swords. If you were to become my disciple, there will be hope of you becoming a god of swords in the future. Those were a bunch of famous senior heroes that had come to recruit him as a disciple. Shi Xiaobai, do you have a girlfriend? Those were the rabid female fans. Shi Xiaobai, do you have a boyfriend? Those were the homosexuals that were fishing in muddied waters. Shi Xiaobai, are you a virgin? Those were the sick and perverse, female fans and homosexuals. Thousands of voices, if not more, boomed at the same time. They mixed into an indecipherable din and it felt was soul-crushing. With so many voices mixed together, Shi Xiaobai could not discern what was said. He could at best vaguely make out what the people closest to him had said. However, he only managed to catch a few words. There was no way for him to decipher the full sentence. Shi Xiaobai was left dumbstruck. He found the din intolerable. Against such a situation, Shi Xiaobai prepared to use his usual tactic. Shi Xiaobai shook his head helplessly as he genuflected slightly. He clenched his fist and aimed it down. Psionic power began gathering and compressing on his arm as his fist moved down at a speed slower than 1 millimeter per second. Turtle speed divine punch. By gathering the strength for 20 minutes and smashing the ground to smithereens, he didn't believe the irritating people would not quieten down. Shi Xiaobai focused and gathered strength while ignoring the crowd. However, the passion the surrounding crowd had wasn't extinguished so easily. Seeing Shi Xiaobai act aloof, they turned for the worse. 5 minutes passed as Shi Xiaobai's astounding punch was a quarter done. He was feeling somewhat regretful, for 5 minutes would have been sufficient. The din was about to deafen him. At that moment, the golden lines on the ground that formed the nexus suddenly lit up and emitted a resplendent glow. Shi Xiaobai retracted his turtle-speed divine punch in shock. What happened? Everyone was also alarmed as they looked down at the ground. The golden lines were rapidly beginning to crack and disappear at a visible rate. At the same time, the ground began to tremble. Black gases that left people apprehensive began spewing out of the cracking golden lines. Ah! Timid girls could not help but scream as the situation immediately turned chaotic. No one had the mind to surround Shi Xiaobai as they turned to escape the vicinity of the nexus. However, with so many people crowded inside the nexus, it was not that simple to evacuate. Instantly, there was a stampede. Ah! Sob! There were people who cried out of shock, afraid that the phenomenon was a calamity and that they would die there and then. The situation was in utter chaos. Silence. Suddenly, a repressive voice resounded through the area, drowning out everyone's voices. An azure figure that resembled a mountain suddenly appeared outside the nexus. It was a blurry figure and its features could not be discerned. However, it was humanoid in shape and was about 10 floors tall. It stood under the heavens and emitted a redoubtable aura. Azure Emperor Zhang Tianyu. A few well-read and famous heroes instantly recognized the massive azure figure. It was Zhang Tianyu's Azure Emperor Phantom, which was one of his famous divine techniques. The chaotic crowd quietened down because of the phantom as the massive azure figure struck terror in the hearts, but it also made them relieved. It was a dilemma that left them unable to make a single sound. Zhang Tianyu suddenly spoke and said in a solemn fashion, like the gong from an ancient monastery. A calamity is approaching, cooperate and evacuate. A calamity is approaching, cooperate and evacuate. This was a phrase that was common throughout the world. In this world that needed heroes, calamities were abundant. It might be a terrorist attack or a criminal faction acting wantonly. It could be the arrival of a meteor shower or calamity fiends crossing through rifts. Whenever a calamity happened, other than saving the situation, heroes also had an extremely important task, that was to help the evacuation of the victims of the calamity. No one knew when or where a calamity would happen. It was unknown if it would happen in a situation with a crowd. Therefore, the mindset of being orderly and helping each other, so as to prevent a stampede, was educated to the masses from a young age. It was also a necessary life-saving measure commoners had to learn. Therefore, when Zhang Tianyu mentioned a calamity is approaching, cooperate and evacuate, the panicking crowd immediately calmed down. They began to evacuate in an orderly fashion. There was no shoving or stampeding. People cooperated with each other and formed lines. It was safe and quick, as though they were well-trained and disciplined soldiers. Outside the nexus, a hunchbacked elder with white brows looked at the golden lines that were constantly cracking and vanishing. His brows were deeply furrowed and his expression was ugly. Yang Weiwei, who was standing by the side while watching the evacuating crowd, had a worried look. She was feeling nervous as she could not help but ask, "Grandpa, what exactly is happening? Why did it suddenly?" Zhang Tianyu sighed. The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is collapsing. Ah! Yang Weiwei exclaimed with a look of disbelief. It was common for lands of trials to collapse. However, the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower was China's only land of trials that ranked in the top 8 in the world. It was an important trial for people at the psionic mortal realm. If it were to collapse, it would result in great repercussions that could not be underestimated. Zhang Tianyu sighed again. This old man that had his mind on the country and cared for the people was having a heavy heart. Suddenly, Jiang Tianyou's pupils constricted slightly as his expression changed drastically. He vaguely saw a figure suddenly charge out from the collapsing golden light. Although it was an instant, the figure had already opened up a distance from the area. But that instant was enough for Jiang Tianyou to vaguely discern the figure's appearance. Dressed in a colorful gown with snake hair reaching to her waist, it was a woman with gorgeous looks and seductive figure. More importantly, her cultivation level was unfathomable. Perhaps. Jiang Tianyou muttered to himself in an inaudible manner, perhaps another monster has come into this world. Shanghai City, downtown region. Shi Xiaobai came out of a dark alley while covering his face. With the sudden calamity, he had used crab steps as fast as he could to escape the sights of the crowd. Next, he ran haphazardly and entered the alleys, finally evading the passionate horde. However, Shi Xiaobai was completely unaware where he was. But that did not matter. Although he didn't know where he was, as long as he knew his destination, he would definitely not get lost. It was because Shi Xiaobai had a unique way of finding his way. Shi Xiaobai came to the downtown area with his face covered and reached out his hand to grab the arm of a woman in red who happened to walk past. The woman in red turned her head in astonishment. With Shi Xiaobai covering his face with his hand, he asked in a deep tone, "Where is Speechless Li's house? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 527, Business World's Queen and the Political World's Emperor. Chapter 527, Business World's Queen and the Political World's Emperor. Translator, Sitalan Editor. In the bustling southeastern region of Shanghai, houses were packed densely, but a large mansion stood out. The courtyard surrounding the mansion was covered in golden resplendent walls in its interior. It was extremely extravagant, but the exterior was quiet and refined. Flowers thrived amid the lush green grass that made it look like a paradise. Despite being located in the busiest district, the mansion covered a wide area. There were no buildings around it and all the surrounding plants were grown naturally. The level of extravagance was mind-boggling. Even the most bitter people who had no choice but to rent a confined apartment after coming to the south for work would not dare publicly criticize the owner of the mansion. Even a nouveau riche worth billions would not dare to have any coveting thoughts of the mansion. It was because the mansion was Crown Prince Manor. The reason for its name was because the mansion was indeed once occupied by a tragic crown prince that had been exiled from the capital to the south. However, the royal dynastic era had come to an end about 1500 years ago. A so-called crown prince had become history just like a eunuch. With the royal dynasty gone, the last royal family had naturally suffered. The tragic outcome of the royal family did not need elaboration, but most interestingly of all, the crown prince who had been exiled from the north to the south had escaped the calamity. The reason for his exile was because his blood authenticity was questioned, as the empress had been suspected of cheating on the emperor. More interestingly, the crown prince had endured the humiliation and put up with the imposed hardships. He had secretly continued the royal bloodline, and after decades of hard work, he managed to establish a new family clan. This family clan constantly strengthened in the next 1500 years. And to date, they were still one of the most striking family clans in China. Although they did not dare claim their royal ancestry in an era of democracy, the immense power the family clan wielded made it no lesser than the title of royalty. This mansion, which had gone from a simple hut to an opulent mansion, had witnessed the downfall of the royal family and saw the rise and renewal of the royal family. It lived up to the name of Crown Prince Manor. The Southern Empire Li family was the royal family of the past. This mansion belonged to the only heir of the Li family, Speechless Li's Crown Prince Manor. However, this boy that stood atop China lived up to the title of Crown Prince, be it his background, talent, or popularity, was now engaging in an eternal slumber inside a coffin in the middle of Crown Prince Manor's main hall. It was already 10 at night. As the night proceeded on, the mansion seemed strangely quiet under the illumination of the light. The vast and bright main hall was emptied of couches and tables which were used to receive guests. There was only a coffin. Even the flower wreaths sent by various factions were not qualified to enter the temporarily set up memorial hall. Perhaps it was not to disturb Speechless Li's rest, as the servants were all dismissed. Guests that came to grieve were refused entry at the door. At that moment, the mansion only had Speechless Li's closest relatives in it. The memorial hall only had two closest loved ones of Speechless Li, his mother, Mu Xiaorong, and sister, Mu Lingxi. Mu Xiaorong was past the age of 40. Despite being a middle-aged woman, time did not leave much of a mark on her face. Her beautiful face made her look like a woman in her 20s. She had beautiful silver hair like Mu Lingxi, but her hair was cut short, making her look more capable and experienced. However, Mu Xiaorong did not look as radiant as she usually was. Her eyes were puffy and red. There were streaks of dried-up tears on her cheeks and she looked haggard. Her body was slumped sideways next to the coffin. She was looking at the sleeping handsome youth in a daze. Her eyes were glazed over as she would sob from time to time. It looked like she had aged more than a decade. Mu Lingxi was standing beside Mu Xiaorong and clenching her mother's hand tightly. She looked laden with grief and she had a worried look in her puffy red eyes. In the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, she had cried together with Mu Yuesheng for 3 days. She had believed that her tears had dried up and that she would be able to face the sorrow in a composed manner. However, when Mu Xiaorong saw her son's corpse and broke down into tears, Mu Lingxi's tears had rolled down as well. Before this, Mu Lingxi had never seen her mother cry in such a manner. She had never ever seen such a weak side to her mother. As the Mu Corporation's youngest helmswoman, Mu Xiaorong could be considered a wondrous woman of the business world. She remained composed in the business world that did their best to scheme and outwit each other. She handled them easily, and in just a decade of taking the position as the chief executive, the Mu family's assets had doubled. It immediately skyrocketed to become a huge conglomerate just second to the Xiao family in China. She had not frowned when she was initially doubted and ostracized by the old-timers of the company. When the Mu Corporation faced its greatest crisis with shareholders turning traitor, with internal and external strife happening simultaneously, she was still able to remain calm. Even after she divorced the young emperor of the Li family who wielded immense power, she still maintained a smile. Regardless of what difficulty Mu Xiaorong faced, Mu Lingxi had never seen her mother reveal an inkling of panic. But now, having encountered the pain of losing her beloved son, Mu Xiaorong was wailing. She was frightened and more depressed than anyone else. Perhaps, she had refused entry to relatives and guests because she did not wish others to see her weak state, one that did not match her status as the business world's queen. Mu Lingxi was wallowing in sorrow. She was both feeling sad for her brother's death and also feeling sorry for her mother. However, she did not know how she could console her mother. She could only hold her hand and accompany her in sadness. Creak! Suddenly, the door to the hall that was tightly closed was forcefully pushed open. Mu Lingxi turned her head in shock. Who would suddenly disturb so late in the night? When she realized who it was from the illumination, Mu Lingxi heaved a sigh of relief, but her relaxed heart immediately tensed up once again. The person who had suddenly opened the door before walking towards the coffin was a middle-aged man. He was handsome, with bright eyes and sword-like eyebrows. As he had a deadpan expression, he looked mature and responsible. He was an existence that could instantly mesmerize girls that had a fetish for mature men. His facial features were somewhat similar to Speechless Li's, and he was clearly the father of Speechless Li and Mu Lingxi, the presiding emperor of the Li family, Tiger Li. If Mu Xiaorong was deemed the queen of the business world, then Tiger Li was the emperor of the world of government. At the age of 45, he had become the premier of the state council. He had finesse in dealing with matters, making him a redoubtable force. Mu Xiaorong and Tiger Li's matrimony was a story on everyone's lips. It also insinuated the alliance of the powerful Li family and the Mu family conglomerate. But unfortunately, 8 years ago, when Mu Lingxi was 5, Mu Xiaorong and Tiger Li's marriage that happened for the benefits of the family came to a rushed ending because of an incompatibility in personalities. The couple had given birth to a boy and girl, with each gaining custody of one. Mu Xiaorong even changed the surname of her daughter to Mu. Hence, Li Lingxi turned to the present Mu Lingxi. Mu Lingxi had not met her father for 8 years, and the only impression of him was when she was a child. She remembered that her father was not a person who enjoyed engaging in idle banter. He was an extremely serious person, and she had never once seen him smile. An even deeper impression of him was that her father seldom came home. Most of the time, he was outside working hard. During that period of time, he had overcome one mountain after another in the political world. Even his daughter's birthday was left as an afterthought. And today, Tiger Li had received the grievous news of Speechless' accidental death, but he had continued working till 10 at night before coming home. As such, Mu Lingxi was not close with her father and in fact, felt somewhat distant from him. More importantly, she was hiding a secret. She was concealing a truth. She could not let anyone know that Speechless had been killed by Shi Xiaobai, who had lost control. She could not let anyone know, including Mu Xiaorong and especially Tiger Li. Tiger Li and the Li family would not spare the murderer of the crown prince, regardless if it was unintentional or innocent. This was because it was a matter that dealt with the Li family's dignity. It involved the prestige of the royal family. Tiger Li strode toward the coffin without any expression. He did not even glance at his former wife or his daughter, who had the same blood running through her body. Mu Xiaorong did not lift her head either as she continued staring at Speechless Li, who was in repose. It was as though she did not hear Tiger Li's approaching footsteps. Mu Lingxi lowered her head slightly as her hands could not help but clench. She was extremely nervous. Could she conceal the truth? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528, The Brave Girls Fight with a Ferocious Tiger. Chapter 528, The Brave Girls Fight with a Ferocious Tiger. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Tiger Li walked to the side of the coffin and glanced at Speechless' corpse with a deadpan expression. Following that, he raised his hands to push open the glass lid on the coffin and reached his hand out for Speechless' nose. Mu Xiaorong's gaze changed slightly, but she did not raise her head or make a sound to stop him. Despite 10 years of marriage, she never once understood the true thoughts of that man, but she knew him very well. The man did not believe in anyone but himself. Therefore, even if everyone told him that Speechless Li is dead, even if Speechless' corpse was placed right in front of him, or even if the two women that were closest to Speechless were crying with their eyes already red, he would still not believe it. He only believed in himself. Tiger Li used his finger to probe for Speechless' breathing and held it to his neck, chest, and wrist. After a thorough check, he retracted his hand and closed the coffin. After confirming that his son was dead, Tiger Li did not appear sad at all. His gaze only seemed to darken. Who is the murderer? Tiger Li finally turned his head to look at his daughter. His voice was deep without any emotions. He did not ask how Speechless had died, but instead directly asked for the identity of the murderer. This cold-faced emperor that was deemed ruthless and heartless in the political world never cared about the process or details. He only concerned himself with the final outcome. He did not mind the process in which Speechless had died. He only cared about the identity of the murderer and who it was to pay the price. All he wanted to know was the outcome. Mu Lingxi immediately felt her heart thump as her hands turned clammy. She was extremely nervous. However, she knew from the very beginning that she would be facing a bunch of questions from many. She also knew that her father would ask such a question, so she was mentally prepared. She did not reveal anything on her face despite her nervousness. This was also the reason why she rejected Mu Yuexing's offer to accompany her. Such a cold and harsh interrogation just needed to be shouldered by her alone. Mu Lingxi sighed inwardly as she picked up a writing board and began writing on it. brother, was killed by the level lords. At the 7th level, we were suddenly attacked by 3 level lords. For some unknown reason, the exit command could not be used. In order to save us, brother. That was a uniform account that Lu Yu had fabricated. It did not change the sequence of events except moving Speechless' time of death ahead to the moment they fought the 3 level lords. Furthermore, they had maligned the level lords as the murderers. In order to hide it from Shi Xiaobai and everyone else, the 6 of them could not say anything contradictory, nor could they reveal any flaws in the story. Mu Xiaorong in her extreme grief did not question or doubt the fake explanation. Other than being disconsolate, she also did not believe that her daughter would lie on the matter. It also made Mu Lingxi feel uneasy and guilt-ridden. However, she had to do so because if she were to tell the truth, Shi Xiaobai would face the revenge of the Li and Mu families. If these 2 prominent families that controlled both the political and business worlds were to take action, even the Hero Association would not be rendered helpless, much less Gaia. Mu Lingxi raised her head bravely and looked straight into Tiger Li's eyes. She had to perfect the story and fabricate the lie in a flawless fashion because she knew that her father was not one to easily believe. He would definitely ask her in detail about the story's details and find any contradictions or flaws in it. He did not believe in anyone else except himself. However, to Mu Lingxi's surprise, Tiger Li did not raise any doubts on this very doubtful point. Instead, he stared at her eyes without any expression as though he was trying to see the truth from her crystalline pair of black eyes. Mu Lingxi's heart thumped as her breathing faltered slightly. She recalled of a particular memory in her childhood. Mu Lingxi remembered that back when she was 4 years old, Speechless had sneaked into Tiger Li's room to steal a priceless valuable. He said that he wanted to give it to his aunt as a birthday present. Not only did he succeed, he had done so flawlessly without leaving any evidence behind. However, when Tiger Li locked eyes with Speechless silently, he was able to confirm that his 5-year-old son was the criminal at the instant Speechless avoided his gaze out of guilt. Speechless had insisted that he was innocent. Tiger Li did not have any proof or witnesses, but he only believed in his own judgment. He directly hung Speechless on a door and hung a plaque with the words "thieving criminal" on his neck. It resulted in Speechless being mocked by his peers and was to date quite an unforgettable shameful memory. However, after Speechless happily gifted the valuable to his aunt, he found the punishment worth it. With his extraordinary talent, he had beaten up his peers and as such, did not suffer any repressed memories. And now, Tiger Li seemed intent on using the same technique on his daughter. Mu Lingxi was panicking, but she knew that she absolutely could not avoid his eyes out of guilt. She mustered her courage and stared back at Tiger Li in a resolute manner. Although his cold pair of eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate everything left her hands breaking out in cold sweat and her legs tremble, she still managed to muster the greatest amount of courage and did not move her eyes away at all. Seconds passed as if they were years. Mu Lingxi only felt that every second was like an eternity. "You lied," Tiger Li suddenly said while looking at Mu Lingxi in a deadpan manner. His tone once again did not hold any emotion. Hence, his words sounded unquestionable and instead, it sounded like he was narrating a fact. Mu Lingxi was alarmed as she tried her best to control her expression to prevent showing her shock. Why was he still able to conclude that she was lying despite her staring intently at his eyes in such a serious and earnest manner? Mu Lingxi hurriedly shook her head and took out a marker to write on the board. Tiger Li stared at her in an expressionless manner, and before she finished writing her piece, he said, "The murderer is not any of the level lords." It was the same emotionless tone of narrating a fact. It was as though whatever he said from his mouth was a fact that had no basis for questioning. Mu Lingxi momentarily turned flustered as she hurriedly wiped away half of the text she had written. She began writing again, hoping to explain the story in detail as an attempt to convince her father that the murderers were the level lords. However, Tiger Li did not give her a chance to speak. He only stared at her eyes, as though he had seen through the truth, and continued narrating the facts that he had already figured out. The murderer is someone else. And you know who the person is, said Tiger Lee said without any expression. Not only do you know who the murderer is, you even plan on protecting him. You fabricated a story and perfected the story's details in an attempt to lie to me, but. However, no matter how perfect a lie is, it is meaningless because I would not believe it. I know you are concealing the truth. You are protecting the murderer. You have fabricated a story. I do not care why you are doing so. But you have to tell me. Who is the murderer? Mu Lingxi fell into a daze as her limbs turned cold. Against Tiger Lee's ruthless accusations as though he were narrating facts, she did not have the chance to even breathe or to give a rebuttal. It was as though she was crushed by a huge mountain and enshrouded by a layer of dark clouds. She was oppressed and in pain. She yearned to scream out and roar wantonly to vent her discomfort. Mu Lingxi reached out her hands to cover her mouth. She was feeling terrified, aggrieved, and afraid. It felt just like a lone boat in a roaring sea which was helpless and lonely, with no shore in sight. She was very afraid. However, she knew that it was not the time to be weak, much less to shrink back. She was experiencing the same accusations as Speechless from before. There was no room for rebuttal, and even if she did, it would be without meaning. However, a 5-year-old Speechless had insisted on denying it even at the cost of punishment. Although he was mocked by others while being hung on a door, he had obtained an understanding smile from his aunt after giving the stolen gift to her. Everything was worth it. So, she could not admit it. She had to deny it. The thing she was hiding was not a dead object but a life. Furthermore, that life belonged to a boy she fancied. She wanted to be as brave as Speechless. For Shi Xiaobai, she was willing to accept all forms of punishment. I did not. Mu Lingxi forcefully wrote the 3 words on the writing board. She stared her watery large eyes at the pair of ice-cold eyes without any intention of shrinking back. This gentle 13-year-old girl was facing a tiger that had devoured one old sly fox after another in the world of politics. Despite that, she did not retreat and instead took a step forward. She had raised her head and puffed her chest to give an air of forbearance. Tiger Lee fell silent and suddenly reached into his clothes and took out a bottle of medicine. It was a small bottle filled with a white, sticky but turbid liquid. Drink it. Tiger Lee handed the bottle over to Mu Lingxi. His tone was not to be doubted. Mu Lingxi was alarmed as she looked in disbelief at Tiger Lee. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Is this the punishment? He was willing to hang his 5-year-old son on a door and deemed him a thief. To a 13-year-old daughter who had been in his divorced wife's custody, his punishment was likely only crueler. The bottle of white liquid was probably some form of poison, right? Mu Lingxi felt sorrow, but her eyes gradually turned resolute. Her hands trembled as she continued extending her hands toward the bottle of medicine. If this was the punishment to protect Shi Xiaobai, then she was willing to gladly endure the hardship. Just as Mu Lingxi's hand extended halfway, a white arm suddenly reached out and snatched the white bottle away. Mu Lingxi turned her head in shock and noticed that her mother, Mu Xiaorong, had snatched the white bottle as if she was mad and threw it at the wall. Pang! The bottle smashed on the wall and was reduced to smithereens. Mu Xiaorong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly took a step forward and placed Mu Lingxi behind her. Her expression was grim and her eyes looked furious. She roared angrily at Tiger Lee, "Tiger Lee, are you mad? Are you actually forcing your daughter to drink a truth serum? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 529, I suspected that you cuckolded me. Chapter 529, I suspected that you cuckolded me. Translator, Cetalan Editor. Truth Serum. It was a military drug created 700 years ago by demonic Dr. Robert Tursun. It was distilled from dozens of hallucinogens and psychedelics. Upon intake, it would cause a person's mind to reach a calm state that was no different from numbness. Under the calm state, the person's subjective reasoning would be repressed and their subconscious and unconscious thoughts would become the main driver. One would respond in the most truthful manner in response to any voices from the external world. There would be no room to hide any secret hidden deep in their heart. In the third war between the hero faction and the criminal faction, Robert Tursun had invented a truth serum that became the nightmare of war spies. The moment a spy was captured, they would be fed the truth serum. Whatever secrets they know would become intelligence for the enemy, causing the war to enter an unprecedented stalemate. The battle stage even resulted in the invitation of shameless battle strategies that sacrificed spies who were passed false information. Although the truth serum's appearance had greatly reduced the need for gross torture during interrogations, the underlying tenet of the truth serum was a concentrated hallucinogen. Not only did it result in a certain degree of mental harm to the recipient, leaving the person in a trance at the beginning, there would also be side effects of frequent hallucinations. It was easy to cause great mental and physical harm to the recipient. It was a grave violation of human rights. Therefore, once a peaceful era was ushered in, truth serums were labeled by the United Nations as a Class A controlled drug. Other than the military, no one else was to privately produce it. Furthermore, it could only be used on enemy spies and criminals that had committed grave crimes. Before its usage, a series of legal procedures and approvals were required. The usage of it had to be made public, making the stringent use of it very apparent. Upon hearing Mu Xiaorong's roar, the relevant information regarding truth serums flashed across Mu Lengxi's mind. Mu Lengxi loved reading books. Her favorite pastime was to spend time in libraries and browse through all sorts of books to increase her knowledge. She had once read the description on truth serums in military books that were relatively unpopular. However, this was the first time she was encountering such a banned drug in real life. Mu Lengxi widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at the father in front of her in shock. He was the premier of the state council who showed wanton disregard of the law, and he carried truth serums with him. Was he even planning on using it on his own daughter? Was this her father? Was this the youngest leader of a country ever since China was established? No, he was the Li family's cold-blooded emperor, Tiger Li. Tiger Li. Mu Xiaorong had shoved her daughter behind her. The frail woman who had been disconsolate a moment ago looked like an infuriated tigress that was baring her fangs. She had a domineering air to her. Tiger Li remained expressionless as he faced Mu Xiaorong's angry gaze. He said calmly, "Whoever kills my son will have to pay the price. I need an outcome. Your daughter has lied to cover up for the murderer. I'm extremely angry, but I cannot harm her, so using the truth serum is the best choice." The simple words "your daughter" destroyed the last tiny bit of hope in Mu Lengxi's heart. Her expression turned ashen as her limbs turned cold. She buried her head into her mother's shoulders and did not dare look at the unfamiliar man who had never treated her as his daughter. She was afraid that she could not hold back her tears any further. Mu Xiaorong's expression turned increasingly cold as she gnashed her teeth and said, "What are you basing it on to be so certain that my daughter is lying? What proof do you have to be so certain that she's covering up for the murderer? I know you have none. You are a depraved madman with a severe case of persecutory delusional disorder. You have nothing at all." Tiger Li's expression was cold as he said, "My judgment is the proof. Her covering up for a murderer is a fact of the irrefutable truth. By letting her drink the truth serum, it's instead me giving her a chance to prove herself." Mu Xiaorong scoffed from her extreme anger as she said, "What a nice way of putting it that way. After so many years, you are now more shameless than before. You clearly are aware that truth serums are Class A banned drugs and that it would result in damage to one's mind. Yet, you are forcing Shi to down it. Aren't you afraid of going to hell for actually using an interrogative method employed against spies or murderers on your daughter?" Tiger Li said in a deadpan manner, "There is a price to pay for lying. Regardless of the person's identity, the side effects of the truth serum are only a tiny punishment." Mu Xiaorong said with a sneer. Tiger Li, have you ever drunk truth serum before? Tiger Li fell silent and did not respond. Falling into a trance with frequent hallucinations, waking up in cold sweat from nightmares. Such painful days will last for at least half a month. Mu Xiaorong gnashed her teeth and said, Tiger Li, you have never drunk it before, but I have. You bastard, you had cheated me into drinking it. With that said, Tiger Li's expression finally changed slightly. Mu Lunxi looked up in shock. Her expression seemed somewhat pale. Mu Xiaorong sensed her daughter's worried glance and looked over. She consoled her gently, don't worry. That was from 8 years ago. Although it is an unhappy memory, it had also made me make up my mind to divorce this bastard. It was worth it. Don't worry. With me here, I'll absolutely prevent him from making you drink that darn truth serum. Mu Lingxi clenched Mu Xiaorong's hand tightly. She always believed that the reason for her parents' divorce was due to an incompatibility in personalities. She never expected for such a dark hidden past. Tiger Li narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, I admit. It was a mistake on my part. A mistake? It was as if Mu Xiaorong had heard the funniest joke in the world. The corners of her lips curved into a mocking smile as she said coldly, Tiger Li, everyone in the world thinks you are a cold-blooded tiger, but who would believe that you are actually a most lamentable coward? Not only do you have a persecutory delusional disorder, you also have a strong possessive instinct that borders on insanity. Our marriage was an alliance marriage. I did not like you and, you similarly had no feelings for me. However, because of a suspicion that I had been unfaithful, you tricked me into drinking truth serum, leaving me in pain for half a month. To you, was that just a mistake? Tiger Li's expression turned slightly cold as he said, I had said before that you are not to have meals with other men. Not only did you ignore it, you even chose a secluded tiny restaurant. My suspicions were not at fault. Mu Xiaorong said angrily, I had also said before that he had saved my life. He is my benefactor. Furthermore, I invited him to the meal to express my gratitude. That person isn't like you that cares about style. He likes a simple meal at a tiny restaurant, is that wrong? I seriously explained it to you but you only believed in yourself. You only believed in your suspicions. You did not mind lying to me to make me drink the truth serum so as to satisfy your persecutory delusional disorder. Tiger Li, you are a disgusting coward. The corners of Tiger Li's lips twitched as he said in a deep voice, no man can tolerate his wife being unfaithful. It is the same for me. I don't think of it as an act of a coward. Pooey. Mu Xiaorong said with a sneer, when have you ever treated me as your wife? You only see me as something you own. I had used the business and political cooperation between the Mu family and the Li family to force a divorce. You were compelled to agree to it but you insisted on adding an unfair female party is not to remarry clause. You are only a coward with a possessive instinct that borders on insanity. You call yourself a man? You had suspected me of being unfaithful and forced me to drink truth serum. And what was the result? The result only proved that although I didn't love you, I was a faithful wife. To be honest, making you a cuckold would have been extremely relieving for me but I'm not as selfish as you are. And I'm definitely not a scum like you. I would not do such disgusting matters. Mu Lingxi hid behind Mu Xiaorong and broke out into a cold sweat from hearing all of this. She was trembling, never expecting that the truth behind the divorce was so deplorable. She never imagined her father to be no different from male scum. Although she was young and she had only begun developing feelings for someone she liked, she understood that as a female, be it a girl or woman, it was an infuriating manner to be suspected of infidelity despite her lack of understanding with regards to love or marriage. And not only had her father done so, he had even used a truth serum on his wife. How distrustful was he of others that he would do such a thing? Mu Lingxi buried her head in her mother's back. The image of her father in her heart was crumbling. A tyrannical look flashed in Tiger Li's eyes, but he eventually managed to maintain his calm expression. He fell silent for a moment before saying softly, "On this point, you did no wrong. So I admit that using the truth serum was an oversight. But it's different this time. The person dead is my son, and he is also your son. We cannot let the murderer go scot-free. It will be the best if you can persuade your daughter to say the truth. If you can't, then let her drink the truth serum." Mu Xiaorong responded angrily, "You keep insisting that Xi'er is covering up for a murderer. Where's your evidence? Tiger Li, your suspicions have always been baseless. You only blindly trust in yourself and suspect others without a thought. I will not believe in your suspicions. I understand my daughter the best. She is kinder and more resolute than anyone else. She will not lie easily. Even if she were to lie, there must be a correct reason and sufficient justification for it. I'm sadder over speechless death than you, and I'm more infuriated than you, but I will not act as perverse like you. I was fooled by you 8 years ago and drank the truth serum. Today, don't you dare touch Xi'er. Both of us are not here to be bullied by you. Impenetrably thick-head." Tiger Li's gaze turned grim as she stared at Mu Xiaorong as though he was a tiger about to devour her. Mu Xiaorong faced him without showing any fear. Tiger Li fell silent for a moment before sighing and turned his head to say, "7 wolfskins, come in." With that said, the door to the hall was instantly pushed open. Figures began entering the hall and stood behind Tiger Li. There was a total of 7 people dressed in military garb. They had an emblem of a wolf's head on their shoulders' epaulettes. Mu Xiaorong looked at the 7 soldiers that had suddenly rushed in. With a mocking smile, she said, "Why? Are you planning to turn rough after losing your temper from embarrassment? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 530, I will not harm the both of you, really. Chapter 530, I will not harm the both of you, really. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Tiger Li shook his head and said, "I will not harm the both of you. After all, you are my former wife. However, you stand in the way of things. I wish for you to leave for a moment." Mu Lingxi looked up in disbelief. She saw the 7 fierce-looking soldiers and felt a chill in her heart. She never expected her father to be such a hypocrite. Not only did he try to force her to down banned drugs, he was even planning on applying force on Mu Xiaorong. Yet, he could shamelessly say the words, "will not harm the both of you"? Mu Xiaorong took a step forward and said with a sneer, "Tiger Li, you can try and use force on me. Even if your Li family is powerful, it will not be that simple. You can destroy the evidence of using the truth serum, but you can't prevent me from racketeering. If you dare get these dumbasses to touch me even once, I will make this matter known to the entire world. When the time comes, the Mu family will rescind all funding and cooperate with your greatest political foes. Together with the pressure from the people, how much longer do you think you can hold your position as premier? You are probably accustomed to bullying others with your position, but you can't touch me." Mu Xiaorong was the queen of the business world. She had no lack of enemies, but she had many allies. If she were to be in trouble, the entire business world would stir. She possessed such abilities. Tiger Li naturally knew this point. He could not ignore Mu Xiaorong's threat. However, he always used all kinds of means to reach his goals. Tiger Li's eyes were slightly squinted as he turned to point to the 7 soldiers behind him and said, "These 7 soldiers are a squad of the 7 wolfskins. They are all at the psionic might realm and are proficient at using formations to augment soul suppression. If they were to use soul suppression at the same time, even warriors at the psionic might realm would not be able to withstand it. As for you, who are only at the psionic soul realm, you would have to use all your strength just to move a finger. I will not harm you, nor will I force you to leave. But in the next few minutes, I will make you immobile." Mu Xiaorong was alarmed. The augmented formation of soul suppression was not a simple case of additive strength. Instead, it was compounded by psionic might. If 7 warriors at the psionic might realm were to use an augmenting formation to use soul suppression simultaneously, as a person at the psionic soul realm that had abandoned her cultivation for business, she would truly not be able to raise a finger. However, she could not compromise. Mu Xiaorong said coldly, "You can try. However, if you dare to use soul suppression on me, I will vomit blood and be seriously injured. I'll be hospitalized and I'll send my medical report to the martial courts." Mu Xiaorong's act of racketeering made the expressions of the 7 soldiers change drastically. They began breaking out into a cold sweat. Mu Lingxi was also stunned. She forcefully shook her head and had a worried expression on her face. How could she let her mother suffer such pain and humiliation? Tiger Li's expression did not change as he said in a deadpan manner, "Then, go ahead. But I forgot to tell you. The 7 wolfskins are special secret agents. They do not have any particulars and they have nothing to do with me." Just as Tiger Li finished speaking, the soldier standing at the first spot instantly said loudly, "We, the 7 wolfskins, have taken the liberties to do everything. It has nothing to do with Premier Li." Mu Xiaorong's expression changed drastically as she said in an incensed manner, "You are shameless." Tiger Li said calmly, "The cooperation between the Li and Mu family involves the interests of both families. You are indeed in control of the Mu Corporation, but if you intend to pull out funding, there is no way the motion can pass the board of directors. Even if you were to be killed, it is the fault of the killers and it has nothing to do with me. It will not affect my political standing. Mu Xiaorong, you can't threaten me." Mu Xiaorong felt as though she was struck by lightning as the color seemed to drain from her face. Tiger Li was not only willing to be unscrupulous in his efforts, he was also extremely scheming and meticulous in his planning. He had considered everything from the beginning. Before coming, he had already set up a plan. If Mu Lingxi did not point out a murderer he could seek revenge against or give him a satisfactory answer, he would force her to drink a truth serum. If Mu Xiaorong objected to it, he would summon the 7 wolfskins he had specially brought along. Tiger Li had foreseen everything and he had not made any lapses. Mu Xiaorong was regretting in her heart. After hearing of Speechless' demise, she had rushed here without bringing any bodyguards. She never expected to encounter any danger in her son's residence, so the dangerous situation she was facing caught her off guard. If this went on, she would not be able to protect her daughter. There was a saying that even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs, but Tiger Li would eat anyone except himself. He would even eat them clean without even spitting out any bones. Mu Xiaorong's mind began racing. Obviously, she could not compromise. She had to think of a way to resolve the situation. However, Tiger Li did not give her the luxury of time. He squinted his eyes and turned his head to the 7 soldiers. He said softly, "Be careful. Do not harm them." With that said, Mu Lingxi and Mu Xiaorong's expressions changed drastically as Mu Xiaorong roared angrily, "Stop!" Mu Lingxi took a step forward in a bid to protect her mother. However, everything had happened too quickly. Or it could be said that the 7 soldiers were extremely efficient. They had instantly formed an augmentation formation and began releasing a terrifying soul suppression. Soul suppression was the mark of entering the psionic might realm from the psionic soul realm. Through one's aura, mental powers, and will, one could cause a suppressive pressure on the enemy's mind. It could even be considered a form of illusionary magic, but it was more unadulterated than illusionary magic. There was no need for any additional conjuration, as simply using one's will was sufficient to exert pressure on the enemy. The psionic might realm was the first ravine in the psionic cultivation system. The psionic mortal realm and the psionic soul realm was only a difference of quantity, but the difference from the psionic might realm was that of quality. Using soul suppression at the psionic might realm on someone at the psionic soul realm meant that unless one had resistance training or astounding willpower, one would definitely have some form of retardation in one's movements. It was a fatal weakening in battle. Just a single psionic might realm warrior could leave their opponent's actions retarded. With 7 psionic might realm warriors using an augmentation formation, the soul suppression they produced was much stronger than 7 times that of simple soul suppression. What sort of concept was that? Mu Lingxi and Mu Xiaorong only felt as though the sky had collapsed on them. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on them as if their limbs were shackled. Even their eyes, nose, mouth and ears seemed to be drowning under a sea of water. They could not move. It was as if their bodies no longer belonged to them. Tiger Li remained expressionless as he took out another bottle of white viscous liquid. He slowly walked toward the duo that seemed fixed in place. Mu Xiaorong was extremely worried and incensed. Her desire to protect her daughter reached an extreme level and her thoughts of resistance reached an amazing state. The power of maternal love could not repress anyone. You dream on. Mu Xiaorong roared as she withstood the augmented suppression from the 7 wolfskins. Clenching her fists, she smashed it at Tiger Li with a boom. Intense flames lit up around her fist like fireworks. The punch was sent straight at Tiger Li's face. Tiger Li's eyes were squinted slightly as he turned a deaf ear. He even took the initiative to move toward Mu Xiaorong's fist. The 7 soldiers were also given a fright. The youngest soldier ranked 7th panicked the most. In his panic, he forgot Tiger Li's words of "do not harm them." He had suddenly raised his soul suppression to its fullest. The balance of the augmentation formation was lost as the soul suppression reached another new height. It was a level used against enemies. Pooh! Mu Xiaorong had struck out a punch while withstanding the suppression, but her punch was easily swatted away by Tiger Li instantly. She spewed out a mouthful of blood. She had been crying from noon till late at night. As such, she was already feeling frail both physically and mentally. Having suffered internal injuries, her eyes immediately rolled back as she fainted. Stop! Tiger Li hurriedly roared in anger. The 7 wolfskins jumped in fright as well as they hurriedly halted soul suppression. Who was it? Tiger Li turned to look at the 7 soldiers. His eyes were cruel and tyrannical. His expression was terrifyingly grim. The 7 soldiers lowered their heads in fright. The youngest soldier ranked 7 was trembling as he could not help but feel terrified. Their mission was to trap Mu Xiaorong, but not only was she now seriously injured, she had fainted. That was the queen of the Mu family. Someone had to pay the price. And most terrifying of all, just as Mu Xiaorong had said, Tiger Li had a depraved sense of possessiveness. Even if she was his former wife, he still treated her as one of his. He was the only one that could harm her, not anyone else. Tiger Li's eyes made the soldier feel like he could be killed the next second. With soul suppression removed, Mu Lingxi extricated herself from the pressure. She immediately crouched down and hugged her unconscious mother. She did her best to use healing magic on her. This silver-haired girl that seemed weak was, in fact, a resolute and stubborn person. She widened her eyes to prevent herself from crying as she bit her lips to prevent herself from screaming. Tiger Li turned to glance at Mu Lingxi and said with a sigh, "Drink it. You are my daughter. Even if you cover up for a murderer, I will not harm you. So, don't be afraid and drink it." Tiger Li's voice sounded somewhat enervated. This was the first time he said words such as "you are my daughter" that night. However, Mu Lingxi only slowly looked up. Her eyes were filled with indignation and fury. She absolutely could not acknowledge such a father. She was also absolutely against drinking the truth serum because the cold and ruthless tiger that acted unscrupulously would definitely use the most horrible techniques on Shi Xiaobai. Mu Lingxi clenched her fists tightly. She wanted to fight. She had to fight from the very beginning. But it was still not too late, she could still fight. She needed to fight. Tiger Li looked at Mu Lingxi's gaze and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Gradually, his expression turned cold. He slowly lifted his hand. Creak. Suddenly, the door to the hall was once again impolitely pushed open. Who's there? Tiger Li turned his head coldly. The 7 soldiers that were blocking the door also turned their heads. They saw a boy that looked travel-worn. Mu Lingxi was kneeling on the ground and her vision was blocked by the soldiers. She did not know who had come. However, the moment the boy spoke, it immediately made her burst out in tears. Sorry for disturbing. This king is here to look for Speechlessly. That was what the boy said. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, Go Back, You Are Not Welcomed Here. Chapter 531, Go Back, You Are Not Welcomed Here. Translator, Sitalan Editor. The travel-worn boy was naturally Shi Xiaobai, who had left the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower at dusk. He had evaded the surrounding crowd and found an opportunity to grab a woman in red who happened to walk by. He asked her where is Speechlessly's house, but never expected that not only did she not answer him, she had instead recognized him and began clinging onto him, asking all sorts of questions. Only then did Shi Xiaobai know that he had become famous and he was now popular throughout the country. There were even artists with excellent technique that had drawn his portrait from the descriptions of the rookies that had seen him. The portrait had reached a 99% resemblance. Furthermore, the woman in red had clearly paid attention to the matter. She had recognized Shi Xiaobai at a glance, and like a fan seeing a superstar, she pestered Shi Xiaobai with all sorts of questions. These questions were, in fact, the ones that every citizen of China was most concerned about. For example, how did Shi Xiaobai conquer the 8-level lords? Did he possess the strength to defeat entities at the late-stage psionic might realm despite being at the psionic mortal realm? Another example would be what sort of trial was the 8th level? Why did Overlord Jifeng and company claim that no human could clear the 8th level, yet Shi Xiaobai had managed to clear it? Lastly, what sort of astounding secret or ancient heritage was hidden in the 9th level? Whatever land of trials was always complemented with a rich prize at the end. What sort of opportunities did Shi Xiaobai gain at the 9th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower? But Shi Xiaobai was not astonished that he had become popular throughout the country and instead took it for granted. He did not find it irritating to be pestered by his fans and instead was rather patient. However, the questions the woman in red posed left Shi Xiaobai with a headache. He had no idea how he could answer her. Other than conquering the Thousand-Eyed Demon Sovereign with the Master Conquest Ball, the other 7-level lords were killed by him in his rage when he had lost all reason. He had no idea how he had done it as well, so how could he answer them? The 8th level involved the history of the transcendental world based on what the Infernal Queen narrated. It mentioned of humanity invading and chasing the transcendence out of the transcendental world before renaming the transcendental world to the world of the humans. Humans in the story were the evil faction, and if he said it, no one from China would believe him. It would be quite impressive if he was not deemed a species traitor. As for the opportunity in the 9th level, it was impossible for Shi Xiaobai to tell others that he had been forced to receive the bloodline of another species in the 9th level, right? That his appearance may be human, but he had, in fact, half his bloodline being that of a green-skinned dwarf. In summary, Shi Xiaobai had no way to give a direct response. Thankfully, Shi Xiaobai was also very good at fabricating stories. Using his king's point of view, he restructured and embellished the story, which managed to conceal the secrets that could not be told while also making the story extremely exciting with all sorts of vicissitudes. It left the woman in red exclaiming from time to time as her face flushed red. Her mouth gaped slightly as her eyes sparkled like crystal, as though water would drip out at any time. Shi Xiaobai noticed that the look in her eyes wasn't right, so he hurriedly ended the story before asking for Speechlessly's address once again. She was unwilling to part with him, but she did not cling on further. After asking to have a photo together with Shi Xiaobai, she told him the answer. Speechlessly and the Li family was rather famous in China. Furthermore, they were known by everyone in Shanghai. Shi Xiaobai hurriedly rushed to the address the woman in red had told him before realizing that there was a huge mistake. The woman in red had given him an address of where the Li family residence was. And according to the Li family's old steward, Speechless Li's corpse was in Crown Prince Manor. Crown Prince Manor and the Li family residence were separated apart, with one at the southeastern corner of Shanghai, while the other was in the northwestern corner. They were separated by the entire Shanghai metropolitan area. Shi Xiaobai helplessly rushed to Crown Prince Manor, but by the time he reached the southeastern suburbs, it was already 9:30. The sky was dark and the street lights illuminated the street. The houses were densely arranged like a plantation of flowers. Shi Xiaobai was momentarily lost and all he knew was Crown Prince Manor's address but not the exact location. Shi Xiaobai could only continue using his direction-asking grand skill, but there were no passers-by in the night. Finally, when he encountered a girl who was walking carefully in the night, he rushed forward to grab her, but he was immediately mistaken as a pervert. She shouted molest and screamed save me and had even used something akin to 9 white bone claws to scratch at Shi Xiaobai. After a few moments of trouble, the girl realized she was not being violated and finally calmed down. And when she discerned Shi Xiaobai's looks from the streetlights, she immediately recognized him to be the boy genius who had just reached the top of the search rankings today. Immediately, her eyes seemed to be replaced with red hearts as she rushed forward to cling onto him and began molesting Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai felt his scalp tingle and immense pressure. After a great deal of effort, he had managed to obtain Crown Prince Manor's location from the girl's mouth. Finally, he sent the girl home as she had to risk walking alone at night because she had missed the tram as a result of some incident. Having finally extricated himself, he suddenly realized that being overly famous was not necessarily a good thing. However, his face was indeed useful. The Li family's old steward had recognized him and had told him of Speechless Li's location. The guards in front of Crown Prince Manor recognized him and allowed him passage. Furthermore, they had brought him right in front of Speechless Li's memorial hall. Everyone in China knew that Shi Xiaobai and Speechless Li had entered the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower together. One had succeeded while one had died. The number one boy in China had changed overnight. However, there were 6 people who knew that even if it were known, Shi Xiaobai could not be blamed for Speechless' death. Shi Xiaobai drew in a deep breath in front of the memorial hall. He wanted to confirm Speechless' death and ask about the process before admitting his faults and apologize to Speechless' loved ones. He had no intention of killing Speechless, but the completion of the absolute choice had proved that Speechless Li had indeed died under his hands. He would not avoid the responsibility that he had to bear. After mentally preparing himself, Shi Xiaobai pushed the door and entered. Sorry for disturbing. This king is here to look for Speechless Li. Shi Xiaobai was feeling mixed emotions. He said those words upon seeing 7 soldiers in military uniform blocking the door. The 7 soldiers looked at each other and naturally recognized the boy who was the talk of the town. His looks and his most striking feature, addressing himself as this king, perfectly matched the information circulating on the web. Tiger Li also recognized Shi Xiaobai. As a country's premier, he was busy with government work and would not be concerned with an astounding genius or person popular on the web that would appear from time to time. However, in the report regarding Speechless Li's death, nearly every page had mentioned Shi Xiaobai, posing the view that China's number one boy had changed. As such, it was impossible for Tiger Li to not know him. He did not have a good impression of Shi Xiaobai because of the report, and having seen Shi Xiaobai, he was more irritated. Shi Xiaobai came at an inopportune time. Tiger Li kept the truth serum and said with a deep voice, "It's already late. Come back tomorrow." Shi Xiaobai turned to look at Tiger Li. As Mu Lingxi was sitting on the ground and she was just behind the 7 soldiers, Shi Xiaobai was unable to see her from his angle. Mu Lingxi could not see Shi Xiaobai either, but when she heard his voice, she could not help but be overwhelmed with tears. However, she did not emit a sound at all. Neither did she stand up. All she did was hug her unconscious mother and sat there quietly and sadly. Wasn't everything she was doing in order to protect Shi Xiaobai? How could she embroil him at that moment in time? This was her battle alone. Go back, brother Xiaobai. Mu Lingxi tenderly prayed in her heart. Go back, you are not welcomed here. Tiger Li's expression was cold as he intended to chase Shi Xiaobai away. Shi Xiaobai remained silent and locked eyes with Tiger Li. He had a calm expression as he suddenly took a step to the left. However, his figure moved to the right like a phantom. Instantly, he reached the right side of the hall, leaving the 7 soldiers somewhat alarmed. It was too late for them to stop him. From this angle, they could no longer block Shi Xiaobai's line of sight. Shi Xiaobai's pupils constricted slightly as he saw a silver-haired girl sitting on the ground as well as a silver-haired woman she was hugging in her arms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, This king is very angry. The consequences will be severe. Chapter 532, This king is very angry. The consequences will be severe. Translator, Citalan Editor. Shi Xiaobai's pupils constricted slightly as he saw a silver-haired girl sitting on the ground as well as a silver-haired woman she was hugging in her arms. I see. Shi Xiaobai clenched his fists slightly as he strode towards Mu Lingxi. Mu Lingxi lifted her hands to wipe her tears as she shook her head with vigor. The 7 soldiers stirred as they looked at Tiger Li for instructions. Tiger Li's expression was ashen as he gradually lifted his hand before slowly lowering it. In a short instant, Shi Xiaobai was already beside Mu Lingxi. He squatted down and focused on the girl's puffy red eyes. He asked softly, "What happened?" Mu Lingxi shook her head vigorously and opened her mouth without making a sound. However, from the shape of her mouth, she was repeating, "I am fine." Shi Xiaobai stared intently into the girl's eyes and remained silent for a moment before he suddenly spoke. "You lied." It was the same 2 words that sounded categorical. Tiger Li had said the same words just a short moment ago. Back when Tiger Li said those 2 words, Mu Lingxi was left close to tears because she felt aggrieved from the lack of trust. And now, with Shi Xiaobai saying the same 2 words, Mu Lingxi also felt like crying. She was even more aggrieved, but the reason for it was completely different. It was because when Shi Xiaobai said the 2 words, his stare felt like a gentle spring breeze. His voice was as soft as a pattering drizzle. "You have cried and you are injured. How can you be fine?" Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly as his eyes revealed a look of worry. The girl felt her heart tense slightly as she felt a lump in her throat. Her eyes seemed to burn as though something was about to collapse. "Why are you enduring it?" Shi Xiaobai looked seriously into her eyes. The girl gaped slightly, hoping to shake her head, but her neck did not heed her wishes. Her vision slowly turned blurry. "This king is here." Shi Xiaobai suddenly said loudly, "This king is here. There's no need for you to endure further. Don't hold it in anymore." Shi Xiaobai's expression looked like he was in pain and his eyes were filled with sadness. The girl widened her eyes as she suddenly gave a silly smile. Boiling hot tears began rolling down her tear ducts as fresh red blood seeped out the corner of her mouth. Mu Xiaorong had forcefully withstood the soul suppression and fainted from serious injuries. Mu Lingxi was no different either. She had not fainted, but she had suffered severe internal injuries. However, she had been enduring it as long as she could. She did not want to show her weak side to that cold man ever again. She had forcefully swallowed the blood in her throat and tried her best to hold in her tears, but her tear ducts had collapsed when Shi Xiaobai came. When Shi Xiaobai said the words, "Don't hold it in anymore," she finally could not endure any further. Why was she so aggrieved? It was because the boy who she could pour all her sadness to was here. Mu Lingxi stretched out her other hand to tug at the boy's sleeves. Gently, she buried her head into his embrace as her shoulders trembled. Tears poured out of her eyes in sadness. All the grievances that had accumulated in her chest and throat were finally released. But even so, she did not utter a cry. Despite it being her most powerful weapon and her greatest grievance, she had protected it heavily. She endured and endured in a stubborn and resolute manner. Shi Xiaobai sighed lightly and raised his hands to embrace Mu Lingxi fully. Out of all the girls that he had seen, this was the girl that cried the most. However, she was also the most determined girl he knew. Shi Xiaobai pitied her as he silently swore. One day, he would allow the girl to cry, shout and laugh freely, letting her freely emit her voice to the world. The boy and girl's embrace with one party consoling and one party crying was a beautiful and innocent scene. It emitted sour feelings of youth and love. The 7 soldiers exchanged looks and were somewhat lost with them immersed in such an ambiguous atmosphere. They looked at Tiger Li and awaited his instructions. Tiger Li did not speak and instead looked at the boy and girl quietly. His expression remained calm but his gaze turned increasingly solemn. Shi Xiaobai was only a rookie at the psionic mortal realm. No matter how talented he was of little consequence. However, he was now the talk of the town. Before the buzz dissipated, anything he did would be trending on the search engines. Even Tiger Li could not wantonly execute the boy unless he was determined to kill Shi Xiaobai and wipe out all evidence. However, despite somewhat hating the boy, it was not as bad as risking to kill him. How was he to fool the boy into leaving? If he could not do so, how was he to make the boy forget the incident? Tiger Li began making his calculations. Suddenly, the black-haired boy that had his back facing him turned his head. "Did you hurt her?" The boy's gaze was cold. Tiger Li frowned slightly. The boy's gaze made him suddenly feel frustrated and furious. The 7 soldiers felt their hearts leap. They had a baffling sense of unease which resulted in them having angry emotions. "You are an astounding genius who will definitely surpass us in the future. You will become someone strong who would crush us. But you are currently only a weakling at the psionic mortal realm. Any one of the 7 of us can easily crush you. How dare you be so arrogant?" Shi Xiaobai's cold eyes made these soldiers who might never break through to the psionic domain realm infuriated. They felt embarrassed and hoped to trample this astounding genius beneath their feet while humiliating them. They wanted him to know that talent and strength were different. Before he matured in strength, he was only a talented ant regardless of how much of a genius he was. However, the 7 soldiers could only have such thoughts and fantasize the venting of the anger that stemmed from the humiliation. Tiger Li had yet to give his orders or make his intentions known. Tiger Li remained silent for a very long while. He definitely could have taught the boy a lesson for his impolite questioning, but it would result in problems that he needed explaining. It was not the best option. A clever politician would not crush an ant to death while dirtying his leather shoes meant for participating in banquets. Tiger Li finally said with a deep voice, "I'm her father. It's impossible for me to harm her." Tiger Li finally decided to appease the boy that seemed impetuous. Shi Xiaobai was slightly dumbfounded. He never expected such an answer. 7 soldiers, a sanctimonious-looking middle-aged man, an injured crying girl, and an unconscious woman. No matter how much he pondered over the plot, he could only come to a conclusion that the 7 soldiers and the middle-aged man had jointly bullied the girl and the woman. That was the only possibility. Yet, he never expected the middle-aged man to be Mu Lingxi's father? Then, what was the reason for the situation? Shi Xiaobai had never seen speechless handsome looks under his disguise, so he was unable to judge if the middle-aged man who looked rather similar to speechless to be speaking the truth. Shi Xiaobai could only lower his head and ask the girl in his embrace, "Is he really your father?" Mu Lingxi buried her head in Shi Xiaobai's chest and immediately shook her head when she heard him. No. She did not have such a father. Such a schemeful and hypocritical man was not her father. Mu Lingxi did not lift her head and instead shook her head in Shi Xiaobai's chest like a rattledrum. Tiger Li's expression turned increasingly cold when he saw that. Shi Xiaobai was somewhat dumbfounded as he turned to look at Tiger Li as though he was looking at a retard. Can you use a bit of your brain when lying? To think you fabricated a lie that can be so easily exposed. Shi Xiaobai did not know that Mu Lingxi was shaking her head to disacknowledge such a father. He thought that the middle-aged man in front of him had lost his mind and given a lie that only a fool would believe. The corner of Tiger Li's lips twitched as his expression turned stiff. He was secretly incensed. Before he could say another word, the youngest soldier ranked 7th could not bear it anymore. The rash man in his 20s said in an impetuous manner, "Such audacity! Do you not know that this excellency before you is the premier of the State Council? Shi Xiaobai, you can act the fool, but you are not to be this impolite to Premier Li." The premier of the State Council was one of the highest-ranking people in the country's government. He would frequently appear on news regarding matters of great national interest or in international relations. It was impossible that any Chinese citizen with slightly better general knowledge would not know that the present premier of the State Council was the youngest premier since the establishment of China as a nation. He was also the most handsome premier. Premier Li was celebrated for his good looks. If it were any ordinary person, they might fail to recognize Tiger Li's identity, not to mention that they were in Crown Prince manner. However, Shi Xiaobai was not any ordinary person. He really did not know. A premier of the State Council that bullies 2 weak females. This king is sorry for not having heard of it. A mocking smile suffused on Shi Xiaobai's lips. Although you are slightly better than the one before you, and had used a bit of your brain, the lie you gave is too lousy. It looks like you have a brain, but it's not very well utilized. Shi Xiaobai had mocked 2 at one go without showing any mercy. What insolence! The 7th soldier was an impetuous man filled with vigor, so how could he withstand such humiliation? Tiger Li's expression turned increasingly cold. He even had thoughts of finishing the bastard while disregarding everything else before thinking of a way to settle the ramifications. However, Tiger Li had yet to make up his mind. At that moment, a sneer suffused on Shi Xiaobai's lips as he said coldly, "This king does not care what your identities are, but Mu Lingxi is this king's friend. By bullying her, this king is very angry. The consequences will be severe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 533, A True Face Smacking, Chapter 533, A True Face Smacking. Translator, Citalan Editor. This king is very angry. The consequences will be severe. The black-haired youth's face was exquisite with sharply contoured features. When he pricked his brows up and said those words with his eyes squinted, he looked innocent. It was as though he was a naive child that did not know the cruelty of reality when he made such an ignorant joke. The person standing in front of him was the emperor of the world of politics, Tiger Li, who wielded immense power. Even those that could be deemed kings or emperors with the strength that stood atop China like Thunder Emperor, Tyrant and Poseidon would not easily anger Tiger Li no matter how arrogant they were. For a person to use the words "the consequences will be severe" to provoke Tiger Li was either a madman or a fool. Even without mentioning Tiger Li's identity, just the 7 soldiers standing by the door were not only iron-willed special forces, they were also mighty warriors at the psionic might realm. For a kid at the psionic mortal realm to challenge and provoke 7 psionic might realm soldiers, where did he garner the courage to seek death? Tiger Li should have scoffed and treated Shi Xiaobai as a fool, but for some reason, he could not smile. It was because the boy in front of him had a serious tone and expression. There was no hint of falsehood or hesitation in his eyes that appeared as bright as stars. It only seemed to contain pure belief. The boy was truly very angry and he was really planning on doing something. Upon realizing this point, Tiger Li's mood immediately turned awry as if he had just eaten a fly. He had seen many arrogant people that did not know the meaning of death in the past. Typically, he would respond with a laugh, but the boy was different. He was not arrogant but was extremely firm and confident regarding the words, "The consequences will be severe." This baffling form of confidence made Tiger Li feel humiliated. He was extremely vexed. With Tiger Li already feeling incensed, the 7 impetuous soldiers naturally could not endure it. Immediately they were infuriated as blood surged to their brains, resulting in a buzz. Their faces were flushed red and they yearned to rush up to trample the overconfident boy under their feet and wantonly bully and humiliate him as much as they could. They cast their eager gazes at Tiger Li, wishing for him to give the command so that they could teach the arrogant boy who did not know his abilities a ruthless lesson. However, Tiger Li's expression was livid as his eyes cast an ice-cold gaze. He did not give the command, but despite his silence, it was as if a black cloud had gathered. It was the calm before the storm. The mood in the memorial hall immediately turned tense. It was as if it was a barrel of explosives that would be ignited at any moment in time. Mu Lingxi hurriedly looked up and held Shi Xiaobai's arm. She shook her head forcefully with a worried expression. She knew that Shi Xiaobai was an upright boy who would carry out his promises. She was even more aware of what sort of power Tiger Li wielded. The 7 soldiers had the strength that no rookie at the psionic mortal realm could defeat. Fighting them was no different from a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. She could not allow Shi Xiaobai to take such huge risks. However, Shi Xiaobai looked down at her, leaving her momentarily stunned. The black pair of eyes were bright and deep. They seemed to contain another world, and in it held an ocean of stars that seemed endless and lacked any fear. She could not stop him. Even if he knew of Tiger Li's identity, and even if he knew how terrifying the joint forces of the 7 psionic might realm soldiers were, he would similarly not shrink back. Once this boy was certain of a direction, there was no way to stop his firm march forward regardless of the tumultuous storms and roaring waves. Perhaps it was very foolish, but that was Shi Xiaobai. He was the boy she liked for the first time. Mu Lingxi fell into a silent daze. Since this king has seen it, there is no way to feign ignorance. Shi Xiaobai gave a gentle smile and patted the girl on the head softly. He slowly stood up and turned to face Tiger Li. At the instant when he saw Mu Lingxi slumped to the ground with tears streaking across her face, with her hugging an unconscious woman that was suspected to be her elder sister, no one knew that Shi Xiaobai had nearly lost his reason from anger. It had even caused the evil seed of fury to stir. He was not a boar that would clamor from seeing injustice, but when someone he valued was bullied, he would be more incensed than a boar. Shi Xiaobai was very angry. He needed to do something. Tiger Li locked his eyes coldly at the boy. A sarcastic smile suffused across his lips as he said with squinted eyes, "She is my daughter. I am at no fault even if I punish her. That's right, I was the one that caused her to suffer internal injuries. She had committed a wrong that she should not have committed. My punishment has only just begun." "Boy, so what if you are angry?" Tiger Li did not want to leave any evidence that was disadvantageous to him on the boy who was the talk of the town. However, he was similarly incensed. He did not mind letting the boy who did not know the cruelty of reality or had seen the true world how weak and naive he was. It was sad and laughable. Shi Xiaobai clenched his fists. His gaze was ice-cold as he said with a sneer, "This king will first give you 3 punches. You will vomit out the blood that needs to be returned before further discussion over how severe the consequences is for infuriating this king is carried out." Tiger Li shook his head slowly as he said in contempt, "You won't be able to do it. Let's not even talk about touching me, you wouldn't be able to cross this 5-meter gap. Naive boy, you still do not know how weak you are. However, you will soon experience the helplessness of a weakling. Believe me, you will not be able to do a thing." Tiger Li was determined to completely crush the genius boy's confidence. This king insists on trying it out. Shi Xiaobai sneered and suddenly took a step forward. 7 wolfskins, suppress him for this emperor." Tiger Li immediately bellowed in a deep tone with a fearsome expression. Tiger Li wanted to make the boy immobile before he humiliated him wantonly. He wanted to let the boy know that courage and conviction was not enough to make him omnipotent. Strength was the core to ruling over everything. That was the cruelty of reality. Yes. Simultaneously, the 7 soldiers roared angrily, for they were already eager to act. They were originally jealous of the genius boy. It was a joy to humiliate mighty geniuses, destroying their confidence so as to strengthen their dignity. Furthermore, Shi Xiaobai had especially enraged them. Their wish to destroy and humiliate him had reached an extreme. Even if you have created a brand new historical record in the psionic mortal realm, deemed the #1 boy in China and are the talk of the town with a limitless future, we can easily stamp you beneath our feet. We would use our dirty soles to trample on your face, destroying your dignity and leaving an everlasting mental scar on your path of cultivation. The 7 soldiers roared angrily in unison. Augmentation formation, soul suppression. Their jealousy and anger instantly turned into an overwhelming mental suppression. It was as heavy as a mountain as it came crashing down on Shi Xiaobai. This massive suppression was something even psionic might realm experts had trouble withstanding. It was definite that someone at the psionic mortal realm would be left immobile from the suppression. No amount of struggling could change a thing. Indeed, when Shi Xiaobai slowly took his step, his body seemed fixed in place just as he raised his right foot midway. Tiger Li sneered inwardly as his ferocious expression finally regained its calmness. The 7 soldiers laughed heartily and felt great. They were about to mock him. However, in the next moment, Shi Xiaobai that had come to a halt suddenly dissipated into a phantom. In an instant, he had traversed the 5-meter gap and come in front of Tiger Li. Soul suppression was completely ineffective. Shi Xiaobai had appeared too suddenly and too rapidly. It left Tiger Li, who had lowered his guard, unable to react in time. When he felt danger approach him, the boy's fist had already begun thrusting at his abdomen like a spear. Tiger Li hurriedly bent his knees and raised his arms to block. Thankfully, the boy had mentioned punching him thrice to make him vomit blood. He had subconsciously guessed that the boy's fist would aim for his abdomen. He could block that punch. Be careful. However, the soldier that was ranked first bellowed in panic. That was because, from his angle, the boy's left punch that was thrusting at Tiger Li like a spear was only a ruse. The boy's right palm was already coming down from atop. Pa! Shi Xiaobai slapped Tiger Li in the face. The slap was loud like a reverberating thunder. The immensity of the strength made Tiger Li scream out in pain as 3 white teeth flew out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534, NTR in the face. Chapter 534, NTR in the face. Translator, Cetalan Editor. Tiger Li was dumbfounded. The 7 wolfskins were astounded. Mu Lingxi gaped in shock. The augmentation formation that 7 psionic might realm experts produced was much stronger than 7 times of a massive suppression. Yet, it could not repress a rookie at the psionic mortal realm. No, not only did it fail to repress him. Shi Xiaobai had suddenly used a burst of speed. It was clear that he was not slowed down or affected by the soul suppression. More importantly, the upright boy that looked harmless was extremely vicious. He had pretended to be repressed by the soul suppression and had paused for half a second. He had made Tiger Li and the 7 wolfskins lower their guard before suddenly striking. It left them unable to react in time. Furthermore, the boy had originally said that he would give him 3 punches and make him vomit blood. Following that, he had thrust a left fist at Tiger Li's abdomen to create a perfect feint, causing the panicking Tiger Li to place all his mind and effort to defend against the punch. Yet he did not know that the boy's true goal was to slap him in the face. It was unknown how much strength the boy had used in his slaps or if he had shown any mercy. However, Tiger Li had cultivated to the late stages of the psionic domain realm before entering politics. Despite having a tough skin, he had 3 teeth smacked out. The immensity of the force was obvious. Everyone was dumbstruck. However, everything had yet to come to an end. Shi Xiaobai did not stop, for he was not satisfied after one slap. Immediately, he turned his hand and swept his hand toward the left and then used the back of his right hand to give another slap. As for his left fist that had thrust out, it had turned from a fist to a palm. It did not lose momentum as he gave another slap from the right with the back of his hand. Pa! 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 3 consecutive slaps. The speed was so fast that shadows trailed in the wake of the hands. It was a continuous movement that was finished in one fell swoop. Tiger Li's face was slapped left and right as his body slumped backward, as he nearly stumbled to the ground. He spewed out blood which had a few teeth in it. Seeking death. With Tiger Li suffering such grievous injuries, the 7 wolfskins finally awoke from their shock. They were infuriated but afraid. They no longer released soul suppression and instead charged maniacally at Shi Xiaobai in a bid to tear him apart. Shi Xiaobai had succeeded in his 3 slaps, but he did not rashly proceed further. Seeing the 7 soldiers assault him like wolves, he did not clash with them head-on but instead quickly retreated back to Mulingshi. He spread out his arms in a defensive pose. He was afraid that the soldiers would sneak an attack on the injured Mulingshi in the chaos. Hence, compared to freely fighting the soldiers, the first thought of his was to protect Mulingshi. Mulingshi looked at the defensive Shi Xiaobai's back and was momentarily touched. However, the 7 wolfskins thought that Shi Xiaobai was making use of the beloved daughter of the Mu family of binding them from attacking. Immediately, they were more incensed as they ignored all outcomes. Even if they would harm the Mu family's child, they had to kill the bastard. The battle was about to begin at any time. Stand down! Tiger Li's roar suddenly boomed. The 7 wolfskins came to a halt in shock, but they did not lower the weapons in their hands. I said, stand down. Tiger Li gnashed his teeth as he enunciated each word clearly. The 7 wolfskins turned to look and saw the handsome and graceful middle-aged man looking blue and black. There were 3 clear slap marks on his face and there was blood flowing down the corner of his mouth. When he spoke, one could see the missing teeth from his mouth, making him look pathetic. Tiger Li had a ferocious expression, but most terrifying of all were his eyes. His eyes were fiercer and more sinister than a tiger that was about to devour a person. It left people shuddering. Tiger Li was clearly extremely enraged, but he still ordered for the 7 soldiers to stand down. The 7 wolfskins were puzzled, but they did not dare disobey his command. They could only retreat to their original spots in indignation. Tiger Li's expression was gloomy as he took out a cell phone from his shirt pocket and made a call. The phone rang once before it was connected. Tiger Li asked in a solemn voice, I want to kill Shi Xiaobai. How confident are you to destroy all evidence to prevent others from suspecting me? The other person on the other end of the line fell silent for a few seconds before answering with a number. Tiger Li said coldly, 50% chance. That's enough. After Tiger Li said that, he hung up. He turned to look at Shi Xiaobai with his sinister and horrifying eyes. A maniac smile suffused across his lips. You will die terribly. Shi Xiaobai looked into his eyes and felt a hint of coldness in his heart. The man was much more terrifying than he imagined. He clearly wanted to kill him more than anyone, yet he was able to control his emotions and prevented himself from completely losing reason. Furthermore, he had taken into consideration the cost of seeking revenge before taking action. He was a deep person and very meticulous. He was definitely not a simple person. But even so, Shi Xiaobai did not show any signs of regret or fear. He gestured with his hand and said coldly, come on. The 7 wolfskins immediately had ferocious expressions as they stirred to take action. Mulingshi was extremely nervous as she clenched her fists. She was prepared to use all her strength to support Shi Xiaobai at any time. The battle was once again about to begin at any time. However, Tiger Li, who was supposed to be the most anxious person, appeared the most composed. He wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath. His expression regained its calm once again. Outside. You are unqualified to die here, said Tiger Li calmly. Shi Xiaobai felt his heart thump. He could not help but feel a sense of awe to the middle-aged man he rather hated. It was truly not easy to appear so calm and composed in front of an enemy without letting the hate and anger get to his head. Shi Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings. Although the hall was considered rather broad, it was indeed a little too small for a battlefield. Furthermore, Speechless Coffin was in the hall. If the battle turned slightly intense, it might cause damage to the coffin or even destroy Speechless' corpse. Furthermore, it was very difficult to ensure that Mu Lingxi and the woman she was carrying would be safe while fighting in the hall. Fighting outside matched Shi Xiaobai's intentions. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, let's go outside." After Shi Xiaobai said that, he turned around and squatted down. Suddenly he reached out his arms toward the silver-haired woman in Mu Lingxi's embrace. He wrapped one arm around the woman's thighs and wrapped another arm around her slim waist. He took the woman from Mu Lingxi's embrace and carried her in a princess carry. Even if they were to fight outside, he naturally could not leave Mu Lingxi and the unconscious woman alone inside the building. If the middle-aged man were to use any scoundrelly tactics, he would not be able to attend to the two inside the building. Mu Lingxi was injured, so it was natural that the mission of carrying the unconscious woman outside of the house was given to him. Shi Xiaobai very quickly made the judgment and decisively took action. Mu Lingxi slightly faltered but quickly understood his intentions. Although it was a bit impolite, there was nothing wrong with it. Furthermore, she trusted Shi Xiaobai's character. Hence, she expressed her thanks with a faint smile. However, this scene left Tiger Li's eyelids twitching violently. Just as Mu Xiaorong had mentioned, he was a man who had a possessive instinct that bordered on insanity. Although he had no feelings for Mu Xiaorong, nor did he mind divorcing her, he had long treated Mu Xiaorong as his, even if they had divorced. He had forced her to agree to a clause of no remarriage in the divorce papers and had secretly exerted pressure on those young elites that had attempted to pursue her after their divorce. Mu Xiaorong's conversation with members of the opposite sex, even if it was on official matters, left him very uncomfortable. What he owned was not to be shared with others in any way. Therefore, with Shi Xiaobai carrying Mu Xiaorong, it made Tiger Li feel terrible even though he was only a boy who did not have any ill intentions or profane thoughts. However, he had already treated Shi Xiaobai as a dead person. Hence, he gritted his teeth and tolerated it. At that moment, Mu Lingxi, who had been sitting down in a kneeling position, stood up. Perhaps it was because she had been sitting for too long and compounded with her internal injuries, as well as her nervousness and worry over the upcoming battle, Mu Lingxi lost her footing and her legs went limp as she nearly stumbled to the ground. Shi Xiaobai was quick to react, and with a quick change of his pose, he extended a hand to hold on to Mu Lingxi, who had nearly fallen. Shi Xiaobai was carrying Mu Xiaorong in a princess carry, and because he had to free a hand, he had to carry Mu Xiaorong with an arm. But due to the urgency of the matter and the short amount of time, the pose of holding her up with one arm was rather unsightly. Shi Xiaobai's arm that was tightly wrapped around the silver-haired woman's waist had accidentally moved to a spot on the woman's body that could not be mentioned. The silver-haired woman's center of gravity wasn't stable as her body slid diagonally down and her face accidentally landed on a spot on Shi Xiaobai's body that was similarly unmentionable. When Tiger Li saw that scene, he immediately felt the fury pangs of anger strike at his heart. He had nearly spewed out another mouthful of blood. The heavens knew that the reason why he proposed to go outside was not because he was afraid of damaging the hall or destroying Speechless Coffin or even corpse. He had been embarrassed greatly after being slapped thrice. He planned on using a composed attitude to express his astuteness so as to regain some of his dignity. However, he never expected that to happen. Tiger Li's eyes rolled back as he nearly fainted from anger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535, Absolutely Not Running. Chapter 535, Absolutely Not Running. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Having suffered internal injuries and having sat for too long, Mulingshi suddenly turned limp when she stood up. As such, she nearly fell over but was supported by Shi Xiaobai's quick extension of his hand. Although he had a fast reaction, he had failed to consider the unfamiliar woman's posture in his haste. As such, the pose turned somewhat unacceptable. Shi Xiaobai very quickly sensed the strange feeling coming from his left hand that was pressed against the woman's body. Although there were clothes separating them, the touch felt as soft as cotton. It was as warm and mild as tofu. A tiny bit of strength from his fingers felt like it was pressing into a silt dune. It just kept sinking in. The pure Shi Xiaobai quickly glanced at the position of his left hand. Unfazed, he retracted his right hand to properly adjust the woman's posture. Even to the naked infernal queen, he had only politely hardened. This bit of accident naturally wouldn't stir him at all. Shi Xiaobai obviously did not have any ulterior motives towards the unfamiliar woman that resembled Mulingshi's elder sister, nor would he take advantage of the situation to do anything forbidden. However, this scene that landed in Tiger Li's eyes made him feel more upset than the 3 hard slaps. He had spewed a mouthful of blood and his eyes had even turned green. The 3 slaps had caused his face to swell in bruises. Shi Xiaobai had held onto his daughter in an unacceptable manner in front of him, and now, Shi Xiaobai had taken advantage of sampling his former wife. How could Tiger Li accept such humiliation? Furthermore, the person who humiliated him in such a manner was not a top expert like Thunder Emperor or Tyrant, nor was he the leader of the 3 factions, but a psionic mortal realm rookie that he wouldn't even bat an eyelid at usually. If a magnate that lived in an ivory tower were to suddenly be trampled on by a poor beggar and humiliated wantonly. Such augmented humiliation made Tiger Li, who was always good at controlling his emotions, nearly lose his reason. However, for Tiger Li to reach the peak of China's political world, he clearly had not done so only by relying on the Li family's background. He was a sinister tiger. Against lambs, he would only pounce ruthlessly at them to tear them into bits. But against a mighty lion, he would be extremely patient. He would use a myriad of schemes to slowly bite off the lion's meat, and devour the lion in the safest and most stable manner. To Tiger Li, Shi Xiaobai was not a lion. He wasn't even considered a lamb but a rabbit that jumped around without any regard for danger. If it were any other time, such rabbits that saw death would be devoured clean by him without even spitting out their bones. But now, this rabbit had not only stepped onto his head to dump a pile of shit, it had also constructed a green grassland that was conducive for cuckolding on his head. It was not sufficient just to devour him immediately. Tearing him apart or slowly devouring him was not delightful enough. The manner of death that could allow him to vent his anger was a problem worth considering. Tiger Li had successfully transferred his attention, turning humiliation to vengeance, and then transforming vengeance into the strength to seek revenge. Tiger Li had suffered in various ways when he first entered the world of politics, and he had used such a technique to allow him to swallow humiliation to discharge his duties. And now, Tiger Li had been forced into the same state. He took 3 deep breaths and sneered stiffly. After saying, "Get the hell out," he turned and walked out the hall first. Shi Xiaobai was about to follow with the silver-haired woman in his arm. However, Mulingshi, who was beside him, hurriedly pulled him back. "Why?" asked Shi Xiaobai in puzzlement. Mulingshi hesitated for a moment and took out a writing board. She wrote, "Although I don't want to admit it, it's actually true, that he is my father." Ah? Shi Xiaobai was first shocked before he said with a frown, "Your injuries are severe." "Since he's your father, why was he so vicious?" Mulingshi sighed inwardly and wrote, "Some things happened. I made some mistakes and according to his rules, I have to be punished. However, he has his boundaries and would not truly injure me. It was an accident." Shi Xiaobai's eyebrows knitted even more as he said, "Why are you helping him explain?" "It's not an explanation." Mulingshi shook her head and wrote, it's just that, Brother Xiaobai, the situation isn't as you imagined it to be. Although my mother and I would suffer slightly, that will be all. That person might seem a bit cold-blooded, but he would not go too far when it comes to his daughter and former wife. However, he now truly wishes to kill you, so later, find an opportunity to run. Mu Lingxi looked solemnly at Shi Xiaobai to indicate that she was not joking. Shi Xiaobai's expression immediately turned serious as he said with a shake of his head, "You should know that this king will absolutely not run, much less flee while leaving you behind." "I know." Mu Lingxi had a melancholic expression as she wrote, "But I don't want to watch you send yourself to your death, Brother Xiaobai. Those 7 soldiers are at the psionic might realm, that..." Afraid that Shi Xiaobai did not know what the psionic might realm warriors represented, she hurriedly added on, "The psionic might realm is equivalent to a level lord." Shi Xiaobai was slightly astonished. Indeed, he did not have much of a concept of the psionic might realm, but he had a particular understanding of the level lord's strength. Although he had killed 7 of the level lords in his rampaging state, Shi Xiaobai had faced the Thousand-Eye Demon Sovereign, which was also a level lord, on the 3rd level. Back then, Shi Xiaobai had no way of fighting it. He could only rely on Mu Yuesheng's superpower to escape. Level lords were nearly invincible against people at the psionic mortal realm. However, Shi Xiaobai was no longer on the same level of strength as when he was at the 3rd level. The stark contrast was as different as night and day. After experiencing the combat experience of the later levels, in addition to the appearance of the power of Tao Tai, the level of Shi Xiaobai's sword techniques and physical toughness had exceeded the confines of the psionic mortal realm. And while resisting the holy Treesin poison at the 9th level, he had devoured the Thousand-Eye Demon Sovereign's treasury as well as the black and white swords. Furthermore, he had half a Transcendence bloodline as well as the special ability of Transcendental 9 transformations. Shi Xiaobai's strength had reached whole new heights. Shi Xiaobai did not know how strong he was, but he was certain that he no longer conformed to the general standards of the psionic mortal realm. His strength had already far exceeded the psionic mortal realm. However, Shi Xiaobai was unsure if he could defeat the psionic might realm or the combined forces of 7 psionic might realm warriors. But if he chose to shrink back because he lacked the confidence, then he wouldn't be Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai gently consoled, this king was able to conquer 8 level lords. How would he be afraid of 7 people at the psionic might realm? Don't worry. This king will be fine. Although 7 of the 8 level lords were not taken down with his actual strength, it did not stop him from using it as one of his accolades so as to console the girl beside him. However, Mu Lingxi wouldn't calm down because of that. She looked worried and wrote, "Brother Xiaobai, you have already done enough for us. My mother and I will really be fine. There's still time to escape. I don't want you to take such a huge risk. I'm afraid." Mu Lingxi did not finish writing her thoughts, but her frail expression that looked worried explained everything. She was afraid that Shi Xiaobai would die accidentally like her brother and turn into a pain that would be too late for regret. Even though she knew that she would not be able to persuade Shi Xiaobai, she still wanted to try her best. Shi Xiaobai sighed and said gently, "This king promises you that if there is real peril, this king will run and not foolishly send himself to his death." Mu Lingxi faltered slightly as her eyes lit up. She nodded her head strongly. Shi Xiaobai smiled slightly as he turned to walk out. His gentle expression changed as though it was as resolute as a rock. Sorry, he had lied. A king could be defeated and he could escape, but he could not flee while throwing his friends behind. So, regardless of what to spare 7 people at the psionic might realm meant, he would absolutely not flee. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536, The Worth of a Piece of Shit. Chapter 536, The Worth of a Piece of Shit. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Crown Prince Manor. Tiger Li and the 7 wolfskins stood on one end while Shi Xiaobai stood on the other. Mu Lingxi leaned sideways on a wall behind Shi Xiaobai and allowed the unconscious Mu Xiaorong to be held in her arms. The moonlight seemed aqueous as the night wind was slightly chilly, gently swaying the plants in the courtyard. It was a broad and silent piece of land that would quickly turn into a chaotic battlefield. The 7 wolfskins were already eager to strike. They yearned to charge forward to break Shi Xiaobai's hands, feet, and reproduction organ, torturing and humiliating him to the extremes. But Tiger Li, who was supposed to be the angriest person, appeared exceptionally patient. He did not allow the 7 wolfskins to charge immediately. Instead, he waited for Shi Xiaobai to settle down Mu Lingxi and her mother. He did not mind giving him some time to prepare. This made the 7 wolfskins feel impressed and awed by his actions. They also understood deeply why they were only soldiers of a squad while the man in front of them was the emperor of the political world. If they were to question themselves, could they remain so calm if they were in his shoes? Especially with a large and green grassland propped on their heads that prevented them from feeling comfortable even for a second. But the Li family's emperor seemed prepared to forgive her. This garnered the 7 wolfskins' admiration. However, Tiger Li was only considering how he could torture Shi Xiaobai in a way that appeased him the best. As he was racking his brains, he realized for the first time how his methods of torture were so deficient. Instead, it was Shi Xiaobai who first took a step forward. He gestured at the 7 wolfskins and said disparagingly, "Are you coming one after the other, or are the 7 of you coming at me together?" Shi Xiaobai did not mind if the 7 soldiers at the psionic might realm would shamelessly fight one after another or to brazenly surround him in battle. His mind was clear as his fighting spirit stirred. He was already prepared. He had experienced many life and death battles. This was not the first, nor would it be his last. It was only one of the countless life and death battles he would experience that would not be worth mentioning. The 7 wolfskins felt Shi Xiaobai's contempt and were immediately infuriated. However, the decision was not up to them. They could only cast their eyes at Tiger Li. Tiger Li pondered for a moment before he suddenly had an idea. He turned his head at the 7 wolfskins and asked, "Which of the 7 of you is the weakest?" When the 7 soldiers heard his question, other than the youngest soldier shrinking his neck back slightly, the other 6 immediately cast their gazes on him. The youngest soldier could only bite the bullet and step forward to say loudly, "Your Excellency, I am Eventide 7th Wolf. I'm the youngest and the weakest member of the 7 wolfskins." Tiger Li squinted his eyes as he glanced at the soldier and said once again, "How old are you this year?" "What realm?" Eventide 7th Wolf straightened his back and said loudly, "I am 22 this year and at the 5th stage of the psionic might realm." Tiger Li nodded and suddenly turned to look at Shi Xiaobai. He said with a sneer, "Shi Xiaobai, what do you think of the cultivation speed of reaching the 5th stage of the psionic might realm at the age of 22? Shi Xiaobai looked dumbfounded, for he knew everything except the answer to such a question of general knowledge. Shi Xiaobai turned his head to look for Mu Lingxi for help. Mu Lingxi immediately wrote on the board, "The speed is alright, but it's definitely not considered that of a genius. If it's brother Xiaobai, you will definitely be at the psionic domain realm at the age of 22. You might even be nearing the psionic imperial realm." Mu Lingxi openly fawned on Shi Xiaobai, but what she depicted was an objective fact. Typically, psionites would stay in the psionic mortal realm to the age of 13 or 14. Once they had accumulated enough experience and strength in the psionic mortal realm, they would go to the psionic soul sanctuary to vie for psionic souls to break through to the psionic soul realm. And this period of being at the psionic mortal realm to accumulate strength was crucial. The differences were also extremely great. After entering the psionic soul realm, some people had very fast cultivation speeds. They would make breakthroughs again and again, while others would be stuck in the psionic soul realm or hardly break through to the psionic might realm without any further progress. That was the difference in talent and also the greatest difference between geniuses and mortals. Eventide 7th Wolf had cultivated to the 5th stage of the psionic might realm by the age of 22. He had spent 8 to 9 years to go from the psionic soul realm to the middle stages of the psionic might realm, which was considered somewhat above average, but it was far from being considered a genius. After all, most psionic Imperial Realm warriors, also known as psionic kings, would break through to the psionic domain realm before the age of 20. Although going from the psionic domain realm to the psionic Imperial realm was the true barrier, some psionic kings only took 10 years while others had to spend 2 to 3 decades. However, there was one thing to be certain of. If one did not break through to the psionic domain realm before the age of 20, it meant that one had no chance of reaching the psionic Imperial realm. Eventide's seventh wolf was still at the psionic might realm at the age of 22. It meant that the chances of him reaching the psionic Imperial realm in the future were nearly zero. As for Shi Xiaobai, he had established the highest record of the psionic mortal realm in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. His talent and accumulated strength was unprecedented. This meant that his cultivation speed would be unbelievable after he broke through to the psionic soul realm. It was nearly a fact that he would break through to the psionic domain realm before the age of 20 and attempt to reach the psionic Imperial realm before the age of 30. It was hard to estimate how high his potential went. This was also why a psionic mortal realm trial could cause such a stir in China. It was because the strength at the psionic mortal realm was of great importance. It was highly correlated with a psionite's talent and potential. After understanding this, Shi Xiaobai trusted in Mu Lingxi's judgment. Hence, he turned and said with a sneer, "You have the nerve to ask this king about a cultivation speed that's comparable to a snail's crawl?" Shi Xiaobai did not mind humiliating a lackey soldier that acted as the paws of a tiger. Eventide's seventh wolf was immediately incensed. However, Tiger Li surprisingly nodded. He added insult to injury by saying, "It's indeed a speed that's comparable to a snail's crawl." To only reach the psionic might realm's 5th stage at the age of 22, it means he will never attain the psionic Imperial realm. Such a plebeian is destined to be a lackey all his life. In a few more years, he would be exceeded by a true genius like you. Then, he will be left in the dust and finally not even be fit to hold up your shoes. Upon suffering such mockery, Eventide's seventh wolf's face immediately flushed red. His eyes reddened as well, but he could not retort, much less dare to riposte his master, Tiger Li. Shi Xiaobai did not echo the mockery and instead, his eyes turned slightly cold. He had already guessed at Tiger Li's intentions. Indeed, Tiger Li's demeanor changed as his expression turned hideous. He said with a sneer, "But today, you will die under his hands." Tiger Li pointed at Eventide's seventh wolf and cackled maniacally. "Shi Xiaobai, you will die under the hands of this trash. In another 10 years, no. In another 5 years, this trash will not even have the right to look up to you. But such trash can still easily humiliate and kill you today. To the dazzling you, this trash is only a pile of shit in the toilet. Soon, this pile of shit will drown you to death. You will die with the pain and regret from the stench that is real life. You will look at the endless starry sky but be trampled into the ground by ants, right into hell, never to be reincarnated." Tiger Li laughed savagely as though he was mad. This was the only way for him to relieve his anger. He wanted Shi Xiaobai to have a taste what the feeling a tiger had when humiliated by a rabbit. Eventide's seventh wolf, who had been analogized as a pile of shit, had an ugly expression. However, he did not dare retort Tiger Li's words. He could only force a laugh and echo, "Your Excellency, I will definitely not let you down." Shi Xiaobai looked at Tiger Li and Eventide's seventh wolf as though he was looking at retards. He shook his head helplessly and said, "You have overestimated the strength of this piece of shit. You have also underestimated this king's strength. Be it the future or now, it is still trash to this king that is not worth mentioning. Don't waste time. Let the 7 pieces of shit attack at the same time." The 7 wolfskins roared angrily at the same time as their expressions looked hideous. Tiger Li's expression was cold as he glared at Shi Xiaobai. He turned his head to Eventide's seventh wolf and said, "You are not to kill him directly. Torture him slowly till I'm satisfied. Also, remember, if he doesn't die, you will be the one dying." Eventide 7th Wolves felt his heart palpitate. The negative emotions of humiliation, anger, jealousy, and terror surged to his heart, giving rise to frenetic killing intent. Attack! Tiger Li waved his hand coldly. Yes! Eventide's 7th Wolf roared. With red eyes and a hideous expression, he charged at Shi Xiaobai like a crazy wolf. Shi Xiaobai did not charge forward and instead walked slowly forward. Lifting his palms slowly, an immense amount of psionic energy began surging out from his dantian into his meridians. Dragon roars began to suddenly emit from his body like the stark bells in the morning or evening drums. It was a reverberating sound. Eventide's 7th Wolf had already closed the distance in a split second. With an angry roar, he punched out violently. His fist stirred up a strong wind as it came smashing at Shi Xiaobai. Try a taste of this king's 18 subduing dragon palms. Shi Xiaobai hit out with his palm right at Eventide's 7th Wolf's punch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537, Proud Dragon Repents. Chapter 537, Proud Dragon Repents. Translator, Cetalan Editor. The 18 subduing dragon palms was a B-level reward that Shi Xiaobai obtained after completing the king's mandate. Shi Xiaobai had played games of the wuxia genre back on Earth. He had some understanding that the 18 subduing dragon palms was one of the best cultivation techniques. He recalled that the game's blurb about 18 subduing dragon palms was filled with praise, and it was even deemed the paragon of external-style martial arts, with unparalleled intricacies. However, the 18 subduing dragon palms that the Absolute Choice had awarded Shi Xiaobai was not only a pure martial arts technique. It had certain similarities and differences with the 18 subduing dragon palms of martial arts. It was similarly an explosive and unyielding palm technique, but its intrinsic quality was different from the one in the game. The latter was powered with internal energy while the former was powered by psionic power. In other words, the 18 subduing dragon palms that Shi Xiaobai had obtained was not a martial art move but a psionic martial technique. Psionic martial techniques and martial art moves were entirely different. If the differences were to be elaborated, a thick expository book could be written. Therefore, the only crucial difference is the core power of psionic martial techniques was psionic power. Compared to the internal energy that powered martial art moves, psionic power was freer and less restricted. It was vast and immense. The comparison between the two was like the ocean and a lake. The limit of martial arts was the physical limits of the human body. Above martial arts, there was core cultivation, and above core cultivation, there was immortal cultivation. As for the psionic cultivation system, it was endless with no limits. The 18 subduing dragon palms that Shi Xiaobai was using was an explosive palm technique that was powered to the limits with his physical strength and psionic power. Try a taste of this king's 18 subduing dragon palms. Having said that, Shi Xiaobai bent his left leg outward slightly and bent his right arm inward slightly. Drawing out a circle, and with an exhalation, he pushed his palm forcefully at Eventide's 7th Wolf's incoming punch. Instead of shock, Eventide's 7th Wolf was delighted. He turned his arm taut and clenched his fist tightly. With a sudden stride, he came to a halt and his fist came like a cannon. Conch spiral smashing fist. The might of the fist was tremendously powerful, but it needed time to gather strength to exert it on his opponent. His fist was like the eye of the storm as it stirred up squalls before compressing and condensing energy. It was like the compression of a spring before it was released. The immensity of the strength only had a weakness. His motion would nevertheless be slightly retarded and it would make his strike easily evadable. However, seeing Shi Xiaobai having no intention of dodging, and instead struck out in a head-on strike, Eventide's 7th Wolf was extremely delighted. The psionic might realm was the first ravine in the psionic cultivation system. There were two huge differences from the psionic mortal realm. First, it was the suppressive advantage one gained from soul suppression. Secondly, it was the quality of psionic power. Although Shi Xiaobai could ignore soul suppression unlike ordinary commoners, he was after all still at the psionic mortal realm. No matter how much he had built himself up, the quality of psionic power definitely could not be compared to the psionic might realm. Eventide's seventh wolf began having the satisfying visions of Shi Xiaobai being sent flying backward with a punch from him. However, despite the hatred and extreme anger, Eventide's seventh wolf turned calm in battle. He did not turn complacent and instead concentrated to a high degree. He would not forget that Shi Xiaobai had used a straight punch as a ruse while assaulting Tiger Li with a right slap. Shi Xiaobai was sinister and cunning. Therefore, Eventide's seventh wolf did not believe that Shi Xiaobai would foolishly engage in a head-on clash with him. Even though Shi Xiaobai's palms had moved up and had a martial stance, with strength projecting out through his nearly straight arms and back, which made it difficult for him to change his posture, Eventide's seventh wolf did not dare take it lightly. However, Eventide's seventh wolf would not feel restrained as a result of that. That was because he planned on using his fist to overpower Shi Xiaobai. He wanted to use an indomitable force to crumble any sinister ploys. Eventide's seventh wolf believed that with the quality of his psionic might realm's psionic power, Shi Xiaobai at the psionic mortal realm would have no chance of withstanding his strike. Furthermore, he had something hidden up his sleeve. Just as Eventide's seventh wolf's conch spiral smashing fist struck out, his left arm that had been gathering strength lashed out like a whip from the side of his body. It was not a single punch, but 2 punches. To be precise, it was a storm-like punch that was produced by 2 punches combined. Boom! Eventide's seventh wolf's fists came together at the last moment, increasing the strength by several folds as it came to a violent clash with Shi Xiaobai's right palm, but at the instant the fists and palm collided, the corners of Eventide's seventh wolf's mouth could not help but reveal a smile that seemed crazy with excitement. Seeking death. Eventide's seventh wolf never expected that Shi Xiaobai would truly choose to clash head-on with him. He thought to himself that the boy was really arrogant, but the arrogance had gotten to his head. It was extremely foolish. To clash head-on with an opponent 2 realms above him was no doubt an ambitious attempt without a sense of his pitiable limitation. However, Eventide's seventh wolf's excitement only lasted for an instant. The scene he imagined of Shi Xiaobai being sent back in retreat while letting out a tragic cry did not happen. Neither did he experience the delight of an overwhelming strike. His storm-like punches seemed to hit onto a towering and massive mountain. Eventide's seventh wolf's expression changed drastically as he felt that the boy's palm was as hard as a rock. It was unmovable and unrelenting. As for his fists, they failed to proceed an inch further. A dragon's roar suddenly sounded. Eventide's seventh wolf seemed to see a few golden dragons leap out from behind the boy. They drew a circle in midair before charging at him with a roar. Pang! 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 Having lost his force, his bones fractured. Eventide's seventh wolf felt pain in his arms as the blast from his storm-like fists shattered from a single strike from the boy. None of his 2 fists had the ability to put up any form of resistance. Eventide's seventh wolf turned alarmed as he hurriedly retreated to open up a gap. However, retracting the force of his fists resulted in a backlash that hurt his chest. He had nearly spat out blood. The head-on clash between palm and fist left Eventide's seventh wolf unable to match Shi Xiaobai. He had suffered internal injuries. How is this possible? Eventide's seventh wolf found it unbelievable. Shi Xiaobai was also somewhat astonished. He had used the most masculine and explosive strike, Proud Dragon repents of the 18 subduing dragon palms. Things develop in the opposite direction once pushed too far. Extreme pride eventually led to repentance. With a forceful stance and indomitable force, the lifting of Shi Xiaobai's palms resembled an overlord raising a cauldron, and his pushing of his palm forward was like a giant shoving a mountain. The thing this palm strike was least afraid of was a head-on clash. However, Shi Xiaobai had not used all his strength. He was confident that with his physical toughness, even if he was defeated by the first move, he would be able to retreat unscathed. Therefore, he had only used 60% of his strength. He wanted to test how strong a so-called person at the psionic might realm was. However, he never expected that a simple probe with a palm had left Eventide's seventh wolf in shambles. Eventide's seventh wolf was sent retreating by 60% of Proud Dragon Repents. While he stumbled in retreat, Shi Xiaobai wasn't sloppy. He immediately strode forward and chased after him. Retracting his right arm before extending back out, he struck out once again with his palm, applying the move, Proud Dragon Repents, again. The strike was fast and forceful like a raging flame and lightning blast. It came striking straight at Eventide's seventh wolf's chest. Eventide's seventh wolf failed to avoid in time. He felt horror and anger, knowing that his defeat meant death. Immediately, he went for broke. Unafraid of death, he ignored the subduing dragon palm that Shi Xiaobai had struck toward his chest and instead produced a smashing fist at Shi Xiaobai's head. To exchange injury for injury, life for a life, Eventide's seventh wolf was still an iron-willed soldier despite being a lackey slave. At that critical juncture, he had a fortitude that belittled death. However, Shi Xiaobai had a fortitude greater than his. Instead of retreating, he stuck his head out and struck out with his head and hit Eventide's seventh wolf's fist. At the same time, his palm struck Eventide's seventh wolf's chest. The hair-raising scene was like a head-on collision between two cars that had depressed the accelerator while the drivers released their hands from the steering wheel. Pang! Eventide's seventh wolf's fist first smashed into Shi Xiaobai's head as he widened his eyes in shock. His face was filled with complete disbelief. This wasn't a head but an extremely hard metallic lump. Eventide's seventh wolf's fist did not smash through Shi Xiaobai's head as he wished. Instead, the bone in his fingers fractured upon impact with Shi Xiaobai's head. Boom! At the same time, Shi Xiaobai's palm had struck straight at Eventide's seventh wolf's chest. Proud Dragon Repents was the mightiest palm strike that was unparalleled. Even though Eventide's seventh wolf had used psionic hardening at the last moment, he failed to put up any resistance. With a boom, his entire being was sent flying out like a cannonball, smashing through the surrounding walls of the courtyard. Eventide's seventh wolf fainted on the spot as though he was roadkill. Shi Xiaobai had defeated a person at the fifth stage of the psionic might realm in 2 strikes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 538, Defeat Meant Death. Chapter 538, Defeat Meant Death. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Shi Xiaobai felt very helpless after defeating Eventide's seventh wolf with 2 strikes that were only 60% of his full strength. He asked Tigerly sincerely, "Isn't he too weak?" Shi Xiaobai had asked the question without any intention of sarcasm. He only felt deep down that Eventide's seventh wolf was rather weak and was really not his match. Tigerly and the other 6 soldiers were already gaping in shock at Eventide's seventh wolf's abject defeat. While looking dumbfounded, they heard Shi Xiaobai's sarcastic remark which made their faces fluster. Their expression was extremely hideous and they were infuriated, but there was no way for them to provide a retort. It's not that Eventide's seventh wolf is too weak, but you are absurdly strong. To be that strong at the psionic mortal realm, are you about to ascend to the heavens? How could Tigerly and company say such words? Seeing them remain silent, Shi Xiaobai found it boring as he silently retreated back to Mu Lingxi's side. He saw her staring at him with her large watery eyes. Her gaze was filled with shock and idolatry. It emitted a brilliant light, enshrouding the admiration and favor in her heart. That beautiful and touching look of hers made one's heart palpitate and even melt. The girl was not stingy with her praises as she quickly wrote on her writing board, "Brother Xiaobai, you are so awesome. Your sword techniques are already astounding, but who knew that your palm techniques are even better? You managed to defeat someone at the psionic might realm with 2 palm strikes. It's so awesome." The girl's text construed an excitement that made them seem like they were about to fly off the board. Shi Xiaobai smiled faintly. He thought to himself, this king had only used 60% strength. If this king had used all his strength, victory would have been obtained with one palm strike. However, Mu Lingxi's words reminded him of something. It seemed like compared to his sword techniques, his melee attacks were even stronger? Actually, it was not hard to understand. Shi Xiaobai had only begun learning sword techniques a few days before he entered the tower. It had yet been a month since he began and, although he had experienced numerous battles and improved rapidly, he was still incomparable to Dongli at his age. If it was simply a comparison of sword cultivation, he was also incomparable to Sunless. Shi Xiaobai's talent in swords was astounding, but his sword cultivation was far from sufficient. The Koan Peng sword technique was still alright at clearing trivial monsters, but against a formidable foe, he still needed to rely on Excalibur, which was a lethal move that resulted in an internecine outcome. And after the appearance of the power of Tao Tai, Shi Xiaobai's physical toughness and strength had improved at an inexplicable speed. He had also undergone 3 great metamorphoses. The first metamorphosis was after eating the Transcendence fruit, which allowed him to clash head-on with King Leonis's fist. The second metamorphosis was after eating the Celestial Jade and Infernal King's sword, which allowed him to use his physical toughness to withstand Dawn's sword beam. The third metamorphosis was after eating all of the Thousand Eye Demon Sovereign's treasures and the black and white swords. He was temporarily unable to determine how strong his physical toughness had reached. The 3 metamorphoses that were brought about by the power of Tao Tai, in addition to the merger of the Transcendence bloodline, made Shi Xiaobai's physical strength and physical toughness reach an amazing level. It wasn't too much if he was called a humanoid Gundam. Now, Shi Xiaobai could probably fight King Leonis in his third form head-on with only his fists. Previously, Shi Xiaobai's melee martial attacks were restricted to turtle speed divine punch that was difficult to pull off in an intense battle. He had relied on his fist when fighting Moya and King Leonis and not his fist techniques. It was no different from fighting with gangsters on the street. But now, Shi Xiaobai had grasped the 18 subduing dragon palms. This formidable palm technique that claimed to be unparalleled was as though it was made for Shi Xiaobai. It allowed him to portray his physical strength and toughness in the most vivid manner. Shi Xiaobai's present ability at a physical brawl far exceeded his sword techniques. If Eventide's 7th Wolf had not chosen to use his fist to clash head-on with Shi Xiaobai's palm, he would not have been defeated so thoroughly. Is that Eventide's 7th Wolf really on the same level as the level lords? However, Shi Xiaobai still found the matter somewhat unbelievable. When Mu Lingxi heard that, she pouted her lips and began pondering. After a long period of rumination, she wrote, "It is said that the 9 revolutions Transcendental Towers level lords have strengthened between the 5th to 10th stages of the psionic might realm. This is the agreement people of the past had come to. It is unlikely wrong. According to the cultivation realm, Eventide's 7th Wolf and the level lords are indeed on the same level. However, realms do not represent strength. Brother Xiaobai, I'm at the psionic mortal realm, and so are you, but our strength is completely incomparable. Therefore, it should be said that Eventide's 7th Wolf only has the prestige of being at the psionic might realm, but he lacks the strength of being at the psionic might realm. He's far from comparable to the level lords." Mu Lingxi had used herself as an example for comparison with Shi Xiaobai. It illustrated the difference in strength despite being in the same realm. She was not unduly humbling herself, but by placing herself beside Shi Xiaobai for comparison purposes, a playful smile suffused her face. Shi Xiaobai gave an approving nod as he thought to himself, it was definitely Eventide's 7th Wolf that was too lacking. He was completely on a different level comparing to the level lords. However, Shi Xiaobai had never witnessed Mu Lingxi's strength because back when she was fighting alongside Speechless and company, he was trapped in the array world. He had missed the battle. However, Mu Lingxi had been estimated to be ranked 2nd in the organization's official selection. She was even higher than Sunless by 1 rank, so how could she be weak? Shi Xiaobai acknowledged the ranking estimates. See? The estimates placed him at 0th place and deemed him the rookie's mudslide. What difference did the prediction's accuracy have compared to clairvoyance? Therefore, Shi Xiaobai did not agree with Mu Lingxi's usage of herself as an analogy to Eventide Seventh Wolf. He shook his head and said, Eventide Seventh Wolf's reputation is unwarranted, but you aren't. It cannot be used as an analogy. His words were a disguised praise and recognition, so the girl immediately beamed as she felt delighted. She liked hearing that. Seeing Shi Xiaobai riding on the crest of success while hitting on his daughter while disregarding everyone else, Tiger Li's expression was extremely ugly. His face had been figuratively and literally smacked swollen more than once, yet he had no chance to retaliate. He was secretly incensed as he turned his head to bellow at the 6 soldiers, "Are the bunch of 7 wolfskins good-for-nothings to not be able to beat a boy at the psionic mortal realm?" The 6 soldiers exchanged looks, afraid to speak out. They did not even dare walk out of the wall to see if Eventide's 7th wolf was still alive. They were afraid that Tiger Li would take it out on them. However, silence was absolutely not a good response. Eventide Great Wolf, who was the 7 wolfskins' leader and also the oldest and strongest of the 7, could only bite the bullet and step forward. Mustering his courage, he said, "Your Excellency, rumors say that Shi Xiaobai had conquered the 8-level lords." "It doesn't seem like it's a rumor. He indeed has the strength to defeat entities at the psionic might realm. Eventide's 7th wolf is the weakest the 7 of us. It is understandable for him to be defeated by Shi Xiaobai, but if the remaining 6 of us were to join forces, Shi Xiaobai will definitely not be able to fight us." Tiger Li said with a sneer, "Do you have any dignity? Fighting a boy at the psionic mortal realm with 6 people at the psionic might realm, dot." When Eventide Great Wolf heard that, he could not help but curse inwardly. "So you know about dignity?" Eventide Great Wolf was afraid, revealing his thoughts on his face as he hurriedly lowered his head and said in a deep tone, "Shi Xiaobai can defeat the psionic might realm at the psionic mortal realm. His talent is comparable to Overlord Jifeng and Sword Immortal Su Tai Bai. He even seems the Hero King's match. His future attainments are unpredictable. In another decade or so, perhaps even Tyrant and Thunder Emperor will not be able to suppress him. This child cannot be left behind, or he would become a mortal malady for the Li family. Please give the order to the 6 of us to finish him off." Tiger Li's eyes squinted as his expression turned ice cold. He said coldly, "If the 6 of you are also defeated while fighting just him." Eventide Great Wolf bit the bullet and interrupted, "Impossible. I have already understood that Shi Xiaobai is proficient at melee combat. As long as we do not clash head-on with him, his strength would definitely be greatly discounted. As for us, the 7 wolfskins, we are adept at encirclement and restraining tactics. We can restrain him till he dies. There's absolutely no way for us to lose." Tiger Li gave a deep, meaningful stare at Eventide Great Wolf when he suddenly said, "Then go on. There is no need to torture. Kill him if you can kill him. No matter how sinister the method is, kill him for this emperor." Tiger Li had a deadpan expression, but his eyes looked extremely cold. Eventide Great Wolf felt his scalp tingle. How terrifying was it if a tiger that could compartmentalize dignity and pride become his enemy? Yes, Eventide Great Wolf responded softly. He knew that failure was not an option in the upcoming battle. Defeat meant death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 539, This Isn't a Boy, It's a Monster. Chapter 539, This Isn't a Boy, It's a Monster. Translator, Sitalan Editor. In the solitude of the night, Tiger Li and Eventide Great Wolf's voice was exceedingly clear in the quiet courtyard. Their conversation was naturally heard by Shi Xiaobai and Mu Lingxi. Mu Lingxi frowned as she glared angrily at her father. She found him despicable while the soldiers were detestable. They could not beat Shi Xiaobai individually, and they were now planning on ganging up on him. To have 6 people at the psionic might realm fight a single person at the psionic mortal realm, did they have any honor? Shi Xiaobai did not seem to mind. Such campy cookie-cutter plots of defeating a trivial figure before another bunch of trivial figures come, and eventually, an old one coming, was not a surprise to him. He was also long accustomed to fighting one against many. Not only did Shi Xiaobai not show fear, but he took a step forward and said sarcastically, "This king told you to send the 7 pieces of shit up together earlier on, but you refused to heed the advice. Now, do you finally understand this king's painstaking efforts? Do you know your faults?" Tiger Li's expression turned grim as he coldly said, "What a thick-headed mouth of yours. This emperor wants to see if your skin is as thick as your mouth." Shi Xiaobai took another step forward and said with a laugh, "The skin on your face is the thickest." Tiger Li was incensed as he waved his hand at the 6 people behind him. He bellowed, "Slaughter him for this emperor." Yes. The 6 soldiers roared with their heads up, sending a reverberation through the night sky. "Second wolf, third wolf, and I will restrain him in a guerrilla fashion. Fourth wolf and fifth wolf, harass him from the sides, while sixth wolf, find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Eventide Great Wolf lowered his voice as he quickly instructed his team. His expression was solemn, as though he was about to enter a battlefield. Yes. The 5 soldiers responded with a solemn expression. The battle strategy that Eventide Great Wolf had employed was used when they were fighting a powerful foe that they could not withstand directly. It was a battle of attrition that they had no choice but to use. By restraining, harassment and sneak attacks, they could slowly enervate their enemy, draining the enemy's patience and stamina before they finally devoured them. Such a battle strategy was rather despicable and insidious. Typically, it was an unscrupulous technique used when they could not obtain victory in an above-the-board and straightforward manner. If others were to know that the 7 wolfskins had used such a battle strategy to deal with a boy at the psionic mortal realm, they would probably laugh their heads off. However, Eventide Great Wolf had still decisively chosen this battle strategy. The other 5 did not raise any objections. It wasn't because Shi Xiaobai was so strong that they had to use a strategy of attrition to garner victory, but it was because they could not afford to lose. With the battle strategy decided and the command issued, the 6 soldiers immediately took action. Eventide Great Wolf, 2nd and 3rd Wolf rushed straight at Shi Xiaobai, while 4th and 5th Wolf flanked him from both sides of the courtyard. Eventide 6th Wolf retreated outside of the courtyard and disappeared into the darkness. Mu Lingxi had a drastic change in expression when she saw this. She cursed at their shamelessness. For 6 to fight 1, they truly had no shame to utilize such a battle strategy. This king will be right back. Protect yourself well. Shi Xiaobai showed no fear and was instead abnormally excited. Intense fighting spirit was invoked in him. After exhorting Mu Lingxi, he rushed at the trio that was charging at him. His left foot moved to the left while his right foot went to the right. He took steps to both his sides and suddenly, his figure turned to a blur in the night. Here he comes. Left. Eventide 2nd Wolf alerted the companions beside him. That's not correct. It's the right. Eventide 3rd Wolf exclaimed in shock. Is it the left or right? Eventide Great Wolf furrowed his eyebrows. The boy's figure in his assault at night was too strange. He would at times appear to the left but suddenly run to the right the next moment. It was a mixture of real and sham, truth mingled with falsehood. His speed was astonishingly fast and he was practically that of a mirage. They were unable to instantly discern his encroachment's trajectory. Eventide Great Wolf decisively roared, "Stop! Regardless of where he comes from, stand your ground with the formation in place. Take care of each other and kill him when he approaches." Eventide Great Wolf came to a halt as Eventide 2nd Wolf and Eventide 3rd Wolf immediately came to a tacit understanding. They leaned their backs against each other and took a triangular stance, going from initiating an offense to a passive defense. Shi Xiaobai's movement technique left them unable to grasp his whereabouts, so they could only stand in their spot in defense to await his arrival. Mu Lingxi gritted her teeth as she watched the scene unfold. She was infuriated. to stand defensively in the same spot when fighting 3 against 1. Did they even have some shame? However, Shi Xiaobai ignored it. Despite knowing that his opponents were hoping to make him suffer from his own scheme, he still rushed at the trio with crab steps. He moved like the wind and his location was indiscernible. Suddenly, he took a step to the left and appeared to the right of the trio before striking out. It was like a sweeping inferno that came unexpectedly. The palm was heading straight for Eventide Third Wolf's torso. Eventide Third Wolf was given a shock, but his reaction wasn't slow. He hurriedly brandished his saber and clashed with Shi Xiaobai's palm. Eventide Third Wolf felt his palm turn numb from the reverberating impact. He had nearly failed to hold the metallic saber, but he had narrowly managed to block the strike. He thought to himself, this boy is thin but he possesses such abnormal strength. Could he be the manifestation of some monstrous ox spirit? And on the other side, Eventide Great Wolf and Eventide Second Wolf had been waiting for the opportunity. Seeing Shi Xiaobai attack Eventide Third Wolf, they faced it in delight instead of alarm. As though they had seen a fish biting on a bait, they did not immediately aid Eventide Third Wolf and instead turned around and changed the formation of the triangle to entrap Shi Xiaobai into a triangle. Eventide Great Wolf roared angrily as he punched at Shi Xiaobai's chest. Eventide Second Wolf raised his spear and thrust it forward, right at Shi Xiaobai's back. Although Shi Xiaobai was in between a pincer attack, there was a large chance of him being able to safely evade with the use of crab steps. However, he had a boldness that came from his talent. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he turned 90 degrees and raised both his palms high up. He lunged with a partial squat and with an exhalation, he struck one palm to his left and the other to his right. The twin dragons fetch water, the dragon fights in the wilderness. Eventide Great Wolf and even Second Wolf did not know that Shi Xiaobai's The Dragon Fights in the Wilderness was one of the most profound palm strikes of the 18 subduing dragon palms. It involved the left arm and the right palm, either ruse or actuality, but there was no unique style. Furthermore, Shi Xiaobai could innately dual task or even multitask, so as his palms struck out to his sides, he did not end up having too many things to concern himself with. It was as though a massive dragon was raging through the wilderness as the dragon head spewed fire while its tail lashed out like a whip. Both the front and back was accounted for, allowing it to have no fear about being encircled by 100 beasts. Boom. Eventide Great Wolf's fist clashed directly with the palm, but his outcome was not much better than Eventide Seventh Wolf's. Similarly, he could not withstand Shi Xiaobai's incredible strength and could not help but retreat. Eventide Second Wolf's spear stabbed straight into Shi Xiaobai's palm. However, his spear failed to penetrate what was obviously soft-looking flesh. Instead, his arm turned numb from the resulting impact. Eventide Second Wolf could only retract his spear in resentment. The trio had been sent retreating, but they did not choose to continue embroiling themselves in battle. They immediately opened up a distance because the execution of their battle strategy was to restrain him instead of engaging in a desperate brawl. At the instant when the trio retreated, Eventide Fourth Wolf that had taken the opportunity to ambush grasped the perfect opportunity to appear behind Shi Xiaobai. He thrust his dagger straight at Shi Xiaobai's neck. Restraining and surprise attacks were the essential qualities Eventide Fourth Wolf had as an assassin. However, what left Eventide Fourth Wolf flabbergasted was that Shi Xiaobai seemed to have a pair of eyes behind his head. At the instant he appeared, Shi Xiaobai had turned around suddenly. That smiling face with that refreshing look left Eventide Fourth Wolf dumbfounded from shock. He could only bite the bullet as he thrust his dagger straight at the boy's dazzling bright eyes. Shi Xiaobai seemed to ignore it as he raised his palm to strike at Eventide Fourth Wolf's chest. Eventide Fourth Wolf yelped as he turned to run. He did not dare finish the strike with his dagger, afraid that Shi Xiaobai's eyelids could not be penetrated. He was even more afraid of being hit. It was something he could not withstand. When Eventide Great Wolf that had long retreated far back saw this scene, he immediately felt his scalp tingle. He thought to himself, this isn't some boy at the psionic mortal realm, he's clearly a humanoid monster. Not even a B-grade astral beast they jointly fought with great difficulty was as terrifying as this boy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540, That Cold Arrow Was Really Damn Cold. Chapter 540, That Cold Arrow Was Really Damn Cold. Translator, Cetalan Editor. He had rough skin and thick flesh that was powered by immense strength. His speed was fast and his reaction surprisingly quick. He was extremely alert and did not fear fighting one against many. How was this a rookie at the psionic mortal realm? Eventide Great Wolf's expression turned increasingly solemn. The killing intent in his heart grew even stronger. If he were to give Shi Xiaobai the luxury of a few years, they could very likely become bugs that could be easily crushed. If they wanted to kill Shi Xiaobai, they had to take the opportunity now. Retreat. There's no rush, let's enervate him. Eventide Great Wolf knew that the more bent on killing they were, the more they shouldn't act anxiously. The 6 of them had the advantage in numbers, realms, and battle strategy. As long as they fought without turning hasty and did things in a methodological manner, there was absolutely no chance of defeat. Eventide's second and third wolf immediately retreated dozens of meters back when they heard the command. Again, they took up a triangular stance with their backs facing each other. They were planning to continue with the strategy of inviting Shi Xiaobai to entrap himself. Eventide fourth wolf began pulling back to the left side of the courtyard as though he was evading the battlefield. In fact, he was hiding in order to wait for a chance. Mu Lingxi was so infuriated that she began stamping her feet. How could there be such shameless people? It could be ignored that the 6 of them did not dare to fight him straight on, but to think they began employing such a shameless battle strategy. Shi Xiaobai had long figured out that his opponents were planning on fighting a battle of attrition. Such strategies were actually commonly seen in games. Typically, a group of players would use it against boss battles. A tank warrior would attract aggro and constantly pull the boss, allowing assassins and long-ranged attackers to find a chance to output their damage. Once they were targeted by the boss, they would immediately retreat, allowing the warrior to continue pulling aggro. This pattern would repeat, and slowly, the boss's health points would be drained completely. Although the critical members like long-range attackers had yet to appear, they were likely Eventide 5 and 6 wolf, who were still waiting for the opportunity. At least one of them was playing such a role. The 7 wolfskins was truly using quite a good battle strategy. Shi Xiaobai never expected that despite facing 6 enemies that were 2 realms higher than his, he was receiving the treatment a boss would get. Immediately, he found it amusing and infuriating. However, he showed no fear. Putting aside the matter of who would fall first in a battle of attrition. Do you really think this king is a fool? Shi Xiaobai sneered. First, he charged at Eventide Great Wolf and the other 2 with crab steps. While passing off the spurious as genuine, he left behind shadows and with a twist, he changed directions and suddenly charged at an existence that was attempting to wipe out its own presence with a speed that was like a sudden clap of thunder which left no time for one to cover one's ears. In fact, that person only looked like a fool in Shi Xiaobai's eyes. Oh no, his target is Evernight fourth wolf. Evernight's second wolf shouted in alarm. Shi Xiaobai ran quickly like a leopard that had locked its sights on a prey. He was charging at Evernight fourth wolf, who had retreated to the left side of the courtyard and curled his body into a dark shadowy corner. Shi Xiaobai was not some brainless boss. There was also no so-called aggro system in this battle. How could he be so foolish as to allow Eventide Great Wolf and company to pull him away with aggro? Since the assassin, Evernight fourth wolf, had exposed his location, there was no reason for Shi Xiaobai to spare him. As a clever boss, it was the wisest choice to first target the assassin that had the weakest defense but highest damage. Eventide Great Wolf hurriedly shouted, "Quickly help Evernight fourth wolf." Eventide Great Wolf and company immediately rushed toward Eventide fourth wolf's position. Originally, they believed that Shi Xiaobai was an arrogant and brainless fool, so they did not expect him to see through the situation so quickly. He had grasped the crux of the matter. The boy had no weakness. How could he be this terrifying? Eventide Fourth Wolf saw Shi Xiaobai running at him and immediately cried out loud from fright. He was a cowardly person, to begin with. If not, he would not have retracted his dagger that was aimed at Shi Xiaobai's eyes because of a palm strike. However, such cowardly behavior was an advantage to an assassin. He let out a loud cry as he placed his feet on a wall, and with a squat, he charged out in the opposite direction. His speed was so fast that it gave Shi Xiaobai a shock. Eventide Fourth Wolf was timid, so in his life as an assassin, he had failed countless missions because of his timid and careful nature. However, he had never paid the price because of a failed assassination. He had always escaped given the opportunity, and he ran extremely fast. At the instant Shi Xiaobai was in a daze, Eventide Fourth Wolf had opened up a distance. However, he was not flustered. With a stride, he used proximity chasm and increased his speed greatly. The distance between the two gradually narrowed. Eventide Fourth Wolf widened his eyes in shock. The boy was actually faster than him. Eventide Fourth Wolf felt his guts tearing apart in pain from his fear. His body was extremely thin and weak. His extremely low defense definitely could not withstand that terrifying palm strike. As Eventide Fourth Wolf ran, he yelled, "Save me! Big bro, save me! Second bro, save me! Third bro, save me! Quick, save me!" Eventide Great Wolf and Company turned anxious, but they were helpless. The duo was running at such great speeds. How could the three of them chase up? Just as Shi Xiaobai was about to catch up to Eventide Fourth Wolf, he struck out at Eventide Fourth Wolf's back with a ruthless palm. Suddenly, with a bang, as though it was the explosive sound of a cannon, an artillery shell came falling from the sky, accurately smashing straight at Shi Xiaobai. The artillery shell came too suddenly, and it had fallen from the sky. Shi Xiaobai failed to receive any warning of it, but with the perception of God's ability to sense danger, he had managed to detect it in the final few milliseconds. Shi Xiaobai could only raise his palm to send the artillery shell flying. It exploded in mid-air like fireworks. Shi Xiaobai looked up, and through the flames, he could see the sneak attacker that had hidden in mid-air. He was Eventide Fifth Wolf that had previously disappeared. He held a cannon in hand, and there were two bat wings behind him. As they flapped, it allowed him to hover in mid-air. "Ah! Thank you for saving me, Fifth Bro!" Eventide Fourth Wolf screamed in pleasant surprise. He took that moment to escape far away. Shi Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. He did not recklessly pursue Eventide Fourth Wolf, and instead took a step back and parted both palms to the back and to the front, with one palm higher than the other. Suddenly he leaped and struck at Eventide Fifth Wolf, who was in mid-air. The dragon soars in the sky. This palm technique that was supposed to be a strike from the top after leaping was reversed in direction by Shi Xiaobai. It became a strike that slammed the sky. Hearing a dragon's roar, psionic power manifested into a palm that rose into the sky. Like a resplendent golden dragon, it shot out from his palm and flew towards the firmaments and straight into the clouds. Eventide Fifth Wolf did not dare take on the dragon soars in the sky head-on. He had begun flapping his bat wings and flew far into the distance so as to hide in the darkness. Shi Xiaobai halted helplessly. He did not pursue Eventide Fifth Wolf. He was unable to fly, and if Eventide Fifth Wolf had any intention of flying higher, Shi Xiaobai could only allow him to escape freely like the wind. Furthermore, during this period of time, Eventide Fourth Wolf, who was as timid as a mouse, had vanished. He had concealed himself while Eventide Great Wolf and Company had taken the opportunity to close the gap. "You cowardly bastard, don't you dare run!" Eventide Great Wolf pointed at Shi Xiaobai and bellowed. He revealed a look of contempt that seemed to imply that Shi Xiaobai was escaping. Shi Xiaobai laughed. Wasn't such goading too clumsy? Do you even have any fucking shame? Eventide Great Wolf signaled at Eventide Second and Third Wolf, who were both beside him, with his eyes. The duo had begun moving stealthily and was prepared to surround Shi Xiaobai. Since inviting him to entrap himself didn't work, they had to forcefully close the door to beat him. Eventide Great Wolf took a step forward and was planning to continue with his shameless blabber to infuriate Shi Xiaobai. Suddenly, a black miniature arrow flew from between Eventide Great Wolf's legs and flew straight at Shi Xiaobai's groin. Eventide Great Wolf immediately felt his scalp tingle as he had goosebumps all over him. He knew that the hidden Eventide 6 Wolf had finally struck. He had shot out an arrow out of the blue at what seemed like the most inappropriate moment. The sudden arrow had passed through his legs and it was well hidden. He did not even manage to react in time because he was not mentally prepared, but what was terrifying was that if the arrow had been a centimeter higher, it would be his balls that would be pierced through. As the arrow flew past, he felt his balls turn cold. That cold arrow from out of the blue nearly fucking froze his balls blue, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541, Upon hearing, men cry while women salivate. Chapter 541, Upon hearing, men cry while women salivate. Translator, Talon editor, although he felt his balls turn cold, Eventide Great Wolf's heart burned with fury. The arrow was a sneak attack that Eventide 6th Wolf had been cultivating in for more than a decade. It lived up to his ancestor's name. The arrow was thin like a needle and black like the night sky. To bore out from under his teammates' hips and shoot straight at his enemy's groin at an odd angle made it unpredictable. It was truly a cold, cheap move. There was no way for Shi Xiaobai to dodge that arrow. Indeed, just as Eventide Great Wolf imagined, Shi Xiaobai failed to react in time. With a PSH sound, the arrow pierced straight into the boy's pants, striking at the important spot in between his legs. That kid is finished. When Eventide Great Wolf heard the sound, he turned fervently excited. He nearly could not help but roar out loudly. The arrow was not only a cold arrow from out of the blue, it was also a poisonous arrow. The arrow was laced with acidic poison, and once it stabbed into its target, it would be as if a liter of acid had been sprayed onto the surface of the target. Flesh would issue sizzling sounds and instantly be roasted black. It was already painful enough to be shot in the limbs by such arrows. As for the crown jewels being struck, it was lethal. Eventide Great Wolf pricked up his ears, eager to hear the tragic cry from the boy. But after a few seconds, not only did Shi Xiaobai not shout, but he also remained calm. It was as though he did not realize what had happened. There was no reaction at all. What was going on? Could that PSH sound be a hallucination? Was it a fact that the arrow had missed its mark? Ding! Dang! Just as Eventide Great Wolf was feeling perplexed, he saw Shi Xiaobai's body suddenly quiver. A black and thin needle dropped from Shi Xiaobai's pants before striking the ground with a sharp, clear sound. The arrow had clearly penetrated the boy's pants. But why was there no damage? Eventide Great Wolf looked curious as he suddenly realized of a possibility. He could not help but draw a gasp. Could it be that Shi Xiaobai's crown jewels were so hard that a needle arrow could not penetrate it? As hard as metal, unbendable in the face of adversity. Had Shi Xiaobai reached the ultimate state of upon hearing, men cry while women salivate? The muscles in Eventide Great Wolf's throat flexed as with a gulp, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was envious yet jealous. If Shi Xiaobai was not a nemesis that he could not reconcile with, Eventide Great Wolf truly wished to share a cup of wine with him to know him as a friend. They could open their hearts and discuss why the heavens were so high or why the earth was so wide, and why you can be so hard. Be careful. Eventide Second Wolf suddenly yelled, waking Eventide Great Wolf from his reverie. He came round to and was shocked to discover Shi Xiaobai already in front of him. A powerful palm strike was heading straight at him. Clang! At that moment of crisis, Eventide Third Wolf's saber came slashing over, helping him block the attack. Eventide Great Wolf broke out into a cold sweat from the fright. He hurriedly took several steps back. He thought to himself that not only did the boy have amazing combat strength, but the boy also had extremely rich combat experience. The boy had taken the opportunity of that instant when he fell into a daze to strike. He had nearly suffered as a result of that. He felt a lingering fear and immediately turned furious from the embarrassment he had sustained. In addition to the jealousy of not being harder than others, he immediately turned ruthless and forceful. Second Wolf, Third Wolf, attack him forcefully and finish him. At that instant, Eventide Great Wolf changed his battle strategy. Eventide Second and Third Wolf were dumbfounded first before they said simultaneously, "Alright." The two of them were at the psionic might realm, but against a psionic mortal realm rookie, they had been restrained and afraid to strike out as they wished. They were already feeling extremely disgruntled, but now, the leader had finally changed the strategy. The lack of focus on a methodological approach ignited their fighting spirit once again. Eventide Second Wolf did not say a word as he was the first to take a step forward to rush at Shi Xiaobai. Retracting his arm before extending it out once again, he thrust his spear out. It flashed a cold beam through the night as though a WIRM came flying out of its cave. Nice one! Shi Xiaobai was delighted instead of feeling any sense of panic. He was filled with fighting spirit as he took a sidestep to dodge the spear. With his backhand, he swatted away the spear that came sweeping at him. He suddenly took a step forward and with his wrists, he struck Eventide Second Wolf's chest. Eventide Second Wolf hurriedly raised his arms and used psionic hardening to brace against the impact. Thankfully, Eventide Second Wolf had extremely high defensive strength. Although he had been sent retreating several steps, he did not suffer any serious injuries. Simultaneously, Eventide Third Wolf had already leaped to a spot behind Shi Xiaobai. With hands grasping his saber, he raised it high, conjuring lightning that flashed throughout the sky. He suddenly fell his saber and with a boom, a bolt of lightning crashed down, as though it was a lightning tribulation from the heavens. Lightning Tribulation Saber was Eventide Third Wolf's death blow technique. The strike was extremely powerful, but Shi Xiaobai did not push the boundaries. He immediately took a step forward and with proximity chasm, he appeared a distance 10 meters away, dodging the sharp beam. Eventide Great Wolf had long been waiting in front. He watched Shi Xiaobai dodge Eventide Second Wolf's Lightning Tribulation Saber and dash at him. Shi Xiaobai had chosen to advance instead of retreat. With a loud bellow, he smashed out with his fist. Winds that accompanied the fist stirred, emanating frost in every direction. It was as though an icy dragon had opened its mouth to spew dragon frost breath. A large swath of land 10 meters in front of him was dyed with a layer of cold whiteness. However, Shi Xiaobai's proud dragon repentance was extremely fiery and powerful in nature. The blazing wind from his palm instantly melted the frost from Eventide Great Wolf's punch. Despite failing with his punch, Eventide Great Wolf did not open a distance this time. Instead, he smashed out with another punch. This time, he wanted to forcefully go on the offensive, and on the left and right sides, Eventide Second and Third Wolf had come attacking. With each of them brandishing their respective saber and spear, they attacked Shi Xiaobai simultaneously with Eventide Great Wolf. It became a triple team offensive. Mu Lingxi could not help but turn nervous while watching from afar. Upon seeing this scene, she nearly cried out in shock. Eventide Great Wolf's Frost Punch, Eventide Second Wolf's Wind Spear, and Eventide Third Wolf's Lightning Tribulation Saber attacked from 3 directions. It was destined to succeed and absolutely could not be withstood directly. Brother Xiaobai, quickly run! However, Shi Xiaobai did not hear the scream in Mu Lingxi's heart. Not only did he not dodge or evade, he ended up standing in his original spot. Eventide Great Wolf and company smiled sinisterly as they pounced at him ferociously like tigers and wolves. Shi Xiaobai suddenly held his hands to his abdomen and psionic power began circulating through his palms. He first bent his knees and did a half squat before suddenly standing up straight. As he did so, he raised his palms and like a bow being pulled back completely, his palms struck out with a blast that resounded into the distance like thunder. Shi Xiaobai's palms hit toward the sky, immediately blasting out thunderous lightning in his surroundings. Several resplendent golden dragons seemed to twirl around his body. The expressions of Eventide Great Wolf and company changed as they turned to run. They had previously gone through life and death battles and had a keen sense of true danger. They spontaneously sensed that the boy was not to be approached at that moment. Their intuition was accurate. Shi Xiaobai's attack of tremors that shook the land was considered an extremely powerful move in the 18 subduing dragon palms repertoire. Furthermore, it was like a porcupine, the fiercer the enemy's attack, the more savage the retaliation. Shi Xiaobai gradually retracted his palms and nonchalantly glanced at Eventide Third Wolf that had already retreated to a great distance away. His eyes seemed to say, "What happened to the attacking forcefully? Why are you shrinking away?" Eventide Great Wolf and company had extremely ugly expressions, but they had no choice but to admit inwardly that the boy was somewhat voodoo. It was probably difficult to attack him forcefully. Eventide Second Wolf lowered his voice and uttered, "Are we still going to continue our battle of attrition with him?" Eventide Third Wolf gave an approving nod for the question. Eventide Great Wolf's expression was livid as the veins on his forehead bulged. He clenched his fists tightly as he spent several seconds to take deep breaths. Finally, he sighed and nodded. Suddenly, Eventide Great Wolf seemed to think of something as he looked up and shouted to the sky, "Fifth Wolf, come out, ut!" Eventide Fifth Wolf, who was flapping his wings, immediately flew over from a distance away in the night sky. Eventide Great Wolf ordered, "Use your cannon to shoot at him." I refuse to believe that his defense is purely dependent on his flesh and bones. He must have been using psionic hardening. Use your bullets to drain him of his psionic power. Eventide Fifth Wolf revealed an ugly expression as he muttered, "But..." Eventide Great Wolf interrupted, "Don't worry. According to my observations, this kid may have strong palm techniques, but he can at best hit a distance about 10 meters away. As long as you fly to a height of 20 meters, there is no way he can hit you. He will only end up being enervated by you." Eventide Fifth Wolf heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing that. He did not want to have his wings broken from a single palm strike. It was best if there wasn't any risk. There was no other way about it, as he had become timid after being a perpetual harasser in his years as a soldier. Eventide Fifth Wolf flapped his wings and flew to a point above Shi Xiaobai. Although Eventide Great Wolf had said that 20 meters were sufficient, he still flew to a height of 50 meters to be safe. "Die, idiot!" Eventide Fifth Wolf held a cannon in each of his hands. After aiming at Shi Xiaobai, he had a gleeful look in his eyes. He loved to be in the scoundrelly situation of others not being able to hit him while he could maniacally output damage. Shi Xiaobai shook his head helplessly. He found the group of people troublesome. Couldn't they just attack forcefully? Why did they need to resort to all these tactics? Shi Xiaobai sighed as he suddenly raised his hands toward the sky. With a wave of his hand, a golden beam flashed as Lucifer's sword appeared for a fleeting moment. Poof! Intense winds suddenly began stirring as they blew toward the sky. It wasn't wind but sword beams that filled the sky. When the first bout of sword beams tore through his underwear, nearly ending Eventide Fifth Wolf's chance of reproduction, countless sword beams came bombarding him like a rising gas. Eventide Fifth Wolf was immediately left confounded. What happened to being unreachable for 20 meters? This was a fucking no-fly zone in a 200-meter radius. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542, Truth of the Battle. Chapter 542, Truth of the Battle. Translator, Cetalan Editor. Shi Xiaobai had refrained from using his sword not because he was hiding his inadequacies. It was because Lucifer's sword was extremely draining on psionic power. It was not to be recklessly used. The black and white swords had just been destroyed, so he was temporarily without a usable sword. Although psionic construction allowed him to produce a psionic sword, the product would be extremely weak. It could not withstand the power of his sword truth. The psionic sword would only be more prone to shattering when sword intent surged through it. In addition, Shi Xiaobai wanted to try out 18 subduing dragon palms, therefore, he had not used any of his sword techniques till it was necessary. The time came when Shi Xiaobai could no longer tolerate it with the birdman dancing high in the sky. With a flip of his hand to summon Lucifer's sword, he waved the sword to produce a slash at the sky. The sword beam was keen like the spreading of the wings of a Kuan Pang. It swept up a storm of formidable magnitude. Although the Kuan Pang sword of wind produced by Lucifer's sword drained 10% of Shi Xiaobai's psionic power, the power was augmented and much stronger than usual. Eventide Fifth Wolf failed to dodge and could only conjure his psionic barrier to forcefully defend. However, the sharpness of the sword beam was something even a barrier at the psionic might realm could not fully defend against. With a cracking sound constantly resounding, a rift began tearing through the psionic barrier. Eventide Fifth Wolf retreated as he tried resisting. It was not easy for him to escape the sword beams that inundated the sky. His private parts were lucky to be preserved, but his clothes were left tattered by the sword beams. Thin and dense sword scars were left on his limbs, as red blood spewed out. He looked extremely miserable and had suffered non-trivial physical damage. Eventide Fifth Wolf immediately escaped into the distance while screaming in pain. How would he dare to stay behind any longer? Eventide Great Wolf and company drew a gasp as they could not believe the scene that had unfolded in front of their eyes. Shi Xiaobai was still hiding a trick up his sleeves? His sword techniques were in no way weaker than his palm techniques. Heavens, not only was this boy extremely strong and possessed extremely high defense, his speed was also surprisingly fast. Furthermore, he was adept at physical brawling and also proficient at using swords for long-range attacks. It was like he had no weakness at all and was completely invulnerable. How could a mere person at the psionic mortal realm be so strong? This didn't even make sense. It was in complete contrary to the balance of the world. Eventide Great Wolf's eyes seemed to crack from the numerous blood vessels being engorged with fiery blood. He had believed that teaching a lesson to a boy at the psionic mortal realm would be a simple and easily accomplished mission. However, he never expected the boy to be a humanoid monster. He was obviously at the psionic mortal realm and was not at the psionic soul or psionic might realm, much less psionic domain realm. Yet, the pressure he gave them was greater than an expert at the psionic domain realm. Neither his palm nor his sword strikes could be received and his flesh could not be pierced through. Even his crown jewels were as hard as metal. How were they to fucking fight him? Hold your ground. Continue the restraining and battle of attrition. He's merely at the psionic mortal realm, so how much psionic power can he have? Enervate him of all his psionic power and let's see if he can continue fighting. Although Eventide Great Wolf had trouble finding a strategy to deal with Shi Xiaobai, it was his responsibility as a leader to maintain the hearts of his men. Therefore, he immediately used an old-school battle strategy. If a head-on clash and forceful attack didn't work, what were they to do? Drag it out. Drag it till he was out of energy. It had to be said that such a strategy was shameless, but it was indeed effective. Eventide Second and Third Wolf collected themselves once again as they stood their formations once again. Although Eventide Fifth Wolf was injured, he had only suffered physical injuries. A tiny bit of rest allowed him to dedicate himself back into the battle. They were still in a 6-against-1 situation. Furthermore, not much of their psionic power had been drained. No one was severely injured either. After the past few moves, neither side had managed to overpower the other. At least Eventide Second Wolf's Wind Spear and Eventide Third Wolf's Lightning Tribulation Saber were not attacks Shi Xiaobai could withstand in a head-on clash. If they dragged it out, victory was definitely theirs. When Eventide Great Wolf and Company came to this realization, they immediately turned increasingly patient. Since inviting him to entrap himself and closing the door to beat him didn't work, they could only encircle him while attacking and retreating in a mixture of truth mingled with falsehood at the same time. It would be a dreadful and laughable state of not pouncing over despite having one's pants off. Mu Lingxi gritted her teeth as she watched this. She yearned to transform into a flamer that could mock them ruthlessly. However, Shi Xiaobai did not laugh. He appeared calm, but his inner thoughts were heavy. On the surface, he had seemed to tie with 6 psionic might realm warriors and even seemed to be repressing them alone. But in fact, things were not that simple. No matter how inept Eventide Great Wolf and Company were, they were at the psionic might realm. They were 2 realms above Shi Xiaobai, so how easy was it handling them? In fact, in every exchange and parrying of moves, Shi Xiaobai had expended psionic power that was several times his usual amount. He had high physical toughness, but there was no way for him to be left unscathed when withstanding the stab of a spear powered by the psionic might realm with his bare hands. This formidable defense was partly due to his tough skin and flesh, but the augmentation from psionic hardening could not be discounted. Although 18 subduing dragon palms was indeed a profound and powerful technique, it did not solely rely on itself to send Eventide Great Wolf and Company retreating. In fact, every strike produced by Shi Xiaobai had expended a great deal of his psionic power. He had enhanced the strength of the strike to its limits. Both offense and defense drained a large amount of psionic power, and adding the cost of using the previous sword strike, more than half of Shi Xiaobai's psionic power had been unknowingly drained in less 10 minutes. Eventide Great Wolf's shameless battle strategy had chanced upon Shi Xiaobai's weakness. Against 6 psionic might realm warriors, Shi Xiaobai was not afraid of a head-on clash or forceful attacks, but he truly could not allow it to drag out. In the battle before this, Shi Xiaobai had always been searching for an opportunity to break the impasse. Every strike and move he did appeared like a calm response, but it contained intense killing intent. Every strike was a lethal move that sought a chance to severely injure his opponent. However, Eventide Great Wolf and Company lived up to their reputations after all. Be it their defense, retreating or acts of reinforcement, they had done them in an excellent manner. It prevented Shi Xiaobai from finding a breakthrough point to produce a crack in their strategy. From Eventide Great Wolf and Company's point of view, Shi Xiaobai was in no way a boy only at the psionic mortal realm. Instead, he was like an astral calamity beast at the psionic domain realm. He was adept at both offense and defense. His speed was exceedingly fast and possessed no flaws. They could not forcefully attack and were rendered helpless against him. They could only drag it out in the hopes for him to be completely enervated. But from Shi Xiaobai's point of view, it was a completely different matter. He indeed possessed the ability to fight one against many. He even had the strength to simultaneously face 6 psionic might realm warriors. However, it was quite a tough fight for him. He relied on draining large amounts of his psionic power to barely be able to create a tight impasse. After all, his cultivation realm was still too low. The difference in realms was mainly reflected in the quality of the psionic power. For example, the spending of a fixed amount of psionic power would produce a power rating of 1 at the psionic mortal realm. But for the psionic might realm, it could very well be 10. This resulted in very great differences. This battle for Shi Xiaobai was a tough battle that needed him to fight someone stronger than he was while also being outnumbered by them. The pressure he experienced was completely different from the relaxed expression he portrayed. Now, more than half his psionic power had been drained. He could not drag it out any longer. It seemed like that move was the only resort. Shi Xiaobai took a deep breath as he looked at Eventide Great Wolf, who had steeled his heart to fight a long drawn-out battle. A sneer suffused his lips. Since all of you want to drag it out, this king will go for broke and bet it all on this. Shi Xiaobai suddenly took a step forward and produced a deep bellow that resembled the low growl of a beast. Eventide Great Wolf and Company hurriedly took on a defensive pose. They turned extremely alert and were ready to defend against Shi Xiaobai's exceedingly fast sudden attacks. But after a few seconds, Shi Xiaobai did not move, but a strange matter happened. Eventide Great Wolf and company looked at each other. Why did Shi Xiaobai suddenly turn green? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543, Breaking the Balance. Chapter 543, Breaking the Balance. Translator, Cetalan Editor. Shi Xiaobai had turned green. It was not an illusion but a strange matter that truly happened in front of their eyes. They saw the exposed fair yellowish skin outside his clothes suddenly turn green. Superpower? Eventide Great Wolf was confounded. He could only explain the strange matter with superpower. He could not help but frown. Presently, the superpower system was divided into 4 systems: combat system, defense system, support system, and miscellaneous system. More than 90% of espers had miscellaneous system superpowers that could not be used in battle. About 9% had defense or support systems, with only less than 1% having superpowers that were part of the combat system. 4 of the 7 wolfskins were espers, but they only had miscellaneous system superpowers that could only be used for day-to-day chores. For example, Eventide Great Wolf's superpower water purification was a superpower that could purify any pollution in water. Its best usage was only to purify toxins and toxic sludge, making it completely useless in battle. It was not strange that the 4 espers of the 7 wolfskins had miscellaneous system superpowers. After all, more than 99% of espers had non-combat system superpowers. But now, Shi Xiaobai had suddenly turned green. This phenomenon could pretty much only be explained with the word superpower. And for him to use it now, didn't it mean that his superpower was very likely a combat system superpower? Eventide Great Wolf was acutely aware of how much combat system superpowers augmented a psionite. It was even the case that a large number of combat system espers focused mainly on their superpowers and supplemented with psionic abilities. For example, one of the top experts in the world, Thunder Emperor Zhang Qi, had cultivated his S-class superpower, Divine Electrical Exoskeleton, to the extremes. If Shi Xiaobai had a combat system superpower hidden up his sleeve, Eventide Great Wolf felt bitter. He only felt that the boy was the chosen child of the heavens and that he was the son of God. But in fact, Shi Xiaobai was indeed hiding an S-class superpower, but he had not used it. Turning green was obviously not a superpower but a bloodline ability he had obtained from the Transcendence bloodline, Transcendental 9 transformations. Shi Xiaobai was using the Transcendental First transformation. Shi Xiaobai did not plan on using it because the Transcendental 9 transformations could very likely expose his Transcendence bloodline. Furthermore, the usage of the Transcendental 9 transformations would constantly drain him of his psionic power while in his transformed state. Using an analogy, if psionic power was thought of as the MP or energy bar in games, then using the Transcendental 9 transformations would require him to drain MP or energy to maintain his transformed state every second. Furthermore, the amount of psionic power drained with every level of transformation would increase exponentially. With Shi Xiaobai's psionic power reserves, he could only maintain the Transcendental First transformation for less than 10 minutes. If he were to use the Transcendental Third transformation, he would be drained of his psionic power in less than a minute. Just as Eventide Great Wolf and company were racking their brains to think of ways to drain Shi Xiaobai of his psionic power, Shi Xiaobai had not only ignored the thought of conserving his psionic power, he had instead taken the initiative to use the Transcendental First transformation that drained it. This was obviously not him losing his mind but because he had realized that he could not let the matter drag on. He had to break the impasse. Therefore, he wanted to go for broke and finish the battle in one fell swoop. As he experienced the surging strength in his body, Shi Xiaobai exhaled a long breath. He taut his calves and suddenly kicked off from the ground forcefully and charged straight at Eventide Great Wolf. "He's coming!" Eventide Great Wolf shouted in alarm as Eventide Second and Third Wolf hurriedly propped up their defense. They did not wish to beat down Shi Xiaobai in a head-on attack but only wished to restrain him and drag it out. As Shi Xiaobai ran forward, he struck out with his palm. It was surprisingly a head-on clash with the explosive Proud Dragon Repents. Eventide Great Wolf turned delighted as he conjured Psionic Shield to withstand it. Shi Xiaobai shattered the Psionic Shield with his strike, forcing Eventide Great Wolf to take a few steps back. However, he remained unharmed at all. At the same time, Eventide Second Wolf's Wind Spear and Eventide Third Wolf's Lightning Tribulation Saber came in reinforcement. They attacked Shi Xiaobai from different sides. Shi Xiaobai raised his palms high into the sky as he exhaled and struck one palm to the left and another to the right. He had used the dragon fights in the wilderness to face the duo's pincer attack. This scene was identical to the previous one. Eventide Second and Third Wolf were once again sent retreating. They did not turn vexed but only hurriedly retreated and had no intentions to embroil themselves in battle. But this time, Shi Xiaobai had no intention of giving up. Although the two strikes had failed to accomplish much, he had scattered the trio's battle formation. That was his plan. Time was needed to re-establish the formation that allowed them to reinforce each other. This short fleeting period of time was the only chance for him to make a breakthrough. Shi Xiaobai abruptly took a step forward and closed the distance with Proximity Chasm. He rushed in front of Eventide Third Wolf and fiercely struck at his chest. This strike's name was a Sudden Advent. It was fast, fierce, and aggressive like fire. Eventide Third Wolf failed to dodge in time and could only brandish Lightning Tribulation Saber in the hopes of withstanding the palm strike. Eventide Second Wolf and Eventide Great Wolf immediately turned and came aiding him the moment they saw the scene unfold. Shi Xiaobai's direct attack with his right palm was actually only a feint. Just as his palm reached midway, it suddenly changed directions and suddenly moved upwards, turning to strike Eventide Third Wolf's throat. At the same time, his left arm moved straight for Eventide Third Wolf's abdomen like a bat. Eventide Third Wolf was given a shock but he did not lose his calm. He forcefully retracted Lightning Tribulation Saber to hold it in front of his neck before clawing at Shi Xiaobai's left arm with his left hand. Eventide Third Wolf's timely reaction could be described as perfection. However, as the saying goes, despite the laws being strong, the outlaws were 10 times stronger. After Shi Xiaobai's feint was another feint. The boy's slap at his throat and strike at his abdomen were still fake moves. Suddenly he raised his foot and with a turn of his body to the side, he kicked at Eventide Third Wolf's lower body. That was the real attack. Treading on ice, an onslaught without exceptions. Eventide Third Wolf failed to defend against the third move after defending against the first two moves. After being kicked in his lower abdomen, he lost his center of balance and could not help but fall to the ground. Instantly, he left his weaknesses exposed like he was inviting an attack. Shi Xiaobai had been waiting for that opportunity. He moved both hands up and like an overlord raising a cauldron, he pushed his palm forward like a giant shoving a mountain. Proud Dragon Repents came striking at Eventide Third Wolf's chest. Eventide Third Wolf no longer had the strength to block it. Furthermore, this exchange of blows happened in a split second. Eventide Great Wolf and Eventide Second Wolf had failed to rush there in time to support. Swish! At that moment, a black needle arrow suddenly shot through the night, straight at Shi Xiaobai's throat. At the same time, a figure that had hidden in the darkness of the night suddenly appeared behind Shi Xiaobai. A sharp dagger came thrusting from top to bottom as it headed for Shi Xiaobai's back. At the critical moment, Eventide Sixth Wolf's cold arrow and Eventide Fourth Wolf's back stab simultaneously came in aid. However, Shi Xiaobai completely ignored the threat of the two lethal strikes. With a roar, he struck out with Proud Dragon Repents. Boom! Boom! However, this strike was no longer the same Proud Dragon Repents as before. After using the Transcendental First Transformation, his strength had greatly been enhanced. As Eventide Third Wolf failed to find his balance, he had no way to withstand the strike. His psionic shield instantly shattered and he was struck straight in the chest. His body flew out and broke through the courtyard's surrounding wall. His eyes rolled back, and with that, he fainted just like Eventide 7 Wolf. Eventide Third Wolf was unable to continue fighting. The balance had been broken. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544, Nearly Fishing Out the Dick. Chapter 544, Nearly Fishing Out the Dick. Translator, Cetalan Editor. Eventide Third Wolf was sent flying by the palm strike. It was unknown if he survived it, but he definitely had no way to continue battling. However, with Shi Xiaobai forcefully using Proud Dragon Repents, he no longer had time to dodge Eventide 6th Wolf's cold arrow and Eventide 4th Wolf's backstab. He could only give a deep bellow and use psionic hardening. Pang! The black needle arrow struck Shi Xiaobai straight in the throat. However, the needle arrow had been shot from a great distance away and it was designed to be as tiny as a needle for purposes of concealment. It was clearly lacking in strength. When it struck Shi Xiaobai's throat, it only pricked a tiny hole the size of a pore like a mosquito's bite. There wasn't even blood. Typically speaking, this tiny hole was sufficient because Eventide 6th Wolf's cold arrow was not only a scoundrelly one, it was also poisonous. It was extremely toxic, and just making contact with skin would allow the acidic poison on the arrow's tip to begin corroding the victim's skin like acid. It would turn the skin black. As such, Eventide 6th Wolf had given up on the arrow's strength in order to deliberately enhance its hidden nature. However, Shi Xiaobai could not be understood through common sense. Not only was his skin as hard as iron, his body also possessed a poison resistance. Eventide 6th Wolf's poison only made him feel an itchy numbness and nothing else. In fact, Eventide 6th Wolf had previously struck an important spot of Shi Xiaobai's. The timing and angle were extremely crafty that Shi Xiaobai had nearly failed to react. As there was no time for him to evade, he took a second to harden in times of danger. As such, the arrow failed to pierce into his flesh. However, the acidic poison on the arrow had landed on his sensitive regions. It made Shi Xiaobai suddenly feel an unbearable itch. It made him give an involuntary tremble. The acid was transformed by Shi Xiaobai's poison resistance, and the effects made it feel like itch powder. If not for Shi Xiaobai having another unleaking turtle aura that allowed him to repress his senses, he probably could not endure it but fish his dick out. But overall, Shi Xiaobai was Eventide 6th Wolf's nemesis. It left the cold arrow completely useless. Therefore, withstanding the arrow was no big deal. However, Shi Xiaobai was not only facing the arrow, he was also facing Eventide 4th Wolf's backstab. The timid soldier was after all a soldier. At times, he was crazier than anyone else. With his third brother, who was usually very good to him, being sent flying with his survival unknown, Eventide 4th Wolf felt a surge of hatred and anger. He had used all his strength in the backstab. The dagger came from top to bottom and forcefully stabbed at Shi Xiaobai's back. He wanted to tear through Shi Xiaobai's spinal cord. Put! The dagger stabbed into Shi Xiaobai's flesh. Clang! When the dagger stabbed into Shi Xiaobai's vertebral, it felt like it had struck iron. There was no way for him to push it further in. In fact, physical cultivation was divided into the 4 levels of skin, flesh, bones and mental defenses. Each level was harder than the other, but each level also had a higher defense than the previous one. The damage inflicted by Eventide 4th Wolf's backstab was already exceedingly terrifying. He had stabbed through Shi Xiaobai's skin and flesh despite Shi Xiaobai being in the transcendental first transformation. However, he still never managed to stab through the hardest bone. However, Eventide 4th Wolf refused to give up. He appeared as if he was mad as he pulled the dagger out halfway and stabbed straight in again. He began to constantly penetrate and pull his dagger in and out of Shi Xiaobai's back. If it were any ordinary person, the pain of being stabbed in the back was hardly tolerable. However, Shi Xiaobai possessed unleaking turtle aura, so he was able to reduce the pain to a minimum and he was not affected by it. He had been stabbed by Eventide Fourth Wolf because he was bent on defeating Eventide Third Wolf completely. So how could he allow Eventide Fourth Wolf to have the chance of penetrating and pulling out? Shi Xiaobai roared angrily and reached back to grab Eventide Fourth Wolf's arm. He lifted him and with an over-shoulder throw, he struck out with the divine dragon swishes its tail when the throw was midway. Boom! Eventide Fourth Wolf, who was a glass cannon assassin, obviously could not withstand Shi Xiaobai's the divine dragon swishes its tail. He spewed out blood in midair and by the time he landed on the ground, he had fainted. In about 10 seconds, both Eventide Third and Fourth Wolf were defeated. It was unknown if they lived. Third bro. Fourth bro. Eventide's Second Wolf widened his eyes in anger as blood surged to his brain. He immediately lost his cool. Bastard, you're dead. Eventide's Second Wolf roared angrily and charged at Shi Xiaobai. He struck out mindlessly with Wind Spear. Shi Xiaobai's back was bleeding but he ignored it. With a maniacal laugh, he faced Eventide's Second Wolf. Holding his hands to his abdomen and bending his knees for a half squat, he suddenly stood up straight. As he did so, he raised his palms and like he was striking the sky, thunder resounded as resplendent golden dragons twirled in a coiling fashion as they emitted dragon roars. Second Wolf, come back! Eventide Great Wolf realized something was amiss amidst his shock. He hurriedly yelled in an attempt to stop Eventide's Second Wolf. However, Eventide's Second Wolf was driven to engage in foolish acts because of his fury. He did not retract his spear and instead stirred a tornado and turned even fiercer. Shi Xiaobai sneered inwardly. His tremors that shook the land was a divine technique that countered against a group of foes. It was as strong as its foes. No, it became even stronger when facing something powerful. Just as Eventide's Second Wolf's spear stabbed into the lightning domain, the golden dragons roared. They spontaneously charged at Eventide's Second Wolf and the golden light exploded. Eventide's Second Wolf's spear instantly shattered. Although the golden dragons were not physical manifestations, each one of them bore into Eventide's Second Wolf's body and shot out of his body. This resulted in astounding damage which led to him uttering a tragic cry as if he was inundated by an inferno and struck by lightning. When Shi Xiaobai gradually retracted his palms, the golden dragons dispersed. Eventide's Second Wolf had already fallen to the ground. His skin was blackened and he was covered in injuries. He had fainted. If Shi Xiaobai had retracted his palms any later, Eventide's Second Wolf might have very well died from being devoured by the golden dragons. It looked as though Eventide Great Wolf's eyes were about to crack as he glared at Shi Xiaobai. His eyes were filled with hatred as he tried his best to maintain his rationality and not act recklessly. Eventide's Second, Third and Fourth Wolf had all been defeated one after another. The 7 wolfskins only had him, Eventide Fifth and Sixth Wolf. However, Eventide Fifth Wolf had retreated in fright because of Shi Xiaobai's sword strike. He had been physically damaged and had probably escaped to the ends of the world. It was unknown where he had flown off to. As for Eventide's Sixth Wolf's ancestral cold arrow, it had clearly struck Shi Xiaobai's crown jewels in his throat, 2 weak and fatal parts of the body, yet it was to no avail. Clearly, it was completely ineffective against Shi Xiaobai, so Eventide's Sixth Wolf was equivalent to having 0 combat strength. The 7 wolfskins, with 7 people at the psionic might realm, had 4 of them being heavily injured by a boy at the psionic mortal realm. 2 were neutered and only he, Eventide Great Wolf, alone was left trying to put up a fight bitterly. This was an absurd matter that one would not even dream of. Eventide Great Wolf felt bitter in his heart. A sense of defeat rose up in him as he felt that the boy in front of him was a terrible monster that could not be defeated. Suddenly, Eventide Great Wolf's pupils constricted. The boy's skin suddenly turned from green to yellowish white. As such, Eventide Great Wolf also saw that the boy's face was extremely pale. He even stumbled slightly and looked extremely weak. You have been drained off all your psionic power. Eventide Great Wolf felt as though he was welcoming a rain after a drought. He felt a euphoric disbelief. Shi Xiaobai's psionic power had drained faster than he had imagined. He seemed completely enervated. So the boy was actually not without any weakness. An overly low realm was always his weakness. Eventide Great Wolf was delirious from joy as he revealed a hideous look. What difference was a cyanide drained of all psionic power from a cripple without any limbs? He could win. The final winner of this tough battle was him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545, Why did you kill him? Chapter 545, Why did you kill him? Translator, Cetalan Editor. Reality typically proved that the flags that antagonists raised would usually be taken down immediately. Just as Eventide Great Wolf believed that Shi Xiaobai was enervated of his psionic power and believed that he could clinch final victory, a divine and pure milky white light suddenly fell from the sky and landed on Shi Xiaobai's back. The wound on his back was recovering at a visible pace. Immediately following that, a nourishing azure beam of light that alternated between cold and hot descended, completely enveloping Shi Xiaobai within. The paleness on Shi Xiaobai's face immediately turned ruddy as his weakened state gradually vanished. Magic! Eventide Great Wolf was well learned after all. He recognized the two beams of light to be the power of magic. He turned to look at the source of the magic. He saw the precious daughter of the Mu family in the distance. She was holding a spellbook and two six-pointed star runic formations lit up around her. There were two beams of light, vanilla white and azure blue, that constantly surged from the runic formation as they shot at Shi Xiaobai. You! Eventide Great Wolf nearly spewed out blood from his anger. He wanted to cry and shout, "How can you do that?" Mu Lingxi glared angrily at Eventide Great Wolf. Her glare seemed to say, "So the seven of you can fight one, but can't others help Brother Xiaobai?" Shi Xiaobai naturally discovered that the two beams of light came from Mu Lingxi. Although he did not know it was magic, he was rather astonished. It was because the vanilla white beam of light was healing his wounds while the azure blue light was rapidly replenishing his psionic power. In a few short seconds, he had been restored of a fifth of his psionic power. It was like the restoration of health and mana. She was a formidable healer. Shi Xiaobai raised a big thumbs up at Mu Lingxi. However, he quickly discovered that Mu Lingxi was extremely pale. The book in her hands was trembling slightly. Clearly, the internal injuries that Mu Lingxi had suffered were not light, and using magic would only worsen her injuries. If not, she would have joined the battle and fought alongside Shi Xiaobai. And at this moment, she had been forced to definitely pay quite a considerable price to use two restorative spells. Shi Xiaobai felt his heart ache for her as he hurriedly said, "Enough. It's enough already. Stop." Mu Lingxi smiled gently and secretly continued for another 3 seconds before stopping the magic. She stopped channeling the dual restorative magic. However, the moment the magic came to an end, Mu Lingxi's expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly lifted her hand to cover her mouth. Her throat moved as though she was swallowing something. Shi Xiaobai's eyes flashed a look of pain as he sighed inwardly and said gently, "Thank you." Mu Lingxi shook her head with her mouth covered. Shi Xiaobai turned around and slowly walked towards Eventide Great Wolf. It was time to end the battle. In fact, he had not yet expended all his psionic power previously, but he still had a little left. He could not maintain the transcendental 9 transformations, but he had pretended to look weak and powerless. He wanted to lower Eventide Great Wolf's guard and then use the final bit of strength to retaliate. But now, with Mu Lingxi's restorative magic quickly restoring a fifth of his psionic power, it was sufficient to round up the situation. Now, Shi Xiaobai had the absolute advantage. Victory had been determined. Eventide Great Wolf had an extremely ugly expression, but he did not escape because the cold-blooded tiger never showed any mercy to deserters. Eventide Great Wolf immediately clenched his fists tightly when he saw Shi Xiaobai striding towards him. He was prepared to risk his life. Enough, stand down. Suddenly, a calm and domineering voice sounded from behind Eventide Great Wolf. Eventide Great Wolf turned his head in shock and saw Tiger Li walking over slowly. He had a deadpan expression which hid his true thoughts. "I can still fight," Eventide Great Wolf said trembly. Tiger Li waved his hand and said, "How are you to continue after suffering such utter defeat? To not be able to defeat a psionic mortal realm boy despite the joint forces of 7 psionic might realm warriors, none of you are worthy of being called the 7 Wolfskins. From this moment forth, none of you are special forces anymore. Instead, you will be soldiers at the dimensional battleground." Eventide Great Wolf widened his eyes in disbelief. He never expected that despite his defeat, Tiger Li's punishment was only for them to dedicate themselves to the dimensional battleground. Although it was a bloody and cruel area fraught with danger, it did not necessarily mean they would lose their lives. There were even some geniuses who would volunteer to enter the dimensional battleground to train themselves. It could be said that the punishment of the dimensional battleground was much better than an execution in Eventide Great Wolf's mind. It momentarily left him in disbelief. In Eventide Great Wolf's days, Tiger Li roared once again, "Are you not going to scram while taking this bunch of fools with you? Scram before I change my mind." "Yes." Eventide Great Wolf did not dare hesitate. He hurriedly picked Eventide's 2nd and 3rd wolf from the ground and with one hand holding one, he turned and escaped. Eventide's 6th wolf, who was hiding in the distance, silently went to carry Eventide's 7th wolf. Eventide's 5th wolf, who was watching from afar, also flew back and carried the unconscious Eventide's 4th wolf. As such, the 7 wolfskins ran out the courtyard miserably with their tails between their legs. Shi Xiaobai did not pursue them. Although the 7 soldiers were loathsome, they were just minions following orders. It was already enough to have 5 of them severely injured, of which 4 had unknown fates. Furthermore, compared to chasing after the 7 wolfskins, Shi Xiaobai was more concerned about Mu Lingxi's injuries and safety. He warily glanced at Tiger Li before turning to retreat back to Mu Lingxi's side. He reached out his hands to massage her shoulders and used massage technique of God in an attempt to reduce her injuries. The massage technique of God was ineffective for his powerful body, but it had excellent effects on Mu Lingxi. Her face immediately turned ruddy. Soon, Mu Lingxi's face began to flush red. It was hot as her crystalline eyes seemed to be clouded with watery mist. She reached out her hand to cover her mouth and lowered her head like a camel. Her body began trembling. Shi Xiaobai recalled the time when he massaged Matzi. She too had such an expression and could not help but emit a strange sound that sounded like she enjoyed it but also sounded like she was suffering. Was Mu Lingxi experiencing the same thing? When Shi Xiaobai thought of this, he hurriedly stopped the massage. He knew that Mu Lingxi had always forced herself to not emit her voice. It was definitely not a good feeling. "Are you better?" Shi Xiaobai stopped massaging and asked out of concern. Mu Lingxi looked up and stole a glance at Shi Xiaobai before immediately lowering her head shyly. She then nodded her head gently. Shi Xiaobai sighed gently and asked, "Then, shall we go?" Shi Xiaobai wanted to take a look at Speechless corpse before leaving with Mu Lingxi and her mother. After which, he could find an opportunity to ask Mu Lingxi about the circumstances of him killing Speechless. As for Tiger Li, Shi Xiaobai did not wish to be further entangled with him. He had defeated the 7 wolfskins and Tiger Li seemed to be left alone, but Tiger Li was Mu Lingxi's father after all. No matter how much of a scumbag or scoundrel he was, there was no way he would dice Mu Lingxi's father up in front of her, right? Shi Xiaobai could not be bothered with the wretch. The 3 slaps were done to vent Mu Lingxi's anger, so that was enough. However, just as Shi Xiaobai was planning to leave, Tiger Li did not plan on letting it go. He said, "Wait." Shi Xiaobai turned around and said with a frown, "Why? Do you still want to fight?" Tiger Li shook his head and said, "I only want to know the answer to one question." Shi Xiaobai pricked up his brows and asked, "What's the question?" Tiger Li looked at Shi Xiaobai for a few seconds with a deadpan expression. Suddenly, he said with a calm tone like an idle banter, "My son," speechlessly, "he is a kind boy, so why did you kill him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 546, Reverend Misery C, Esteemed Monk. Chapter 546, Reverend Misery C, Esteemed Monk. Translator, Cetalan Editor. "My son," speechlessly, "he is a kind boy, so why did you kill him?" Tiger Li's tone was calm and his eyes looked indifferent. It was as if he had used the tone of asking, "What instant noodles did you eat today?" He had asked a stunning and explosive question. Shi Xiaobai was immediately dumbfounded. Mu Lingxi looked up in disbelief at Tiger Li. Instantly, her expression turned extremely pale. How was it possible? How did he guess that her brother was killed by Brother Xiaobai? I clearly did not say a thing, nor did I leak out anything. How did he know? No, he definitely could not know. He was guessing. How did he guess? Could it be that he was certain that I was protecting the murderer, and because Brother Xiaobai is very close to me and he possesses extremely great strength that surpasses Brother Speechless, he was able to determine that Brother Xiaobai is the murderer? How can that happen? No, it's him. It's that man. Those few points were enough. This traces of clues had made him infer something that he believes is the truth. Then, he would resolutely believe in his judgment. He was already certain that Brother Xiaobai is the murderer. And the reason he would ask this question is for verification? Oh no! Mu Lingxi's thoughts raced as she thought of the crux of the matter. She hurriedly reached out her hand to hold on to Shi Xiaobai. The reason Tiger Li had asked the question was not only to verify the truth, he was also trying to hoax Shi Xiaobai into confessing. However, it was too late by the time Mu Lingxi thought it through. Shi Xiaobai had no idea that Mu Lingxi, Sunless, and company had the intention of hiding this matter to the world. He never expected that Mu Lingxi was trying her best to hide this matter from him and Speechless father. When he heard Tiger Li's question, he believed that Tiger Li already knew the truth and was already beginning to question him. Shi Xiaobai was already feeling guilt-ridden because of the matter. Furthermore, he was not a person who avoided questioning. Hence, he quickly shook his head and answered, "Sorry, this king does not know why, because this king had no intentions of killing him." Mu Lingxi's face was drained of its color. She knew that the matter could not be concealed any longer. Tiger Li had used his ruthless judgment and sinister hoax to obtain the truth. Tiger Li's eyes flashed a cold, killing intent, but his eyes remained calm. He said coldly, "You do not know why? But you were still the one who killed him." Shi Xiaobai sighed and did not know how to explain. Although it was unintentional, he was still the one who had killed after losing all reason. How was it to be determined if he was considered a murderer? Tiger Li said coldly, "A life for a life. My son's death shall be paid with your life. Do you have any other thoughts on this matter?" When Mu Lingxi heard that, she hurriedly held Shi Xiaobai's hand and shook her head forcefully. Shi Xiaobai turned his head to placate her with a gesture. Then, he looked at Tiger Li and said solemnly, "Sorry, this king probably cannot pay with his life, but this king would definitely try to make up for his mistakes so as to gain forgiveness for his sins." Shi Xiaobai faced the question head-on and bravely shouldered the responsibility. However, he was not a pedant person. A living person could make up for his mistakes, but nothing could be done if he committed suicide because of his guilt. Furthermore, he had a nasty impression of Tiger Li. Perhaps, he could overlook the thoughts of enmity because he was Speechless and Mu Lingxi's father, but it was impossible for him to give up his life because of his speech. In other words, Tiger Li was not qualified. Shi Xiaobai did not plan on explaining further. He only wanted to investigate the matter thoroughly and try his best to make up to Mu Lingxi and Speechless Mother, as well as anyone else, so as to redeem himself from his wrongdoing. Tiger Li narrowed his eyes and said, "A life for a life is an unalterable principle. This emperor doesn't need any compensation, only your death." When Mu Lingxi heard that, she took a step forward to block Shi Xiaobai behind her. She glared furiously at Tiger Li. Tiger Li said with a sneer, "He killed your brother, but here you are, protecting him and loving him. Do you not have any shame?" With that said, Mu Lingxi felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her face turned increasingly pale. She had previously been painfully wondering how she should treat Shi Xiaobai. At this moment, her dilemma and pain were heartlessly exposed by Tiger Li. It left her momentarily flustered. But even so, Mu Lingxi did not take a step back. Shi Xiaobai immediately took 2 steps forward and blocked Mu Lingxi behind him. He said solemnly, "Everything is this king's fault. It has nothing to do with her." Tiger Li sneered and said, "You know you are at fault, but you do not want to repay it with your life. So you are just someone who's afraid of death." Shi Xiaobai faced his response in silence. He did not wish to embroil in the exchange of words. Regardless of what he said, Tiger Li would not heed it. Explanations on whether he was afraid of death or not would only be corny no matter how righteous it was delivered. Tiger Li's eyes turned cold as he said, "Since you do not wish to commit suicide to repay a lost life, then let me kill you." Shi Xiaobai's expression turned grim. Tiger Li suddenly turned his head and shouted towards the exterior of the courtyard, "Reverend Misery C, can you kill this scum for this emperor?" Just as his voice faded away, a repressive and respectful Ba was heard. It was crisp and loud like the morning bell or evening gong. It reverberated through one's heart. A golden Buddha suddenly fell from the sky. When the golden Buddha landed, the golden light dissipated immediately, revealing its true appearance. It was an old monk whose face was covered in wrinkles. He wore a cassock that did not hide the thinness of the old monk. However, his face was plump and he had long earlobes. Just his face resembled that of a Buddha statue. Ba. Reverend Misery C had his hands together as he landed in between Tiger Li and Shi Xiaobai. He had a smile on his face and benevolent-looking eyes. It was as if he was an esteemed monk that showed mercy. Tiger Li nodded at the old monk as a form of greeting. He implored sincerely, "Reverend, please kill the evil scum." Mu Lingxi sized up the old monk as her eyes gradually widened. She recalled who Reverend Misery C was. She was a bookworm and had once read a Buddhist text that introduced this person. Reverend Misery C was rumored to be the reincarnation of Buddha. At birth, he was at the Buddhists' relic realm. It was equivalent to the psionic domain realm in the psionic cultivation system. He was already in his 80s and had unfathomable strength. Few people in this world were his match, but he was dedicated to Buddhism. He practiced abstinence and mediated in Shaolin Temple, standing aloof from worldly affairs. Rumors had it that Reverend Misery C was not only well-versed in Buddhist Dharma, he was also proficient in Shaolin combat techniques. He was the strongest person in Shaolin over the past millennia. His strength was comparable to S-class heroes like Thunder Emperor and Tyrant. He was considered a reclusive expert, a Buddha in human form. Why was Reverend Misery C here? Did her father invite Reverend Misery C here to kill Shi Xiaobai? Mu Lingxi was immediately left extremely alarmed. Although Shi Xiaobai was considered a wonder in the psionic mortal realm, for him to be able to match a psionic might realm warrior, he would only be crushed when facing a psionic king. There were no other possibilities. This was because the psionic imperial realm was the biggest ravine in the psionic cultivation system. A psionic king could even fight 10 people at the psionic domain realm. As for Shi Xiaobai, he probably had to use all his strength just to fight a warrior at the psionic domain realm. So how could he stand a chance against someone at the psionic imperial realm? Furthermore, Reverend Misery C was no ordinary person at the psionic imperial realm. Instead, he was a paragon psionic king. He was on par with those who had the titles of Tyrant and Thunder Emperor. Reverend Misery C could defeat 10 ordinary psionic kings alone. What did this mean? 100 Shi Xiaobai added up was in no way Reverend Misery C's match. If Reverend Misery C were to attack, Shi Xiaobai would definitely be instantly killed. Shi Xiaobai also sensed a powerful aura from Reverend Misery C. It was like when he faced Hizith or the Infernal Queen. It was a repressive feeling that did not even give him the strength to resist. Shi Xiaobai had a somewhat heavy expression. If the old monk were to attack, what was he to do? Shi Xiaobai was not a person who would easily give up. He would also absolutely not give up a battle because his opponent could not be defeated. He had already mentally prepared himself to do battle. However, Reverend Misery C had a look of benevolence as he said to Tiger Li, "Amatba, this penniless monk never kills." Tiger Li said in a deep voice, "This scum killed my son. His sin is heinous. I implore Reverend to help." Reverend Misery C shook his head and smiled slightly as he gently said, "Revenge begets revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Benefactor Li, why don't you let it go?" Shi Xiaobai and Mu Lingxi were dumbfounded when they heard that. They never expected Reverend Misery C to be such an esteemed monk. They never expected him to be so understanding and benevolent. Shi Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief as Mu Lingxi also turned relieved. She thought to herself that if she ever had a chance to pass Shaolin Temple in the future, she would definitely give them some alms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547, The Buddha Says, Go Fuck Yourself. Chapter 547, The Buddha Says, Go Fuck Yourself. Translator, Cetalan Editor. However, the denied Tiger Li remained calm. Without a change in expression, he said calmly, "Reverend Misery C, you had discussed with this emperor today about rebuilding Shaolin and revitalizing Buddhism. This emperor requires serious consideration. Although this emperor is a premier, the nation's budget cannot be used wantonly." Reverend Misery C continued having a benevolent smile as he softly said, "Amatba, it is better to save one life than build a 7-story pagoda. However, that youth has not only killed a person, but his methods of battling were also vicious. He will probably be a demonic murderer in the future. There is no estimate of the number of innocent lives that will die under his hands. If he is vanquished now, wouldn't it be equivalent to saving those countless lives?" Tiger Li said with a nod, "Reverend, you speak of the utmost truth." Reverend Misery C said with a benevolent smile, "However, this penniless monk never kills. Why doesn't this penniless monk hold the evil scum down and let Benefactor Li handle it? It will ultimately be Benefactor Li's decision to kill or spare him." Tiger Li said with a nod, "That works." Reverend Misery C held his hands together and said, "Amatba, then about the matter of rebuilding Shaolin and the revitalizing of Buddhism, Tiger Li said with a smile, "With Shaolin having such an esteemed monk like Misery C, it naturally needs to be rebuilt. Buddhism preaches for people to do kind deeds, so how can it not be revitalized? This emperor will sign the grant money tonight." Reverend Misery C hung a benevolent smile and said, "Amatba, excellent, excellent. This penniless monk will now be repressing this evil scum. Revenge begets revenge, will there ever be an end to it? So by ending this evil scum's life, it can also be considered as helping him gain some merit." Amatba. Shi Xiaobai and Mu Lingxi were dumbfounded upon hearing the exchange. The conversation had truly widened their horizons. The concept of shamelessness had leveled demarcations. Compared to Reverend Misery C and Tiger Li, the 7 wolfskins were way less shameless. Reverend Misery C had refreshed the duo's worldly views. So this was how an esteemed monk achieved his esteem? Is that how Buddhist teachings were used? The duo cursed inwardly as Reverend Misery C had already turned his head over. The aged monk had turbid eyes, but his nonchalant glance at Shi Xiaobai and Mu Lingxi made it seem like the entire sky had collapsed down to crush them. Psionic Imperial Suppression. It was more than 100 times than the augmented suppression that the 7 wolfskins used in formation. Mu Lingxi instantly felt the world crashing down on her as she was left completely immobile. Shi Xiaobai also felt an immense pressure. This time, even his king's will could not ignore the suppression. His body felt as heavy as lead as he found it difficult to move. However, Shi Xiaobai was still extraordinary. Although he was at the psionic mortal realm, his willpower was stronger than a psionic king's. Shi Xiaobai gnashed his teeth as he gave a light bellow and raised his arms with great difficulty. He opened up his stride and like a rusty robot, he slowly and difficulty walked towards Reverend Misery C. He wanted to punch the shameless old bald donkey flat. Reverend Misery C's gaze changed slightly as he held his hands together. Amitba, this child is indeed a dragon among people. He is the chosen child of heaven and his attainments are unpredictable. Unfortunately, he has been led astray and has turned demonic. He is no different from evil scum. He is not to be spared or he would definitely wipe out all life, sending misery through the world. This penniless monk's suppression of this scum today will be considered as a great meritorious deed. It can only be right. Shi Xiaobai laughed from his extreme anger as he cursed out with great difficulty, "What a shameless old bald donkey!" Reverend Misery C's eyes flashed a hint of killing intent, but his face remained smiling and benevolent. He shook his head and said, "To persist in one's wrongdoings, teachings are necessary." When the old monk said that, he suddenly held his hands together and looked up to the sky. His cassock suddenly swelled up as though a wind had puffed it up. Golden runic seals began falling from the sky and imprinting themselves on his cassock. Reverend Misery C said with a deep and powerful voice. It did not sound like it came from his mouth but as though it came surging from every corner of the world. The Buddha says, "The sea of bitterness has no bounds, turn back to the shore before it's too late." Only Buddhist enlightenment can allow one to shed off the abyss of worldly suffering. Repent and ye shall be saved. This Buddhist saying was well known, but Reverend Misery C's voice was not ordinary. He was using the Shaolin technique, Diamond Dhyana. A voice like adamant, with words transforming into Gatha charm, it brought forth an overwhelming power. This power came crashing down on Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai immediately felt the pressure on his body increase greatly. It was like a towering Buddha statue was pressing down on him. He did not yield because of this. Although his footsteps towards Reverend Misery C turned slow, he did not stop at all. What's the point? Reverend Misery C shook his head as he continued reciting the Diamond Dhyana. The Buddha says, to see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. The Buddha says, I teach you to think the unthinkable, do the undoable, speak the unspeakable, and work the unworkable. Those who get it, those who don't, for all the words in the world cannot describe the sublimity of this truth. Be off by a hair's breadth or miss it by a fraction of a second and the picture is false. The Buddha says, all things contrived are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. And as dewdrop or lightning, they should be regarded as such. The Buddha says, everything is unreal and requires letting it go. Reverend Misery C recited the Gatha chants at an increasing speed with increasing anxiousness. As such, Shi Xiaobai also began walking slower. It was harder for him to move, but he never stopped once, even if he was moving forward at 1 millimeter after another. He didn't stop at all. Reverend Misery C remained in his spot, and as such, Shi Xiaobai finally came in front of him. A look of disbelief finally flashed in Reverend Misery C's eyes. He sighed and said, you are none other than an evil scum, bound to become a demon of the future. It is equivalent to saving all of humanity by taking you down. The meritorious service would allow this penniless monk to meet Buddha. Fuck your bullshit. Shi Xiaobai puffed with great difficulty as he tried to straighten his chest. He could not help but curse angrily. A look of anger flashed in Reverend Misery C's eyes as he opened his mouth to continue reciting the Diamond Dhyana. The Buddha says. The Buddha says, go fuck yourself. Shi Xiaobai roared angrily as his stiff and slow body suddenly moved like it had broken its debilitating shackles. He struck quickly at the shameless old monk with a palm. Proud dragon repents, go fuck yourself. Reverend Misery C's expression changed as he suddenly bellowed. Kneel. The angry bellow sounded like the resonating crack of thunder. It was ear-splitting. It was not the Diamond Dhyana but the Diamond Dhyana lion roar. Its might was several times stronger. As if it was the final straw that broke the camel's back, Shi Xiaobai collapsed completely as his strike only reached midway before coming to a halt. His knees felt as though they had been slammed heavily as he nearly knelt down. However, Shi Xiaobai could kneel to the heavens and earth, and his parents, but he refused to kneel to the old bald donkey. With all his strength, he threw himself forward at Reverend Misery C like a pouncing wolf. Reverend Misery C retreated back as Shi Xiaobai crashed to the ground with a thud. A hole the shape of a human opened up. Reverend Misery C suddenly struck out into the sky with his palm as 5 fingers came plummeting from the sky. With a rumble, it smashed on Shi Xiaobai's body. Like a 5-finger mountain, it suppressed Shi Xiaobai completely. At that point, Shi Xiaobai could no longer move. Reverend Misery C smiled slightly and said, in the past, Buddha had suppressed the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Today, Misery C has suppressed Shi Xiaobai. Excellent, truly excellent. Reverend Misery C adjusted his cassock and turned to say to Tigerly, benefactorly, go ahead. Great. Tigerly nodded in satisfaction as he picked up the saber eventide third wolf had dropped to the ground before slowly walking towards Shi Xiaobai. Mu Lingxi turned anxious but she could not move. Instantly, she felt melancholic and felt full of regret. She regretted not studying magic that Granny Deep Blue wanted her to do. She was engrossed with reading books and frequently skived. If she were just a bit stronger, perhaps, she could. Shi Xiaobai did not panic when facing despair. Instead, he had fighting spirit and his fury. He absolutely would not yield, much less give up. Go ahead and rage. Suddenly, a strange demonic voice resounded in his mind. Simultaneously, Reverend Misery C's benevolent voice resounded, a murderer must repay with his life. It is only right. Shi Xiaobai immediately felt incensed as he once again neared raging. At that moment, a familiar but also strange voice sounded in the night. This emperor is still alive, so how can there be murder and why is there a need to pay with one's life? That voice was Speechless Li's voice. Tigerly and Reverend Misery C turned their heads in shock and looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a handsome young man slowly walk out the door to the memorial hall. The bright and clear moonlight illuminated the boy's face. His face was paler and colder than the moonlight. However, he clearly was the dead Speechless Li. Tiger Li's expression was filled with a myriad of colors. It was hard to tell if he was pleasantly shocked or horrified. He seemed to have a guess as he said with a frown, "You faked your death?" Speechless slowly walked into the courtyard. He was hobbling and looked somewhat weak, but his eyes were bright like the stars. Upon hearing Tiger Li's question, Speechless shook his head and said, "No, I truly died." As Speechless spoke, he turned to look at Reverend Misery C and said with a sneer, "I had not only died, I had even gone to the Western Paradise where I met Buddha. He told me that an old bald donkey was using his name to engage in shameless acts. So he sent me back and told me to tell the old bald donkey, the Buddha says, go fuck yourself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 548, Misery C in Misery. Chapter 548, Misery C in Misery. Translator, Ctullin Editor. I not only died, I even went to the Western paradise where I met Buddha. He told me that an old bald donkey was using his name to engage in shameless acts. So he sent me back and told me to tell the old bald donkey, the Buddha says, go fuck yourself. Speechless sneered at Reverend Misery C and slowly walked over. He seemed to stumble as he walked, but it was not because his feet were weak but because his limbs appeared overly stiff. It was probably because he had been lying as a corpse for several days. His limbs had probably turned numb from all the lying. The statement was a mixture of ridicule and derision, cursing Reverend Misery C for his shamelessness. If not for the circumstances, Shi Xiaobai and Mu Lengxi would have given a big thumbs up and praised him for his scolding well done. However, the duo only felt pleasantly surprised, shocked, and puzzled. Speechless had been revived? Or did he never die, to begin with? They naturally did not believe his statement of going to the Western paradise, only to be sent back by Buddha. However, they could not figure out what was going on. Upon receiving such mockery, Reverend Misery C continued maintaining his benevolent smile. He said softly, a sin, it's truly a sin. Buddha's name is not to be used in vain. Benefactor, your words are overly impulsive. Speechless responded with a sneer, and just as he was about to say something, Tigerly spoke up first, my son doesn't think before he speaks. Reverend, please don't put it at heart. Tigerly had a calm expression despite saying so. His tone did not sound apologetic at all, nor did he reprimand Speechless. It was as if he doted his son. Reverend Misery C gave a deep, meaningful look at Tigerly and said with a smile, the Buddha says, not willing to forgive or pardon, is, in fact, hurting yourself. This penniless monk might not have the magnanimity of Buddha, but it's definitely not terrible. Your son is still young, so it cannot be helped that he might be slightly arrogant. It is understandable, so this penniless monk will naturally not be angered. However, don't assume a bad deed is too small to matter. Your son does not show respect to Buddha and he speaks vulgarly. There is a need for him to cultivate his body and mind so as to hone his temperament. If your son doesn't mind, he can come to Shaolin to cultivate for a period of time. Buddhism can train one's mind. Reading Buddhist scriptures can inculcate a heart like Buddha's. Striking a wooden fish clears one's mind. You will gain knowledge of past lives, a great opportunity awaits you. Speechless rolled his eyes when he heard that. He scoffed and said, you are already a failure being a human, so how can you succeed becoming a Buddha? Old bald donkey, you have been abstaining from meat your entire life, but you have been walking a completely wrong path. There's no loss to missing your Buddhist opportunity. However, this emperor has a gatha for you as a kind opportunity. Listen well. Speechless says, if there are no teeth blocking one's shame, air leaks when speaking. A black heart stinks the mouth, making it no different from farting. No matter how good Reverend Misery C's self-restraint was, he could finally not tolerate such derision. His expression changed slightly as a hint of fury flashed in his eyes. However, Speechless' identity was not something that he could easily act against. He could only turn to Tigerly and said, Premierly, it looks like your son has a lot of misunderstandings with this penniless monk. It seems this penniless monk shouldn't be staying here to be treated this way. Reverend Misery C began to use his departure as a threat, so as to get Tigerly to hold back Speechless. However, Tigerly apparently did not read in between the lines. He nodded and said, all right, Reverend, please go ahead. Since I have family matters to attend to, I won't be sending you off. Take care. Reverend Misery C was stunned. He pointed at Shi Xiaobai and said, but about vanquishing this evil scum. Tigerly suddenly looked strangely at Reverend Misery C and said, since my son isn't dead, there is no murder. Calling him an evil scum is truly a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, there is naturally no need for any vanquishment. Reverend Misery C looked completely flabbergasted. He could not understand the sudden change in Tigerly's attitude. Why did Tigerly, who was eager to kill Shi Xiaobai with his own hands a moment ago, has now suddenly turned so understanding? Reverend Misery C could not help but say, but this evil scum had not only slapped you thrice. He had also used sinister methods to injure the 7 wolfskins. He is extremely tyrannous and vicious. He will probably become the cause for disaster in the future. How can he be spared? Tigerly said calmly, Reverend, you had also mentioned only Buddhist enlightenment can allow one to shed off the abyss of worldly suffering. Repent and ye shall be saved. Since a butcher can also become a Buddha, why can't this young man that is yet to become an adult do so? The Buddha says, all sentient beings are equal, and he also says, I was you, you will be me. It is not true that this boy does not have a Buddhist fate, and that he might not one day become a Buddha. Reverend, you keep insisting on killing him. It seems you lack the heart of Buddha and also the benevolence of Buddha. When Reverend Misery C heard that, he nearly vomited blood. When did he become the one that insisted on killing Shi Xiaobai? Was Tigerly a demon that knew how to push responsibilities? Furthermore, he had used 3 Buddhist Gatha phrases to educate him. Did Tigerly think so lowly of him? At that moment, Speechless had already walked in front of Reverend Misery C. He looked down at Shi Xiaobai, who was being crushed to the ground with a 5-finger mountain. He looked up and said coldly to Reverend Misery C, are you still not releasing this emperor's friend? Reverend Misery C drew a gasp. He had never been treated so impolitely before. Furthermore, he had been cursed and treated with contempt by 2 young juniors in one night? Tigerly also spoke out, release him. Reverend, you shouldn't persist in your errors. Reverend Misery C immediately felt incensed. He nearly could not control his Buddhist heart. The father-son duo was attacking him as though he was an outsider that was not welcomed. What was wrong with Tigerly? Why did he seem to change into another person the moment Speechlessly appeared? He turned from a cold-blooded tiger and crafty fox to a great father who shielded his son? Reverend Misery C's had a hesitant expression. He did not wish to spare Shi Xiaobai, who had limitless potential and had borne a grudge with him. There's no need. Shi Xiaobai suddenly grunted softly. There's no need? Reverend Misery C looked down and immediately, his pupils constricted slightly. He saw Shi Xiaobai, who was being repressed by his 5-finger Buddhist seal, suddenly turn dark green in color. The muscles in his arms bulged out like dragons and this throat roared like a beast's. With both hands on the ground, he slowly got up while resisting the 5-finger Buddhist seal. A surging energy emitted from the boy's body. With his hands held to the ground, he was like an overlord lifting a cauldron. He crawled up from the ground and seemed like a prostrating behemoth that stood up. Boom! The 5-finger Buddhist seal was forcefully shattered by Shi Xiaobai's strength. Following that, he went from the transcendental second transformation back to his human form. His face looked somewhat pale and it was clear that he had used all his strength. However, he had truly shattered the 5-finger Buddhist seal with his strength alone. Reverend Misery C had failed to completely repress the boy. Reverend Misery C's eyes were filled with disbelief. He refused to believe that a psionic mortal realm weakling could resist and destroy his 5-finger Buddhist seal. It was something impossible. Reverend Misery C immediately felt immense killing intent. A freak like Shi Xiaobai was someone he had never seen his entire life. And he had already borne a grudge against him. He would definitely become a source of disaster for him in the future. This child was not to be left alive. Reverend Misery C's eyes turned sullen. Tigerly glanced at Reverend Misery C with a ruminative look as an undetectable sneer flashed along the corners of his lips. Speechless looked at Shi Xiaobai, who had shattered 5-finger Buddhist seal. He gave a big thumbs up and praised from the bottom of his heart, awesome. Shi Xiaobai grinned and said, likewise. You scolded well. It was a joy and it was relieving. Speechless laughed heartily and suddenly pricked up his brows and said, but, why were you green? Shi Xiaobai did not respond and also pricked up his brows and said, "And why are you now alive? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 549, Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Chapter 549, Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Translator, Sitalan Editor. And why are you now alive? This sentence wasn't precise. After all, it was likely possible that Speechless did not truly die. It was also possible that he had died fully. Hence, the premise of the question, "Why are you now alive?" wasn't right. However, there were too many questions and complications that Shi Xiaobai wanted to ask. He was momentarily unsure about where he should begin, so he could only ask such a question. However, Speechless was definitely aware of what he was interested in knowing. However, Speechless did not directly answer him, as he said with a faint smile at Reverend Misery C. He said, "The Buddha says, not to be said, not to be said, it becomes wrong once said." This gatha was used in a rather baffling manner, but when matched with Speechless' gaze at Reverend Misery C that placed him in an awkward position, his meaning was clear. Before the old bald donkey left, how could he reveal the secret? Speechless was chewing him with Buddha as a pretext. Reverend Misery C immediately felt worse but hid his emotions well. He did not display his displeasure on his face. Although he was infuriated with Tiger Li's sudden betrayal, Tiger Li was after all a nation's premier. Furthermore, with the stakes of rebuilding Shaolin and revitalizing Buddhism, no matter how much Reverend Misery C disliked and hated Tiger Li, he could not fall into a wanton rage to wipe out the Li family's father-son duo that was equivalent to an emperor and crown prince. Although his strength made it easy for him to wipe out everyone in the courtyard, there were many things in the world that were beyond strength and massacres. Reverend Misery C sighed inwardly. He could only tolerate the Li family father-son duo, but Shi Xiaobai was definitely not to be spared. The boy had an astounding talent with inhuman potential. The grudge with him could not be ignored. Although Reverend Misery C could lower his head and attempt to resolve the grudge, turning it into a friendly encounter, he refused to reduce the major issue to a minor one once he thought of the boy's wild and intractable personality. Reverend Misery C hesitated as he was momentarily in a dilemma. Tiger Li suddenly said, "Reverend, please leave." Tiger Li had directly expressed to see him out. Reverend Misery C turned to look at Tiger Li in disbelief. He was the strongest warrior in Shaolin and his strength was enough to give him the title of Psionic King. He was described as a Buddha reincarnated. Although Tiger Li had an outstanding position in the political world, why would he take the initiative to fall out with such a top warrior? This didn't make sense. Reverend Misery C nearly lost control of his temper, but as he looked at Tiger Li, his anger immediately vanished when he locked eyes with him. Tiger Li's eyes looked calm, but they were, in fact, hiding a tumultuous storm. There were deep intricacies hidden in them. This old sly fox that was draped in tiger's skin had hidden everything he wanted to tell him in his gaze. Reverend Misery C was similarly experienced and astute. He instantly understood Tiger Li's faint gaze that only maintained for an instant. High-level scheming allowed one to communicate through mere gazes. Reverend Misery C came to a realization as he said with a chuckle, "So that's the case. This penniless monk understands." Tiger Li said with a deadpan expression, "This emperor has family matters, so he won't be taking your time any longer. It's good that Reverend understands it. As for the matter on Shaolin, we can discuss again. This emperor will definitely give Reverend a satisfactory response." As they spoke, the two instantly exchanged gazes. Reverend Misery C said in a deep, thought-provoking manner, "Let's hope that Premier Li would not forget his promise." Tiger Li nodded and said, "This emperor has always been a man of his word." Reverend Misery C turned to face the rest and gave Shi Xiaobai a deeply thoughtful look. With his palms placed together, he said, "Amatba, it is time for this penniless monk to depart. Everyone, we shall meet again." After Reverend Misery C said that, his body suddenly burst with golden light. Like a golden Buddha statue, he blasted out into the sky. In a few seconds, he had left the courtyard and vanished. This old bald donkey is indeed extraordinarily powerful. His means of leaving cannot be replicated, Speechless said wistfully. When he said that it could not be replicated, he was indicating that Reverend Misery C's move had exceeded the limits of mirror replication, but it was a level in which he could not replicate it. Shi Xiaobai did not know that and thought that Speechless was mocking Reverend Misery C's for his deliberate posturing during his departure. He hesitated for a moment and was prepared to continue hounding the secret behind the revival. However, Tiger Li was faster than him. He said with a deep tone, "Vile spawn, you were faking your death?" Tiger Li looked at Speechless with a grim expression. His tone was completely different from before Reverend Misery C left. It was demanding and fierce. Speechless turned to look at Tiger Li and did not return him a friendly look. He said with a sneer, "So what if it is? And so what if it isn't?" Tiger Li narrowed his eyes into a cold gaze. He said coldly, "Are you testing this emperor's patience?" Speechless pricked up his brows and a derisive smile suffused his lips. He said, "If I don't say it, are you going to force me to drink truth serum? I understand that it becomes easier with experience. Once you do such matters frequently, there will be no sense of guilt. It's very normal. I am not confident how far you can tolerate this son of yours that is destined to take over your mantle, but there is one thing for sure. You will never hear a single word of truth from your own son's mouth unless you force him to drink truth serum." These words were said with penetrating criticism and cold harshness. Tiger Li's eyes turned even colder as he said coldly, "You were indeed faking your death. It was all a scheme and act. You had witnessed everything that happened in the memorial hall, but you continued acting a corpse. You are not a person that can ignore lethal threats to your mother and sister. You place far greater importance to loved ones than the common person, but you never woke up to prevent it. It is obvious that your plan of faking death was extremely ambitious. Your aims were nothing trivial, but what were you aiming for?" Speechless said with a sneer, "Heh, you are really a knave that uses his own yardstick to measure the motive of an upright man. To think you can think of such a conclusion of faking death. It truly shows how sinister and warped your thinking is. I did die, but my soul went to the Western paradise. Buddha used his divine powers, allowing me to see everything. The shameless deeds you did was something even Buddha could not bear watching." He nearly cursed out loud. Tiger Li responded coldly, "Utter nonsense. Those are all lies." Speechless pricked his eyebrows and said, "You neither refuse to believe in the truth nor do you want to hear lies. It's best you take out the truth serum. I happen to be thirsty anyway, so let me drink it." When Tiger Li heard that, he silently observed Speechless' eyes. Speechless responded with a sneer as he stared back in an unrelenting manner. Tiger Li remained in a prolonged silence before suddenly turning and walked out the courtyard. Moments later, he disappeared into the night. He had left the courtyard without saying a word. Speechless sighed as his gaze turned somewhat heavy. "Ha, the irritating fellow has finally left." Speechless hid the heaviness in his gaze and turned to say with a laugh to the boy and girl behind him. However, when he turned his head, he realized that Shi Xiaobai and Mu Lingxi's gazes were even heavier than his. Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a moment and sighed. He said softly, "You truly faked your death?" Speechless did not immediately deny it this time. Instead, he gave a deeply thoughtful look at Shi Xiaobai and said in a thought-provoking manner, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 550, The Reason Speechless Li's Name is Speechless Li. Chapter 550, The Reason Speechless Li's Name is Speechless Li. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Upon hearing Speechless say that, Shi Xiaobai and Mu Lingxi's gaze immediately turned heavier. They had heard Speechless and Tiger's conversation. Other than understanding that the father-son duo had a terrible relationship, they had also realized some things. For example, Speechless was acutely aware of what had happened in the memorial hall. It also meant that he had not been suddenly revived or awakened. Instead, he had seen everything. His explanation of going to the Western paradise to meet Buddha was obviously not to be treated seriously. Although Tiger Li's explanation sounded sinister, it was the most reasonable one. If Speechless had not faked his death, how could he be so aware of what had happened while his corpse lay in the coffin? And why would he suddenly revive at the most dangerous moment? But why would Speechless do such a thing considering his personality? This manner of feigning death had ignored the heartbroken sadness his relatives and friends endured, while also framing Shi Xiaobai to become a murderer and even causing his mother and sister harm because of Tiger Li's threat. Speechless was an upright person and would definitely not have done such a thing. But no matter how much disbelief was suspended, it did not deny the very likely explanation over the questions such as Speechless dying so suddenly and oddly. However, if Speechless had faked his death, how did he do it? And why did he do it? Shi Xiaobai was eager to know the answer, but he was somewhat worried that he would hear an answer he did not wish to hear the most. He fell into a dilemma, and after a moment of silence, he said seriously, "This king wants to hear the truth." The lie was definitely a white lie, but the truth could very likely be a cruel one. Shi Xiaobai had chosen the latter. It was because he wanted to know the truth and also believed that Speechless was not a gentleman and not a hypocrite. "All right." Speechless nodded with a faint smile. Suddenly, he turned around and took his mother from Mu Lingxi's arms. "The wind is strong tonight. I'll first carry my mom in to prevent her from catching a cold. Speechless carried Mu Xiaorong in his arms. With a gentle look in his eyes, he suffused a warm smile on his lips. Shi Xiaobai nodded. He naturally had that bit of patience. With a slight smile, Speechless carried Mu Xiaorong to an opposite wing of the courtyard. Shi Xiaobai turned to look at Mu Lingxi, who had not followed. His eyes constricted suddenly as he was slightly alarmed. Under the lonesome, holy and beautiful moonlight, a beautiful silver-haired girl stood there alone. She was watching the back of her elder brother, who was walking to a wing of the mansion. Her eyes were slightly red as crystalline tears dripped down her face. "Why are you crying?" Shi Xiaobai hurriedly asked in concern. "Could it be you are not feeling well, Aunt?" Mu Lingxi jumped out of her reverie as she turned to glance at Shi Xiaobai. She raised her hand to wipe her tears. A red glow slowly suffused her face as though she felt embarrassed for tearing up. She shook her head eagerly. Moments later, she wrote on her writing board, "I'm just too happy. It's really great that brother is still alive. Actually, when my mom divorced that man, brother had wanted to go with mom, but mom did not agree to it. She only brought me with her. Back then, brother was furious and said he would never call her mom. Therefore, when I heard brother say I'll first carry my mom in, I do not know why, but I suddenly felt like crying." And then Shi Xiaobai gave a knowing smile. So it was because the crybaby was crying tears of joy. To reunite with her family with all misgivings dispelled, how could she not be happy? Mu Lingxi suddenly stuck her tongue out and began writing, "Actually, I was always angry with brother. I found him too insensible. The reason why mom did not bring him along was clearly that man disallowed it. Mom must have been very sad as well. Yet, he said made such spiteful words. He made mom even sadder, so I had said, if you don't call her mom, then I'll not call you brother in the future. Humph. At least he's sensible, or I would definitely never call him brother my entire life. Well, it still needs some consideration now." People felt good when they encountered joyous occasions. Mu Lingxi felt uplifted and immediately transformed back into a chatterbox. She wrote a lot of words. When Shi Xiaobai first saw this girl, she was also this lively and adorable. She was clearly a mute, but she was more talkative than a chatterbox. People could not help themselves but simmer with laughter but also feel a sense of pain for her. Compared to a silent and melancholic girl, Shi Xiaobai preferred her to be lively in such a talkative manner. He responded, "What's there to consider?" Mu Lingxi suddenly frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before writing, "Brother Xiaobai, sorry. Brother, he might have really been faking his death. Although I can't figure why he would do so, the likelihood is extremely high. For brother to do that, framing brother Xiaobai into becoming a murderer is overboard even if he does not mean harm. We have to punish him. I'm considering not to call him brother in the future. Brother Xiaobai can beat him up badly, but, brother Xiaobai, can you forgive him?" The girl's gaze looked pleading. She was afraid that this matter would cause enmity between the person she liked and her brother. Shi Xiaobai said with a gentle smile, "Don't worry. I believe your brother isn't such a two-faced hypocrite. If he were to fake his death, then he definitely has his reasons. Furthermore, we should believe him. He is not a person that would fake his death." Mu Lingxi glanced at Shi Xiaobai and suddenly lowered her to fall into a deep silence. Moments later, she looked up and wrote, "Brother Xiaobai, actually brother's original name is not Speechlessly. His real name is Dragoonly." Shi Xiaobai was stunned. Dragoonly, Why did the names, Tiger and Dragoonly, sound like it was from the phrase ruling over dragons, beating down tigers? However, why did Mu Lingxi suddenly change the topic? Shi Xiaobai was somewhat puzzled, but he went along with her and said, "The name Dragoonly is still not bad. Why did he change to a name like Speechlessly, a name that renders people speechless?" Shi Xiaobai could not help but poke fun at Speechless name. Mu Lingxi grinned and with a blink of her eyes, she wrote, "The name Speechlessly was originally a nickname. Someone had called him that on the forums and later on, more and more people began calling him that. Hence, everyone switched to calling him Speechless. In the end, brother felt that the nickname Speechlessly sounded better than Dragoonly, so he registered to have his name changed, truly changing his name to Speechlessly. Shi Xiaobai could not help but laugh as he said, "He is truly Speechlessly." However, Mu Lingxi did not laugh. Her gaze turned slightly heavy as she lowered her head and picked up her pen to slowly write something. However, just as she was halfway done, Speechless had walked out of the wing and into the courtyard. Mu Lingxi hurriedly wiped away the words she had written and wrote, "I'll first return to the room to take care of my mom. You and brother can have a personal conversation. Anyway, brother would definitely think of a way to chase me away. Sigh. Mu Lingxi lowered her writing board and wrote something after wiping it clean. However, she did not show it to Shi Xiaobai. She walked towards the wing of the mansion and passed Speechless by. She then raised the board to show him. Speechless looked at it for a few seconds before nodding slowly. Mu Lingxi lowered the writing board and sped up her pace to leave the courtyard. Speechless slowly walked towards Shi Xiaobai and sighed slightly. That girl has truly grown up. She's sensible now. Shi Xiaobai was silent. He thought to himself that she was beyond sensible. She was so sensible that it pained one's heart. Speechless looked up into the night sky and suddenly said, "It's true." What? Shi Xiaobai failed to react immediately. However, he saw Speechless slowly turning his head over. His eyes were bright, much more alluring than the moonlight. The handsome boy suffused a deep, meaningful smile and said softly, "It's true that I faked my death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 551, Had an Accomplice. Chapter 551, Had an Accomplice. Translator, Cetalan Editor. It's true that I faked my death. Speechless said those words in a tone that wasn't serious. There was no solemnity in his smile, as though he was making a joke that had overstepped its boundaries. However, Shi Xiaobai could only treat it as the truth because he had chosen to hear the truth. There was no reason for Speechless to continue feign anymore. However, there were too many questions in Shi Xiaobai's mind, but he found it difficult to believe that Speechless had faked his death. He could not believe that everything that had happened after the huge battle in the silent desolate lands was planned by Speechless. Speechless said, "I know you have many questions that you would like to ask, but you have no idea where to begin. You have complex thoughts and I am similarly having mixed feelings. But the difference is that I'm not sure where I should begin or how I should explain. I have been racking my brains to consider this problem. Over the past few days of me faking my death, I had been deliberating again and again. So, if it's possible, please quietly listen to my narration. I will tell you everything you would like to know in a complete manner." Shi Xiaobai looked deeply into Speechless' eyes and said with a nod, "All right." Speechless took a deep breath and he suddenly turned extremely serious. He said, "Firstly, I am very sorry for framing you as the murderer, but please forgive me. I did not have any ill intentions against you and had no choice but to do so. In a while, I will explain the reason. But regardless, I have to first solemnly tell you, sorry. You did not do anything wrong, but you had been innocently made the murderer. I had done something that has crossed the line against you. Sorry." Shi Xiaobai turned serious as well. He was magnanimous, so he did not turn angry because of this. However, it was not so easy for him to let this matter pass. Hence, he said with a serious tone, "Explain everything clearly before this king considers if he should accept your apology." Speechless nodded and said seriously, "I will explain everything, but I don't want to use such a serious tone to narrate the matter because, to me, it was an absolutely correct matter. Although it was a scheme, a ploy, it was pointed in the correct direction. There is only gain after there is a loss. What I have gained is more than what I have abandoned. So in my point of view, it is a blissful story of seeing the silver lining behind the clouds. I have no way to use such a sad and guilt-ridden manner of telling this story that might seem overboard to you. It might seem impolite and very unreasonable, but I hope for you to understand." Shi Xiaobai wiped the seriousness off his face and said with a stable tone, "Perfect, this king does not like listening to sad and dark stories. Tell the story in a manner you would like." "Thanks. I like that point about you. Such broad-mindedness." Speechless changed his expression in a second and hung a flippant smile on his face. He looked like he was teasing and had wiped away the serious tone in his voice. He had returned to that unconventional and unrestrained style he usually adhered to. After Speechless said that, he suddenly realized something wasn't right. He hurriedly added on, "Don't misunderstand. The like I mentioned has the meaning of appreciation. Don't overthink it. Although I'm extremely handsome now and look a little androgynous, making it easy to think that I'm a girl disguised as a boy, I, speechlessly, am a boy. I like girls and am a straight man among straight men. If you don't believe, you can try touching. Hey, this is what you call pecs of a man." Speechless pointed to his chest that did not seem that firm, but his tone was filled with pride. Shi Xiaobai could not help but roll his eyes. He felt somewhat regretful giving Speechless free rein. This fellow liked rendering others speechless. It was better if he maintained that serious demeanor of his. Shi Xiaobai said exasperatedly, "Scram." Speechless chuckled and said, "When I was 8, I got to know quite a nice fellow. I became his friend and we played together for 3 months. In the end, that fellow suddenly confessed to me, giving me a shock. Only then did I learn that the fellow always thought that I was a girl. Back then, I was still young and my facial features had not developed. I was only beautiful and lacked the male charisma. So I did look somewhat like a girl. Later on, I explained it clearly to him, but that fellow ended up saying that he was unable to extricate himself from his love for me. He did not care if I were male, female, or transgender. Back then, I beat up that fellow terribly and placed him on a blacklist. Now, come to think of it, that fellow was quite a good friend before his confession. Unfortunately, that precious friendship has been destroyed." Sigh. Speechless sighed as he shook his head before stealing a glance at Shi Xiaobai. He said softly, I really do not want to use this face of mine to destroy a lofty friendship. Shi Xiaobai rolled his eyes and said, this king cannot understand what the difference that face of yours has from others, but the damage your mouth produces prevents any friendship from being everlasting. Cut the crap and talk about the important matters. After babbling on all this while, the main topic had yet been broached. It was hard to convince others that Speechless wasn't stalling for time. However, Speechless did not seem to have any of those intentions. He nodded sulkily and said, then, let's talk about the important matters. However, you should have known very little of what had happened or even be completely unaware of it. After all, when I faked my death, you were in an unconscious state. As for the rest, they would definitely hide the truth from you. According to a normal script, you should not even know that I'm dead. But you not only know that I'm dead, you even know that you are the murderer. It is likely that something that had exceeded my expectations had happened. Of course, this incident has two possibilities. First, someone told you of the truth. Second, you guessed it after discovering something amiss. It might deal with secrets you might not want to divulge, so I'll not pursue the matter, but in order to let you understand what had happened, I believe there is a need to start from the very beginning. Well, then let's begin from the moment you fell unconscious. The lot of us had left the silent, desolate lands and prepared to head for the infernal domain. The incident that Speechless had mentioned was, in fact, the Infernal Queen. If not for the Infernal Queen telling Shi Xiaobai the truth, he would have truly been left in the dark. However, there was also the announcement of the completion of the absolute choice. Even if the Infernal Queen had not spoken of it, Shi Xiaobai in time would have been able to infer the conclusion. If Speechless were to continue probing on that point, it was difficult for Shi Xiaobai to respond. Shi Xiaobai pricked up his ears in preparation to hear Speechless' story. What happened after he fell unconscious? Speechless said, back then, you fell unconscious and Sunless was heavily injured. The mood was heavy and sluggish. I got Lu Yu to hold you up together with me while the three of us walked in the second row. I got Lingxi and Yuexing to help Sunless bandage her wounds, so they walked in the third row. Furthermore, I got Feng Yuanlin to walk right in front while Pulp Farmer walked in the back. This arrangement seemed like a random one, but it was, in fact, orchestrated by me. Shi Xiaobai asked, why did you make such arrangements? Speechless said with a laugh, simple. Girls easily suffer from distress and anxiety. If they were to walk in front, they would definitely turn back to look at you frequently, but they cannot be placed too far, so the third row was most suitable. As for Pulp Farmer, he might look boorish, but he is extremely meticulous and observant. If he is too close, it is easy for him to spot something amiss, so I placed him in the back. As for Feng Yuanlin, he was placed right in front because that fellow is obedient. I shouted a few times of don't turn your head. Watch your front, and he obediently never turned his head back. This formation ensured one thing, that the change of expressions of me and another person would not be seen by others. Another person? Shi Xiaobai faltered slightly before he suddenly gasped in shock, Lu Yu? Smart. Speechless said with appraise, you might not know? Back then, Lu Yu's expression could be said to be extremely marvelous. Oh, sorry. I still need to apologize on Lu Yu's behalf. This matter was not accomplished by me alone, so I found an accomplice. Yes, the accomplice was Lu Yu. Shi Xiaobai was surprised. This bastard had an accomplice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552. Wish I could give 3 tight slaps to myself. Chapter 552. Wish I could give 3 tight slaps to myself. Translator, Cetalan editor. Oh, there's something you might not know. Lu Yu's superpower is telepathic relay. As the name suggests, Lu Yu can converse with others telepathically. Although there are limitations of distance and willingness, it basically allows secret conversations. Back when you were trapped in the god-slaughtering formation, the 7 of us were in an arduous battle with the 3-level lords and were facing grave danger. If not for Lu Yu's telepathic relay, it probably would have been an abject defeat. Hence, Lu Yu has reasonably gained meritorious credit. It's best if you can forgive him on account of this merit. Speechless coughed lightly before continuing. I believe you have already understood what I'm getting at. Yes, the reason why I chose Lu Yu as my accomplice was because of his superpower, telepathic relay. The reason why I got Lu Yu to carry you with me and not Pulp Farmer or Feng Yuanlin is also due to that. In the beginning, I began using furtive glances and mouthing to signal to Lu Yu to use telepathic relay. On the way back, we were constantly communicating telepathically. It was actually not a simple task. In order to reduce any flaws, Lu Yu and I had to communicate telepathically as well as take the initiative to be the talkative party to raise topics of discussion to relieve the repressed atmosphere amid the group. Therefore, we had to engage in 2 conversations without messing up our logic. Thankfully, Lu Yu was clever enough so we did not make any mistakes. As such, we secretly discussed the entire plan for faking my death. Well, it was not really a discussion, and more like me formulating the entire plan. When Shi Xiaobai heard that, he pricked his eyebrows and asked, "Why would Lu Yu obediently do such a deed with you?" Speechless blinked and a faint smile suffused his lips. He enunciated each word slowly: coercement and bribery. Shi Xiaobai was left dumbfounded. Speechless laughed and said, "It was just a joke. Lu Yu is such a headstrong guy and pedantic Taoist. How can coercement and bribery work? I know some embarrassing things about him, but they are not sufficient to threaten him in any way. As for using bribery or women, what can I give him? Don't think of me as some Li family crown prince. All my privileges are actually limited greatly by that darn fellow, Tiger Li. In the Li family, I only receive superficial respect. No one dares to oppose the Tiger's will to give me any actual support. So I'm quite aggrieved as a crown prince. Of course, with this face of mine, scamming some naive girls wouldn't be a tough problem, but how can I do such villainous acts? You might not believe it, but over the years, there have been numerous elite girls, hundreds if not thousands, with looks comparable to Sunless. There was also a mathematical genius named Jasmine, who confessed at the Nobel Prize Award ceremony. However, I didn't agree with it. It was not because I'm not interested in the matters of the heart, and of course, do not doubt my sexual preferences, but because of the whims of the heart. I already have someone on my mind, so I am unwilling to be moved by others. This is a person's responsibility and a person's conscience. I, speechlessly, am a good man. Oh, in short, I did not do anything like coercement and bribery yet. Shi Xiaobai felt his scalp tingle from hearing this. Why was Speechless also so talkative? It was a matter that could have been explained in a sentence or two, but he insisted on making detours. He even mentioned a huge bunch of crap that he wasn't shy about despite all the bragging. Could the talkativeness trait of him and Mu Lingxi be hereditary? Shi Xiaobai felt that he could not let Speechless wantonly continue on his babbling. He hurriedly redirected the conversation back. How did you get Lu Yu to work with you? Speechless suddenly wiped his smile off his face and came to a pause. After quite a moment of hesitation, he covered his face and said with a sigh, "What else could I do? I could only beg him. I thickened my skin and lowered my dignity to beg him. Things like Brother Lu, Lord Lu, Grandpa Lu, I had used them all." Sigh. Now that I think about it, it really winces the heart. I wish I could give 3 tight slaps to myself. Shi Xiaobai was stunned agape. He never expected that Speechless' sinister ploy was so humorous. But on careful thought, wasn't that Speechless' style? He was so cheap that he wanted to slap himself thrice. No one could beat that. Shi Xiaobai shook his head helplessly and asked, "So Lu Yu was convinced by your shamelessness?" Speechless chuckled and said, "How can it be that simple? That fellow, Lu Yu, does not yield to the carrot nor the club. He did not like me calling him Grandpa Lu, and when I touted him as the number one person in the Taoism of the past 9,000 years, he even got angry. He said that Laozi is the number one person. Bullshit. All Laozi did was write the Tao Te Ching. If one wanted to say who is the strongest in the Taoism, there was Yellow Emperor, and later on, Wang Chongyang. Above there is the highest Elder Lord and below, there is Mao Shan Taoist. Which one of them can't beat Laozi? Of course, I did not dare argue with him back then and agreed with him, and spoke highly of Laozi. But I deliberately changed the pronunciation of Lao from the third intonation to the first, making it sound like I was bragging about his father, Laozi, myself. Ha ha ha. Well, back to proper matters. Actually, I realized that there was not much point in pleading with him and ended up seriously talking to him. I told him the reason for the plan and some of my important secrets. I used my most solemn and serious attitude to let him understand that I was not doing it on a whim, nor was I up to some nefarious ploy. However, what I wanted to do and have to do was not for myself, but more for. Anyway, although Lu Yu was impervious to my previous tactics, he was an understanding person. He knew how to change his point of view, so he was eventually convinced. Speechless had once again split the topic of conversation midway, but when he saw Shi Xiaobai's unfriendly gaze, he hurriedly steered the topic back. Shi Xiaobai nodded and said, "Continue, so what happened after convincing Lu Yu?" Speechless said, "What followed was the first part of executing the plan, killing someone using the name of another. This part wasn't very difficult. Feng Yuanlin is an honest man, so he would not turn around easily. Although Pulp Farmer is a meticulous person despite his boorishness, he could not see a thing by being behind. Lengxi would begin having her mind wander once she is worried and would not concentrate on matters happening around her. Yuesheng is very meticulous and very serious, but it's because of that, she will not cast her gaze on us but on the surroundings so as to prevent any sudden unforeseen danger. So the only person that needed to be careful of was Sunless. She has deep feelings for you and has a strong will. She would not be disturbed by anything else, so she would definitely put all her mind on you. Therefore, when the plan was being carried out, I got Lu Yu to deliberately block Sunless' vision, preventing her from seeing your actions. In fact, you did not do a thing back then. Your hands were lifted up by our power, and as such, it seemed like you had shoved. Lu Yu faked being pushed down while I faked being sent flying. In fact, I had just used all my strength to jump backward and flew more than 10 meters. That scene happened fast and suddenly. Sunless' vision was blocked by Lu Yu, so no one managed to see it clearly. Of course, they could not see any of the minute flaws. When Shi Xiaobai thought of this, he had a baffling sense of respect. Although Speechless did not seem like a reliable person, he was indeed very clever. What seemed like a simple plan had, in fact, included the personalities and habits of everyone. It was easier said than done. Speechless suddenly sighed and said, "What followed was the toughest period for me. I faked being killed by you with a single strike and played a corpse. Seeing my partners sad and my sisters crying in pain was truly agonizing. There were many times I wanted to abandon the entire plan, but thankfully, Yuesheng and Lengxi are not girls with strange emotions. They would not do anything out of the ordinary. Although they were sad, they still faced it resolutely and maintained their reason." When Shi Xiaobai heard that, he was somewhat stunned. He did not understand why Speechless had used Sunless as a negative example. Shi Xiaobai had been trapped in the array world, so he had never seen Sunless' crazy side in order to save him. Therefore, his impression of Sunless was one of loftiness. She was a wondrous girl who would not flinch even with Mtintai crushing down on her. It was a completely different description to what Speechless had just mentioned. However, Shi Xiaobai did not question about that because he had a bigger question. He asked, "How did you fake your death? How did you fake your death and fool everyone? Do you have some unique trick?" Shi Xiaobai could not figure out how Speechless had successfully faked his death that had fooled everyone, including Sunless and company, as well as the unfathomable Infernal Queen and Tiger Li. How did he do it? Speechless pricked up his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "Shouldn't you be most aware of how I did it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 553, Black Turtle Hibernation. Chapter 553, Black Turtle Hibernation. Translator, Cetalan Editor. Shouldn't you be most aware of how I did it? Speechless said with a faint smile, "The divine technique that I used to fake my death was stolen from you after all." Shi Xiaobai was stunned. Stolen from him? Shi Xiaobai immediately considered all his divine techniques he had. Which of those miscellaneous techniques could fake a death that could fool everyone? Shi Xiaobai thought for a few seconds when his eyes suddenly glared as he said in surprise, "Unleaking turtle aura?" "That's right." Speechless nodded and said with a chuckle, "Remember back when I fought with the fake hero king? I had been defeated by the sword soul and my left chest was penetrated. Thankfully my heart is located on my right side, so I did not immediately die. However, I had suffered serious injuries that were truly excruciatingly painful. You realized that and immediately used Unleaking Turtle Aura to allow my mirror replication to replicate it. Therefore, I was able to maintain my casualness despite the heavy injuries I had incurred. Everyone else thought that my willpower was astounding, but it was actually the magical effects of your Unleaking Turtle Aura. None of us made this matter known, so I was extremely grateful towards you. Of course, I was increasingly puzzled by a divine technique like Unleaking Turtle Aura. It is truly one that I have never seen or heard. It's completely a divine method for posturing. Speaking of which, I recall myself using my hand to pinch my flesh in order to stimulate my recovery. It sure looked rather painful and Pulp Farmer thought I was crazy. He even asked me why I was so calm in such an agitated manner. I said nonchalantly, "Because it does not hurt at all." Woohoo, that expression of Pulp Farmer was truly like he had seen God. The look of shock on his face as his eyes turned dull. He must have been truly completely impressed by me. But actually, he did not know that I had used your Unleaking Turtle Aura, so I did not feel any pain. It had nothing to do with willpower. Ha ha ha. Shi Xiaobai felt his scalp tingle when he heard that. Back then, he had indeed used Unleaking Turtle Aura in order to relieve Speechless of any pain, but he never expected the fellow to use it for posturing. He also never expected that Unleaking Turtle Aura ended up being the main trick that Speechless used to fake his death. Unleaking Turtle Aura was a special technique that could suppress one's senses. However, if the suppression was pushed to the limit, it would reach a maximum and become another divine technique. Its name was Turtle Aura Grand Technique, also known as Black Turtle Hibernation. While in Black Turtle Hibernation, one's senses would be completely isolated from the external world. Breathing, pulse, and heartbeat would all become extremely slow, so slow that it appeared still and silent, making the person no different from a dead corpse. Black Turtle Hibernation was typically used when inflicted with an excruciating pain that could not be endured, but, in fact, it could be used to fake one's death as well. Shi Xiaobai should have long realized that Black Turtle Hibernation could be used to fake a death, but he had never used it ever since he obtained Unleaking Turtle Aura. He had even neglected it from the very beginning because it was no different from isolating all his senses from the external world. Although it could completely block out any pain, it also meant that he would lose complete control of his body. In the Black Turtle Hibernation state, one would be no different from a vegetable. One could have thoughts, but they would be left immobile. It would take at least half a minute to recover from the Black Turtle Hibernation state. If one were to suffer corpse desecration while in the Black Turtle Hibernation state, they would be in a helpless state during that half minute. Furthermore, due to the long period of hibernation, once Black Turtle Hibernation was removed, the body would immediately end up being in a weak state that needed a period of time to recover from. This period of recovery was also extremely dangerous. Therefore, unless he had suffered a fatal injury that Unleaking Turtle Aura could not withstand, which only Black Turtle Hibernation could save him by completely sealing off his senses, Shi Xiaobai would absolutely not consider using black turtle hibernation to enter such a passive state. And he never thought of using black turtle hibernation to fake a death. Therefore, he had nearly forgotten the extreme state of unleaking turtle aura, black turtle hibernation, a long time ago. However, Speechless had discovered of black turtle hibernation when he replicated unleaking turtle aura. He had even disregarded everything to use it for faking his death, fooling everyone in the process. Unleaking turtle aura was a reward from the absolute choice that seemed to be an entity that surpassed this world. Hence, it was understandable that no one had managed to see through it. Shi Xiaobai sighed and said, "Others might not discover it, but if this king had seen your corpse, this king would have immediately realized that you had used black turtle hibernation." Speechless said with a chuckle, "I know. That's why I could not allow you to see my corpse. Even news of my death was not to be made known to you. You are too clever and you can easily tell the truth from just a few inkling clues. This was also why I needed Lu Yu to be my accomplice. I got Lu Yu to convince everyone to hide my death from you while you were still unconscious. I wanted it to be unknown that you were the murderer because if the truth was made known, you would feel guilt. The Li family would be furious and it would definitely end up in a tragedy. This mission wasn't difficult. Instead of calling it convincing, it should be said that it was a tacit understanding that everyone unanimously agreed to. After all, you hold a very high position in the eyes of Sunless, Pulp Farmer, Feng Yuanlin and my two sisters. They would definitely have you in their considerations. In my plan, when everything ends, you should not even know a thing. You would shout with a flabbergasted look, "What the fuck, man?" Well, although I had used you, I did not wish to implicate you in it. I just never expected you to eventually know the truth. Shi Xiaobai could not help but feel mixed emotions when he heard that. Speechless' plan was indeed extremely meticulous. However, it was impossible for him to realize that the ones watching the farce were not limited to Sunless and company. There was also that fancy schlock, the Infernal Queen. And after Shi Xiaobai learned of Speechless' death, he did not immediately think of the possibility of him faking his death. He had been fooled by the announcement of the completion of the absolute choice. Up to date, Shi Xiaobai was still unsure why Speechless' fake death would result in the completion of the king's mandate. However, Speechless clearly could not answer his doubts. Shi Xiaobai began racking his brains while feeling complicated. Speechless glanced at Shi Xiaobai and suddenly said with a smile, "Speaking of which, I am reminded of Lu Yu's acting performance. When I died, there was no leader in the group. It was imperative that a person who would not lose his calm would stand forward. Lu Yu had played that role of temporary leader that did not fluster. I originally thought that the young priest was a serious and sanctimonious person. It was unlikely he was good in acting and I felt that it would be tough for him to carry out the difficult mission. However, I never expected that Taoist Lu was truly unfathomable. His acting was realistic. If not for me having written the script, I probably would have been fooled by him. Back then, I felt that if Lu Yu did not change his career to become a movie star, it would definitely have been a waste of talent. It would be the loss of a great actor. However, there's something I'm not sure if the priest was feeling flustered or if his legs shook. There was a line that he forgot in his nervousness. Well, regardless of that, I was rather impressed by Lu Yu for his overall performance. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, This King Doesn't Know Much About Such Matters. Chapter 554, This King Doesn't Know Much About Such Matters. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Shi Xiaobai could not help but roll his eyes as he said in a speechless manner, "Lu Yu had really done his best in helping you, yet here you are criticizing him for his acting. You mocked him as some inwardly coquettish but outwardly dull priest. If he were to hear it, wouldn't he throw hundreds of kilograms of talismans at you to suppress you?" Speechless said with a chuckle, "Wouldn't that be the case? Lu Yu must be full of complaints about me. However, that inwardly coquettish but outwardly dull priest who would not dare show his anger had dared to do every fucking thing. You might not know, but when I died, that fellow even added scenes for himself and even instigated a rescue chapter. Saving was fine, and although it was a bit superfluous, it at least made my death appear more real. But that priest did not act in an expected manner. He even used a vicious trick of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, nearly making Pulp Farmer steal my first kiss if not for. Speechless came to a sudden halt when he came to that. He fell into silence as his eyes glazed over slightly. He had thought of the girl with short, brown hair that had taken the initiative to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation before Pulp Farmer. In fact, he did not have much blood ties with Mu Yuesheng. It was just that Mu Yuesheng's father was from the Mu family and came from the same family as his mother, Mu Xiaorong. However, the two parents did not come from the same lineage, so their blood relations was not even considered that of cousins. However, during the period when Speechless was a guest at the Mu family residence, his best playmate was Mu Yuesheng. He had treated her as a relative and had treated her as a cousin. They addressed each other as brother and sister. Speechless had always treated Mu Yuesheng as a beloved cousin and nothing else. However, he never expected the girl's idolization of him in her childhood had become a special and beautiful romance in this time of day. This matter was actually very simple. There were only two choices, acceptance or rejection. Regardless of the choice, it would be a clean and direct outcome. However, Speechless was somewhat irresolute and hesitant on this matter. Speechless sighed slightly and looked up at Shi Xiaobai. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally said, "If you have a woman in your heart but that woman will absolutely not return your feelings, to the point of not giving you even any chance, destining it to be a fruitless one-sided love, how long can you endure it? Suppose a girl that you cherish as a sister suddenly expresses her love for you, but your mind still has that one-sided love for that woman, preventing you from accepting it. Yet, you do not wish to hurt that girl who has undergone vicissitudes in life, so there is no way for you to reject her. If it were you, what would you do?" Shi Xiaobai was stunned when he heard that. He ruminated for a long while before shaking his head, saying, "Sorry, this king doesn't know much about such matters." Speechless immediately scoffed in anger. "You shameless playboy, you darn love saint. How dare you say that you don't know much about such matters? Are you adamant about infuriating me to my death? Even Sunless, a sword fanatic who is supposed to have nothing to do with love, is completely smitten by you. Lingxi, a bookworm who has such high standards, has been knocked off her heels by you. And those are only the ones that I noticed. There is definitely a bunch of hidden sacred girls, demonic girls, goddesses. When it comes to flirting, my uncle doesn't even impress me except you. Yet, you dare give me the statement of you not knowing much about such matters? Bro, are you trying to play the pig and eat a tiger? Please don't. When it comes to love, I'm no tiger. I'm just a loser that cannot be any worse. Please show me mercy and give me, your lost little bro, some advice. Show some mercy, big bro, sure." Speechless clasped his hands and began bowing as he thickened his skin and shouted, "Lord Sure, Grandpa Sure, Love Saint Sure. From this moment forth, I'll be your most loyal believer. Please give me some advice." Shi Xiaobai immediately felt goosebumps all over and felt that Lu Yu had truly not gotten it easy. Speechless shameless pleading really tempted others to give him a slap. Yet, Lu Yu was able to calmly talk with him on two fronts, both publicly and privately. He was indeed impressive. Anyway, Shi Xiaobai couldn't tolerate it, but he truly did not have a solution for Speechless' problem. Things like a painful one-sided lovesickness or frustration over whether to reject the love of someone was something Shi Xiaobai had never experienced. Be it Callie or Dawn, their feelings were mutual. There was no such thing as a one-sided love. As for Sunless and Mulingxi, Shi Xiaobai believed that it was best to leave it to naturally run its course. Time would give him the answer, so he had never been vexed over the matter. In short, Shi Xiaobai did not understand the pain and frustration Speechless had as a single loser, but However, Shi Xiaobai understood that he could not speak the truth. He could only bite the bullet and act the role of a love saint. He acted profoundly as he said, in other words, you like a woman but the woman doesn't like you. In the end, another girl you think of as a sister likes you. You are unable to forget that woman but you can't steel your heart to reject the girl, so you are suffering a dilemma? Shi Xiaobai summarized the thought process forcefully. Speechless immediately gave a big thumbs up as he said fawningly, that's right. Love Saint Shi has indeed summarized it aptly. That's the case. Tell me, what should I do? Shi Xiaobai obviously had no idea. He could only deflect the question and used a rhetorical question by asking, first, tell this king about that woman and girl in your heart. This king needs more information. Right. A professional is indeed different. Speechless cast a nauseating look of idolatry as he pondered for a moment. He said, let's talk about the girl first. She can be considered a friend in my childhood. She was a very good playmate in my childhood and she was chased out of the family at the age of 4 or 5 due to her lacking talent. I had helped reason it with the elders for her, but in order to prevent putting me into an awkward position, she did not shed a tear. She even said that regardless of where she goes, she would still be her. She would be the same girl that would never admit defeat or change. The girl is very resolute and very stubborn. Her stubbornness makes one's heart pain for her. It pains the heart from watching her suffer or receive any harm, even if it's a tiny bit. I can't steel my heart to reject her and I have been questioning myself for the past few days. I realize that I have a great fondness for the girl. Compared to those so-called daughters of heavens, I find the girl much cuter. However, when this fondness is placed on a scale with the other feelings of mine, they're completely incomparable. Sigh. My feelings for that woman are overly complicated. It is partly love, hatred, and grievances. But it's because of this that even the medicine of time can't save me from it. Shi Xiaobai gaped and was unsure of a response. He could only say with a light cough, then, talk about that woman. Speechless eyes immediately brightened a few notches. He furrowed his eyebrows when he seemingly thought of the woman. A silly smile suffused his face as he said, that woman is very pretty. Perhaps, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, but to me, all beauties appear bland when placed beside her. Also, the woman is very strong. In all of China, the number of people that can fight that woman is probably only a handful. Reverend Misery C probably isn't the woman's match. My strength and hers are dozens of mountains apart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, Finally Asking the Question. Chapter 555, Finally Asking the Question. Translator, Citalan Editor. Stronger than Reverend Misery C? Shi Xiaobai was stunned, but he acted calmly. Strength isn't a problem. Shi Xiaobai felt he was an authority on the matter. So what if the woman was strong? Could she be stronger than Kali? His strength and Kali's were probably several worlds apart. When Speechless heard that, he said with a chuckle, the woman is 28 this year. She's more than 10 years older than me. Shi Xiaobai shook his head and said with a laugh, age is even less of a problem. Shi Xiaobai felt that he had even more authority on this matter. Kali had claimed to have lived for about 10,000 years. Their age gap was more than 10,000 years apart. If Dawn was the hero king from 3,000 years ago, then they were 3,000 years apart as well. Speechless 10 or so years was only making a mountain out of a molehill. It was nothing worth mentioning. When Speechless saw how confident Shi Xiaobai was, he felt more emboldened. He thought to himself that Shi Xiaobai was not only a love saint, he was also a beast. If age wasn't a problem, then didn't it mean that young lowly or mature women were not spared? Speechless gulped a mouthful of saliva and felt that he had consulted the right person. He continued, that woman and I have blood relations. Well, let me be direct. That woman is my mother's younger sister. Which means, she's my young aunt. Shi Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Blood relations? Hey, that was something he had no authority on. Shi Xiaobai coughed lightly and bit the bullet, saying, if it's permitted by the laws of China, it's not a huge problem. Ahem. Speechless said with a laugh, temporarily, China's laws do not permit marriage between close relatives, but there will come a day when I'll void that law. Shi Xiaobai remained speechless and thought to himself, as long as you are happy. Speechless suddenly sighed and said, that actually isn't a problem. The biggest problem is that woman will not have feelings for me. She has always idolized the Hero King and said publicly that unless she meets a man like the Hero King, she would rather stay alone all her life and not compromise. Therefore, she remained unmarried at the age of 28, nor has she ever dated. There's not a single scandal. I once believed that by imitating the Hero King, there will be a day I will become a man like the Hero King and that I would have that bit of chance. However, a year ago, I failed to endure it further and confessed my feelings. In the end, she rejected me and told me the truth. The Hero King was just a shield she used. In fact, she hates all men and likes women. Shi Xiaobai was left dumbfounded. Speechless shrugged and said, but even so, I still like her. Am I hopeless? Shi Xiaobai fell into a prolonged silence and said stiffly, there is no mistake to liking. Speechless nodded approvingly and said, you are indeed a love saint. You got the gist with a single sentence. She likes women, I like her. No one is at fault. Although I'm unable to change her orientation, that doesn't mean that she can force me to give up. Hence, even if such matters of the heart are incurable, I would not try treating them. However, towards the other girl, I can't ignore her. Be it acceptance or rejection, there is a need to make it clear. The longer it gets dragged out, the deeper the girl will sink. I, speechlessly, might fall in love with a woman I shouldn't love, but I absolutely do not wish to become an incurable male scum. So, what should I do now? Speechless widened his eyes as he looked at Shi Xiaobai with a look of anticipation. He was like a tiger cub that was unsure if it should bite down on a lamb as it awaited orders from a big bad wolf. However, how would Shi Xiaobai know of a solution? He could not steel his heart to reject the person he should reject. He had cheapened himself to love a person he should not have loved. What else could be done? Shi Xiaobai also found it despairing. Shi Xiaobai racked his brains and finally, a stroke of brilliance flashed in his head. He raised his hand and pointed at Speechless, saying very earnestly, shouldn't you be very clear as to what should be done? Think back carefully. What sort of feelings did you use to describe that girl and the woman? Clear up the differences and seriously ask yourself deep down. Your heart has long had an answer, but you have been avoiding it unknowingly. This king can only point you in the right direction, but you will be the one that needs to muster the courage to face the path ahead. There are gains and losses in everything. There is no such thing as having your cake and eating it. How can you sell the cow and still drink its milk? Speechlessly, ask yourself. Which one would you hate to part with more, the cow or the milk? Speechless immediately widened his eyes and muttered to himself, cow and milk. Which one will I hate to part with more? Cow and milk. Shi Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief. This bowl that seemed to be filled with grand reasoning was actually a poisoned bowl of chicken soup that did not resolve any problem. But from the looks of it, he had temporarily choked up Speechless. However, this could not be dragged out any further. If the fellow were to suddenly realize something, it would be troublesome. Shi Xiaobai hurriedly coughed and said, this matter is in no hurry. You will not be able to easily come up with a conclusion with deep thought over it for 3 full days and nights. If not, it will be irresponsibility on your part. Let's return to the main topic. Unknowingly, you have gone off on a tangent again. Speechless looked up with a dazed look. He uttered tersely in response, but it was obvious that his mind was preoccupied. Shi Xiaobai shook his head helplessly and looked deeply into Speechless' eyes. He clenched his fist slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked in a deep tone, "Why?" Speechless asked in a daze, "What why?" Shi Xiaobai drew in a deep breath as his expression turned solemn. His eyes were all serious as he asked softly, "Why did you fake your death?" Speechless was first left stunned before he woke up from his reverie. He recovered from his preoccupied thoughts and stared intently at Shi Xiaobai. He said with a chuckle, "This is a question you should have asked from the beginning. Yet, you have dragged it out to this point before asking. You sure are good at enduring." Shi Xiaobai said with a bitter smile, "You might not believe it, but this king has always been fearless, but this question is something this king feared asking." This king had hesitated to this moment before finally mustering his courage to ask. Speechless nodded and said seriously, "I understand. Regardless of how interesting I have decorated this ploy to be or how happy my tone is while narrating this story that will bound to hurt many people, I have committed a mistake. I have caused all of you harm which cannot be mitigated at all. Whether this story is black, gray, or if there exists a tinge of pure white does not depend on my ability to narrate a story. It does not matter how sincere I am while admitting my mistake. Instead, it depends on why I did it. What goal was it that I was willing to harm you? That is the true crux of the issue. Shi Xiaobai, you have a forthright and innocent heart, so you place more emphasis on the reasons and the goals. You are not like some wicked tiger who only cares about the outcome. This is very valuable in my point of view. It is commendable and admirable. Of course, this has also caused you to drag the question you should have asked from the beginning to this moment. It's because you were afraid of hearing an answer beyond your expectations. You were worried that the Speechlessly you knew was, in fact, not an upright gentleman but a hypocritical wretch who would sell his friends because of his own desires. You do not wish to lose a friend like me, so you did not dare ask. I'm very happy and very honored. In fact, I have been waiting all this while for you to ask this question. I was feeling nervous and uneasy, but I also felt a tinge of anticipation. Although my conscience is clear towards my answer, I'm unsure how you would view my answer. Whether you agree or object to it, praise or criticize it, I honestly am not sure. However, I know how you would view the true Speechlessly. The true Speechlessly. When Shi Xiaobai heard this phrase, he suddenly felt a weight in his heart. However, he looked straight into Speechless' eyes and bravely said, "Tell this king the answer. Let this king see the true Speechlessly." All right. Speechless' eyes were bright as a faint smile suffused his face. He said softly, "The reason why I fake my death is, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 556, Blissful Boy. Chapter 556, Blissful Boy. Translator, Situlan. Editor, Situlan. The reason why I faked my death is. Speechless looked straight into Shi Xiaobai's eyes and had a solemn expression. With a serious tone, he said, "Because I do not trust anybody." Shi Xiaobai was alarmed when he heard that. He was flabbergasted. He never expected to hear such an answer. He had once tried to guess Speechless' reason for feigning his death. He had also guessed that he had done so due to a necessary goal, or had even speculated that Speechless had done it on a whim to leave people speechless. Shi Xiaobai had all sorts of guesses on this matter, but he never expected the reason to be he did not trust anybody. Speechless did not seem like such a person. At least, from Shi Xiaobai's point of view, although Speechless was a little narcissistic and Speechless rendering, contact with him made others feel his honesty and sincerity. He was like a sun that would occasionally be glaring and hot, but he was always filled with positive energy. He was a righteous youth who was highly spirited and in his prime. However, Speechless claimed that he did not trust anybody? Didn't this mean that he had always been treating them with suspicion? Then, could all his honest feelings, sincerity, and positive energy be faked? At that moment, Shi Xiaobai was surprised to realize that he had never known Speechless. Could it be that this was the real Speechlessly? Shi Xiaobai did not make any hasty conclusions. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "This king doesn't understand. You said that you do not trust anybody. Does the anybody here refer to everybody in this world or a particular group of people? What has faking your death got to do with the people you do not believe in?" Speechless did not answer and instead remained expressionless during a long silence. He looked straight into Shi Xiaobai's eyes and suddenly said, "Once upon a time, there was a blissful boy." Shi Xiaobai was taken aback slightly, but his expression immediately turned even more serious. Speechless liked to divert topics when speaking and spoke in fairy tales. However, this time was different. Shi Xiaobai's keen senses felt it. Speechless suddenly looked up into the night sky as a wistful look flashed in his eyes. Following that, he lowered his head and gave a self-deprecatory smile. He turned to look at Shi Xiaobai and the corner of his lips widened to give a strange smile. That boy was really very blissful. Speechless lowered his voice and said, "That boy had a granny who loved him dearly. She would hug him when they sat in a yard, watching the stars in the night sky while she recited a fairy tale to him. When he laughed, she would laugh with him. When he cried, she would use sweets to placate him. She would not mind acting as a humorous old witch in order to make the boy laugh. When it snowed, the granny would accompany the boy to make a snowman, even though her fingers were turning blue from the cold. Yet, she would not say a word. Her face showed a warm and endearing smile all the time. Even when the boy occasionally flared up and said nasty things to her in his anger, she would never frown. She would only wait till the boy cooled down before taking the initiative to apologize to him, despite having done nothing wrong. The boy also had an elder brother that doted on him. His elder brother was excellent in many aspects. He was the boy's idol and the boy always pursued his brother's shadow. However, his elder brother never went too far. He would forever turn back every 3 steps to look at his younger brother. The first time the boy climbed a tree, caught a cicada, stole sweet potatoes, and ate roasted sweet potatoes that were baked in the mud, were all taught by his elder brother. There was once when the boy naughtily went alone into the mountains to play. Not only did he lose his way, he accidentally fell into a trap set up by hunters. His brother searched for him in the mountains for a day and night before finding him. Despite being completely exhausted, he piggybacked the boy and ran more than 10 kilometers to the hospital. In the end, all the boy suffered were superficial wounds, but his brother suffered from exhaustion and was hospitalized for half a month. He even missed his promotional exams. The boy cried and apologized, but his brother said with a smile, "Thank you. Thank the heavens that you are fine, not." The boy also had an omniscient personal tutor. The teacher wasn't old and was only in his 30s or 40s but suffered from balding, making him look old. However, one could not judge a book by its cover. The teacher was surprisingly very capable. He could teach anything with great flair. Be it orthodox cultivation or the 3 religions and the 9 schools of thoughts, the teacher was proficient at it all. He knew basically everything. Whatever the boy wanted to learn, he would teach him. The boy was impressed by the teacher's knowledge and the teacher was also very happy to teach him all he knew. The boy even had a gentle and adorable child bride. The boy did not know what a child bride was and only treated her as his playmate. The girl looked very adorable and was identical to a porcelain doll. Furthermore, she nurtured herself with the goal of being a good wife from a young age. She was understanding, kind, and pleasing. She always had the boy's best interest at heart, causing many of the boy's peers to be jealous of him. They often used the girl's status as a child bride to ridicule them. The boy gradually learned the meaning of the term. Due to a laughable self-esteem of a child, the boy tried to distance himself from the girl, but she clung onto the boy like gum. There was once the boy was angry. He said hurtful words and did not return home with the girl like normal. That night, the girl waited in school till late in the night. The boy ran back to the school to look for her and realized that she had cried her eyes out. He asked her angrily, "Why didn't you go home?" The girl said sobbingly, "Since you don't want me, that's no longer my house." Only then did the boy truly understand the meaning of the words child bride. He asked in an agonizing manner, "Don't you feel sad to marry a person like me in the future?" The girl shook her head forcefully and said happily, "I like you so much that I don't even have time to be happy. So how can I be sad?" Back then, the boy was shorter than his peers by a head and was often mocked as a dwarf. She was also the first girl that confessed to the boy. When Speechless reached this point, he suddenly closed his eyes and fell silent for a long while before sighing lightly. After he opened his eyes, he looked at Shi Xiaobai and said with a smile, "How is it? Is the boy very blissful?" Shi Xiaobai's gaze was solemn as he nodded with great difficulty. Speechless said with a smile, "However, bliss is usually temporary." The boy's happiness lasted till he was 8. On his 8th birthday, without any foreshadowing, his granny, elder brother, teacher, and child bride packed their bags and bade the boy farewell. They said they would be leaving and never to return. The boy panicked and shouted amidst crying, "Why?" "Shi Xiaobai, can you guess why?" Shi Xiaobai sighed inwardly. Back when Speechless began the story with the word bliss, he had guessed that Speechless was going to narrate a tragedy. It was because the more blissful a matter, the more tragic it would be once it was destroyed. However, Shi Xiaobai had no means of guessing the reason for it. Since Speechless had asked him, he could not remain silent. Shi Xiaobai thought for a moment before offering an answer. Perhaps something happened to the boy's family? Speechless shook his head and suddenly looked up into the sky. He used a voice that could hardly be heard. It was because they were fired. Translator's thoughts. Citulen. I'll just release this chapter to let everyone understand why Speechless faked his death. If it isn't obvious, feel free to speculate. There should be more chapters released by the author over the next few days. I'll release them bit by bit if I can. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, Actors. Chapter 557, Actors. Translator, Citulen. Editor, Citulen. It was because they were fired. When Speechless said that sentence, he had spoken so softly as though he found it impossible to say it out loud. It was nearly inaudible, but due to the silent night, Shi Xiaobai was able to hear it clearly. Shi Xiaobai was left in a daze for half a second before understanding what the sentence meant. He could not help but draw a gasp. Speechless said with a self-deprecating smile, "The kindly granny, the magnificent elder brother, the omniscient teacher, and even the pure-minded and adorable girl were all fake. They were actors hired by the boy's family. A happy family was fabricated, and a moving drama was acted out with the boy kept in the dark. They were receiving salary and were only reciting lines that had already been scripted. The granny was willing to risk the freezing of her hands in order to receive large bonuses. The elder brother was thankful and was thanking the boy for being all right in order to keep his job. The teacher was omniscient because there was an entire team behind him. All the lessons were the efforts of a group of people. The teacher was only great at acting. The girl was even more laughable. She had truly immersed herself in her role and truly wanted to marry the boy. However, it had nothing to do with feelings. She was only eyeing the boy's family background and wished to marry into a rich family and lead a worryless life. Everything was faked. The boy's bliss was all fake. Speechless became more agitated as he spoke. In the end, he gave a self-deprecatory laugh before suddenly turning silent. Shi Xiaobai's eyes turned heavy. He remained silent for a long while before asking softly, "You were that boy?" Speechless nodded and sighed. He said, like a fool that was immersed in virtual happiness, "I lived a life full of lies. I was lied to for 8 years. That was my childhood. The 4 people had been hired by Tiger Li. On my 8th birthday, he had fired them. It was not because of any incident, but it was all part of his plan. Tiger Li only trusts himself and no one else. Therefore, he spent 8 years to teach me one lesson. Furthermore, at the end of the lesson, he gave me homework. Guess what the bastard said? He actually said, the actors that were fired were not all of them, nor would it be the final batch. You will live amid lies and be able to distinguish who are the deceivers and find those actors that I have hired with money. This is a test you have to experience for the rest of your life. Also, whether I'm your real father could be the truth or a lie. You have to find the answer yourself. You cannot trust anyone but yourself. Speechless suddenly laughed out loud, but his laughter had a melancholic tone. That bastard made an 8-year-old child deeply understand what deceit and betrayal were. He drilled it into the boy to absolutely not trust anyone. He had even planted the seeds of doubt in the boy's heart, making the boy unable to trust anyone. Speechless gritted his teeth and said, but I refused to let him get his way. Therefore, I still treated people sincerely. I attempted making real friends. However, what Tiger Li said, he did. He had arranged for countless actors in my life. Friends, classmates, teachers, passers-by on the streets. Even an old man on the street that I helped might be one. Perhaps out of carelessness or deliberateness, they would make a mistake and let me discover their identities. In the next 5 years, I found a total of 300 plus actors. Shi Xiaobai felt his skin tingle. He felt that Tiger Li was a perverse nutcase. He had underestimated the craziness that Tiger Li exhibited. Speechless sighed and said, as Tiger Li wished, I became someone that could not trust others. I had attempted resisting, but every time, I got betrayed after offering my true feelings, time and time again, to the point of me not being able to be suspicious of the goodwill that others showed to me. Finally, I became accustomed to using eyes that searched for actors to look at others. Every sentence said would be for me to infer if it were a lie. I could only use I do not trust anybody as a way to protect myself. As I kept getting hurt, I became weaker. I could not tolerate being betrayed by my friends, nor did I dare to give anyone my true feelings. The only person I could trust was my young aunt, because she is a titled psionic imperial king, someone that Tiger Li cannot control. She is an actress that Tiger Li cannot hire. However, if there comes a day when she tells me that she's also an actress, I would not be surprised at all. I have long made the mental preparations of losing everything. Even if there's only one person that I can believe in. Shi Xiaobai said with a hushed tone, even if there's only one. So the anybody you are referring to was not only this king, pulp farmer, and the rest, but it includes your sister and mother? Speechless smiled wryly and said, that's right. It includes the 2 of them. If even a grandmother and elder brother can be actors, it's impossible to exclude my mother and sister. Although my mother has divorced Tiger Li and Lengxi does not appear like an actress, I have no way of believing it. I'm afraid that it's only a complex game of chess that Tiger Li has implanted. Once I believe in it, Tiger Li will attack, letting me fully experience the pain of being deceived and betrayed. Everything is possible. The more genuine it is, the more likely that it is a lie. This is a trick Tiger Li is most adept at. Even though I know it's a trap, there's no solution to it. Shi Xiaobai, this is the real Speechless Li, not some young genius. He's just a pitiful coward that does not even dare trust his sister and mother. Shi Xiaobai shook his head and said, it isn't your fault. Furthermore, haven't you tried to beat it? You faked your death to see through everything and tell what is the truth, right? Speechless first nodded before shaking his head. He said, it's not completely so. To a person that lives amid lies, as long as you do not devote your true feelings to anyone, your true feelings will never be hurt because of an act. As for being deceived and betrayed, I am already accustomed to it. I'm not that easily hurt anymore. I did not plan on forcefully changing all of this, but something happened in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower that made me want to defeat this mental demon. Shi Xiaobai asked, "What happened?" Speechless said, "When you were being trapped in the God-slaughtering formation, the 7 of us had been restrained by shadow wraiths' shadow shackles and were in great peril. I saw through shadow shackles as 2-layer illusion. However, I could only break through the first layer and was unable to break through the second layer because it was a mental demon illusion. The mental demon of not being able to trust anybody was something I could not defeat. If not for Sunless, it would have been difficult for the 7 of us to survive unharmed. I do not wish for such an incident to happen again. I do not wish to be placed in the same perilous situation and being left helpless because of that darn mental demon. I want to protect all of you, even if 1 or 2 of you are actors. Perhaps, even if all of you are actors. I will still try my best to protect all of you. I will protect the tiny possibility of truth in this virtual reality. I do not want myself to be unable to only have that bit of determination. Therefore, I chose to fake my death. I wanted to defeat the mental demon of not being able to trust anybody. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558, The World's Most Stirring Scenery. Chapter 558, The World's Most Stirring Scenery. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Despicability is the passport for the despicable, while dignity is the epitaph for the dignified. I do not mix with the despicable but have never wanted to suffer alongside the dignified. Therefore, I want to be a vagrant that isn't despicable but neither dignified, someone that doesn't treat others sincerely but not deal with matters hypocritically while living in his own world. It's a little lonely but not solitary. That would be fine. Speechless said in a deep voice, to not doubt anyone but also not trust anyone. That is the meaning to my survival. There is no fault to it, but it's also a mental demon. I have to defeat it. Since the boy's world was a stage that revolved around him and unveiled itself, the other actors would naturally disperse once the boy who was the main character dies. The ones left behind are the honest ones. Basically, with such a thought, I chose to fake my death. I wanted to see the actors looking exasperated and also to know if I'm Tiger Li's son or if I'm just the main character of a script he penned. I wanted to know the truth. Shi Xiaobai stared at Speechless intently and asked, "What's the outcome? Do you know the truth? Have you defeated your mental demon?" Speechless gave a faint smile and said, "The mental demon has naturally been defeated. At least my mother, younger sister, and you, Shi Xiaobai, are all real. I can trust all of you without reservation. I am already content with this and have no other wishes. However, the truth is still unknown. I still lack the strength needed to overturn Tiger Li's game of chess, much less have the confidence to see through his ploy. Tiger Li's machinations are a lot deeper than you can imagine. He has 7 psionic Imperial Realm bodyguards that he brings around him all the time, but he deliberately endured 3 of your slaps. He clearly could use Reverend Misery C to kill you, but he tolerated it. It might even be possible that your arrival at the most critical moment was within his calculations. The more you understand his character, the harder it is to see through his actions. Tiger Li is truly an old wily fox." Shi Xiaobai was slightly alarmed. Indeed, he never expected Tiger Li's machinations to run so deep. All his actions were appalling. He never expected that the fellow that only appeared to be sinister but wielded power was such a fierce and ambitious person. Shi Xiaobai said softly, "This king nearly made a wrong read of character." Anybody would. Speechless sighed. He suddenly looked straight into Shi Xiaobai's eyes and said seriously, "All right, what I should say has been said. This is the real Speechless Li. On the surface, he may be warm and sincere, but in fact, he has never truly been sincere to anyone. The reason for faking my death does not have any grand elements to it. Shi Xiaobai, are you still willing to treat such a person like me as a friend?" Is such a reason enough for you to let you remain tolerant of me? Shi Xiaobai looked speechless in the eye and said seriously, this king does not think that you have done anything wrong. In the same situation as yours, this king might not be able to do things better than you. Moreover, you mentioned that you have never truly been sincere to others, but this king does not agree. Think carefully, isn't the reason why you were determined to defeat your mental demons because of your companions? In the silent desolate lands, against the three-level lord's assault, you came forward. You led your companions out of danger. At that time, what was the driving force that made you do it? It's definitely not because of your life. At that moment, you were thinking, to let everyone live together. You shouldered the responsibilities of their lives. Why did you want to shoulder such an important mission? It's because you deem them as your companions. You value their lives so importantly, so how can you say that you have never truly been sincere? If saving the lives of others isn't giving one's heart, then what heroes are there in this world? Speechlessly, you saved us. That is the most valuable sincerity. Speechless was taken aback as he gradually widened his eyes. Shi Xiaobai patted Speechless' shoulder and said gently, despite being harmed countless times, you have managed to maintain your conscience and kindness. Speechlessly, you are already very impressive. As for you faking your death, although it may render others speechless and needs further discussion, this king will not blame you. You might not believe it if this king said it. If not for you faking your death, this king would not have completed the Absolute Choice's mission simply by lying down. Shi Xiaobai thought to himself. Speechless was left in a dazed silence when he suddenly turned, leaving his back facing Shi Xiaobai. The wind that night had been quite clamorous. It had blown sand into his eyes. His eyes felt sore and reddened as though something was about to flow out. Shi Xiaobai sensed that the mood wasn't right and immediately coughed. He said, although this king doesn't blame you, it might not be the same for the others. Yuesheng and Lengxi believed that you were truly dead and cried for several days. Feng Yuanlin and Pulp Farmer were not any better. Lu Yu's cooperation with you in the act was definitely difficult for him. Sunless. Ahem. Anyway, this king cannot guarantee it, so think of a way to explain and apologize to them. Speechless repressed his voice and nodded firmly. After a long while, Speechless turned back, his expression having returned to normal. He said, it's already late. Stay here tonight. I have nothing in this manor of mine except empty rooms. All right. Shi Xiaobai nodded. It was almost midnight and he had no intention of sleeping in the open. In the west wing, in a very clean and tidy room. Speechless closed the door and left. Shi Xiaobai lay straight down in bed and sprawled his limbs while closing his eyes. The experiences he had experienced made a youth like him that did not know exhaustion feel somewhat tired. The exhaustion was not physical but mental. The experience in every level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower was still fresh on his mind. On the first level, he had cleared at the fastest speed possible, shocking all the rookies. On the second level, he destroyed the cities alone, led everyone to attack the demon city, and traversed through the demonic beasts that were everywhere alone. He felled the demonic tree in one strike and he could still feel the ardor coursing through his veins. On the third level, he taught Kevin and Motzi and watched his own companions grow stronger. He felt a sense of satisfaction but was suddenly attacked by the thousand-eyed demon sovereign. He came up with a plan to lead it away and began escaping. The perilous scenes flashed across his mind. On the fourth level, he fought Heartless Yi, and gained insight into Excalibur. The final clash of the swords seemed like exchanging toasts between swordsmen. The battle had no losers, only him and his own victories. On the fifth level, in order to protect Sunless, he fought Incense and Sinuan retreating. He enervated himself and fell unconscious, facing the greatest danger of being eliminated. At that moment, the rookies he helped at the second level protected him. Lu Yu, Pulp Farmer, Kevin, Motzi, and Muyuesheng had done their best to protect him. On the 6th level, he still wasn't sure what had happened, but it was something he would never forget. The pixie girl that disguised herself as Xiao Xiao degenerated into a fallen pixie in order to save him. The purple-haired girl who for some baffling reason became his girlfriend made him understand what was selfless love that could ignore everything else. On the 7th level, he defeated King Leonis and won the Braveheart Martial Arts Tournament's championship. He was designated as Infernal King by the assessment program, and during the Battle of the Three Kings, he met Donley. He was trapped with that cherishable blonde in the God's slaughtering formation and was saved by her, eventually falling for her. He began liking a girl that came from another world line that he might never get to meet again. The 8th and 9th level. Too many scenes flashed across his mind. Too many emotions in him left him finding it impossible to forget. Xiaobai. Suddenly, a gentle and alluring voice sounded in his ear. A pair of snow-white arms wrapped around Shi Xiaobai's waist, hugging him gently from behind. That was the world's most tender hug. Shi Xiaobai lightly answered. He did not need to turn back, for simply listening to her voice and catching a whiff of her fragrance was enough for him to know that the person that suddenly appeared in his bedroom and hugged him was the girl with the most beautiful purple hair. She stepped out of the darkness, but she filled the room with light. She gently hugged him and did not say another word. He too remained silent. At that moment, silence was better than any sound. In the quiet night, moonlight shone in through the windows. It was bright and clear with a hint of bashfulness. Shi Xiaobai slowly turned around. Callie gently raised her head and bit her lower lip. She muttered, "You said before that I can come to you even when sleeping." Shi Xiaobai acknowledged it as he looked at the face that was inches from him. That was definitely the most perfect work the creator made. Phrases like a woman's beauty that puts the flower to shame and outshines the moon, or dazzling beauty that makes fish sink and geese fall from flight, were not sufficient to describe a thousandth of the face's beauty. Looking at her at such a close distance was damaging. Just like light and darkness were antithesis to each other, this absolutely beautiful face was extremely innocent but also very coquettish. Seeing how her teeth was biting down on her lower lip, the most flawless whiteness and the most alluring pinkness were intermixed together, creating the world's most stirring scene. Shi Xiaobai stared at it in a daze and suddenly felt a baffling urge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559, Thank you for being this gentle. Chapter 559, Thank you for being this gentle. Translator, Citulen. Editor, Citulen. This sudden but baffling urge was not a result of the stifling beauty just inches away from him. Neither was it because of the alluring fragrance that exuded from the ivory teeth that bit down on those pink lips. And it was definitely not because the growing boy with 8th grader syndrome had finally matured to satisfy his hormones. It was because Shi Xiaobai realized the girl's gentleness. She would always appear when he was most exhausted. She would silently and noiselessly accompany him. She had never participated in the most exciting escapades he encountered, but every time the story came to an end, or when the figurative participants of a banquet scattered, she would be there for him when he felt empty, enervated, lost, or at a nonplus. When he turned his head, she would always be where the lights waned. Thank you for being this gentle. She lit a silent candle with a warmth that would not disturb his hibernation. Shi Xiaobai did not know what the urge meant, but he knew that such an urge was beautiful and pure. It delighted him. He did not stop his urge. The youth's ice-cold but somewhat parched lips suddenly imprinted themselves on the girl's warm but soft cherry lips. Callie moaned. With her strength, she naturally could react in time to such a sudden attack. She could easily dodge, but she did not do so. She even consciously pursed her lips, making preparations to welcome him. Hey! You are being too shameless. The girl's blue eye resembled a lake that had a rock dropped into it. Ripples stirred that phased the lake's reflection, producing shimmering flashes. The tender snow-white face seemed to be masked by the most mesmerizing rouge, suffusing the most delicate and charming pink embarrassment. Callie did not reject the sudden kiss from the youth. Instead, she was delighted with it. Normal girls would enjoy an atmosphere under the moon and in front of flowers. A suggestive mood had to be built up, and only with enough romantic development would they want to partake in the perfect mutual kiss at the most opportune moment. However, she was no ordinary girl. Compared to the sweet talk of comparing her to the beautiful moon, she placed greater importance on the spotless true feelings of her beau. A kiss was a way to express an indescribable outpouring of emotions between lovers. He liked her. That was enough. It was truly good. The girl's lips curled into a happy curve like a smiling crescent in the night sky. Ah! The girl suddenly widened her eyes. Tongue? No, don't come in. Shi Xiaobai, when did you learn to be this naughty? Callie felt overwhelmed by embarrassment. Simultaneously, she felt that the world tree powers in her body were beginning to decline. Purity was the source of the world tree's power. Kissing was an act that besmirched that purity. It would have caused her to lose her strength, but she could not reject the happiness in her heart. Therefore, she steeled her heart to ignore the tiny amounts of power she was losing. But with the youth's additional act of intimacy, the speed at which her powers were decreasing became faster. It was no longer at a speed she could ignore. No. Stop. With a thought, Callie instantly appeared in another corner of the room. Her face was flushed red as she panted heavily. She could still feel that there was a strand of crystalline liquid hanging by the corner of her mouth. She was so embarrassed that she nearly fled to the other end of the world. Xiaobai, Callie opened her mouth and wanted to say something when she suddenly fell into a daze. The youth had turned green. His hair, eyebrows, and all the hair on his body had turned green. His skin, blood vessels, bones, organs, and everything in his body had also turned green. That was a lush and luxuriant, tender and fleshy green. But it was only for an instant. The greenness vanished. The green youth resembled a withered green leaf. He went from greenness to a withered yellow. The declining process of withering only happened for a short instant. This instant was something that even Callie's perception failed to grasp. Xiaobai! Callie screamed. With a thought, she teleported in front of Shi Xiaobai. However, before she could probe the youth's situation or even extend her hand to take his pulse, the youth crumbled. He crumbled like a withered leaf, reducing to pieces in the cold wind. Shi Xiaobai's body crumbled into countless withered fragments. Callie stood there in a daze. Her heart tightened as it felt a pain so immense that she could not breathe. In the next instant, when the withered fragments were reduced to dust, dissipating into the air, Callie saw that there was a seed floating in mid-air. A dried and dark yellow seed that was void of all vibrancy. The blue eye that nearly froze finally lit up once again. I see, you are. The girl's face was suddenly covered in tears. She plopped down, kneeling on the bed. She trembled as she extended her hand to hold the seed. She embraced it gently in her bosom, clutching it close to her heart. When her tears rolled down her face, the girl vanished. Replacing her was a warm blob of light and a mass of pure darkness. They existed side by side, wrapping the seed within as though they formed a world. They were waiting for the seed's fate. The next morning, Speechless opened the door and subconsciously looked at Shi Xiaobai's room. Instantly, he stood rooted. A green and towering tree had broken through the room's ceiling. It spread out across half the yard and the tree was growing towards the sky. In the middle of dawn, the green tree's branches were blooming with purple flowers. Where is this? Shi Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the clear blue sky and a towering 1,000-year-old ancient tree that pierced through the clouds. He remembered that he was clearly in a room at Crown Prince Manor. Due to an urge, He kissed the soft lips when he suddenly felt a fragrant air coming from it as though it was ambrosia. He suddenly had an irresistible hunger that made him stretch his tongue in, greedily extracting it. Following that, he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he was in this unfamiliar place. What place was this? Where was Shi Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings in a daze. He discovered that he was situated in a primordial jungle. The trees were intertwined with each other. They extended their branches with lush leaves that formed a cloud of emerald green. A towering camphor tree was in front of him. Its bark was dark green in color and its thick and odd branches seemed like dragons coiled around the tree. A gentle breeze blew over, producing a rustle through the leaves that resembled a dragon's sigh. Shi Xiaobai headed into the jungle when he suddenly saw a black gigantic centipede that was as large as a majestic hill. It was slowly crawling over. Wherever it passed, the trees would topple. It seemed to leave behind a wake of destruction as though a gigantic worm was crawling across grass. Mud and gravel had been splayed in its path. Its thousands of feet smashed at the ground, causing twisted cracks to emanate through the ground as though a spreading crack in ice. Shi Xiaobai looked in surprise at the animals he could see in the jungle. He knew most of the birds and worms he saw, but all of them had an odd characteristic. They were many times bigger than what he knew them to be. That were centipedes the size of anacondas, magpies the size of a hawk, squirrels the size of a lion. However, compared to the trees that reached hundreds of meters into the sky, they appeared very tiny. There was green everywhere and the air was especially fresh. Suddenly, he saw a lake in the distance. It was emerald green and clear. It reflected the ancient trees like a mirror. Shi Xiaobai walked towards the lake. Whoosh! A wooden arrow suddenly tore through the air at him. Although the wooden arrow shot at him from an odd angle, its speed was not fast. It was also rather weak. Shi Xiaobai gently lifted his hand and precisely clasped the arrow with 2 fingers. Ha! A girl's voice clearly sounded in the distant shrubs. It had a surprised tone. Who's there? Shi Xiaobai asked as he turned to head towards the shrubs. You are not permitted to come over. The eyes hidden in the shrubs blinked in panic. They shimmered like stars in the sky. She had delivered a rapid warning that lacked any form of threat. Shi Xiaobai stopped and asked, "This king isn't a bad person. This king won't harm you. The only question this king would like to ask is where this place is." Liar. Granny said that humans are all baddies. The girl had her bow and arrow ready as the tip of the arrow carefully peeked out of the shrubs. She had the arrow trained at Shi Xiaobai as she said nervously, "Also, this is a forbidden ground." How did you enter? Shi Xiaobai was slightly taken aback. By saying humans are all baddies, didn't the girl mean that she was not human? Where was this place? What sort of biological creature that had a childish girl's voice hid in the shrubs? Baddie! Go. If you don't go, I'll shoot you. The girl seemed afraid of humans. Her voice sounded extremely nervous and her wooden arrow was quivering. It would only be a waste of time if this carried on. It was likely that the girl would not take the initiative to come out of the shrubs. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai suddenly used crab steps without any warning. He charged forward with a whoosh and in a blink of an eye, appeared behind the shrubs. He reached out and grabbed the girl. Ah! The girl immediately screamed. Baddie! Let me go! Let me go! Shi Xiaobai focused and could not help but be surprised. She was really a girl. She had 2 purple pigtails that struck his arms as she shook her tiny head in panic. Her fair and supple legs kicked out from her snow-white dress, kicking his shin. She was clearly a 6 or 7-year-old girl. Let me go! Let me go! The girl struggled with all her strength as she screamed at the top of her lungs while crying. Don't be afraid. This king will not harm you. Shi Xiaobai helplessly released the girl's collar and took a few steps back with his hands raised. The girl immediately ran to the back of an ancient tree like she was a frightened rabbit. After some time, she carefully peeked out her tiny head and stared warily at Shi Xiaobai. Only then did Shi Xiaobai manage to make out what the girl looked like. His eyes instantly widened. The weeping beauty had an exquisite face. Her crystal-like and bright blue eyes were staring intently at him. It was filled with nervousness and fear. Callie! Shi Xiaobai was stunned. Although the girl was only around 7 years old, her facial features were identical to Callie's. Ah! The girl immediately said in a fluster, "Batty! How do you know my name, dot? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 560, Reclaiming the Homeworld. Chapter 560, Reclaiming the Homeworld. Translator, Sitolan. Editor, Sitolan. Speechless was presently feeling speechless. He woke up to realize that for some baffling reason, an unfellable and unburnable strange tree had grown in his house. Not even a single leaf could be plucked from it. Most fucked up of all was that the strange tree was constantly growing at a discernible pace. In just a few hours' time, it had grown from an ordinary tree several meters tall to a 100-meter tall tree with a diameter of 10 meters. And the pace at which it was growing was not slowing down with the passage of time. Instead, it grew at an accelerated pace. In less than half a day, the strange tree was already as tall as a mountain, towering and grandiose. Lush green vines occupied Crown Prince Manor, and many of them were growing towards the sky as though they were bent on poking a hole through the firmaments. Speechless felt extremely depressed and helpless seeing his house being seized and occupied by the strange tree. What left him even more depressed was the mysterious disappearance of Shi Xiaobai, who was occupying the west wing. Speechless' heart skipped a beat the moment he realized Shi Xiaobai's disappearance. After all, Shi Xiaobai had just entered an irreconcilable conflict with China's most powerful politician, Tiger Li, as well as the psionic imperial realm monk, Reverend Misery C. Speechless could not help but worry if Shi Xiaobai's disappearance had anything to do with Tiger Li's machinations. But on careful thought, he believed that it was highly improbable. The reason why he made such a judgment was that Shi Xiaobai was under the protection of One Pun's superpower, God's Guardian. When the person earmarked to be protected encountered an undefendable threat, One Pun would be able to sense it from far away and instantly teleport to the person's side to protect him. Rumor had it that after Shi Xiaobai joined Gaia, he offended the eccentric underworld king, Hizif. Back then, One Pun had used God's Guardian to protect Shi Xiaobai. Therefore, Shi Xiaobai was one of the members under the protection of the S-class superpower, God's Guardian. He was definitely a junior that One Pun thought extremely highly of. This matter was something Gaia wanted to keep secret, but after Shi Xiaobai repeatedly broke the historical records of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, eventually ranking first on the search rankings, he was immediately thrust into the country's limelight. Stories that dozens of Gaia rookies witnessed ended up spreading. No matter how powerful Tiger Li was or how strong Reverend Misery C was, it was absolutely impossible for them to silently kill or abduct Shi Xiaobai under the nose of One Pun and his God's Guardian. After all, One Pun was one of the few S-class heroes in China. Reverend Misery C was probably not even his match. As such, the sudden disappearance of Shi Xiaobai last night without so much as a stir likely had little to do with Tiger Li. The most probable reason was that the rascal had left without a word. However, where did he go? The first thing Speechless thought of was to contact Gaia and Yama Minamiya. However, he received answers indicating that they had no idea where Shi Xiaobai was. "Brother, do you have news of Brother Xiaobai?" Mu Lingxi walked over with a writing board raised up. Her brows were slightly knitted and there was worry plastered all over her face. Speechless was rendered even more speechless upon seeing his sister looking so worried that her mind appeared unhinged. It was clear that his sister had fallen head over heels in love. What was so good about that youth with 8th grade syndrome? Even the sword fanatic, Sunless, who only had her eyes on swords, risked her life for him. Mu Lengxi, who appeared frail and gentle but was extremely proud deep down, was now completely smitten by Shi Xiaobai. Even Speechless, who had made thousands of girls fall for him, could not help but be impressed by him. There's nothing for now. Speechless shook his head before consoling her, but don't you worry. Even the 3-level lords were no match for Shi Xiaobai. What danger could he encounter? He probably left without a word and went somewhere to engage in his naughty games. Mu Lengxi rolled her eyes and wrote, Brother Xiaobai is no such person. Speechless rolled his shoulders and said in a speechless manner, he's such a person. Lengxi, you don't know him well enough. Shi Xiaobai is extremely naughty. He's the kind of person that's extremely stubborn and obstinate. Speechless had a serious look, just short of plastering the words believe me on his face. He had to save his sister that had fallen astray. Although he admired and respected Shi Xiaobai as a good friend, it did not mean that he thought of him as a suitable brother-in-law. However, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The untamed side of Shi Xiaobai that Speechless saw was something Mu Lengxi ignored completely. To her, Shi Xiaobai was an extremely cute hero. His 8th grade syndrome and naughtiness only enhanced his cuteness. Eh? What's that? Suddenly, Speechless exclaimed as though he had seen something unbelievable. Mu Lengxi, who was still immersing herself in her memories of encountering that youth in the Transcendental Tower, looked up curiously at Speechless when she heard him. Am I seeing things? Speechless had a flabbergasted look as he pointed to the eastern sky. He said with a trembling voice, there's a tree growing in the sky? Mu Lengxi turned to look at where Speechless was pointing to. Instantly, her pupils constricted. Amid the endless azure blue sky, there was a gigantic emerald green tree growing in an inverted manner. The gigantic tree seemed to use the sky as its soils, its roots entrenched amid the clouds. The lush green leaves hung down like curtains towards the ground. The gigantic tree was growing at a discernible pace as its crown that covered half the sky was approaching the ground rapidly. Rumble. With a sudden rumble, the ground began quaking violently. An earthquake? Speechless looked astonished before he exclaimed, no. It's not an earthquake. The violent quakes were not a result of an earthquake but that of the strange tree that had occupied Crown Prince Manor. This tree that rooted itself into the ground suddenly grew rapidly towards the strange tree that grew in the sky, but the two strange trees, one rooted in the ground and the other in the sky, grew towards each other. It appeared as though they sped up their growth at the same time. They appeared like long-lost relatives that wished to meet early. Yet, they also appeared like ferocious beasts that appeared like each other's nemesis, eager to eat up the other party as soon as possible. On the other end of the gigantic tree that grew in the sky was another world. It was a bleak, desolate world of filth that permeated an air of death. Compared to the bustling world of humanity, it resembled an abandoned wasteland. In this wasteland, a race that had been forgotten by people struggled to live. At that moment, there were dense hordes of strange biological creatures gathered under the gigantic tree. They were extremely short and appeared like dwarves. They had green skin and looked extremely ugly. My liege, the sacred tree has already torn through the horizons. The door to returning to that world has finally opened. A green-skinned dwarf let out a shout of excitement when the gigantic tree's crown appeared in the human world. There was a unique existence that was surrounded by all the green-skinned dwarves. Its height was not that of a dwarf but more like a human youth. Although its skin was green, it was not as wrinkled like the other dwarves. The green-skinned youth wore a crown and sat on an old and worn-out throne. It looked up towards the grayish-black sky and peered at the gigantic tree's crown that connected to another world. I heard that the color of that world's sky is a clean blue. The green-skinned youth's eyes turned bright as it sat up from the throne. It cast its eyes on the dwarves and said aloud, "Rejoice. Have your heart stir. We will be returning to our homeworld. We will return to the beautiful world that we once ruled. We will kill all the contemptible races that seized our lands. We will slaughter the evil enemies that chased us out of our homeworld. This king shall swear as transcendent king that he will lead all of you, the mighty transcendents, back to your homeworld. There will be no more struggling for 10,000 years in this ice-cold world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561, You are instigating a war between both races. Chapter 561, You are instigating a war between both races. Translator, Citulen. Editor, Citulen. The girl in front of him was about 6 or 7 years old. Her snow-white princess gown wrapped around her petite figure, while her skin looked so delicate as though it would be torn apart by a cold wind. Dark purple hair reached down her shoulders, as a pink headband was tied into a butterfly knot. From a cursory glance, they looked like a pair of standing cat ears. And a hogue stuck out her hair, adding a hint of mo to her. Her facial features remained prepubescent, making her a little tender and childlike, but even so, the sky-blue eyes and the pink lips that looked as thin as a cicada's wings, as well as that natural and unmatchable beauty, would leave anyone gasping at the perfection and exquisiteness of her facial features. If the creator had any work that he was happy with, it had to be this panicking and weeping beautiful face. Perhaps, it was an unfinished work that needed time to complete it. Shi Xiaobai instantly fell into a daze as he looked at that face. The reason for his shock was not because of the girl's astounding beauty but because her hair, eyebrows, eyes, and looks were nearly identical to Callie's. Although their ages were slightly different, Callie, whose looks had forever been fixed to a particular point in time, still looked 13. Her facial features had yet been fully developed, but the childlike look of hers was gone, replacing it with the pretty features of a young teenage girl. An age difference of 6 to 7 years would not result in phenomenal changes, especially with so many similar and identical signs. Regardless, the girl in front of him resembled the child version of Callie. Therefore, Shi Xiaobai could not help but mutter, "Callie. Batty. How do you know my name?" The girl, who had turned fearful after encountering a stranger in a forest that forbade entry to outsiders, immediately panicked when she heard the human call out her name. Her grandmother had once told her that humans were the worst of all living beings. If she ever encountered humans, she had to flee immediately. Otherwise, she would be captured by humans and brought far away, a place where she would not be able to see her grandmother and elder sister. How did this human know her name? Could the human be here to capture her? Upon coming to this thought, the girl trembled as she took a few steps back. Shi Xiaobai was immediately dumbfounded. Not only were their looks similar, even their names were identical? Was this a coincidence? Or could it be? Shi Xiaobai was confounded with alarm. It was not only the girl, the strange forest with ancient trees interspersing one another was a mysterious place for him as well. He did not even know why he had suddenly appeared here. This king. Shi Xiaobai was just about to inquire when the sharp sound of air being pierced through was heard. A sharp arrow shot through the gaps in the tree leaves as it headed for Shi Xiaobai's shoulder from a tricky angle. Shi Xiaobai did not see the arrow coming from a blind spot, but with his sharp senses and premonition for danger, he subconsciously moved his feet when he heard the whistling air. It was almost instinct for him to use crab steps. The youth's body that could not be discerned by the naked eye only swayed for an instant, but he perfectly dodged the arrow. The arrow finally slammed into a tree trunk behind the youth with a loud ring. Scram! Stay away from Xiaozi. The angry scolding of a teenage girl sounded from afar. Following that, the sound of brisk running came over like a tidal wave. Following that, a fiery red figure charged out from the deep depths of the forest. The moment the figure charged out with a whoosh, it shielded the young girl behind it. Shi Xiaobai focused his eyes and realized that it was a red-haired teenage girl dressed in a red short dress. She had unparalleled beauty and exquisite facial features. Her beauty did not resemble a human's. Her two sharp ears reminded Shi Xiaobai of Callie. The girl angrily and warily stared at Shi Xiaobai. Her body was tense as she held her bow and arrow that was aimed at him. It was a warning pose. Human! Scram back to your country. This is not a place you can come, The red girl's voice was as cold as frostwater. Sister Cherry Blossoms! The girl yelped in pleasant surprise. She ran behind the teenage girl as though she had met her savior. Her tiny hands grabbed the teenage girl's dress tightly as though it would ease her mind more. Moments later, the girl carefully probed her head out to look warily but curiously at the strange human that addressed himself as king. The red-haired girl lowered her head to the young girl that had tears welling in the corner of her eyes. Her cold gaze immediately turned warm before she gently said, "Don't worry, Xiaozi. Sis is here. I'll absolutely not allow that despicable human harm you." Yeah. The girl nodded firmly as she raised her hand to wipe her tears. Following that, she stole a glance at Shi Xiaobai with her puffy eyes. Shi Xiaobai was at a loss whether to laugh or to cry. He had clearly not done a thing, and the person that had made the first move was the young girl that resembled the child version of Callie. Although he had used a little violence to reveal the young girl who had hidden among the shrubs, he had only done so because he was suddenly sneaked up upon by an arrow while strolling in the woods. But now, he appeared to be labeled as Big Baddie. Shi Xiaobai could not recall what evil deeds he had done that merited such a label. Could it only be because he was human? Ahem. It seems the both of you have some misunderstanding of humans? Shi Xiaobai could not help but ask. Shut up, . The red-haired girl's response was abnormally intense. She glared at Shi Xiaobai coldly, her entire being suffusing great animosity. Her taut bowstring was vibrating slightly as though it would shoot off its payload at any moment. Shi Xiaobai rolled his shoulders, indicating that he had no ill intentions. Although he felt that the girl's pose was filled with flaws and he could close the gap between them with crab steps as proximity chasm to attack her, Shi Xiaobai did not wish to worsen the misunderstanding. Shi Xiaobai said helplessly, "Although this king does not know the misunderstandings between you and humans, this king has no ill intentions towards you. Nor does he wish to harm anyone." This king? The red-haired girl seemed to hear a sensitive phrase. Her body clammed up like a frightened wildcat. You are the king of humans. The red-haired girl observed Shi Xiaobai with an alarmed and wary gaze. Moments later, her tensed body gradually relaxed as her panicked expression was replaced with a mocking sneer. The red-haired girl scoffed. A weakling at the postnatal realm dares call himself king? Do you think you can assume the authority of the human race's king by calling yourself king? Humph. Granny was right. Humans are indeed most despicable and cunning, but they are also the stupidest race. Postnatal realm? Shi Xiaobai was slightly taken aback. He recalled that the realms were split into the psionic mortal realm, psionic soul realm, psionic might realm, psionic domain realm, and psionic imperial realm. He had no recollection of a postnatal realm. Human, immediately leave the pixie forest. Although I do not know how a weakling like you passed through the sacred tree's domain and into our forbidden land, your actions have violated the rules of the alliance. Your actions are instigating a war between both races. The red-haired girl suddenly exclaimed, although we pixies are weak, ranking 11th in the 12-race alliance, you humans aren't even qualified to be part of the alliance. If you instigate a war, you will not only face the pixies but also the other 11 races that are more powerful than you humans. Human. Scram out of pixie forest. Now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562, Cherry Blossoms in Despair. Chapter 562, Cherry Blossoms in Despair. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Having transmigrated from Earth to this alternate world only for a few months, Shi Xiaobai, whose scalp would tingle from reading books, had never really read any books related to the history of the new world he was in. As such, his understanding of the alternate world was only limited to psionites, superpowers, heroes, calamity fiends, astral calamity beasts, land of trials, etc., things that he had personal experience with. As for the red-haired girl's mention of the postnatal realm, pixie race, or 12-race alliance, all of them were unfamiliar terms Shi Xiaobai was hearing for the first time. Shi Xiaobai was momentarily unable to determine if he was just lacking in knowledge or if something bizarre had happened, one that would only turn more intriguing with further thought. But from the various signs that he had encountered, it appeared as though the latter was more likely. This is your final warning. The red-haired girl pulled her bowstring to its limit as she said coldly, "Make your choice, human. Either leave immediately or enter eternal slumber in the pixie forest's land." The red-haired girl's cold but determined gaze was convincing. If the youth still had no intention to leave, she would not hesitate to unleash her most intense attack. Shi Xiaobai turned silent. He had no intention to worsen the conflict or misunderstanding. However, he knew that his explanations would be worthless against the person who had a rooted prejudice against humans. Yet, he could not simply leave. If he wanted an answer to his puzzlement or to make a bizarre guess, everything was definitely related to the girl that resembled a childlike Callie. When Shi Xiaobai thought of this, his eyes could not help but land on the young girl that was hiding behind the teenage girl. When her uncertain gaze met the youth's seemingly harmless eyes, she immediately buried her face into the red-haired girl's waist like a frightened bunny. The youth appeared like a fierce man-eating beast that lurked in treacherous waters. That gaze once confirmed, a baddie to nab Callie. The girl trembled. Die! The red-haired girl was finally fully enraged. With a cold bellow, she straightened the arrow with a swallow-feathered tail and suddenly released the taut bowstring made of tiger tendons. They formed almost a perfect circle like the scorching sun, and with a twang, the arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for the youth's chest that stayed stationary like a target board. At such a close distance, it's impossible for him to dodge my scorched sky arrow with his postnatal realm strength, but... Just as the red-haired girl had such a thought, she was appalled to see the blazing scorching sky arrow penetrate the youth's body unhindered. She did not hear the horrifying sound of flesh separating from skin, nor was there the bloody scene of blood splattering like she imagined. The scorched sky arrow seemed to pass through the youth's body like it had passed through thin air. It headed straight for a tree behind. The red-haired girl's eyes constricted. She suddenly recalled the sneak arrow she launched from a distance. It too had missed after brushing the youth. She originally thought that she had missed due to the great distance, but now, from the looks of it, it was not a mistake. Similarly, the scene that had just happened was definitely no coincidence. The youth had dodged her scorching sky arrow with his own strength. But how did the human who was at a mere postnatal realm do it? Regardless of the shock she felt, the red-haired girl did not relent on her assault. She deftly slung the bow and arrow that had failed twice behind her back. She quickly muttered, and with her chant, a resplendent purple halo lit up in front of her. Wind gathered to take form, striking forward as a blade. At the instant the crossbeam flashes, the miracle of wind will be praised. Danced. Or fly freely. Wind illumination cross/. The red-haired girl suddenly interlocked her fingers as her arms formed an X shape in front of her chest. After a rapid incantation, she threw open her arms. Like a bow filled with energy, the thin fan that flew out causing two vehement wind blades to be thrown out. The wind illumination cross/'s speed is many times faster than the scorching sky arrow. The destructive radius is extremely wide as well. It will definitely not be easy to dodge it. The red-haired girl had such a thought on her mind as she stared intently at the motionless youth. She believed that there was no trick that could dodge her arrows in the world without even moving. She had failed to notice the details of what had happened. This time, she was extremely focused on the youth's dodging. Boom! The wind illumination cross/ was like a sharp grenade. Its trajectory tore the air around it and finally struck a tree and exploded. Blade winds surged wantonly like blade fragments that scattered across the sky. Instantly, there were unending tearing sounds as the ancient trees ahead seemed to be destroyed by dozens of sabers. Countless remnant leaves began descending. The few branches that had been sliced apart creaked and fell to the ground. The thicker trunks lasted only half a second before the entire tree toppled. The wind illumination cross/slash's destructive power was definitely remarkable. However, the red-haired girl's eyes glazed over as her face was filled with disbelief. Remnant leaves flew in the sky as the youth continued standing motionless in his spot completely unscathed. The wind illumination cross/slash that attacked the youth straight on fell several ancient trees, but not a single hair of the youth's was cut. The red-haired girl that had been staring intently at Shi Xiaobai seemed to momentarily discern how Shi Xiaobai had dodged the wind illumination cross/slash. But she was certain that the youth moved. Although her naked eyes had failed to capture the exact motion, she saw the youth's figure flash like a night light. He had vanished for an instant and moments later, appeared where he originally was. Just his wind illumination cross/slash that was about to strike him, he instantly switched lines to a spot 20 meters, and returned in an instant to the same spot. How is this possible? What sort of speed is required? The red-haired girl found it unbelievable, but this was the only reasonable explanation she could think of. But his body clearly lacks a connate aura. Could he rely on the postnatal psionic powers to accomplish a horrifying speed is something not capable of geniuses. As one of the most outstanding geniuses among the younger pixies, Cherry Blossoms felt panic for the first time in her life. Her meeting of a dangerous human in a forest that was impossible for other races to infiltrate was already a perilous encounter that caught her by surprise. Yet, the human strength was incomprehensible. Cherry Blossoms, who had never left the pixie forest, could not help but panic. However, she did not retreat, nor did she have any thoughts of fleeing. The reason was that a girl was standing behind her, a younger sister whose life was more important than hers. She was the cutest angel in the world that she had to protect no matter what. I will absolutely not let Princess Callie be harmed. Cherry Blossom steeled her mind as infinite courage arose in her. Her eyes focused as she charged straight for the youth. Even a rabbit would bite when pressed. Cherry Blossoms, who was good at both archery and magic, had an inkling that long-ranged attacks were useless against the youth. Therefore, she chose to engage in melee combat. An archer that could not engage in melee combat was a bad mage. Cherry Blossoms drew a silver dagger from her waist. Like a rabid rabbit, she charged at Shi Xiaobai ferociously. Shi Xiaobai remained motionless in his spot. Cherry Blossoms was extremely nervous. She knew that with her speed, the youth definitely could dodge her strike and counterattack. But in the situation in which the wind illumination cross/slash had failed, engaging in melee combat was her final chance. Clang! Cherry Blossoms was caught by surprise that the youth did not dodge at all. This time, he had truly remained immobile. The dagger stabbed at the youth's body without any dilemma. Just a little deeper and it would pierce through the youth's heart. But Cherry Blossoms never expected to feel the youth's chest to be as hard as a bronze wall. The metallic collision sounds hummed as the teenage girl's dagger-wielding hand turned numb from the impact. Cherry Blossoms slowly widened her somewhat dull and lifeless eyes. She looked at the dagger that had broken into two, and the lack of a mar on her chest made her watch in a daze. Her expression immediately turned pale. Have you experienced despair? At that moment, Cherry Blossoms faced despair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, Do you believe now? Chapter 563, Do you believe now? Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. As the most outstanding genius among the Pixies' younger generation, Cherry Blossoms had already escaped from the shackles of mortality to reach the connate extraordinaire realm at the age of 14. She definitely stood out among her peers who were still struggling in the postnatal realm. Cherry Blossoms had reason to belittle postnatal realm opponents because, be it from the history of the world or her own experiences, all of them had verified the truth that someone at the connate realm could completely crush others at the postnatal realm. For example, back when she was in the postnatal realm, she failed to put up any resistance against Aunt Tangerine, who was at the connate realm. But ever since she stepped into the connate realm, her senior Kakumi, who had been her equal, was completely not her match. The connate and postnatal realm were worlds apart. It was the first chasm that separated ordinariness and extraordinariness. It was also the first standard to differentiate between a weakling and an expert. After breaking the shackles of mortality, one would become a connate extraordinaire. Naturally, one would have the confidence of triumphing over a postnatal weakling. This was the immense confidence that history and common sense gave. Cherry Blossoms obviously had the confidence, so when she realized that the youth in front of her was a postnatal mortal shackled by mortal chains, she was delighted, believing that she had the ability to protect the most important young princess of the pixies. However, reality is usually harsh. When an existence that ignored the rules of history or common sense appeared, the confidence that stemmed from them would immediately transform into a laughable superstition. The scorched sky arrow missed its target and the wind illumination cross slash had been easily dodged. Even her melee strike that she delivered as a last-ditch effort had failed terribly. Cherry Blossoms looked at the lion-tooth dagger that had broken into two in a daze, as well as the completely unscathed youth. She was lost in despair. This is not the postnatal realm. It definitely isn't. Cherry Blossoms sensed that the youth in front of her was not a postnatal realm weakling she had originally believed to be. On the contrary, the youth was very powerful, so powerful that she could not put up a resistance at all. Clang! The youth suddenly raised his hand to smack away the half-dagger that was still pressed on his chest. He ignored the dazed red-haired girl as he walked towards the young trembling girl. This king is stronger than you, and the strong can do as they wish. The youth's cold voice resounded in her ear as his figure brushed past her eyes, jolting Cherry Blossoms awake. No, she had to protect Xiaozi. This girl that had sacrificed too much for the pixies did not deserve any harm. Scram! The red-haired girl bit her lower lip as she delivered an anger-fueled wind illumination cross slash at the youth whose back was just inches from her. The holy tree had given the pixies seeds known as the 7 contrary virtues. To them, sneaking an attack on an opponent with his back facing them was a shameless act, a violation of the virtue of righteousness. But to protect the young princess, she did not mind sullying righteousness. Cherry Blossoms had made up her mind, vowing to protect the young Callie. The wind illumination cross slash, which was just feet away, almost struck the defenseless youth's naked back instantly. You won't be able to dodge this. Like Cherry Blossoms expected, the youth failed to dodge this time. No, that was not right. The youth did not even dodge. He had allowed the wind illumination cross slash to strike his naked back that was without any protection. Pang! However, the sound of skin and flesh ripping open did not sound. There was only a firm collision that resounded ceaselessly throughout the woods. The sharp wind blades seemed to strike extremely tough iron, but the wind illumination cross slash at such a close distance had failed to leave a single mark on the youth's back. Even the white t-shirt with the word Gaia and a purple orchid pattern only crumpled up slightly. How could this be possible? Cherry Blossoms fell into a daze. The youth had not needed to dodge from the beginning. Even the wind illumination cross slash she had always been proudest of had failed to leave a mark on the youth, much less the scorching sky arrow or the knife stab she was completely not proficient in. Her strongest attack had failed to even break the most basic defense of his body's surface. What else could she do? Even if he had stood there immobile like a wooden block, she could not do a thing to him. This was not a suppression but complete suppression. It was a battle that did not even have a 0.000001% chance of victory. Gotcha! The youth did not even turn his head to look at the mosquito that had failed to make him feel any pain from its bite. He stepped onto the broken tree branches, slowly walking towards the girl as though nothing had happened. Woo woo woo. The young girl looked at the youth walking over without expression. She cried in fright. She was about to be captured by the humans. She would not see her grandmother or sister again, and Tangerine, and... The girl wept more sadly when she thought of that. Let her go. Cherry Blossoms yelled in despair. What else could she do? What else was available to her? But dump. The proud girl knelt to the ground with a thud. She yelled towards the cold youth's back with tears flowing down her cheeks, let her go. She's still a child. She can't be sold for much. If you want to capture anyone, capture me. I will not resist. I will satisfy your every request. So, please. Let her go. Please, let her go. Cherry Blossoms obviously knew the tragic fate that young and beautiful pixies would suffer once they were captured by humans, but at that moment, she had been forced into a perilous situation with no means to resist. She had no other choice but to abandon her dignity. She pleaded while holding back the aggrieved feelings in her heart. If this was the only way to save the young princess, she was willing to pay the price. The youth suddenly halted in between the teenage girl and the young girl. He seemed to be contemplating the girl's suggestion. Cherry Blossoms seemed to see the light amid the darkness as her voice trembled. Let her go. As long as you let her go, I will not put up any resistance. A pixie that is willing to fully submit completely can be sold for a good price. If you wish that the pixie you captured through arduous efforts would not mutilate herself or even commit suicide before the trait is completed, spare her. Spare that child. The youth turned his head over and focused on the reddened girl's eyes emotionlessly. He was silent as though he was contemplating the pros and cons. No. At that moment, the young, trepid and weeping girl rushed towards the youth. She suddenly leaped and hugged the youth's arm that was not considered thick but also not overly slender. She looked like an infant koala bear that hugged a tree branch without letting up. No, you are not to take away, sis. The girl screamed as she bit the youth's arm. Xiaozi. Cherry Blossoms was alarmed, for he was a monster that even the wind illumination failed to harm him. With the girl's baby teeth, wouldn't it be no different from using weak glass to strike hard metal? Cherry Blossoms seemed to see the tragic state of the young princess's teeth shattering. She could not help but close her eyes, afraid to see that tragic scene. This king now has three choices. The youth seemed oblivious to the young girl that was hanging onto his arm. Instead, he looked at the kneeling Cherry Blossoms and said without expression, the first choice is to accept your suggestion and only capture you. Cherry Blossoms opened her eyes abruptly. The second choice is to ignore your request and insist on capturing her. The youth pointed at the girl that had her teeth lodged into his arm. No. Cherry Blossoms shook her head frantically. The third choice is quite unfortunate. Be it you or her, this king wants both of you. The youth's face suffused a strange smile. Cherry Blossoms widened her eyes. She was most afraid of that outcome. Don't choose the third choice? The youth pricked up his brows and said, unfortunately, regardless which choice this king makes, you can only accept it. That's because apart from accepting the fate that this king chooses for you, there is no other option for you. The color in the girl's face drained like she was a leaking balloon. She trembled in anger but did not say a word. That was because the youth was saying a fact that could not be retorted. In the presence of absolute strength, there was only one choice laid out for her. She could only wait for his choice, no matter how angry or indignant she felt. She could only accept her ensuing fate. Then, may I know what your choice is? The girl lowered her head in indignation and acted submissively. She even inquired politely. However, she still humbly prayed that Shi Xiaobai would show pity when making his choice. This king chooses the fourth choice. That was the youth's reply. Cherry Blossoms was taken aback. The fourth choice? The youth smiled. The fourth choice is to not want both. That is this king's choice. Did you forget that this king said from the beginning that he has no ill intentions, nor does he plan to harm anyone? This is this king's answer. It has been that from the beginning and it is still the same now. Cherry Blossoms raised her head in disbelief. Her pupils constricted, probably never forgetting the scene before her very eyes. Under the dotted sunlight, the youth was smiling with a harmless look on his face. He was gently stroking the young girl's head like he was comforting a frightened kitten. The monster-like arm that could not be hurt by the wind illumination cross/ was bleeding from a bite. Do you believe now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564, Only Resorting to Sophistry. Chapter 564, Only Resorting to Sophistry. Translator, Citulen. Editor, Citulen. How does one prove to a victim of persecutory delusion that they would not harm her? It is very simple. All one needs to prove is that they have the sufficient strength to harm her and in any way that they fancied. As a simple example, a chick might be adamant that you are an obsessed pervert and that you would turn into a sexual deviant the moment you have an opportunity, no matter how much of a gentleman you swear to be. Even if you are capable of controlling yourself while sharing the same bed, not even having any thoughts of doing anything nasty, the chick would definitely not believe you because her reason is clouded by her perception of you. She might even ask who was anything nasty and how you would do her. What should one do under such circumstances? Very simple. Take the risk of kidnapping the chick and lock her in a tiny room, completely isolated from civilization. Share the room with her and say to her with a licentious smile, go on and shout. Keep shouting. No one will save you even if you shout yourself hoarse, then watch Sesame Street with the chick the entire night. The next morning, the chick might give you a slap in the face and even curse you amid tears. Am I less attractive than Kermit the Frog? Perhaps, the girl might place you on a blacklist, but her impression of you would change completely. She would completely believe one fact: you are no fucking deviant but worse than one. Shi Xiaobai had encountered a similar dilemma and had used a similar solution that gave the same effect. The red-haired girl and the young girl insisted that he was a baddie that committed heinous crimes, a hateful human that would sell away pixies after he kidnapped them. Verbal explanations and guarantees were insufficient at resolving their prejudice against him. Therefore, Shi Xiaobai did not waste any effort explaining, allowing Cherry Blossoms to attack him without even moving. He had easily dodged with crab steps in the beginning until he later used his powerful body to defend against the wind illumination cross/. He orchestrated a situation that would slowly pull them into his spiderweb, allowing Cherry Blossoms to fully understand the absolute gap in their strength. This king is stronger than you. This king can do anything he wants. This king can harm you in any way he wants. Shi Xiaobai expressed this fully on the surface, but in fact, he had never hurt them from the very beginning. Instead, the young girl had charged forward bravely. He was worried that he would hurt her baby teeth and took the initiative to remove the defense that this turtle as hardest gave him. Despite being able to harm her as he wished, he did not commit any atrocious acts from the beginning. There was nothing more convincing than something that created that contrast. So, I have always been the one scaring myself? It took a while for Cherry Blossoms to finally realize that she had been scaring herself silly from the beginning. She had presumptuously believed that the youth was kidnapping them, and this preconceived notion had blinded her reason. The youth had already said that he meant no harm from the beginning and had implemented his promise of not harming anyone, but she had failed to notice any of that. She had painted a demon for herself, scaring herself silly. Upon realizing this, Cherry Blossom's face turned red with embarrassment. She could no longer feel angry because the youth had clearly expressed his lack of ill intentions. She still had to act properly to prevent aggravating him, since he could really do anything he wished. But The moment Cherry Blossoms recalled the stirring scene of her kneeling down to plead and how comical it was for her to scare herself silly, she immediately felt like burrowing into a hole. She drooped her head down and mumbled, "But Granny said that humans are baddies." Shi Xiaobai fell silent for a moment and did not attempt to correct the girl's prejudice. Instead, he returned with a question, "Let this king ask you. Are all pixies good?" Obviously. Cherry Blossoms was just about to give an affirmative answer when she seemed to recall something. Her expression changed slightly as the head she had raised halfway drooped down in defeat once again. She said indignantly, "Of course there are pixies that have desecrated the virtues of pixies. They abandon their good natures and the protection of the holy tree, choosing to be corrupted. They have already become fallen pixies." Yes. Those bad pixies are fallen pixies. They have nothing to do with us pixies. Yes, that's right. Pixies are all good. The bad ones are fallen pixies. The girl's eyes gradually lit up as she spoke. Once again, she raised her head with a glimmer in her eyes. Shi Xiaobai suddenly recalled the 6th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower when he heard fallen pixies. Callie, in her disguise as Xiaoxiao, had chosen to borrow the powers of pixie raging to rescue him despite the outcome of being a fallen pixie. From the girl's tone, he once again realized how much disdain and abhorrence pixies had towards fallen pixies. Shi Xiaobai gained a greater understanding of what Callie had sacrificed for him. Upon coming to this conclusion, Shi Xiaobai subconsciously looked at the young girl that resembled Callie. The girl was currently hiding behind cherry blossoms. Half her head was peeking out to look at Shi Xiaobai carefully. When she saw Shi Xiaobai look at her, she immediately retracted her head in fear. Even though she had also realized that the youth meant no harm, she remained afraid. The humans in the stories that her grandmother had told her were just too terrifying. After half a second, the girl peeked her head out again. She mustered her courage to look at the youth's eyes and pointed at his bloody right arm. She said apologetically, "Is it still painful?" Shi Xiaobai came round and shook his head with a smile. There is no such thing as pain in this king's dictionary. His endurance technique, Unleaking Turtle Aura, could repress the feeling of pain. Furthermore, he could convert pain to a sore pleasure. It might not be believable, but Shi Xiaobai not only did not feel pain from the girl's bites, he even found it quite enjoyable. The girl did not know any of that. In her recollection, bleeding meant extreme pain. She had grazed her knee when she fell from a tree at a young age. It had hurt for a very long time. Liar. The girl grumbled inwardly and retracted her tiny head again. For some reason, she suddenly felt that humans were not that terrifying. Fallen pixies are also pixies. Shi Xiaobai quickly returned to the topic at hand. He looked at Cherry Blossoms and said solemnly, "Even if you pixies disdain and exile fallen pixies, they still have pixie blood flowing in them. Just as you know and as your grandmother said, a number of humans are indeed evil and have committed heinous acts. This king would not deny that they are evil. And just like you, this king also thinks of them as beasts and deviants. However, this king cannot change the fact that they are human, people with human blood flowing in them. What this king wishes to tell you is that the impression of humans you have are not really humans, but unfortunately, that is just resorting to sophistry. Just like how you say fallen pixies are not pixies, you know deep down that it's not true." Cherry Blossoms widened her mouth, momentarily unsure how to retort. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565, The Holy Tree Blooms. Chapter 565, The Holy Tree Blooms. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Humans can be categorized into good and bad, just as how there is a difference between pure pixies and fallen pixies. Not every pixie is good, likewise, not every human is evil. Shi Xiaobai pondered over his words for a few seconds as he felt that he needed to explain in greater detail. Therefore, he continued, no species or group should be placed under the camp of good or the camp of evil. It's because this world does not have absolute good or evil. With different angles and points of views, things are seen differently. There is definitely some difference between good and evil, and there might even be a twist. This king has no intention to exonerate the evil acts of pixies that betray themselves. Even from the angle of a human, that is an evil sin that should be punished. However, where there is light, there is darkness. On the contrary, light must be present for there to be darkness. With the existence of baddies that betray the pixie, there must be heroic existences that will punish the baddies. The rampant acts that are done by sinful factions also imply the potency of the heroic organizations. This was not the first time Shi Xiaobai was explaining his understanding of good and evil. Back in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, he had once had a deep discussion with the blonde girl who was deemed Hero King 3,000 years ago. Therefore, he already had the words at hand to deliver his words confidently. The naive pixie girl was left confounded by the seemingly unintelligible concept. She attempted to comprehend the meaning behind the words but failed. Perhaps Shi Xiaobai's presentation of his harmlessness finally got to her as she turned a little emboldened. She said in angry embarrassment, "I don't understand." Simpler, explain it in a simpler manner. Shi Xiaobai smiled, finding it quite a normal occurrence. He knew from a very long time ago that people had different levels of intelligence. Not everyone possessed a natural intelligence of a king like he did. For instance, a confidant that could instantly connect with him like Don Li was a rare breed. Most people were a little witty like Lu Yu, or terrifyingly honest like Feng Yuanlin. In short, Shi Xiaobai directly gave a simple conclusion. Not all humans are bad. There are also good humans. And this king is a professional hero meant to deal with baddies. Not only will he not harm you, he will also protect you. Do you understand? Cherry Blossoms obviously understood such a direct explanation, but there were things she remained confused about. She could not help but mutter, "I know about heroes. Granny is a hero of the pixies." But, why are heroes categorized into professionals and non-professionals? From Cherry Blossom's understanding, heroes were great pixies extolled by everyone for their great contributions to the species or if they saved their kind during a particular catastrophe. Why would anyone claim to be a hero? Cherry Blossoms remembered her grandmother's words. There was only a tiny chance for one hero to appear out of 1,000,000 pixies. Heroes were rare and precious, existences that could hardly be found. Only when people recognized you as a hero did you have the right to be deemed a hero. Although Cherry Blossoms felt that her grandmother's words had a smugness that did not match her age, her grandmother commanded universal respect among the pixies. She was looked up to by thousands. Cherry Blossoms found it disconcerting to connect the role of the lofty hero to the base role of a profession. Shi Xiaobai ruminated over it. In a calamitous era, the word hero was not a mere title or honor bestowed on them. It was a global organization, a profession that was recognized and respected by the public. It was a symbol of the strong as well as a representation of the brave. Heroes would defeat calamity fiends, saving humanity and protecting Earth. This was knowledge known by all. The young pixie had asked a question lacking in common knowledge, but Shi Xiaobai was not surprised by it. After all, he had already realized that there was a huge difference in what they deemed as common knowledge. The young pixie had previously mentioned terms that Shi Xiaobai had never heard before, like the postnatal realm and the 12-race alliance. He originally believed that it was a problem with his own level of general knowledge, but now, he realized that the problem stemmed from the concept of common knowledge. His common knowledge and the girl's common knowledge was not the common knowledge born out of being in the same society or even the same world. Did this king transmigrate once again? Shi Xiaobai could not help but consider this terrifying thought. Shi Xiaobai had experienced transmigrating in the past. The last time, he had transmigrated from Earth to an alternate universe without any warning. The civilization in general knowledge he knew underwent tumultuous changes. Now, he had arrived in a forest without any warning and his general knowledge was being turned on its head as well. Shi Xiaobai had no choice but to suspect if he had transmigrated to another world. But it was still too early to jump to conclusions. There was still the possibility that the forest was isolated from the outside world that resulted in a difference in common knowledge. It was still possible that he remained in the same alternate universe. Of course, the more awkward possibility was that both he and the girl lacked common knowledge. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, there was a rustling sound of leaves amid the forest. Shi Xiaobai was slightly taken aback. Where did the wind come from? He clearly could not sense the existence of the wind. And strangely enough, there had not been any winds in the luxuriant forest since the very beginning. How did the leaves rustle without a wind? Shi Xiaobai listened carefully and was surprised to realize that the sounds seemed to come from every direction. At that moment, a fragrant smell rushed at his olfactory senses. It resembled that of paddy fields, the fragrance of green grass. Ah! It's the holy tree's fragrance. Unlike Shi Xiaobai's shock, the pixie girl had already closed her eyes, taking in deep breaths as though she was intoxicated. It looked like she was greedily breathing in the fragrance that suddenly appeared. The holy tree is blooming again. The corners of Cherry Blossom's mouth curled into a blissful smile. Holy tree? What holy tree? Shi Xiaobai seemed to recall something as he asked. When Cherry Blossoms heard his voice, she suddenly opened her eyes and stretched out her hand to cover the youth's nose. Ah! Don't smell it. You can't smell it. Shi Xiaobai did not dodge, allowing the girl's soft palm to cover his nose and mouth. Only then did Cherry Blossom's nervous expression relax. She heaved a sigh of relief. Phew! That gave me a fright. Shi Xiaobai gave her a questioning look. The holy tree is blooming. Cherry Blossoms said matter-of-factly, but when she saw how the youth remained perplexed, she finally realized that he was truly unfamiliar with the situation. She said in surprise, "Don't you even know this? During the world tree's blooming, all living beings apart from pixies are not to approach it in a 50-kilometer radius. The holy tree's fragrance is a great tonic to us pixies but a toxin to other living beings. Isn't this common knowledge?" Shi Xiaobai's pupils constricted slightly. World tree. This was the third time Shi Xiaobai was hearing the term. He had heard it in his first meeting with Callie, and the second time was when the Infernal Queen was explaining the story regarding the Transcendence, Time, and Fate holy trees. The stories they told were not the same, but be it Callie or the Infernal Queen, they all mentioned one thing. The world, time, and fate holy trees had been destroyed by the original sin of calamity during the first apocalypse. Shi Xiaobai still remembered back when he asked Callie who she was and the long story she recounted to him. The story began with, 10,000 years ago, I was a pixie that guarded the world tree, leading a carefree life. Then because of the first apocalypse, the world tree lost its life, and before it withered, it chose me to be the inheritor of its power. Back then, I was a pixie, as well as the world tree. The world holy tree had been destroyed 10,000 years ago. No, that's not right. His knowledge stemmed from a world different from the pixies. Then, the world holy tree that the girl mentioned might not be the same world holy tree he knew. I need to return. Suddenly, the girl that hid behind cherry blossoms poked her head out and whispered, I'm the pixie that protects the world tree. I need to return. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566, Granny. Chapter 566, Granny. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. The holy tree is blooming. With her eyes closed, Pixie Queen Herman sat at her throne, breathing in the floral fragrance from the holy tree. The floral fragrance of the holy tree was considered toxic to other races, but to the pixies, it was akin to the source of life, a treasure that could extend the lifespan and youthfulness of the pixies. The holy tree's blooming was a rare event, one not seen in 1,000 years. Many pixies would fail to encounter the miracle of the holy trees blooming their entire lives. Herman was supposed to enjoy a grand ceremony for the blooming of the holy tree, but her expression was not of delighted intoxication. Instead, it was extremely heavy. "Granny, how many times has it bloomed?" Herman slowly opened her eyes and turned her head to look at a silver-haired pixie sitting beside her. The silver-haired pixie was extremely beautiful, even prettier than her. However, every pixie addressed her as Granny. No one knew what Granny's real name was. They addressed her Granny only because that was how she had been addressed all this time. The pixies even knew that Granny was the oldest living pixie. Her age could very well be as long as the history of the pixies. Granny was also the strongest pixie. Even Queen Herman was brought up by her. The pixies adored Granny. Apart from having the greatest beauty, seniority, and strength, it also had to do with her being the only person who could communicate with the world holy tree. "This is the 8th time," answered Granny. Herman whispered, "A long, long time ago, Holy Pixie Maya once made the prophecy that the world holy tree can only bloom 9 times. The 9th blooming would imply the apocalypse. Now that the holy tree has bloomed 8 times, do you believe that Maya's prophecy is real?" "Perhaps," answered Granny. The answer, filled with uncertainty and a hint of perfunctoriness, made Herman frown. Although the blooming was a rare occasion, it would imply that the apocalypse would be 1,000 years later even if Maya's prophecy was true. As Pixie Queen, it was difficult for her to have a lifespan of 1,000 years, so she did not need to experience the predicted apocalypse. However, if the foretold apocalypse was true, where would the pixies 1,000 years from now go? The only thing Herman could do was determine the authenticity of Maya's prophecy so as to warn pixies of the future. And the only person she could ask was Granny, who had experienced 8 bloomings of the holy tree and had lived at least 8,000 years. Herman asked once more, "Granny, are you also unable to determine the authenticity of Maya's prophecy?" "Yes." Seated on a snow-white mat, Granny nodded her head nonchalantly. Her body trembled a little as her black dress moved a little, revealing a tiny part of her ankle which appeared even fairer than the mat she was on. Herman gave a cursory glance and felt envious. Even as Pixie Queen, she was unable to withstand the devastation of time. Her skin would one day turn old, sallow, and be covered with wrinkles. However, Granny did not seem to share the same fate despite having lived all these years. Eternal youth was a dream all women yearned for. The Pixie Queen was no exception. "Granny, would you still enjoy eternal life when the apocalypse comes?" Herman could not help but ask. "Perhaps," said Granny. Herman was taken aback. She had a nagging feeling that something was amiss with Granny today. She turned her head and noticed that Granny was indeed preoccupied with some other thoughts. Hence, she asked, "Granny, has something happened? Why do you look like there's something weighing on your mind?" Granny remained silent for a long while before saying something that left Herman baffled. "I've waited 10,000 years, and he has finally come." "He?" Herman asked, "Who's he?" Granny revealed a rare smile. The smile suffusing the corner of her lips made her gorgeous face an incomparable sight. "He is someone I've been waiting 10,000 years for." An answer that did not let on, and her somewhat innocent tone left Herman dumbfounded. Was this still the cold and aloof Granny she knew? The one that was no longer restricted by a mortal view of the world? Who was it that made Granny act so strangely? Besides, 10,000 years. How long was that? Herman asked out of curiosity, "Granny, who exactly is he?" Granny laughed with her mouth covered. "You will soon meet him." Herman was slightly taken aback as she turned even more intrigued. At that moment, a series of hastened footsteps sounded outside the palace. A female pixie in Imperial Guard clothes rushed in. "No good, Your Majesty." The Imperial Guard rushed into the Queen's private quarters, shouting with an anxious tone. Hirman frowned. Imperial Guard Captain, what's the urgency for you to rush into my private quarters? The Imperial Guard in front of Hirman was Lotus, who she had conferred personally. She had always been responsible with her duties, so for her to rush in so anxiously without giving any prior notice, it had to be something of great urgency. Upon hearing that, Lotus came to a realization that she had forgotten to knock on the door. She immediately knelt down and apologized. Sorry. It's just that this matter is too. I was being too anxious, so please forgive me, Your Majesty. Hirman waved her hand. Forget it. Since it's urgent, speak quickly. Lotus still seemed in a state of anxiousness and alarm. She stuttered, Her Highness, Her Highness. Hirman knitted her brows. What is that lass up to this time? Hirman had always been dissatisfied with her daughter, Callie Willich. She always found her too hyperactive, and despite her cultivation talent being quite mediocre, she often played in the forest. It was difficult for her to amount to much and probably lacked the qualifications to inherit her throne to become queen. Hirman only wished that the child didn't embarrass the imperial family, but apparently, something had happened that exceeded her expectations. Lotus said with a trembling voice, Her Highness brought back a human. What? Hirman widened her eyes in disbelief as she immediately stood up from her throne. Hey, I'm begging you. Stop following us. Cherry Blossoms wore a dreary expression as she pleaded with Shi Xiaobai, who was bent on following her. If they proceeded any further, they would enter the pixies' territory. Trouble would brew if the Imperial Guard saw a human following her and the princess. Ignoring her grave mistake of bringing back a human, it was important to note that pixies always held hatred towards humanity. Despicable human traffickers would capture pixies and sell them as slaves to aristocrats. This resulted in an irreconcilable grudge between the two races. If the Imperial Guards were to see a human appear at the entrance to their territory, they would immediately kill him without a word. Although Cherry Blossoms also hated humans, she had to admit that the young human who was unwilling to hurt the princess at the cost of injuring his arm wasn't that detestable. Her kind heart did not wish for the youth to die. Cherry Blossom stopped and said with a heavy expression, Stop following us. I already told you that pixies hate humans the most. The Imperial Guards will not listen to your excuses nor show you mercy. They will kill you on sight. Even though the youth had demonstrated extraordinary strength, he was ultimately at the postnatal realm. Even the strongest human was not necessarily able to beat Pixie Queen Hirman. Besides, there was the even more unfathomable Granny. The youth was doomed if he dared barge into the Pixie's territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567, Deep Abhorrence. Chapter 567, Deep Abhorrence. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. While holding Cherry Blossom's hand, the young girl that looked like a young Callie also looked worriedly at the youth who was following them. Despite being afraid of strangers, she mustered her courage and said weakly, Big brother, go back. Mommy and Granny hate humans very much. Shi Xiaobai lowered his head at the girl. With a gentle gaze, he shook his head in silence. When he first met Callie, she had claimed to be a pixie who guarded the world holy tree 10,000 years ago. As for the young girl, she had also said that she was a pixie that guarded the world holy tree. Coupled with how her facial features were nearly identical to Callie's as well as having the same name and race as a pixie, it was definitely not a coincidence when they were all lumped together. This king has probably transmigrated to an era 10,000 years ago. Shi Xiaobai made such a ridiculous conclusion. However, his conclusion was without evidence. Shi Xiaobai needed to find evidence that proved that he had transmigrated 10,000 years into the past. Most importantly, he needed to find a way to return to that world. The first time he transmigrated from Earth to an alternate universe, Shi Xiaobai did not have much of longing for Earth. Perhaps, his only regret was that he would never meet Yang Wei again. But this sudden transmigration was unacceptable to Shi Xiaobai. In a world teeming with heroes, he had met Kali, Donli, Sunless Yi, Rico, Speechlessly, Muyuashan, Motzi, Mulingshi, Pulp Farmer, Luyu, Feng Yuanlin. They were too many people important to him, with too many unforgettable memories. Shi Xiaobai wished to return, and the desire was intense. He had transmigrated to a period before the apocalypse, a world where the world holy tree still wasn't destroyed, the pixie race was still around, and Kali was still an innocent and carefree girl. All of this made Shi Xiaobai believe that he was shouldering an unknown mission. Perhaps this world is awaiting this king's rescue. With this in mind, Shi Xiaobai was even more determined to pay the world holy tree a visit. From the conversation between Kali and the Infernal Queen, he could guess that the world holy tree was one of the strongest existences in the world. After all, Kali was only so powerful after obtaining the world holy tree's heritage. Human! A frantic shout suddenly sounded ahead of him. Beep! 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 The pixie sentries guarding the city gates discovered Shi Xiaobai as they frantically sounded the alarm. When they saw the pixie girl and Yun Loli near the youth, their expressions changed drastically. They shouted sharply down the city walls as though the sky was falling. Human! A human has abducted Her Highness! Boom! There was an uproar among the guards inside the city walls. They immediately mobilized all their forces as the archery squad rushed up the high platforms and raised countless bows. All of them wore cold gazes and precisely aimed at the distant youth. With the city gates suddenly opening, sword-wielding Imperial guards gushed out like a tidal wave. A crimson-armored blonde pixie holding a silver spear led the charge, but when the guards stopped and took up a formation, the blonde pixie continued charging forward. Captain Hong Yue! Cherry Blossom's expression changed as she shouted at Shi Xiaobai, "Run!" Hong Yue was captain of the Imperial Guards. She was extremely powerful and was the strongest among the younger pixies. From Cherry Blossom's point of view, Shi Xiaobai was no match for Captain Hong Yue even if he was strong. Furthermore, Captain Hong Yue's hatred for humans far exceeded that of other pixies. Years ago, her younger sister had been captured by humans while she was out. She was sold to human aristocrats by slave merchants where she suffered unspeakable things. Hong Yue went to great lengths to rescue her sister from the clutches of the humans, only to see a blank, deadly stare in her sister's eyes. Her sister chose to commit suicide days after she was rescued. Hong Yue viewed humans as a lifelong enemy. Therefore, upon seeing a human appear on pixie territory, her rage made her lose reason. Human. Hong Yue's eyes were bloodshot as she charged towards Shi Xiaobai with an angry roar. Her sharp spear was filled with killing intent. Captain! Stop! The vice-captain who was commandeering the situation on a distant high platform frantically shouted, "Her Highness is still in the human's hands. You will doom Her Highness if you charge out like that." Perhaps it was because she heard the vice-captain scream or had the princess's adorable face reflect in her bloodshot eyes, calmness finally returned to the young captain's mind. Hong Yue immediately halted and stopped 20 meters away. Despicable human! Hong Yue stared angrily at Shi Xiaobai, gnashing her teeth as her eyes filled with killing intent and hatred. When Cherry Blossom saw this, she hurriedly explained, "He didn't abduct us. He doesn't seem like a bad person." Cherry Blossom's voice softened as Hong Yue's eyes were just too terrifying. When she recalled the ordeal Hong Yue's sister underwent, Cherry Blossoms knew it was impossible for her to convince Hong Yue that the human before them wasn't bad. Shi Xiaobai knitted his brows slightly. From young Kali's and Cherry Blossom's actions, he already knew that the pixies ostracized humans greatly. However, when he saw Hong Yue's eyes, he discovered that it was not as simple as ostracizing. The deep abhorrence in her eyes had gone beyond ostracizing. The eyes were flooded by hatred, one that could not be easily resolved with mere words. Shi Xiaobai knew that it was impossible for him to use his words to prove his lack of intent, and the hatred the pixies had for humans far exceeded his imagination. Furthermore, he did not intend to barge into the pixies' territory. He wished to pay the World Holy Tree a visit, but not as an enemy. Go back first. Shi Xiaobai turned his head and whispered to Cherry Blossoms and young Callie. Cherry Blossom's mind was in chaos as she subconsciously shook her head. She whispered, "The moment we leave, the guards will attack. It's best you start running." Shi Xiaobai replied with a whisper, "If the both of you don't leave, wouldn't this king's charge of abducting you be valid?" Cherry Blossoms was rendered speechless. She found the sentence reasonable, but it sounded weird for a reason. Shi Xiaobai said confidently, "Don't worry. If this king wishes to leave, this formation won't be able to retain this king." "Oomph, where are you getting your confidence from as a postnatal cultivator?" Cherry Blossoms wished to lampoon him, but thinking back to how she was not his match despite being at the Khanate realm, she could only hold her tongue. "Then, we will be leaving?" Cherry Blossoms whispered. Shi Xiaobai nodded. "Quickly leave. The pixies do not welcome humans, even if you are really a good person." Cherry Blossoms gave Shi Xiaobai a deep look before pulling young Callie and walking towards the guards. Upon seeing this, the guards exclaimed, only to heighten their senses immediately. Although they could not understand why the human had suddenly released his hostages, it was at such times that they could not rest easy. Humans were the most despicable and crafty creatures in the world. The pixies knew this very well. Hong Yue's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but they turned ice cold again. She refused to believe that humans would have kind intentions. This human isn't a bad person. Cherry Blossoms raised her hands and shouted at the guards, "He did not harm us, nor did he abduct us. He was only sending us home." Young Callie, who was afraid of strangers, did not dare shout in front of that many people. All she did was nod like a woodpecker drilling into a tree. It looked extremely adorable. The guards instantly broke out into murmurs. For the princess and Cherry Blossoms to defend the human, was it possible that there were good people among humans? When Cherry Blossoms and Callie passed Captain Hong Yue and entered the guards' formation, the pixies felt a weight lift from their chests. They heaved a sigh of relief as the animosity in their eyes lessened. Noticing that the opportunity was ripe, Shi Xiaobai opened his mouth, preparing to explain how he meant no harm. However, before he spoke, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The vice captain standing on the high platform suddenly ordered the archery squad, "Fire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 568, Hong Yue's Killing Intent. Chapter 568, Hong Yue's Killing Intent. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. The vice-captain's command made the row of archers on the city wall stop hesitating. They immediately released their strung arrows, which had long been aimed at the youth. More than 100 metal arrows shot out at once. Arrows rained down densely like a porcupine's spines that blotted out the sky. The youth had nowhere to dodge. What sort of joke is that? Cherry Blossoms widened her eyes in disbelief. Why? Why did the vice-captain not give him a chance to explain himself when the youth had already proven his lack of ill intent with his actions? Why did the vice-captain give the ruthless command without any hesitation? Could it be that the hatred for humans gave them the indiscriminate reason to kill an innocent human? Could revenge have blinded them to label all humans as evil, causing them to execute what they believed was justice? At that moment, Cherry Blossoms finally understood what the youth meant by saying that no species or group should be placed under the camp of good or the camp of evil, because there was no absolute good or evil in this world. What the guards were doing was clearly done in the name of good, but their actions were evil. Shi Xiaobai raised his head towards the dense rain of arrows in the sky. He was unperturbed and even felt like laughing. From the looks of it, the pixies who were born with the World Holy Tree's 7 virtues were not much better than humans. Each of the arrows shot by the guards contained potent, sharp psionic power. Their might was in no way weaker than Xiao Xiao's crimson netherworld. Such an arrow rain was not something a person at the psionic mortal realm could defend against. However, despite being at the psionic mortal realm, Shi Xiaobai, who had experienced all kinds of arduous experiences in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, had strength that allowed him to easily defeat Tiger Li's psionic might realm bodyguards. With Shi Xiaobai's rich psionic powers, he casually conjured a psionic barrier to fend against the arrow rain. Furthermore, with his power of Tao Taiyan, this turtle is hardest, giving him a body with strength that could be described as a monstrosity. The arrows would not have been able to puncture his skin even if he stood motionless. However, Shi Xiaobai chose not to do so. His feet suddenly moved from left to right at speeds indiscernible to the naked eye. He produced numerous afterimages as the metal arrows stabbed into the ground, tearing through afterimage after afterimage, yet none of them struck his actual body. Crab steps. Shi Xiaobai's best evasion technique had long been cultivated to the crest of perfection. Such an arrow rain was perfect for him to showcase a little of his abilities. Wow! The guards let out exclamations. If the youth had simply defended or counterattacked to destroy the arrows, it would have brought them shock, but it would not be as astounding as the ghost-like manner of his dodging. Impressive! Cherry Blossoms, who was gripped with anxiety because of her worry, heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this scene. She did not realize that her original image of humans was being shattered bit by this youth. Vice Captain Penny's slender eyes squinted. She determined that she could not use common sense to determine the true strength of this postnatal realm human. Someone who could use such ghost-like movement techniques was definitely no ordinary person. Since the arrow rain can't do a thing to you, we'll drown you with our overwhelming numbers. Melee guards, raise your spears. Penny raised her voice. Boom! The pixie melee guards walked forward in unison, raising more than 100 spears at the same time. The forbidding aura they let out was astounding. Stop! Honyue suddenly turned her head and shouted, "This bastard is my prey! All of you, stand down!" As the captain of the guards, Honyue's orders were of higher importance than Penny's. The melee guards immediately stopped in their tracks. "Captain," Penny said anxiously, "it's not the time to be swayed by your personal feelings. This human is no ordinary person. His movement technique is not to be underestimated. Compared to a one-on-one battle, surrounding him is safer, but..." Honyue chuckled and said, "Penny, I don't detest your calmness and strategic mind, but can you be a little more confident in your captain? I know my strength better than anyone else. As long as the enemy is a human, no matter who they are or how strong they are, I will absolutely not lose." Honyue turned around after saying that, her amber eyes were sharp like blades. She raised her silver spear and briskly walked to the youth. Her loose blonde hair fluttered in the wind as her crimson armor seemed to be bathed in flames under the scorching sun. What a capricious captain! Penny shook her head in exasperation. Her tight nerves gradually relaxed. She had an acute understanding of Honyue's strength. Ever since Honyue's sister met with misfortune, the gentle captain changed. She cultivated madly, ignoring the advice of anyone. She nearly destroyed her own body several times and fell unconscious from overexerting herself during cultivation. Honyue's strength was powered by her hatred and obtained from reckless cultivation. Having seen hell, how could she be defeated by humans who still existed and wreaked havoc in this world? Cherry Blossoms clenched her fists as cold sweat dripped down her forehead amid her anxiety. Similarly, she was aware of Honyue's strength, so she had no confidence in Shi Xiaobai. No, it should be said that she did not wish for this battle to begin from the bottom of heart. Regardless of how humans had hurt Honyue, or how the innocent youth was being ruthlessly judged guilty by the guards, the kind Cherry Blossoms did not wish to see anyone injured. Captain Honyue. Even though the mood and timing weren't right, Cherry Blossoms still mustered her courage to shout, And I'm saying if he's not a bad person, if he possesses the same virtues as us, then isn't it wrong for us to be jury, judge and executioner when we do not fully understand the truth? By doing so, how are we different from those despicable humans? Han Yue did not turn her head as her cold gaze was locked onto the youth in front of her. The corners of her lips suffused a sneer. This is territory of the pixies. This human has crossed what's equivalent to national borders by stepping into the pixie forest. He has long been guilty of being an intruder. Regardless of him having any ill intentions, he needs to suffer the judgment of the pixies. Cherry Blossoms tried to argue solely on the basis of reason. Although he has passed through the pixie forest, he hasn't entered our city, right? Isn't it too harsh to judge him as an intruder? Let me persuade him to leave. As long as he leaves now, we can just treat it as if he never came. Naive. Han Yue said coldly, this human has already seen the troops guarding the city and the distribution of forces. If he were to leave, what happens if he sells the intelligence to the human armies? Who can shoulder this blame? Besides, he is able to enter the pixie forest despite the barrier Granny erected. Such an existence is a fatal threat to us pixies. He has to be killed right here. Having said that, Han Yue ignored Cherry Blossoms. With a sudden bellow, crimson psionic power spewed out as she widened her steps and charged at Shi Xiaobai. She moved like a fiery red bolt of thunder. Human! Han Yue's killing intent boiled. She had once sworn to kill all humans in front of her, regardless of who they were. All humans deserved death. Shi Xiaobai sighed lightly. From the looks of it, he was not even given the chance to speak. Thankfully, compared to using his mouth, he was better at using his sword to speak. He conjured a sword with his psionic ability. Milky white psionic power spewed out from his fingertip as it instantly formed a white psionic sword. Determine if it's good or evil, friend or foe with your heart. Witness this King's Sword truth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.